After returning to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary, Long Wuqing ignored the nearby stairs being tossed her way and looked for Yuan's fight. Once she found it, she disappeared into thin air, appearing at the location it was being broadcasted a moment later. Her sudden appearance terrified those nearby, causing them to flee as if their lives depended on it. "I see, so that's how he fights." Long Wuqing muttered with a slight smile on her face as she analyzed Yuan's fight. If someone were to look at her right now, they'd never imagine she had killed her own little brother just moments ago based on her calm and nonchalant demeanor. "Oh, I remember now." Yuan suddenly spoke as he dodged the Hellfire Dragon's attack. "We've fought before," he continued. "What the fuck are you talking about?" Hellfire Dragon halted his movements to ask. He was certain they had never fought before. "Well, you didn't fight the current me, but Tian-E," Yuan explained. "I recall fighting you near the end of my journey. It happened quite long ago, so I don't blame you if you don't remember. You had the appearance of a female human at that time, too." Although the Hellfire Dragon had the appearance of a human man at this moment, he also had female appearances in his collection. When he first encountered Yuan, he was in his female appearance. The reason Yuan recognized him despite his new appearance was simply because of his unique presence. Just like how one could identify Long Wuqing through her tyrannical presence, one could also identify the Hellfire Dragon through his fiery presence. While beings in the primal expanse also had genders, such as male and female, some of them tended to adopt whatever appearance they preferred. The distinction between a female human and a male human was mostly cosmetic in their eyes. The Hellfire Dragon was a male dragon, but he preferred a female human's appearance. Hell, even his male appearance was very feminine and could easily be mistaken as a female from afar. The Hellfire Dragon became silent to ponder Yuan's words. "The last time I fought a human was..." His eyes widened after realizing the meaning behind Yuan's words. "Why you? You were that bastard human from back then?" Hellfire Dragon cried out loud as he recalled some bitter memories. "And now that I take a good look at your face, you definitely resemble that human. But how is that possible? You only have a single chaotic heart, not to mention your cultivation." Yuan merely smiled at his confusion, refusing to explain further. After learning that Yuan was Tian-E, the Hellfire Dragon's eyes flickered with fear. He had been badly beaten in the past by Tian-E, hence his hatred toward humans. "Are you remembering that day?" Yuan suddenly inquired. "You should have just left me alone. If you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have done that to you." Hellfire Dragon's entire being trembled after Yuan mentioned a certain event. A few 100 million years ago, the Hellfire Dragon encountered Tian-E and provoked him, threatening to make him a human pet. Tian-E became so enraged that he plucked every single one of Hellfire Dragon's scales, turning him into a scaleless dragon for millions of years until his scales eventually grew back. That incident had humiliated the Hellfire Dragon to such an extent that it drove him to the brink of insanity. Consumed by the desire for revenge, he trained like a madman until he became a powerhouse. It could be said that Tian-E was the catalyst who shaped the Hellfire Dragon into who he is today, one of the formidable 7 dragon monarchs. However, Tian-E left the primal expanse shortly after that incident and never appeared again. After hundreds of millions of years, Hellfire Dragon started to forget about that incident. "After so long, I have finally found you." Hellfire Dragon muttered in a shivering tone, his voice filled with excitement. "I have trained myself to the brink of destruction countless times for this moment." The Hellfire Dragon resumed his assault, pouncing at Yuan with a ferocity unlike anything he had shown before. It was as if his power was being fueled by the immense rage he had contained within him for the past several 100 million years. Yuan remained composed. Despite the Hellfire Dragon's brief boost in power, it was not enough for him to defeat Yuan, who was immune to his fire attacks, and any physical damage dealt would also heal in the blink of an eye. The Hellfire Dragon had no real means of defeating Yuan, and as the fight dragged on, it became clear he was merely wasting his energy. Each of his attacks, though fierce, lacked the effectiveness needed to overcome Yuan's defenses. On the other hand, every time Yuan struck with enhanced sword aura, Hellfire Dragon needed to expend energy to recover from the damage. It was a fight the Hellfire Dragon was destined to lose, and he realized it. However, instead of accepting it calmly like Long Yejuan, he became more and more frenzied, desperate. Eventually, Yuan had enough and decided to end the fight with heaven-splitting sword strike. He unleashed a massive beam of light that closely resembled a dragon's breath. In fact, many onlookers mistook heaven-splitting sword strike as dragon's breath. Hellfire Dragon's figure was completely engulfed by the light. Once the attack ended, he was nowhere to be seen. A few moments later, Yuan was transported back to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary. Congratulations on your victory, Yuan. Long Wuqing approached him shortly after his return. Thank. However, if that's the full extent of your capabilities, I'm afraid you won't qualify to be my opponent, she continued. Yuan didn't respond, but it wasn't due to a lack of words. Instead, his attention was drawn to a certain energy lingering around Long Wuqing. Where's Brother Yejuan? Yuan suddenly inquired with a serious expression. Long Wuqing refused to respond, merely staring at him in a deafening silence. Did you? Yuan's eyes narrowed. He looked at her as if he already knew the answer. Yes, I killed him, Long Wuqing eventually responded, her voice as calm as it could be. After hearing Ling Wuqing's confirmation that Long Yejuan had matched up against her and lost, Yuan tightly clenched his fists. Long Wuqing paid attention to every little detail and asked, "Are you angry at me for killing him?" Yuan closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath before responding calmly, "No, I am not." Oh. Long Wuqing looked genuinely surprised by his answer. She knew humans were emotional beings who are often led astray by their emotions, causing them to do unreasonable things. My. You're surprisingly calm. Totally not what I expected. Yuan raised an eyebrow and responded, "Were you expecting me to lash out at you for doing something I would have done myself if I had been matched with him?" He had prepared to kill Long Yejuan if they fought, after all. It would be unreasonable for him to be angry at Long Wuqing for doing what she has to do. Everyone who participated in the Dragon God Festival accepted and agreed to such a risk before they grabbed the token, so they couldn't complain about being killed. I like you even more now. But that doesn't mean I will go easy on you later, Long Wuqing said with a smile. Yuan smiled back and said, I may not blame you, but I am still going to vent my anger on you, so I apologize in advance. I thought you weren't angry, she raised an eyebrow. Not at you, specifically. Just in general, he clarified. But you're going to take it out on me? Long Wuqing chuckled. If anyone could deal with my anger, it'd be you. I guess that's fine since it'll make things more entertaining, she nodded with an understanding expression. After a few more days, Long Meihui defeated her opponent and returned to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary. When she first heard the news of Long Yejuan's death, she didn't believe it. However, after she found Long Wuqing and confirmed Long Yejuan's death, Long Meihui broke down in tears. Wah! This is why I didn't want to participate. Why would the dragon god do this? Let his own descendants die, she cried out loud. Stop exaggerating. It's not like he's gone forever. Long Wuqing shook her head. As a matter of fact, this isn't his first time dying, she suddenly revealed. I know that, but it could potentially be millions of years before I see him again. What's a few million years to beings like us? Long Wuqing sighed. That's not the point. Long Meihui screamed. Huh? Who the hell do you think you are raising your voice at? Long Wuqing glared at her with narrowed eyes. Sorry. Long Meihui immediately shrunk her body, looking like a timid rabbit. Humph. Long Wuqing sneered. Long Meihui withdrew to Yuan's side and asked him, Are you okay? I am upset about Brother Yejuan's death, but this is the result if you lose. Long Meihui sighed, I hope he reincarnates soon. I don't think I can handle being alone with my older sister. She's too scary. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, how long does it usually take for one to reincarnate? It depends on factors I am unfamiliar with. He could immediately reincarnate, or it could take hundreds of millions of years, she answered. I see. I hope he reincarnates sooner than later. After a brief moment of silence, Yuan spoke again, one more thing. Will he remember memories of his past life? I can't say for sure. There's a chance he might reincarnate without his memories, but I'm sure they will still be deep within his consciousness and eventually resurface. Thank you. They proceeded to spectate the other ongoing fights for the remainder of the month. Long Wuqing approached Yuan again a few days later. Hey, do you have any more of those skewers? She asked him without any shame or hesitation in her voice. You still have an appetite after everything that happened? Yuan looked at her with a look of disbelief. Why not? She responded in an unfazed manner. Yuan couldn't help but admire her carefree nature. It was as if nothing in this world could truly bother her. So, do you have any or not? Or are you going to refuse because I killed Long Yejuan? Don't be so petty, she continued. He sighed, I do have some, but I am running low on supply, so I cannot give them out so casually. Sounds like an excuse to me, she muttered with a displeased look. However, Yuan wasn't lying because he was being petty. He was really running low on meat skewers. He had a chance to replenish his supply when he returned to Earth, but he couldn't bring them back through the system and had to rely on Ingzi, who was capable of bypassing the system and bringing whatever she wanted back with her. That said, Ingzi had managed to acquire a tremendous amount of meat skewers. During her food tour, she bought out the entire stock of every single stall she encountered. Of course, it was done using Yuan's money. Ingzi has plenty of meat skewers, but I doubt she'd be willing to share them. Yuan smiled inwardly. He also had no authority to make her share them, even if it was purchased with his money. If you give me some, I'll share Long Yejuan's final words with you, Long Wuqing suddenly bargained. Yuan raised an eyebrow at her words. His final words, he muttered. All right. Yuan retrieved a handful of meat skewers and handed them to Long Wuqing, who immediately repeated Long Yejuan's final words to him. Word for word. I see. A warm smile appeared on Yuan's face after hearing it. As the end of the first trial approached, more and more participants returned to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary. However, there were still plenty of matches that seemed far from being concluded. Once the time limit had been reached, all of the secluded dimensions were forcefully closed, crushing anyone who remained inside them without any warning. Congratulations to those of you who have survived the first trial. The dragon god's voice rippled throughout the Divine Dragon Sanctuary. You may choose to continue to the second trial or give up now. Those of you who will continue, keep the token in your grasp. Otherwise, crush it. You have an hour to decide. Once the dragon god's voice faded, everyone began mumbling to each other. He said that most of us won't even be able to refine a single drop of blood, correct? Do you think he's serious, or is he trying to scare us into forfeiting? Knowing the dragon god, it could go both ways. It's extremely risky, no doubt. However, the benefit of this trial is worth the risk, so I am going to risk it. Many of us have risked our lives for much less. This is a no-brainer for me. Most of the participants shared similar sentiments. Only a few remained hesitant. However, after thinking about it, they realized if they gave up now, they would have fought to the death for nothing in the previous trial. In the end, everyone who survived the first trial decided to participate in the second trial. An hour later, the golden token suddenly emitted a golden light, and a small bottle materialized before the participants. Every participant had a single bottle containing 10 drops of the dragon god's blood. You will need to refine at least 9 drops of blood to pass the second trial within 3 months. If you manage to refine all 10 drops of blood, I will give you a special reward at the end. The dragon god's voice returned. What kind of reward? The participants mused to themselves. However, the dragon god did not respond to their curiosity and disappeared after saying, "The second trial begins now." Yuan inspected the bottle of blood in his grasp. He had a quarter of a year to refine 9 drops of blood, which seemed plenty of time at a glance. However, after inspecting the dragon god's blood, each drop contained an immense amount of chaotic essence that could take months if not years to refine, but they're only given 3 months to refine 9 drops, which seemed impossible. The first participant to act and consume a drop of the dragon god's blood was Long Wuqing. She retrieved a drop and swallowed it without hesitation. She then closed her eyes and began to cultivate in silence. Many participants followed and consumed their first drop. Ack! Suddenly, a painful shout pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. As heads turned toward the source of the scream, the individual who had cried out exploded into a gruesome, bloody mess before anyone could fully process what had happened. However, that was just the beginning, and the situation quickly grew more chaotic as more and more participants exploded after failing to refine the dragon god's blood. The gruesome scene terrified the others, but they couldn't forfeit now and forcefully consumed their first drop of blood. In half an hour, nearly 70% of the participants had perished from just the first drop of blood. There were tens of millions of participants who had passed the first trial, so one could imagine the carnage that occurred within these 30 minutes. Yuan was one of the last participants to consume the dragon god's blood. As soon as the first drop entered his body, a powerful surge of energy began coursing through his veins, filling him with a strength unlike anything he had felt before. However, that sensation was short-lived. Shortly after his body began surging with energy, something within his body activated and started consuming the energy at a tremendous rate. 9 dragon symbols have activated. 9 dragon symbols is resonating with the dragon god's blood. 9 dragon symbols has absorbed the dragon god's blood. The energy from the dragon god's blood disappeared within minutes, causing Yuan to raise an eyebrow. When nothing else happened after waiting for several minutes, Yuan looked at the bottle of blood in his grasp. After some consideration, he retrieved the second drop of blood and consumed it. His actions greatly bewildered the onlookers. Didn't he just consume a drop of blood a few minutes ago? You're saying he's already on the second drop? Impossible. Even the unrivaled tyrant is still on her first drop of blood. You definitely saw it wrong, and he'd just consumed his first drop. The onlookers quickly dismissed the possibility that Yuan had already refined the first drop of blood, let alone started on the second, everyone, that is, except for Yingzi. Having been watching Yuan closely from the very beginning, she was certain that he had already refined the first drop of the dragon god's blood. There's no way he'd just refined a drop of my enhanced blood in just a few minutes. Did you do something to him? The dragon god questioned the primal monarch after witnessing this. The primal monarch calmly shook his head and refuted, "No, I have nothing to do with this." 9 dragon symbols have activated. 9 dragon symbols is resonating with the dragon god's blood. 9 dragon symbols has absorbed the dragon god's blood. Yuan absorbed the second drop of blood just as fast as the first. No, it was slightly faster. No. There's just no way. The dragon god exclaimed as he watched Yuan consume the third drop of blood, his voice filled with disbelief. You must have done something to help him. I refuse to believe a human has the capability to refine my blood this quickly. The primal monarch glared at him and sneered, "Why would I lie to you? If I said I have nothing to do with it, then I didn't." His tone was cold, leaving no room for doubt or further questioning. The dragon god clenched his fists as he returned to focusing on Yuan, who was already preparing to consume the fourth drop of blood. A few moments later. 9 dragon symbols have reached level 4. 9 dragon symbols have reached level 4. Due to the 9 dragon symbols, you have gained the ability to use True Dragon Awakening. True Dragon Awakening. Grade, Unknown. Description: further increases your physical capabilities when transformed. Your base physical strength and physical defense will be multiplied by 10 times. Oh my god! What are we witnessing? He's already on his fourth drop of blood. The onlookers were bewildered once they confirmed that Yuan had actually managed to refine the dragon god's blood in such a short time. The unrivaled tyrant is still on her first drop of blood. The difference is overwhelming. What's causing this disparity? How can a human consume the dragon god's blood with such ease? The onlookers tried their hardest to comprehend the bizarre events occurring before them. Unbeknownst to them, even the dragon god was baffled by it. However, when Yuan's 9 dragon symbols reached level 4, its existence was revealed for a split second, and the dragon god did not miss it. There's a mysterious and powerful power hidden deep within his body. To be able to evade even my detection, its origin might surpass even myself. The dragon god spoke with a profound frown on his face. Primal Monarch, do you know anything about it? He's your son, after all. He turned to the Primal Monarch for help. Do you know every little thing about your own children? The Primal Monarch responded with a question. If you're that curious, you can just ask him later. The dragon god sighed inwardly, at this rate, he'll refine all of my blood. Despite offering a special reward for anyone who could refine all of his blood, the dragon god never truly expected anyone to accomplish it. However, now that someone appeared to have a good chance of clearing the second trial perfectly, he found himself having to seriously consider what the reward would be. Meanwhile, Yuan continued to refine the dragon god's blood at a shocking rate. 9 dragon symbols have activated. 9 dragon symbols is resonating with the dragon god's blood. 9 dragon symbols has absorbed the dragon god's blood. In less than an hour, Yuan had cleared the second trial by refining 9 drops of the dragon god's blood. There's only 1 drop left. Yuan thought inwardly as he stared at the final drop of blood inside its container. Since he'd already refined 9 drops of blood without any issues, Yuan had no reason to worry about the final drop and tossed it into his mouth without hesitation. After consuming the blood, Yuan closed his eyes to let the 9 dragon symbols do all the work. A few minutes later, Yuan opened his eyes and took a deep breath. That should be the end of it, he muttered. However, shortly after he refined all of the dragon god's blood, Yuan was forcefully teleported to another location. What's this? Yuan calmly stared at the dragon god and asked. I'm going to distribute the special reward to you right now, he said with a profound smile. Oh. The dragon god teleported him again. He was now standing before a massive pool of blood that was drifting somewhere in the infinite expanse. Is this what I think it is? Yuan swallowed nervously. The dragon god nodded and said, yes, this is a pool of my blood, and it is also your special reward. I will give you until the end of the second trial to refine as much blood as you can from here. Seriously? That means I get to spend 3 entire months absorbing as much blood as I want. Yuan did not expect the dragon god to be so generous. That's exactly what it means. Are you not satisfied? He asked. Of course not. I am more than satisfied. Not wanting to waste any more time, Yuan immediately jumped into the pool that was large enough to be considered an ocean. 9 dragon symbols have activated. 9 dragon symbols is resonating with the dragon god's blood. 9 dragon symbols has absorbed the dragon god's blood. A whirlpool appeared around Yuan when he started to absorb the blood. Although the blood wasn't enhanced, the quantity more than made up for it. What a terrifying scene. The dragon god mused to himself, watching in astonishment as Yuan consumed his blood like a black hole. At this rate, he might empty the entire place before the 3 months are up, the dragon god swallowed nervously. A month passed in the blink of an eye. 9 dragon symbols have reached level 5. Due to the 9 dragon symbols, you have attained a dragon body. Dragon body. Description: your body now has the natural resilience and raw strength of a real dragon, even without transforming. After acquiring a dragon body, Yuan's physique became akin to that of a true dragon while still retaining his human form. His natural strength, resilience, and power had all drastically increased, giving him the might of a dragon in the body of a man. Dragon stood at the pinnacle of natural strength, born with immense power second to none. Even an infant true dragon could easily kill cultivators in the divine realm. In terms of innate prowess, even if Yuan had never acquired the golden immortal physique, he would still be the strongest human with his dragon body. After another 2 weeks, the dragon god started to refill the blood in order to prevent it from being sucked dry. What a monster! The dragon god muttered with a stiff smile. While Long Wuqin was undoubtedly stronger than Yuan at the moment, the dragon god believed that Yuan had the potential to not only catch up to her but eventually surpass her. Time continued to pass. As the second trial neared its end, Long Wuqin barely managed to refine the 9th drop of blood with only a week left to spare. I don't sense his presence anywhere in the divine dragon sanctuary. Did he really die from trying to refine the dragon god's blood? What a pity. She shook her head in disappointment. However, she didn't linger too much on such feelings and immediately prepared for the final trial. Long before Long Wuqin even refined her 9th drop of blood, every other participant had already been disqualified. Some tried to refine more blood than they could handle and perished, while others gave up after refining their first drop of blood. The vast majority of participants perished in the second trial, meaning tens of millions of participants were killed in just a few months. This level of casualty was unprecedented in the entire primal expanse and would definitely go down in history as the most deadly dragon god festival. Of those few thousand participants who survived, about 95% of them only refined a single drop of blood. The rest of them only managed to absorb 2 drops of blood at most, with Long Meihui beating everyone at 5 drops of blood. What? You're telling me that Yuan, a human, had managed to refine all 10 drops of blood in less than a day? As if I'd believe that, you idiot. Long Meihui didn't dare to believe this information despite being told by many witnesses. Where is Yuan right now? I want to verify it with him. We don't know where he went. That human disappeared shortly after refining all 10 drops of blood. The dragon god probably took him away. Understandably so, too. Long Meihui scanned the entire divine dragon sanctuary for Yuan's presence, and sure enough, he had vanished completely. That doesn't prove anything. Long Meihui continued being in denial. It was simply too hard to believe that a human with such a low cultivation could absorb the dragon god's blood, much less refine it. However, when she recalled Yuan's unbelievable achievements prior to the Dragon God Festival, his newest achievement became less unbelievable. Does my elder sister know about this? Long Meihui asked. The onlookers immediately shook their heads. Who'd dare be the one to let her know that someone, a mere human, had managed to completely surpass her? She also disappeared somewhere after she completed the trial. Not many people dared to speak with Long Wuqin under normal circumstances, so it was even less likely that someone would approach her with bad news. So she doesn't know. I wonder how she'll react once she realizes. Long Meihui muttered. Meanwhile, somewhere in the infinite expanse, Yuan continued absorbing the dragon god's blood. 9 dragon symbols have reached level 6. Due to the 9 dragon symbols, you have attained a dragon core, increasing your cultivation speed by 100,000%. Your dragon core will also passively absorb and refine spiritual energy. After acquiring a dragon core, Yuan's body naturally absorbed the surrounding energy with astonishing speed, as if he were actively cultivating even when at rest. This meant that even when sleeping, he'd cultivate faster than someone actively trying their hardest, giving him an unfair advantage during a fight when his enemy cannot replenish spiritual energy as easily. Suddenly, Harmonious Heaven Refining Immortal Physique has activated. Dragon Core has begun fusing with Chaotic Heart. Ding! Dragon Core has fused with Chaotic Heart. You have attained Chaotic Dragon Core. Yuan's Dragon Core had unexpectedly fused with his Chaotic Heart. Now, it can absorb both spiritual energy and chaotic essence without any issue. You have 1 day left. The dragon god notified him when his buffet was nearing its end. Yuan opened his eyes and asked, do you mind if I take some of your blood back to my world? The dragon god raised his eyebrows in a questioning manner and inquired about his reason for needing his blood. Not hiding anything, Yuan explained that he knew a certain dragon family in the 9 heavens and accidentally absorbed all of their precious blood during a sacred ceremony, and he promised to help them. Your blood is almost identical to the blood I absorbed at that time, so I figured I could use it to refill their supply, he said. Identical. It can't be. The dragon god muttered with a serious expression on his face. I promise I won't take much, Yuan added. The dragon god nodded and said, I'll let you take some, but in return, you'll have to forfeit your last day here. Deal. Yuan did not hesitate to sacrifice a day of dragon god's blood buffet to repay the Shi family. Yuan proceeded to collect the dragon god's blood with a large bottle. Okay, I've collected enough. Yuan did not get greedy and only collected what he needed to help recover the Shi family's blood pond. Then I will send you back now. The dragon god said. The next moment, Yuan found himself back in the divine dragon sanctuary. The second trial has concluded, with 2 participants who have passed. The dragon god's voice rippled throughout the divine dragon sanctuary shortly later. What? 2 participants. Who's the second? The beings who were not aware of Yuan's feat wondered. Somewhere in the divine dragon sanctuary, Long Wuqing had a greatly surprised expression on her face. 2. Is that why the trial didn't end when I finished? 'Cause there was someone else in the trial? Who is the other? She mused to herself. Yuan did not come to her mind because she thought he'd already died. The final trial will begin in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the dragon god forcefully teleported Yuan and Long Wuqing to a secluded platform in the infinite expanse. Why, you're still alive? Long Wuqing's eyes widened in shock as she saw Yuan standing beside her, alive and completely healthy. You thought I was dead? Yuan chuckled. But I couldn't sense your presence. And I searched the entire divine dragon sanctuary. Ah, that's because I was teleported by the dragon god after I finished the trial, he briefly explained. What? She looked as if she were staring at a ghost, her face frozen in disbelief. In her entire life, she had never experienced such shock. That means you had refined 9 drops of blood even before me, she muttered in a dazed voice. 9 drops? No, I refined all 10 drops. Yuan corrected her with a smug look. 10 drops of blood. He refined all 10 drops of blood. Long Wuqing muttered to herself with a somewhat blank look on her face, looking like she was experiencing a mental breakdown. As unbelievable as it sounded, Long Wuqing did not doubt Yuan's claim. How did you do it? She asked. That's a secret, Yuan replied with a smile. However, even Yuan didn't know the answer. While he knew it was due to the 9 dragon symbols, he was unaware of its origins. Long Wuqing narrowed her eyes at him, almost as if she were trying to unveil his secrets. His body has become stronger than before, and even his chaotic heart is different. It must have been the effect of consuming the dragon god's blood. If Long Wuqing knew that Yuan had absorbed and refined an ocean of the dragon god's blood in the amount of time it took her to refine 9 drops of blood, she'd probably go crazy from shock. Are you 2 done flirting with each other yet? If so, I'll begin the final trial. The dragon god suddenly said. What nonsense is that? Long Wuqing almost couldn't believe her ears. I am ready. You can start the trial whenever. Yuan said. The dragon god retrieved 2 drops of his blood essence and gave a drop to Yuan and Long Wuqing. I will give you a month to refine my blood essence. The first to successfully refine it will be the winner of this dragon god festival and have 1 wish granted by me. The dragon god explained the rules. After hearing the rules, Long Wuqing looked at Yuan with a slight frown. If he'd managed to refine all 10 drops of the dragon god's blood faster than she could refine 9 drops, there was a good chance he'd also beat her in the 3rd trial. No, what am I even thinking? Long Wuqing shook her head to wake herself up. I can't believe I thought I'd lose before the trial began. This is not like me at all. Good luck, Yuan suddenly said to Long Wuqing. The final trial begins, now. The dragon god announced a moment later. Like the first trial, the trial was broadcast to everyone in the Divine Dragon Sanctuary, and everyone watched as Yuan and Long Wuqing consumed the blood essence. You have consumed Dragon God's blood essence. Immortal Monarch's bloodline is reacting to Dragon God's blood essence. Ding! Due to the immense energy, you are having trouble absorbing the Dragon God's blood essence. 9 dragon symbols has activated. 9 dragon symbols has absorbed some of the Dragon God's blood essence. Harmonious Heaven Refining Immortal Physique has activated. Harmonious Heaven Refining Immortal Physique has begun refining the Dragon God's blood essence. For the first time ever, all 3 of Yuan's unique traits work together to tackle a single source of power. However, even with his Immortal Monarch's bloodline, Harmonious Heaven Refining Immortal Physique, and 9 dragon symbols working together, the Dragon God's blood essence was still too much for someone at Yuan's level to handle. The Dragon God narrowed his eyes at Yuan and wondered, as I figured. No matter how much of my blood he absorbs, they're just ordinary blood. It cannot compare to even a drop of my blood essence. Is this his limit? Yuan could feel his body swelling. He was on the verge of bursting from the overwhelming pressure building inside him like a balloon with too much air. Ah, is this the end? Yuan sighed inwardly, unable to do anything to reverse or fix the situation. The primal monarch appeared and prepared to save him. However, the dragon god intervened, saying, "You shouldn't spoil your child too much. In case you forgot, we're still in the middle of the Dragon God Festival. I will not allow any intervention, even if it's from you. Get out of my way." A vicious glint flickered within the primal monarch's eyes, and his aura emitted killing intent. For the first time ever, the primal monarch displayed bloodlust. The dragon god trembled, but he was unrelenting, even prepared to fight to death. Suddenly, a mythical aura appeared, captivating both the dragon god and the primal monarch. When they followed the aura's direction, it led them directly to Yuan. What the? The dragon god subconsciously muttered. His eyes widened as he witnessed a golden object emerging from Yuan's chest. Once fully exposed, it was revealed to be a spear-like object. When the dragon god attempted to probe the spear with his divine sense, it was instantly and forcefully cancelled, something that could only be done by an entity of equal or stronger prowess. This unexpected resistance left him momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the golden spear's tip aimed directly at Yuan and shot forward. It pierced through the front of his chest and exited out his back, completely penetrating his body in one swift, brutal motion. Ding! Dragon Soul has absorbed some of the Dragon God's blood essence. Dragon Soul is resonating with the Dragon God's blood essence. Dragon Soul has fully awakened. Dragon Soul has evolved into Dragon God's Vengeance. Dragon God's Vengeance. Level, Max. Rank, Soul Weapon. Growth rate, unknown. Requirement, can only be wielded by player Yuan. Description, a beautiful golden spear with an unknown origin. It is shrouded with a mysterious aura that will render all spiritual energy useless. Unique ability, requires level 19 dragon symbols to activate. When this weapon is out, it greatly enhances the strength of its wielder's dragon techniques. Unique ability, 2 requires level 39 dragon symbols to activate. If a dragon is killed with this weapon, the effects of this weapon will increase based on the dragon's strength. This weapon also deals 100,000% increased damage to dragons and 10,000% increased damage to other beings. Unique ability, 3 requires level 69 dragon symbols to activate. Allows the user to use Dragon God's Vengeance's special technique, Dragon God Suppression. If an enemy is struck by Dragon God Suppression, their bloodline will be sealed. This effect can only be removed by the Dragon God's Vengeance. Only one bloodline can be sealed at a time. Unique ability, for requires level 99 dragon symbols to activate. Once the dragon god's vengeance helped him absorb some of the dragon god's blood essence, Yuan no longer felt like he was expanding uncontrollably. However, he was still having trouble refining it. The dragon god stared at the dragon god's vengeance with a profound expression, his gaze sharp and intense, almost as if he were trying to stare a hole into it. Although he couldn't see inside the dragon god's vengeance, he was sure it contained a powerful soul, one strong enough to cancel out his divine sense. While the dragon god hadn't used his full strength in his initial attempt to peer inside the spear, he had no intention of trying again. He didn't want to risk angering the being within, and he had a strong sense that even with his full power, the outcome would remain unchanged. Meanwhile, Long Wuqing also struggled to refine the dragon god's blood essence. While she was strong enough to endure its overwhelming energy, she quickly realized that she would need far longer than a month to refine the blood essence fully. However, she didn't give up and tried her best. "Hey, isn't that considered cheating?" One of the onlookers suddenly commented after witnessing everything. "You literally just spoke my mind. Using a treasure to assist you is outright cheating." "But was there a rule that prohibited them from using treasures?" someone asked. "No, and the dragon god didn't immediately disqualify him, so it must be within the rules." The onlookers began debating with each other on the legality of Yuan using the dragon god's vengeance to assist him in refining the dragon god's blood essence. Although it was not explicitly stated, using external treasures during this trial was certainly against the rules. However, the dragon god did not consider the dragon god's vengeance an external treasure for one simple reason, because it was directly connected to Yuan's soul. In that sense, it was more a part of his body than a separate item, making it an exception. Having said that, even if Yuan cheated a little, the dragon god wouldn't have minded. After all, it was unreasonable to expect a human at Yuan's cultivation level to refine his blood essence in the first place. 2 weeks later. You have refined the dragon god's blood essence. Immortal Monarch's blood has begun to evolve. Progress, 11%. 9 dragon symbols has begun to evolve. Progress, 50%. 9 dragon symbols have reached level 7. Due to the 9 dragon symbols, you have attained a dragon heart, allowing you to learn and use dragon technique as if you are a true dragon, and your physical capabilities have improved drastically. Although the dragon god's blood essence had been completely refined, Yuan had only managed to refine a portion of it, with the dragon god's vengeance refining the majority of it. Congratulations, you have won, becoming this year's Dragon God Festival winner. The dragon god approached him shortly after he finished. Yuan pulled the dragon god's vengeance out of his chest and looked at it with a pondering face before asking, "Doesn't this count as cheating since I didn't technically refine your blood essence myself?" The dragon god smiled, "You're an honest one, huh? Don't worry, it's fine. I doubt anyone else would be able to replicate what you did even with the help of treasures." Yuan nodded. He turned to look at Long Wuqing the next moment. She was still trying to refine the blood essence, and her entire body was bulging with veins. The dragon god suddenly turned his gaze toward her, making a swift grasping motion. In an instant, he forcefully ejected his blood essence from her body. Even if a blood essence had been absorbed, as long as it hadn't been fully refined, it could still be retrieved. Afterward, Long Wuqing immediately began gasping for air, her complexion as pale as a ghost. Despite her alarming appearance, she was merely exhausted and not physically injured. After catching her breath, she turned to look at Yuan and then the dragon god. "I see, so I lost, huh?" she muttered in a bitter voice. Long Wuqing struggled to get on her feet before limping toward Yuan. "In 1 month, no, we will have our match in 1 week, she said with a fierce gaze. Yuan then said, "I don't mind delaying it a little so you can recover properly. This kind of injury will heal within days, and I want to fight you as soon as possible." He nodded, "If you insist, we will fight in a week. Meet me at the Endless Arena exactly a week from now," she said. "I understand." After receiving Yuan's confirmation, Long Wuqing disappeared into thin air. As the Dragon God Festival winner, you have earned one wish. Tell me your wish, said the Dragon God a moment later. Yuan stared at him in the eyes and spoke in a clear and calm voice, I want to borrow the sacred chalice of purification. I need to bring it outside the divine dragon sanctuary. The Dragon God didn't immediately respond, but his eyes were wide with disbelief. That's your wish? You can have almost anything, you know. The Dragon God almost couldn't believe how simple Yuan's wish was and had to double-check. I don't need anything else. I just need to borrow the sacred chalice of purification, Yuan repeated. The Dragon God fell silent again. Sometime later, he sighed, if that's your wish, so be it. However, rather than just letting you borrow it, I'll let you keep it. The sacred chalice of purification is a powerful treasure that can remove almost any curse out there. The Dragon God made a swift grasping motion toward a specific direction. Moments later, a beautiful golden chalice materialized in his hand, adorned with two lifelike dragons swimming around the cup. He handed the treasure to Yuan the next moment. You have acquired sacred chalice of purification. Sacred chalice of purification. Grade, celestial. Quality, peak. Description, a treasure of unknown origins. It has the power to remove almost all curses. Feed the chalice a drop of blood from the target to remove their curses. Thank you. Yuan immediately tossed the chalice inside his spatial ring. Now that the Dragon God Festival is over, I would like to have a private word with you. It's related to the soul within that spear of yours. The Dragon God suddenly said. You want to talk about the soul inside my spear? Yuan looked at the Dragon God's serious expression and swallowed nervously. Noticing his nervous look, the Dragon God said, don't worry, it's not what you're thinking. I just want to confirm something that has been weighing my mind for some time now. Yuan nodded, all right. The Dragon God created a rift between them and stepped inside it. Yuan followed. The Primal Monarch, who had been silent this entire time, also followed them. After emerging from the other side of the rift, Yuan found himself in the Dragon God's personal world. Strangely, it looked exactly like the infinite expanse, with vast stretches of empty space all around. They stood on a floating rock, slowly drifting through the void. The Dragon God looked at the Primal Monarch and sighed, what part of private conversation don't you understand, Primal Monarch? Are you still worried that I might harm him or something? I also want to confirm something. Don't mind me and just have your conversation, he calmly said. Yuan then said, before that, I have a question for you, Dragon God. What is it? Did you purposefully match Long Yejuan against Long Wuqing? He asked with a serious expression on his face. The Dragon God smiled and replied, I had nothing to do with their match. It was truly purely coincidence that they were matched up against each other. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Since you're such good friends with Long Yejuan, let me tell you something. Long Yejuan has already reincarnated. What? Is that true? Yuan's eyes flickered with excitement. Yes. Not only that, but he's even reincarnated in the human world. Huh? Yuan was taken aback by this information. You mean he reincarnated in the 9 heavens? Are you sure? Yes, I am certain. I watched him leave the primal expanse after his death. Yuan clenched his fists with excitement. Brother Yejuan reincarnated in the 9 heavens. This is great news. He decided to find Long Yejuan once he returned to the 9 heavens. Now then, let me ask you a few questions. The Dragon God said. That soul living inside your spear, what is their identity? I'm not sure I can reveal her identity without her permission. Then, can you tell me if she is a dragon or not? She's a dragon. Yuan nodded. The Dragon God fell silent for a moment before looking Yuan in the eyes and asking, do you think I can have a word with her? You want to speak with her? Why? Yuan asked with a puzzled expression. I think I know her, he said in a sincere voice. Yuan began pondering, if Feng Feng originated from the primal expanse, it's likely Dragon Goddess Yao also came from this world. Let me ask her. Yuan retrieved the Dragon God's vengeance and spoke to it. The Dragon God would like to speak with you. Can you come out for a moment? Silence. Sorry, but I don't think. Just as Yuan opened his mouth, the Dragon God's vengeance trembled, and Dragon Goddess Yao materialized before them. Yuan immediately noticed that she looked a lot more complete than before. Is this due to the Dragon God's blood essence? He wondered inwardly. As I thought, it was you. Dragon God muttered after seeing Dragon Goddess Yao with his own eyes. Do you remember me? He asked, his voice emotional. I do, but I only regained my memories of the primal expanse recently, she responded in a nonchalant voice. Why are you in that state? Dragon God then asked. Dragon Goddess Yao remained silent. I never thought I would see you again, sister, Dragon God continued speaking. What? Yuan's eyes widened with shock after hearing the word, sister, come out of the Dragon God's mouth. Dragon God looked at him and smiled, yes, that's right. She's my sister, my twin sister. However, having said that, we were originally one being. Yuan wore a puzzled look on his face. We were the Dragon God, a single being. However, we eventually split into two, becoming two different individuals, he explained. How does something like that even work? Yuan asked. We were two souls born into a single body, so we don't share the same mind, the Dragon God further explained. Because of that, we were able to split ourselves into two and have our own bodies. However, in doing so, we also split our talents and prowess in half. Yuan was shocked by this information, as this meant that the Dragon God and Dragon Goddess Yao only had half of their original strength. Yet, they were still able to stand at the peak of their respective world. How powerful would they become if they returned to being a single being again? Would they surpass even the primal monarch? Yuan wondered as he glanced at the primal monarch. As if he could read Yuan's mind, the primal monarch said, no, they won't. I have defeated them even before they split into two. That was billions of years ago. Things might be different now. Dragon God rebuked. He then stopped paying attention to the primal monarch and returned to looking at Dragon Goddess Yao. Now that you've returned to the primal expanse, will you stay? I can help heal your damaged soul and restore your body, he asked. No, I still have unfulfilled business. Also, I left this place for a reason. I see, at least I got to see you again, as brief as it may be. Dragon Goddess Yao suddenly turned to look at Yuan, her gaze seemingly demanding something from him. How long do you plan on ignoring me? You should have regained most of your memories by now. Are you still going to act like you don't know why I am upset? She asked. Yuan suddenly became silent. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, they flickered with a profound light, and his entire demeanor shifted. It was as if a deep, ancient soul had awakened within him, transforming his presence entirely. I wasn't pretending, nor am I ignoring you. I just didn't want to bother you before I figured out how to make it up to you, Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. I'm sorry, Yao. Yuan dropped the formalities, calling her directly by her name. Humph, she sneered. What's your relationship with my sister? The Dragon God inquired as he stared at Yuan with raised eyebrows. She's my follower. Yuan stopped mid-sentence as Dragon Goddess Yao shot him a dangerous glare, her eyes warning him not to continue. Ahem. Yuan quickly cleared his throat before correcting himself, she's my lover. Hearing this unexpected answer, the Dragon God's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets from shock. The Dragon God turned to look at Dragon Goddess Yao for confirmation. Although Dragon Goddess Yao appeared nonchalant at a glance, her eyes flickered with delight. No way. The Dragon God could feel his knees weakening. He had never felt so weak and vulnerable before. How did it happen? He asked a moment later. Dragon Goddess Yao frowned and said, stop inquiring. It's none of your business, anyway. How can you say that to your twin brother? What if the two of you produce another dragon god's descendant? We may have split, but we're both still considered dragon god. Dragon goddess Yeo sneered, even if we do, it's still none of your business. The dragon god wore a shocked look on his face before asking in a trembling voice, Don't tell me, you already have a child. Dragon goddess Yeo's body trembled in anger. You're lucky I don't have a physical body to beat you up right now. She growled. The dragon god stopped joking and became serious. Speaking of your condition, what happened? Dragon goddess Yeo ignored him and looked at Yuan instead. Do you remember your last moments, how you died? She asked. Yuan closed his eyes and responded, not everything. It's still a little fuzzy, but I can make out the silhouette of several inhuman figures, and I was engaged in a fight with them. Then forget it. We can talk about this once you remember. You can't just tell me. If you want to risk your soul shattering, I don't mind telling you. Yuan's eyes widened at her words. Why would telling me have such a dangerous risk? There exists forbidden knowledge which could trigger something akin to a curse or heavenly law if you reveal them to someone who doesn't have the authority or capability to hear it, she explained. It's like teaching a mortal an immortal technique so profound that it overwhelms and collapses their mind. I see. Yuan muttered with a look of understanding. Well, I'll eventually remember. By the way, Yeo, what are you doing inside this soul weapon? He asked her next. And do you know what happened to the others? We were with you when you died. Some of us perished alongside you, but some survived. I barely survived with my soul. After escaping, I met with the dragon ancestor, who placed me inside this unoccupied soul weapon. Yuan clenched his fists after hearing that some of the 9 divine supremes had perished. Do you know who died and who survived? He asked. Dragon goddess Yeo pondered for a moment before responding, as far as I know, Crimson Terror, Heavenly White Tiger God, Divine Yin-Yang Crane, and the Shadow Dweller all perished. Right, that dumb pigeon, Feng Yumming, also died. Yuan's heart felt a squeezing pain after hearing that 5 of the 9 divine supremes had perished. Although Feng Yumming died, she'll eventually reincarnate. As for the others, I'm not so sure. It might be possible if their souls weren't destroyed during that battle. As for the Shadow Dweller, their race is a little unique, so I don't know what happened to her. About Xingrui. I know that she is currently drifting somewhere out there in the starry sky, probably starving and consuming stars like before. I need to find her as soon as possible. Yuan revealed what he knew about the Eater of Stars situation. If you can restore my body, I can look for her, Dragon Goddess Yeo said. Yuan turned to look at the dragon god and spoke, you said you can help her restore her body. How? I can create another body from scratch for her, but that will take time, especially if she wants it to be as strong as before, he said. How long, exactly? Hard to say, but it'll definitely take at least 100 million years. Yuan fell silent. There was no way he could wait that long. Do you have another idea? Yuan looked at Dragon Goddess Yeo. If you bring me back to my world, I will be able to create another body using the resources there, and it won't take more than a few years, she said. Where is your world? And why didn't you ask the dragon ancestor to bring you there before? Because he cannot access it. Only you and I have access. However, I am unable to access it in my current condition. Are you sure I'll be able to access it? I have been reincarnated. I'm sure. The key to my world is the 9 dragon symbols within your body. You have it, no? Yuan's eyes widened at her words and muttered, so you're the source of the 9 dragon symbols. Dragon Goddess Yeo suddenly frowned and angrily said, you don't remember? So you have no idea what the 9 dragon symbols represent? Sorry. I am still missing bits and pieces of my memories. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. After shouting bewilderedly, Dragon Goddess Yao abruptly returned to the Dragon God's vengeance. Wait. What about your world? Where can I find it? I don't remember. Yuan hastily asked. No response. Dragon Goddess Yao has returned to ignoring him. She's a handful, am I right? She was like that when we were a single being. I couldn't handle it, so I suggested we have our own bodies. The dragon god chuckled. Yuan merely showed a bittersweet smile. He didn't dare to respond to the dragon god, fearing it'd anger Dragon Goddess Yao even more. Anyway, it's about time I leave, Yuan said a moment later. What about your match with my eldest daughter? He inquired with raised eyebrows. I'll return for it once I deal with my business, Yuan said. Make sure you do. I don't want to see her going on a rampage when you don't show up, he said with a stiff smile. Can you bring me back to the Eternal Phoenix domain now? Yuan looked at the primal monarch. Eternal Phoenix domain? How are you related to those annoying birds? Dragon God inquired with a raised eyebrow. My companion is waiting for me there, he said. Does it have something to do with your wish? Yes. I need the treasure to get rid of her curse. Ah. Can you bring me back to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary first? I also have a friend waiting for me there. Yuan quickly said, nearly forgetting about Ingzi. The dragon god nodded. While he had problems with the Eternal Phoenix domain and Primordial Phoenix, he wasn't unreasonable enough to cause trouble for someone purely because they had connections to the phoenixes there. Yuan returned to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary shortly after. He was teleported directly to Ingzi's location. Congratulations on winning the Dragon God Festival, Ingzi said to him. Thank you. Look. It's the primal monarch's descendant. The nearby beings quickly noticed him and began gathering around him. We're going to return now, Yuan said to Ingzi. A rift appeared before them the next moment. Yuan and Ingzi stepped inside it, disappearing from the Divine Dragon Sanctuary. The others tried to follow, but the rift closed before anyone else could enter it. Meanwhile, when Yuan emerged from the other side, he was already inside the Primordial Phoenix's world. The place was initially empty, but a bewildered voice resounded shortly after they appeared. Seriously? You're just going to waltz into my personal world like that? The Primordial Phoenix appeared before them the next moment with a displeased expression on her face. That old booger sent me here when I told him I wanted to return. I never specified where, to. Yuan immediately expressed his innocence. However, the Primordial Phoenix was silent, and she was staring at him with a somewhat dumbfounded expression. You, what have you been doing for the last 2 years? The Primordial Phoenix asked, as she was greatly shocked by how much stronger he'd gotten in such a short time. He's essentially a different person. And he reeks of dragon scent even while in his human form. A lot has happened, but I will not get into it. Here, this is what you asked for. Yuan retrieved the sacred chalice of purification and showed it to her. Wow, you actually managed to acquire it. How did you do it? Do you know of the Dragon God Festival? I have heard about it. Something about the winner will have their wish granted by the Dragon God. Well, I won it and wished for the sacred chalice of purification. He gave her a brief explanation of how he acquired the treasure. Is that so? The Primordial Phoenix wasn't familiar with the specifics of the Dragon God Festival, but she had heard of its notorious difficulty. I heard that almost any wish could be granted. To think he'd use such a precious opportunity just to save my daughter. Primordial Phoenix looked at Yuan in a different light. She accepted the sacred chalice of purification and said, give me a month at most to remove the curse. Yuan nodded and said, I'll return to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary in the meantime. I still have some business left there. I'll be back after a week or so. Do whatever you want. Yuan returned to the Divine Dragon Sanctuary shortly after and waited for his appointment with Long Wuqing to arrive. As the days passed, beings from all over the Divine Dragon Sanctuary gathered around the endless arena to witness Yuan's fight with Long Wuqing. The dragon god even decided to broadcast it throughout the territory. Who do you think will win? Although the human has won the dragon god festival, he has almost no chance to defeat the unrivaled tyrant in an actual fight. The unrivaled tyrant is too overpowered. There's no way she'll lose to a human. I don't know about that. If you watched how he dealt with Hellfire Dragon, you wouldn't say that with such confidence. Even 100 Hellfire Dragons cannot compare to a single unrivaled tyrant. Time passed swiftly, and the moment for Yuan and Long Wuqing's highly anticipated match had finally arrived. Long Wuqing arrived in her petite human form, the one she saved Yuan in. Have you recovered? Yuan asked her. Yes, I have made a complete recovery, she calmly nodded. So, any rules before we begin, he continued. Since this is only a spar, I don't think we should seriously aim for each other's throat. Of course, accidents could happen, but that's different from purposefully aiming for the heart. Yuan nodded, I agree. I don't wish to turn this into a death match. Next, I will lower my cultivation to match yours. Long Wuqing lowered her cultivation to the perfect chaotic master. Do you have anything to add to the rules? She asked. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking, let's set the time limit to 7 days. Also, to make this more interesting, we'll each have 3 lives. How will that work? She raised an eyebrow. While I won't die even if you destroy my heart, we'll still consider that as a death, he explained. I see. I can do that, Long Wuqing responded confidently. In an instant, she summoned 3 thin barriers around her body, each one perfectly conforming to her figure, outlining her form with precision. Each barrier will represent 1 life. If you manage to destroy all 3 at once, I'll consider it my loss, she said. Whenever you're ready. Long Wuqing said a moment later. Yuan retrieved number 1 under heaven. Ready. The instant Yuan uttered those words, Long Wuqing opened her mouth and released a massive dragon's breath that completely engulfed Yuan's figure. The output and strength of her dragon's breath were at least 10 times stronger than the one Long Yejuan released while sparring with Yuan with his suppressed cultivation. Guess I wasn't completely ready, Yuan said after escaping the dragon's breath, but not before dying once to it. Hey, stop messing around and fight me seriously. You don't have the leisure to hold back against me. Just come at me with your full strength. Long Wuqing said to him with a disappointed frown on her face. This was the first time she faced an opponent who didn't immediately go all out against her. It was a weird feeling being on the receiving end since she would often be the one to hold back. Sorry, it's a bad habit of mine to slowly ramp things up as I get used to my opponent's strength. Yuan apologized. He was used to slowly increasing his strength to match his opponent so he wouldn't end the fight too quickly. However, Long Wuqing was an opponent who could easily fight someone several realms above her own strength, just like Yuan. That said, I can also say the same for you. Yuan said, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. He entered his dragon transformation and abruptly unleashed heaven-splitting sword strike on Long Wuqing, instantly engulfing her body. However, Long Wuqing didn't try to escape from his strike and stood still until the very end. Once heaven-splitting sword strike ended, Yuan could see that one of the 3 barriers around Long Wuqing was heavily cracked. You're right. I should probably heed my own advice. As an apology, I'll give you one of my lives. Long Wuqing swung her arm, destroying the cracked barrier. You really didn't need to do that. Well, it's done now, so there's no point lingering on it. Long Wuqing's aura suddenly intensified and began surging toward the clouds. Not only did she release her full presence, but she also transformed, causing iridescent, rainbow-colored scales to appear across her body, shimmering with powerful and otherworldly energy. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Long Wuqing, a sublime elemental dragon, the eldest of the dragon god's descendants. I am Yuan, a human. After their greeting, Yuan and Long Wuqing clashed with each other, their collusion sending powerful shockwaves in every direction. If the dragon god hadn't covered the endless arena with a barrier to prevent their destruction from spreading too far, the nearby beings would have been affected by the shock waves of their energy clashing. Although their cultivation was only at the perfect chaotic master, their prowess far exceeded their cultivation by several realms. In reality, they were displaying the strength of a perfect chaotic king, a power comparable to the divine ancestor realm in human cultivation. 9 Supreme Swords. 9 Dragons Purgatory. Immortal Rending Sword Strike. Tyrant's Grand Sunder. Yuan and Long Wuqing continued exchanging techniques for several hours without pause, each move met with equal skill and power, with neither gaining an advantage over the other. The onlookers were absolutely gobsmacked by the spectacle. None of them had ever seen Long Wuqing locked in a stalemate before, much less struggling to overpower her opponent. However, Yuan and Long Wuqing suddenly stopped moving after half a day of fighting. "Hey, what do you think?" Long Wuqing asked him with a suggestive smile on her face. "I think neither of us will be able to truly go all out because we don't want to kill each other." "That's obvious. I'm asking what you think about tossing that rule out of the window and we fight each other to the death, without actually fighting to the death." "I don't mind," he said. Then Long Wuqing removed the barriers around her and transformed again, entering her true dragon form, an iridescent-colored dragon with 6 beautiful wings on her back. To match her increased size, Yuan activated God of War's astral arts, enhancing its prowess with chaotic essence. "This is more like it. Ha ha ha." Long Wuqing laughed out loud as they resumed their fight. However, Yuan was not done yet, and he retrieved Dragon God's vengeance, wielding it in his left hand while using number 1 under heaven in his right. Long Wuqing narrowed her eyes at the Dragon God's vengeance, her instinct sensing something unpleasant about it. Yuan's eyes flickered viciously, and he suddenly lunged the Dragon God's vengeance at Long Wuqing. Long Wuqing's instincts warned her not to touch the spear, so she avoided it. Not giving her any time to breathe, Yuan attacked with number 1 under heaven next. Long Wuqing used her claws to block the strike, but even with her durable scales, Yuan was able to leave behind somewhat deep scratches on them. Unfortunately, that was the extent of the damage he could inflict on her, even with enhanced sword aura. As the fight continued, Long Wuqing began pushing Yuan back slowly but surely. If he hadn't received a boost in power from the Dragon God Festival, he wouldn't have been able to last more than 10 minutes against Long Wuqing. Suddenly, Yuan's eyes flickered. Dragon's Gaze. However, he didn't stop there and also used Immortal Monarch's Dominion at the same time. Halt. Although Yuan's efforts didn't stop Long Wuqing for even a second, they weren't in vain. He managed to make her flinch, distracting her for a split second. In that brief moment, he seized the opportunity and controlled the Dragon God's vengeance to strike her from behind. The Dragon God's vengeance barely penetrated her scales and drew a drop of blood from her. Dragon God suppression has activated. Target Long Wuqing has been sealed. Long Wuqing instantly felt something had changed within her, but she wasn't sure what. "What did you do just now?" she inquired. "It's nothing much. I just sealed your bloodline," he answered truthfully. "Oh, I see." Long Wuqing's bland response caused Yuan to raise an eyebrow. "That's all you have to say?" Long Wuqing chuckled and said, "Do you even know anything about my bloodline? It only helps my training, allowing me to master all elements with ease. Even if you seal it, it won't have any effect on my ability to fight, as my prowess does not come from my bloodline." Seriously? Yuan was dumbfounded by this revelation. "Honestly, even though I've suppressed my cultivation to match your cultivation, I still have a major advantage against you. Unlike others, I can only weaken my physique so much, not to mention the vast amount of chaotic essence within my body. Suppressing my cultivation doesn't make my chaotic essence magically disappear either," Long Wuqing said. However, Yuan smiled and said, "To be honest, I am still not going all out. It's hard to get rid of habits, unfortunately." As he finished his sentence, immense killing intent began oozing from Yuan's body, forming two beautiful red and black wings on his back. Although releasing his killing intent didn't directly enhance his power, it put him in the right mindset to fight seriously. My. That's some impressive bloodlust. How many people did you have to kill to build up such intense killing intent? Long Wuqing showed a somewhat nervous smile after sensing Yuan's killing intent. Despite her experience, she'd never felt such intense killing intent before. Who knows? Do you count every single ant you accidentally stepped on? Not only did Yuan's aura shift, but his entire demeanor transformed as well, becoming cold and emotionless, almost resembling that of a ruthless, crazed killer. Is that the real you? Long Wuqing asked out of curiosity. It's one of me. No matter how much killing intent you show off, it won't change the outcome, she said. A cold smile crept across Yuan's face as a mask resembling a dragon materialized, similar to the one Long Yejuan had worn during their battle. Its fierce design added an even more intimidating edge to his presence. True Dragon Awakening. Yuan's presence suddenly became several-fold stronger. Sha! A powerful black-colored sword light flashed when Yuan suddenly swung number one under heaven. The sword light struck Long Wuqing's leg, cutting through her scales and skin. Long Wuqing's eyes widened with surprise. To think you were still hiding this much power. You sly little bastard, she muttered in a cold voice. The true fight starts here, Wuqing. Yuan shouted as he lunged at her. Is that so? Long Wuqing's aura increased again right before they clashed. Just like Yuan, she hadn't gone all out until now. However, even when using all of her strength, Long Wuqing quickly realized that she was still falling behind Yuan, and it was not by a small margin. I am losing. This can't be happening. Long Wuqing clenched her jaws in frustration. Other than the dragon god, she had never lost to anyone, always dominating her opponents with overwhelming strength. Yet, she now found herself being pushed back by a mere human, something she had never thought was even possible. Azura's blade of execution. Yuan used his chaotic essence to enhance the technique, causing it to emit a vibrant purple aura that radiated with unfathomably destructive energy. Long Wuqing sensed her life being threatened for the first time in a long time when she saw the ominous-looking blade in the sky. However, her pride did not allow her to avoid this attack. Thus, she confronted it with dragon's breath. The Azura's blade of execution flew toward Long Wuqing with terrifying speed, effortlessly slicing through her dragon's breath as it made its way toward her. Upon realizing she couldn't stop the attack, Long Wuqing was forced to toss aside her pride and attempt to dodge the blade. However, it was a little too late. A massive wound opened up near her chest, but no blood emerged. With full control over her body, Long Wuqing used her chaotic essence to prevent any blood from leaking. What is this feeling? Even though I am losing and getting hurt, it doesn't feel that bad. Long Wuqing thought to herself as she quickly healed her wound. Still want to continue? Yuan asked her. Are you seriously asking me that? Once her wound healed, Long Wuqing charged at Yuan again. They continued fighting non-stop for the next several days. Every time Long Wuqing suffered damage, the strange sensation within her grew stronger, becoming more pronounced with each blow she endured. I can't believe it. The unrivaled tyrant is actually being tossed around by a human. Is it just me, or does she appear to be enjoying it? How is that possible? There's no way she'd enjoy losing when she's always been the one bullying others. She must be feeling humiliated. Is that so? Although a few onlookers pointed it out, nobody wanted to believe that Long Wuqing was enjoying her situation. After all, she was the unrivaled tyrant, the uncontrollable monster who has terrorized the divine dragon sanctuary for billions of years. More. Harder. I can't get enough of this feeling. Long Wuqing could no longer control herself and shouted loudly. Huh. The onlookers stared at her with bewildered looks. Who knew getting hurt would feel so good? Hurt me some more. Long Wuqing exclaimed, her expression a mixture of pleasure and pain. Yuan was taken aback by Long Wuqing's sudden shift in behavior, which messed with his momentum greatly. Although I've felt pain before, the pain you inflict is different. Long Wuqing continued. I can feel it down to my very bones every time your sword cuts my flesh. Long Wuqing's body could be seen visibly trembling. More. More. More, she shouted, chasing after Yuan, seemingly having lost all desire to continue the fight, driven by an insatiable urge instead. Yuan also lost his desire to continue fighting after seeing Long Wuqing in this state. He withdrew his weapons and undid his transformation. Let's end it here, he sighed. What? No. Let's fight a little longer, she exclaimed, sounding like a spoiled child who didn't want to leave the amusement park to go home yet. Yuan rubbed his eyes and said, we've been fighting for 9 days, so we already went over the time limit by 2 whole days. If you want to continue, you can find somebody else. I have other business to attend to. No. The others aren't capable of injuring me even if I matched their cultivation, and I am not the type to purposefully let someone beat me. Long Wuqing said, responding to his suggestion. Come on, let's fight for another week, even another day will be enough. Yuan shook his head and said, I have already lost all desire to fight. If you want to fight, we can do it another time. You promise? Yuan nodded, but he wasn't sure he would be able to fulfill this promise anytime soon. After all, he will be returning to the 9 heavens soon, and it might be a really long time before he visits the primal expanse again. Moreover, there was the possibility that he might never return. However, he had no intention of letting Long Wuqing know of this. She's someone who's lived for billions of years. I'm sure a few thousand, or even a few million years mean nothing to her. Yuan thought. As if to acknowledge their promise, Long Wuqing returned to her human form and stopped suppressing her cultivation. Right after she entered her human form, Long Wuqing approached Yuan and abruptly grasped his neck with her hand. What are you? Just as Yuan opened his mouth to speak, Long Wuqing suddenly pulled him toward her, pressing her lips firmly against his in a bold, unexpected move. Yuan didn't even bother trying to escape and accepted his fate because he knew that he wouldn't be able to escape Long Wuqing with her full cultivation even if he had access to heaven's supremacy. You have been marked by Long Wuqing. Marked? What is this? Yuan wondered inwardly after seeing this notification. I've just placed a mark on you, so I will know where you are at all times, she said after releasing him. Why do you want to know where I am at all times? He asked with raised eyebrows. Just in case, she calmly said. In case of what? Who knows, she shrugged. But why a kiss? I thought humans liked that sort of thing. Don't think too much about it. The mark won't harm you or affect you in any way, she reassured him. That's not why, forget it. Yuan realized it was pointless to argue with Long Wuqing. Anyway, I am going to leave now. Where are you going? She asked out of curiosity. Yuan didn't immediately respond as he pondered whether it would be a good idea to tell someone eccentric like Long Wuqing. He didn't mind telling the dragon god because he was confident the dragon god wouldn't do anything foolish. Long Wuqing, on the other hand, was almost impossible to predict. Seeing that Yuan remained silent, Long Wuqing smiled and said, Are you going to meet with a phoenix? Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, How can you tell? Before we fought, I noticed the lingering scent of a phoenix from you, she explained. After all, Yuan was just speaking with the primordial phoenix before he returned to the divine dragon sanctuary. I see. Yes, I am going to the eternal phoenix domain, he admitted, realizing there was no point in trying to hide it any longer. You hesitated to tell me at first because what? You thought I would do something to them? No, it's because I didn't know what you would do. That is my reason. Makes sense, and I don't blame you, she said and continued, while I have nothing against phoenixes, they definitely hate me. They would attack me on sight, regardless if I provoked them or not. Why? Yuan asked with a curious face. Because I killed a phoenix whose status is akin to one of the dragon god's descendants over there. She was the primordial phoenix's eldest child, who is also a primordial phoenix. What? Yuan's eyes widened with shock after learning this unexpected information. He could have never expected that it was Long Wuqing who caused Feng Yuxiang's death when she was still living in the primal expanse. She was one of the strongest opponents I've ever had. It happened very long ago, and I almost lost to her back then. Long Wuqing sighed as she recalled the fight in her mind. What led to your fighting? Yuan asked. Long Wuqing had to ponder for a moment before she could respond. Honestly, I don't remember, but it was probably over something silly. Is that so? Despite the fact that Long Wuqing had killed Feng Yuxiang in the past, Yuan felt no anger toward her, nor did he hold her accountable. After all, he hadn't been there when it happened, and for all he knew, it could have been Feng Yuxiang's fault. Phoenixes are naturally arrogant creatures and are often the aggressors. This was a fact that Yuan couldn't deny, as he'd also experienced their troublesome behavior firsthand as Tian. Sometime later, Yuan bid Long Wuqing farewell before returning to the Eternal Phoenix domain with Yingzi. If you don't come find me soon, I'll come find you. Long Wuqing warned him as he stepped into the rift. When Yuan returned to the Eternal Phoenix domain, he waited for the Primordial Phoenix to show up. 3 days later, another rift opened before Yuan. Enter. The Primordial Phoenix's voice resounded in his head. Yuan nodded and stepped into the rift, his heart pounding with excitement, as it has been a long time since he last saw or heard Feng Yuxiang's voice. Upon arriving in the Primordial Phoenix's world, the first thing Yuan noticed was the stunning woman standing beside the Primordial Phoenix. She had a tall, slender figure, silky red hair that flowed like flames, and glistening golden eyes that radiated a powerful yet graceful presence. However, she also appeared confused and slightly overwhelmed, like a patient who had just woken up from a years-long coma. Yuan's expression lit up after seeing her familiar face, and with a delighted smile, he called out, "Feng Feng." Hearing his voice, Feng Yuxiang swiftly turned to look at him. Her confused look instantly vanished after seeing his handsome face, and her expression became filled with relief and excitement. "Young master," she cried as she flew at him with her arms spread wide. "Young master." Feng Yuxiang cried her eyes out as she embraced Yuan. "I thought I'd never see you again." The moment her life flashed before her eyes during the heavenly tribulation was still fresh to her, almost as if it had just happened. Yuan patted her head and said, "I've missed you." He continued soothing her until Feng Yuxiang finally calmed down. The Primordial Phoenix watched them in silence. She'd also tried calming Feng Yuxiang after her revival but was unsuccessful. Feng Yuxiang only grew more confused and anxious as time passed, so the Primordial Phoenix gave up and decided to let Yuan see her. It was also a test of sorts for Yuan. She wanted to see how Feng Yuxiang reacted to his presence. As for the results, the Primordial Phoenix wasn't just surprised. She was absolutely gobsmacked by how different Feng Yuxiang had become, at least compared to the haughty daughter in her memories. "Young master, does this mean I am still alive?" "I thought I woke up in the underworld," Feng Yuxiang said after calming down. "Yes, you're still alive. It's going to take some time, but I'll explain the whole situation to you." Thus, Yuan began explaining to Feng Yuxiang about the primal expanse and how he'd got there. Once Feng Yuxiang understood the existence of the primal expanse, Yuan proceeded to explain the Nine Heavens' connection to the primal expanse and how some of the beasts from the Nine Heavens originated from the primal expanse. Next, he spoke of the Eternal Phoenix domain and how the Primordial Phoenix before them was her mother. "My mother?" Feng Yuxiang looked at the Primordial Phoenix with wide eyes. She'd always thought she came into existence naturally, so the sudden appearance of her mother came as a great shock to her. "So you don't have your memories? When did your last rebirth occur? When were you born?" the Primordial Phoenix asked. "A little over 100,000 years ago, I suppose." "So recently?" Primordial Phoenix sighed. Most phoenixes who have the ability to reincarnate tend to regain all of their memories after they reach 1,000,000 years old when they become adults, if not immediately after their rebirth. Give me some of your blood, the primordial phoenix requested a moment later. Feng Yuxiang turned to look at Yuan, almost as if asking for his permission or approval. Yuan nodded with a gentle smile. Feng Yuxiang proceeded to give several drops of her blood to the primordial phoenix, who immediately began examining her blood. Although we have lifted your curse, it still has some lingering effects due to how long it affected you. However, it should completely resolve itself soon. When that happens, you'll regain your strength, and your true bloodline will reveal itself. I see, thank you for removing my curse, Feng Yuxiang bowed to her respectfully. However, the primordial phoenix shook her head and said, I may have removed your curse, but it was mostly with the assistance of this treasure, which was obtained by your human friend there. Young master. Feng Yuxiang looked at him with sparkling eyes. He smiled and said, I'll tell you about it later since it's a long story. She nodded and then looked at the primordial phoenix. By the way, he's not a friend. He's my master, and I am his #1 loyal servant. The primordial phoenix's eyebrows began twitching uncontrollably after hearing such words. A servant, she muttered in a trembling voice, almost as if she was trying to suppress her anger. Ultimately, she failed, and after a moment of silence, the primordial phoenix erupted, unacceptable. No child of mine will be lowered to the status of a mere servant. That's not for you to decide. Feng Yuxiang rebuked. Yuan then spoke, Are you sure, Feng? Now that your curse has been lifted, you are essentially free to go, as we had initially agreed. I already told you that I want to follow you even after my curse is lifted. My mind hasn't changed even in the slightest. I will follow you until the end of time. Feng Yuxiang spoke in a stubborn voice, her face resolute. The primordial phoenix narrowed her eyes at Feng Yuxiang. Whatever. You'll definitely change your mind once you recover your memories, so it's only a matter of time anyway, she said a moment later. Feng Yuxiang didn't respond to the primordial phoenix's words. Instead, she looked at Yuan and asked, By the way, how long have I been asleep? It's been about 3 years, I guess. 3 years? Feng Yuxiang cried out loud. Where are you currently in the 9 heavens? Knowing how fast Yuan progressed, she wouldn't be surprised if he'd already reached the 7th heaven or above. We're only in the 4th heaven. I have spent the last 3 years in the primal expanse. While I could have left sooner, 2 years ago, I couldn't leave knowing you could be healed here. Young master. Feng Yuxiang began tearing up again. I'm so sorry. Because of my uselessness, I have become a burden and set you back 3 whole years. I've wasted 3 years of your precious life. Yuan wiped the tears off her face and smiled, That's nonsense. I'd spend 10 years here for you, let alone 3. Also, none of my time here was wasted. As a matter of fact, I think I have grown more here than I would have in the 9 heavens. There are many beings here that rival the Great One and the Dragon Ancestor, who are probably only found in the 9th heaven, and I am still a long way from reaching them. 3 years may seem like a lot at a glance, but considering how much Yuan has grown in the primal expanse, he probably need tens, if not hundreds, of years to achieve the same results in the 9 heavens. If you say so. Feng Yuxiang nodded, feeling much better knowing she didn't hinder Yuan's growth. By the way, how's she Meili? Did anything happen to her? She inquired a moment later. Don't worry, nothing happened to Meili. She endured her heavenly tribulation well. Yuan said. So I was the only one who ended up in such a pathetic state, huh? She sighed. Don't put yourself down so much. Your case is special. By the way, I met with Bai Shutao. Yuan suddenly said. You did? You didn't kill him, did you? She asked in a somewhat nervous tone. No, but I did punish him a little. I'll kill him later, when I visit the Heavenly White Tiger clan. Feng Yuxiang began pondering in silence. A moment later, she spoke, "Young master, if it's not too much to ask, can you let me deal with Bai Shutao? I want to be the one to punish him properly." Yuan nodded without hesitation, "If that's what you want. I won't touch him then." "Thank you, young master. By the way, didn't Xiaohua come with you to the primal expanse? Why is she so silent?" Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked. "Now that you mention it." Xiaohua had been oddly quiet for the past 2 years. "Xiaohua, are you okay?" he asked her. No response. Yuan frowned at this and said, "Give me a moment to check on her." He closed his eyes and entered his dantian through his consciousness. Inside, he could see a small figure hugging her knees and curled up in a ball as she floated around aimlessly. Yuan approached Xiaohua's figure, but he didn't bother her. "She's asleep. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with her, but something feels off," Yuan thought to himself. He continued to examine her condition without waking her up. However, a few minutes later, as if she sensed his presence, Xiaohua slowly began opening her eyes. "Brother Yuan," she looked at him with a dazed face, seemingly still half asleep. "Xiaohua. Are you okay?" She gave him a slow and weak nod, "I think so. It's just that I have been feeling extremely sleepy lately, and I cannot fight it. I don't know why. I have never felt like this before. Can I check your body?" Yuan asked with a worried face. "Yes." Yuan gently pressed his fingers against Xiaohua's wrist and used his spiritual energy to probe inside her body. Everything appeared healthy, she wasn't injured or ill. However, the flow of her qi was unusually slow, a condition typically seen when someone is in a weakened state, and their body is instinctively trying to conserve energy. Something is forcing her to conserve her qi, but what? Yuan was completely dumbfounded by her condition. He tried looking through the evil god's memories since he was related to the Azura clan. However, just like Tian Yi's life, there were bits and pieces missing. It doesn't seem to be hurting her now, but that could change in the future. I'll need to figure out the cause of her condition as soon as possible. Xiaohua, Feng Feng's revival was a success, so you can sleep peacefully and not worry about her. Yuan caressed her head in a gentle motion. Who is worried about that dumb pigeon? Xiaohua closed her eyes and fell asleep again. Yuan stared at her for a few more moments before leaving her alone and returning to the outside world. Something's wrong with Xiaohua, he explained the situation to Feng Yuxiang. What? What happened to her? I don't know, but she's in a state of spiritual energy conservation. Something is affecting her, but there's no telling what. Yuan turned to look at the primordial phoenix and asked her, "Can you take a look at my friend?" The primordial phoenix silently nodded. "Father, I would also like to borrow your knowledge," Yuan said out loud. "Your father?" Feng Yuxiang exclaimed, as she wasn't aware of the primal monarch's existence yet. "I'll explain it to you later," Yuan said. The primal monarch appeared a moment later, and Feng Yuxiang was shocked by how much he resembled Yuan. "No, it's more accurate to say he's young master when he was just a child," she cried inwardly. Yuan retrieved Xiaohua from his dantian and carried her in his arms as she slept soundly. "Ichem. I have never seen this condition before. I can sense a few curses on her, but they have no relationship with her condition," the primordial phoenix said. "By the way, you also had those curses, but they were dispelled alongside your other curse," she looked at Feng Yuxiang and said. "You must be talking about the Celestial Emperor's curse. They prohibit those with it to acknowledge certain information. To prevent the 9 heavens from questioning the existence of players from Earth, the Celestial Emperor had placed a curse on those below the 7th heaven." Huh. Now that I think about it, I never questioned it when the young master disappeared into thin air. Looking back, it felt like I was affected by an illusion. Feng Yuxiang said. The sacred chalice of purification not only removed the curse on Feng Yuxiang's bloodline, but it also lifted the Celestial Emperor's curse on her, allowing her to be conscious of players as people not from their world. I wonder if it'll get rid of the Celestial Emperor's curse on me. Yuan thought to himself. However, he was not in a hurry to remove the Celestial Emperor's curse, as it could attract the Celestial Emperor's attention. Moreover, the curse had almost no effect on him due to his inability to break through without advancing his physique first. Therefore, if he got rid of the Celestial Emperor's curse now, he'd only attract unwanted attention without any real benefits. This human girl, she's fighting with another soul. To be precise, her soul is fighting against itself. The primal monarch suddenly said. What? Yuan looked at him with a questioning face. The primal monarch continued, her soul contains two separate souls within. It's almost like the dragon god, who originally had two souls in one body. In her case, two souls inhabit a single soul and body, and they're subconsciously clashing with each other for control of the body. Two souls in one. Yuan quickly recalled the other personality Xiao Hua had revealed before. Now that you pointed it out, she really has two souls in one, and it's almost impossible to notice without looking into the depth of her soul. Even I missed it, after all. The primordial phoenix muttered in a slightly surprised voice, as she had never seen such a phenomenon before. Yuan recalled what Xiao Hua revealed to him and said, she said there was another personality sealed within her. Can a soul be sealed inside another soul? I don't know too much about humans, so I cannot tell you with certainty. Primal Monarch said. The primordial phoenix then said, this little human. I can sense the power of reincarnation from her, but it's not the natural kind. Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows and asked, what does that mean? For us phoenixes, we can reincarnate naturally without any external help, and will always remain as phoenixes no matter how many times we reincarnate. While humans also reincarnate naturally when they die, they will not reincarnate with the same identity, so they won't have the same bloodline or innate talents. However, this could still be achieved with the help of techniques and treasures. As for this little human, her reincarnation was forced, meaning she forcefully went through the process of reincarnation before her soul reached the river of rebirth, where all souls must enter before they can be reincarnated. Is that a bad thing? Yuan asked. The process itself may be unnatural, but there's nothing inherently negative about it. However, the same cannot be said about the techniques or treasures involved with her reincarnation. Such powerful treasures and techniques tend to have negative effects that could affect the individual in the future. Of course, I am not saying that this little human experienced something like that. I am just speaking in general. I see. Then, is there a way to stop them from fighting each other? The primal monarch then spoke, there are two ways. Since both souls are active, you can seal or completely destroy one of them. If there's only one soul, there won't be any fighting. No, that's out of the question. Yuan instantly refused that proposal. Then you can only separate the two souls and replicate what the dragon god did. That sounds good. Do you know how I can separate their souls? That is that tricky part. Their souls are so intertwined with each other that it'll be incredibly difficult to separate them perfectly, and any mistakes could lead to the destruction of one or both souls. Yuan frowned. I can't accept such risks. I have another option. If you find the source of her reincarnation, you might find some clues. If you cannot figure it out alone, you can bring her back here, and I might be able to do something about it. The primordial phoenix said. The source of her reincarnation, the Azura clan. Primordial realm. Yuan muttered to himself. He already planned on visiting the primordial realm, but Xiao Hua's condition made it a little more urgent. Yuan placed Xiao Hua back inside his dantian shortly later. Even if I want to bring her back here, it might be difficult for me to return. Yuan then said. I came to the primal expanse by accident, after all. In that case, I might be able to help, Ingzi suddenly spoke. Really? Yuan looked at her with intrigue. As a shadow dweller, I have the ability to mark shadows, allowing me to move from any shadow to them no matter the distance. However, I can only have one mark active at a time, and I currently have the hollowed expanse marked. I see, but in that case, you'll need to. Yes, I will need to be with you if I want to bring you back to the primal expanse. In other words, Ingzi needed to follow Yuan to the 9 heavens in order to bring him back to the primal expanse. Are you sure? Yuan asked her. She nodded. I can come back whenever I want, and I want to see the human world. Also, I still have lots to learn about humans. That world lacks chaotic essence, so you won't be able to cultivate or replenish the energy you exhaust. I don't mind. It's not like I am going to stay there forever, she said. Is that so? If that's your decision, I won't say anything else. Yuan nodded. Without saying another word, Ingzi turned into a black silhouette and entered Yuan's shadow, temporarily joining his team. Now that I have a method of returning to the primal expanse, I need to visit the primordial realm. Yuan clenched his fists with determination. Are you ready to return to your world? The primal monarch asked him. Yuan looked at Feng Yuxiang, who turned to look at the primordial phoenix. Let's have a proper conversation next time, mother. Feng Yuxiang said to her. The primordial phoenix calmly nodded, but her eyes flickered with joy. Feng Yuxiang entered Yuan's body the next moment. I am ready to return now, Yuan said a moment later. The primal monarch nodded and created a rift. Before you leave. The primal monarch stopped him as he took a step forward. However, the primal monarch didn't continue speaking, seemingly pondering about something. What is it? Yuan asked. Never mind. I will tell you when you return next time. It's still too early for you to know now, he eventually said. Yuan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. All right. Then, until next time, father. Yuan stepped into the rift and disappeared from the primal expanse. What were you trying to tell him? The primordial phoenix asked afterward. The primal monarch merely gave her a cold glance before disappearing without uttering a word. Humph. Finally, back to his usual self, huh? The primordial phoenix shook her head, not minding the primal monarch. After returning to the 9 heavens, Yuan found himself in an unfamiliar scenery. However, with the abundance of spiritual energy, he was, without doubt, back in the 9 heavens. Where am I? Yuan mumbled as he surveyed his surroundings. However, before he could really pay much attention to his surroundings, he noticed several announcements appearing in the sky almost simultaneously. Congratulations! Player Yuan has become the first player to learn a celestial rank technique. Congratulations! Player Yuan has become the first player to craft an Empyrean grade treasure. Congratulations! Player Yuan has become the first player to become a divine blacksmith. Congratulations! Player Yuan has become the first player to craft a celestial grade treasure. Congratulations! Player Yuan has become the first player to become a true divine blacksmith. The sky was bombarded with announcements related to the achievements Yuan had achieved in the primal expanse, just as Wang Shuiying speculated. Nearly every player in the 9 heavens was staring at the sky in shock at this moment, their eyes and mouths wide with disbelief and awe. Over 3 years have passed since Yuan disappeared from the 9 heavens, and the players have gotten used to playing Cultivation Online in peace without any commotions. In fact, except for a few players, the presence of player Yuan had diminished from their minds, becoming something akin to an urban legend. Due to his lack of presence, some even wondered if player Yuan had retired from Cultivation Online. However, this was just the beginning of the players' shock. Once they finally got past the name, Player Yuan, and began reading the rest of the announcement, their eyes popped out of their sockets, and their jaws fell to the ground. Celestial rank techniques. Crafting celestial grade treasures. How in the world? The top players have only just begun crafting Earth grade treasures. What the fuck has Player Yuan been up to? He disappears for 3 years and comes back with this bombshell. Wait a second. We've only progressed to the 4th heaven. How did he even acquire an endgame technique, much less craft them? Why did these announcements show up almost simultaneously? There's no way he achieved all of them back to back in such a short amount of time. The players were filled with questions. Some players were so shocked and distracted by these announcements that they died because they were in the middle of a battle when it happened. However, no matter how much they wanted answers, they realized they might never find out. Cultivation Online was a mysterious game with a ghost publisher. Unlike other games, nobody could get any help from the administration, so they were all on their own. Some players have tried seeking help from powerful cultivators because they believed the admins were disguised as NPCs. Unfortunately, none of their efforts resulted in anything. Most players have already accepted the phenomenon behind Cultivation Online and stopped questioning it, just like how the people of Nine Heavens don't question the existence of players. However, unbeknownst to the players and even Yuan, the announcements only appeared between the first heaven and sixth heaven, so the people in the seventh heaven and above were not aware of the players' activity. That being said, a single being above the seventh heaven was aware of their activity. Inside his private quarters, the Celestial Emperor stared at the recently made announcements with a profound expression on his face, and his brows furrowed in a worried manner. Player Yuan. I knew there was something different about you. To think you'd reincarnated in that abandoned world. I would have never guessed, he mumbled to himself. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and sighed, no, this isn't enough proof. There's a slim chance this player is not related to him, who am I kidding? Not even the most talented blacksmiths in the Nine Heavens could become a true divine blacksmith in such a short time. There's only one person who could achieve such a feat. The Celestial Emperor stood from his throne and walked to one of the open windows, staring at the world beneath him. You've finally returned, Shura's apostle, heaven refiner and the calamity who will destroy this world. The others may have failed, but I will stop you once and for all. For this is my duty as the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor clenched his fists, his eyes filled with rage and determination. The Celestial Emperor proceeded to summon the system and configure it. Block player Yuan from accessing the system. Confirm. Player Yuan has been blocked from accessing the system. If you cannot access Cultivation Online, you will be stuck in that world and won't be able to cause any trouble for me. The Celestial Emperor showed a satisfied smile on his face. However, just in case, I should send a few people to make sure he's gone from this world. The Celestial Emperor's figure disappeared the next moment. Meanwhile, in the fourth heaven, Yuan received several notifications that made him feel several emotions in quick succession. You have been blocked from the system. You no longer have access to Cultivation Online. Logging off. Ding. The Shura's system has detected unusual activities. Shura's system has been activated. You have been granted access to Shura's system. Shura's system has overridden Rashra's system. Attempting to log off. You are unable to log off. Yuan wore a bewildered expression on his face as he tried to comprehend the situation. My access to the system has been blocked. And Shura's system. Isn't that? Yuan swiftly comprehended the situation. The original system, the one used by every other player, was called the Rashra's system. However, his access to that system had been blocked. It was probably done by the Celestial Emperor because he saw my announcements. Noticing this, the Shura system, which was obviously related to Shura, the unknown entity who gave him the power of heaven's supremacy, activated, preventing him from losing access to Cultivation Online. However, log off. Yuan tried to log off. You are unable to log off. Shura's system does not support such function. I can't log off. You have to be fucking kidding me. Yuan cried out loud, his voice echoing in every direction. Although Yuan could no longer log off Cultivation Online, he quickly calmed himself down, as there were more important issues at hand. If the Celestial Emperor is aware of my presence, should I just remove his curse? He was slightly worried that the Celestial Emperor could track him through the curse. However, he didn't immediately use the sacred chalice of purification because there was an even higher chance the Celestial Emperor would realize he was still inside Cultivation Online if his curse was broken. No. I have never heard of any curses that can be used as a tracker. However, the caster can, more often than not, feel their curse being destroyed and track it back to where it had been destroyed. If he destroyed the Celestial Emperor's curse, there was a good chance the Celestial Emperor would send someone to check on the location and realize he was still in Cultivation Online. As of this moment, I need to move without alerting the Celestial Emperor, at least until I find and activate the Dragon Spiral Mountain in the 9 heavens and reconnect it with Earth. By first, I need to find Meishio and the others to let them know of my situation. Yuan scanned his surroundings with divine sense to better understand his location. However, he saw thousands of individuals flying toward him urgently, their faces filled with panic. In fact, tens of thousands of people in guard uniforms were already surrounding him. Yuan wore his mask and patiently waited for them to approach him since they didn't appear to be with the Celestial Emperor, as they lacked the cultivation and atmosphere. A few moments later, one of the guards, who appeared to be their leader, approached him. Although the guard appeared calm and fierce at a glance, his gaze was filled with worry and fear. I am the royal guard for the Ning family, surnamed Sao. May I request for your identity? The guard requested respectfully. Although Yuan was unaware, his presence right now was akin to Long Wuqing, absolutely tyrannical and overwhelming for those around him. In these people's eyes, Yuan was no different than a monster in human skin. Shao. My surname is Shao. Yuan said. Then, Senior Shao, what brought you to the Ning family's household? Are you here for the Ning family? Do you have an appointment with them? Guard Sao continued to ask. The Ning family was one of the most influential families in the 4th heaven. In fact, they were essentially royalty. Yuan had invaded their private space without warning, and his earlier shouting had alerted them. However, the guards didn't dare to do anything rash because of his presence. While his cultivation only appears to be in the spirit sovereign realm, his real cultivation is definitely much higher. He must be one of the envoys from the upper heavens, the guard swallowed nervously. Ning family. Sorry, but I didn't mean to intrude. I came here by accident. Do you know where the Grand Mystic sect is? I'll quickly be on my way. Ah, so you're with the Grand Mystic sect. No wonder you're emitting such an overwhelming presence, Senior Shao. The guards there sighed in relief after mistaking Yuan to be with the Grand Mystic sect. My presence? Yuan muttered. Young master, your presence right now is very overwhelming, strong enough to make those guards faint if they get any closer. Feng Yuxiang revealed his situation to him. Hearing this, Yuan looked at the guard in front of him, who appeared to be struggling to stay awake for some reason. Ah! He hastily suppressed his presence. I didn't mean to scare you with my presence. I apologize if I caused any trouble. No, it wasn't any trouble at all. We were just slightly alarmed by an unknown presence. That's all, Senior Shao. Guard Sao bowed. Anyways, about the direction of the Grand Mystic sect. The Grand Mystic sect is located on the other side of this world. However, if you're willing to wait a few days, they will be making their way to this location. Guard Sao said. Why? What's happening here? The Ning family hosts a worldwide tournament every 7 years to allow the younger generation to show off their talents. Most sects tend to send their most promising disciples, and the Grand Mystic sect is one of them. Of course, this tournament is open to individuals, so even those without any affiliation may participate. In fact, we have the highest number of participants this year. I see, Yuan said. He pondered inwardly, Meishio and the others should still be training with Kellen at the Grand Mystic sect, but there's a chance they might come here to participate. Waiting a few days won't hurt. I still need some time to study Shura's system, too. If Senior Shao would like, you can stay with the Ning family in the meantime. We'll show you to our royal guest room if you allow us. Yuan nodded, all right. I'll trouble you for a few days. It's an honor to serve you. Guard Cao led Yuan to their most luxurious guest room, usually reserved for the sect leaders of the three grand sects. Please make yourself at home for now. We'll be contacting you again shortly after speaking with His Majesty. Yuan nodded and waited in the room while Guard Cao notified the Ning family of the situation. Meanwhile, at the Grand Mystic Sect, a group of young men and women gathered in front of Kellen like a group of private soldiers. The Ning family will be hosting one of the biggest tournaments in a few days, where most of the top talents in the fourth heaven will participate. I want all of you to participate and show me the results of your training for the last 3 years. Whoever wins the tournament will receive a special reward. Whoever leaves the tournament first will be punished instead. Kellen said to Meishio and the others. He continued, and if nobody wins the tournament, I will subject all of you to hell. Understand? Yes. They all responded with excitement, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Have you guys received any news from Yuan recently? Kellen asked the demon sealing faction afterward. Everyone there turned to look at Meishio and Chu Liuxiang since they were usually the ones in contact with Yuan. No, I haven't heard from him. Meishio shook her head. Me neither, at least not after his last return. Did he say how long the Dragon God Festival would last? Kellen continued asking. No, he didn't. However, it probably shouldn't take that much longer, at least considering the type of trials he had to partake in. Yuan had mentioned the 3 trials to her before he returned to participate in the Dragon God Festival. I understand. Keep me updated. My superiors have been hounding me lately because of the lack of information. They're getting impatient, especially Celestial Overlord Su. A few days later, Kellen brought the demon sealing faction to the Ning family's location with the Grand Mystic Sect. Meanwhile, the head of the Ning family requested an audience with Yuan after Guard Cao explained the situation to him. My surname is Xiao. Yuan greeted a middle-aged man wearing a pair of golden robes as he sat on a majestic throne. I understand that you came here by accident, but we are delighted to serve someone from the upper heavens, Senior Xiao. If you need assistance during your stay, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you. I appreciate your hospitality. If you don't mind me asking, why did you come down to the fourth heaven? I'm supposed to look for someone, but we don't really have any information on him, so I am just wandering around for now. I see. What of the Grand Mystic Sect? What's your relationship with them? I have a few friends there. Since I am here, I might as well visit them. It's been many years, after all. Their conversation didn't last long, and Yuan returned to his room to study Shura system. Character status. Heaven Refiner. Cultivation, First Level Spirit Sovereign. Chaotic Dragon Core, Perfect Chaotic Master. That's it. Yuan was left speechless by how simple his new character status was. Moreover, his name had changed to Heaven Refiner for some reason. He retrieved a random item from his storage ring and inspected it. Poison Sac. Description: a rare item dropped by demonic spiders. It can be used to enchant weapons or used to create poison pills. The system was able to analyze items properly, which was good enough for Yuan. Poison Sac, huh? This was one of the first items I've gotten, but I never really found a good use for it. Now that I have upgraded the Starry Abyss to Baneful Abyss, this is essentially useless. Despite its uselessness, Yuan was reluctant to throw it away. He stored it back into his spatial ring shortly later and continued experimenting with the new system. As the tournament drew near, more and more people gathered at the Ning family's territory. A few hundred miles from the Ning family's household, a coliseum-like structure had been built specifically for the tournament, its grand design capable of holding the immense crowd that had arrived to witness the event. Senior Xiao, would you like to watch the tournament with the Ning family? His Majesty said he prepared a seat for you just in case. Guard Cao asked Yuan the day before the tournament. Yuan used his divine sense to sweep the crowd. A smile appeared on his face when he saw Meishio and the others. Sure, I'll watch. He nodded. On the day of the tournament, Yuan met up with the Ning family before they headed to the tournament. The Ning family consisted of Emperor Ning, his 4 wives, and their 21 children. Emperor Ning made his family introduce themselves to Yuan. Yuan introduced himself afterward. Senior Xiao, why are you wearing a mask? One of the younger children asked. I don't have any special reason. I just enjoy wearing masks. Yuan removed his mask to show them his handsome face. Naturally, it was disguised, as he'd consumed an appearance-altering pill before leaving the room. You must be very strong since you're from the upper heavens. How strong are you, Senior Xiao? Another asked out of curiosity. How strong, huh? Good question. I also don't know how strong I am right now since I have nothing to properly scale to. Can you destroy stars with your fists? Another child asked. I think I am still quite far away from accomplishing such feats, unfortunately. Okay, enough bothering Senior Xiao. We need to move out now, or we'll be late. Emperor Ning eventually stepped in to stop them. They were escorted to the tournament area shortly later by a group of powerful guards. Most of them were at the peak of the spirit enlightenment, with a few in the divine realm. When they arrived, they sat in the private seating area reserved only for the Ning family. However, they made an exception for Yuan and allowed him to sit with them. The rowdy crowd quickly became quiet when the Ning family arrived, and almost everyone there had their heads lowered toward their seating area. Kellen was one of the few individuals who didn't bow his head, as the Ning family was no different than an ordinary family in his eyes. He wasn't even paying attention to the Ning family at this moment but to the mysterious masked individual sitting with them. That man is formidable. Despite Yuan's efforts to suppress his presence, Kellen could instinctively sense that Yuan was a powerhouse. Hey, do you know the identity of that masked man with the Ning family? Kellen turned to ask Du Daomi, the sect leader of the Grand Mystic sect. No, I don't recognize him. However, to be able to sit with the Ning family, his background must be extraordinary, Du Daomi remarked thoughtfully. Is that so? Kellen continued to stare at Yuan. Noticing his gaze, Yuan confronted Kellen's gaze in a somewhat provocative manner. Interesting. An excited smile appeared on Kellen's face. Emperor Ning stood up and began his speech shortly after their arrival. My Ning family welcomes you all to this year's Tournament of Rising Stars, where those below the age of May 27 participate, regardless of your background or affiliation. Before I reveal the reward, allow me to explain the rules for this tournament first. First and foremost, each of you will be assigned an opponent who matches your age. As the tournament progresses and there are fewer participants, the age disparity will naturally widen. There is a protection formation around this arena, so you do not have to worry about accidentally being killed. However, your opponents may still forfeit. Once they forfeit, you are prohibited from attacking. If you damage your opponent after they forfeit, you will also be disqualified. Martial techniques that directly damage the soul are also strictly forbidden. If caught, you could be punished with death. Several rules later, Emperor Ning revealed the rewards. The winner of this year's tournament will be given an innate miracle pill. The onlookers and the participants gasped in shock after hearing the reward. An innate miracle pill could boost one's innate talents greatly and could turn an ordinary cultivator into a talented one. However, they are incredibly rare and priceless due to the exceedingly rare materials required to concoct them. Afterward, Emperor Ning said, before we begin the tournament, I would like to take a moment to introduce an esteemed guest to you all today. This is Senior Xiao, an envoy from the upper heavens. An envoy from the upper heavens. Kellen muttered to himself. Would you like to share a few words before we begin the tournament, Senior Xiao? Emperor Ning asked him. Yuan pondered for a moment before responding with a question, do you mind if I make this year's tournament a little more exciting? Oh. What do you have in mind? Emperor Ning's eyes flickered, his interest piqued. If you would allow me, I would like to give the top participants an opportunity to fight me. If they can defeat me, I'll give them a separate reward. That's, but with your cultivation. Emperor Ning hesitated to let someone as powerful as Yuan participate in a tournament meant for the younger generation. Yuan chuckled and said, "You probably won't believe me, but I actually qualify to participate in this tournament." "What? You're that young?" Emperor Ning's eyes widened with shock. He'd sensed Yuan's presence before, and it was absolutely terrifying. It was not something someone so young should have. For this young man to be this talented, he's most likely from the ninth heaven. Emperor Ning swallowed nervously. "Don't worry, I won't go too hard on them, and I'll put several restrictions upon myself," Yuan assured him. Emperor Ning pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, let's do it. It sounds entertaining, too." After receiving Emperor Ning's approval, Yuan stepped forward and spoke in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Naturally, he disguised his voice so Kellen and the others couldn't recognize him. "During this tournament, any participant in the top May 20th challenge me. My cultivation will be suppressed to the peak of Spirit Grandmaster. In fact, I qualify to participate in this tournament since I am under the age of 27. If you can defeat me, I will give you a Supreme Rank Technique or an Empyrean Grade Treasure." A Supreme Rank Technique and Empyrean Grade Treasures are typically only acquirable within the 7th heaven and above, so for it to be given as a reward in the 4th heaven was a once-in-a-life opportunity. Even Emperor Ning was shocked by the generous reward. However, despite the immense reward, every participant understood the challenge ahead. Simply making it into the top 20 was already an incredibly difficult journey, but defeating someone capable of casually offering such valuable rewards would be exponentially harder, even if that person suppressed his cultivation to the peak of Spirit Grandmaster. Ha! Spirit Grandmaster. Underestimating us will be his downfall. That reward will be mine. Wang Ming rubbed his hands like he had already won. Seeing this, Kellen glanced at him and sneered, "You're the one who's underestimating him. That man is formidable and unfathomably dangerous. If I were to suppress my cultivation to his level, even I don't dare say I am confident in beating him." "What? Seriously?" The Demon Sealing faction members looked at him with wide eyes. They couldn't imagine Kellen losing to anyone, not even to Yuan. What about his cultivation of Spirit Sovereign? Is it his real cultivation? Wang Bingbing asked. "It appears to be his real cultivation, but I am sensing another power inside him, and it's unlike anything I've seen before." "It's chaotic and destructive," said Kellen. "I guess there's always a bigger fish, especially in the upper heavens. Yuan might finally have some competition later." Shi Lang chuckled. "All right, I have decided." Kellen suddenly said, "All of you will challenge that man from the upper heavens. If any of you win, I will give you a special reward that would make even my own disciples jealous." "What about the tournament?" Hong Xiuquan asked. "Forget about it. I brought you here to evaluate your progress and limitations, but after seeing the participants, I have no doubt you'll rise to the top with ease. However, that man is a different story. You'll be able to truly test your limits with him." Sometime later, the tournament officially began. "I'll be right back," Mei Xiu said shortly after the tournament began. "Checking on Yuan?" Chu Liuxiang asked. She nodded. "He appeared in the announcements, so I thought he came back. However, he hasn't logged off yet, so maybe he's still in the primal expanse. The announcements were probably just delayed because he's so far away." "Probably. It won't take long." She logged off the next moment. Once she returned to Earth and saw Yuan sleeping peacefully, she caressed his face and gave him a gentle kiss before returning to Cultivation Online. "Not yet?" Chu Liuxiang asked. "No." Mei Xiu shook her head. Once the tournament officially began, 100 pairs of participants entered their individual platform. Since there were tens of thousands of participants, it'd take weeks if not months to finish the tournament if they did one match at a time. None of the demon sealing faction members were chosen for the first session, so they merely stood in their area and waited for their turn. A few of them were staring at Yuan, trying to analyze him. Li Jinsi had the most intense gaze, but it was not because she recognized Yuan. Why am I getting this weird feeling in my gut when looking at that person, she wondered inwardly. It was an inexplicable feeling she was not familiar with. She wondered if this feeling was a natural desire to battle someone strong or something else entirely different. Burning Lotus Sword Art. A handsome young man with black and red hair unleashed a powerful and dazzling sword technique, instantly catching the spectators' attention. That must be Xing Chen, the #1 disciple of the Burning Lotus Sword sect. His sword art is as grand and powerful as they claim. He definitely deserves the title Sword That Burns All. Several platforms away, a beautiful young lady wielded a green fan as she leaped around the platform with graceful movements, resembling a dancer. Fairy Ling is as beautiful as ever. I'd climb 1,000 mountains just to have a glance of her beauty. Although many participants were disciples of sects, the majority hailed from prominent clans and families that spanned across the fourth heaven. While these individuals might also be disciples of various sects, they were here primarily representing their families, promoting the strength and pride of their bloodlines. The rest of the participants were rogue cultivators, and a sizable portion of them stood out from the rest, mostly because of their demeanor and attitude towards the tournament. Damn! This event is too difficult. Who could possibly win this? A specific individual shouted after losing to his opponent. There were other players besides the demon sealing faction present at the tournament. Whether they were qualified to even participate or not was a different story. 3 years may not seem like a significant amount of time to those born in the cultivation world, but for those from Earth, 3 years was a substantial period. In that time, the entire Cultivation Online player base made remarkable progress in their cultivation, advancing far beyond what even talented people born in the 9 heavens could achieve. While not every player had made significant progress, this was largely because not everyone pursued advancement with the same level of effort or determination. However, those who did dedicate themselves to improving had risen far beyond what individuals of the same caliber, born in the 9 heavens, could typically achieve. In other words, even those players with average talents were able to surpass the talented natives of the 9 heavens, thanks to the system's assistance. The system provided the players with advantages that allowed for faster growth and cultivation progress in ways that natural talent alone could not. However, in the eyes of the natives of the 9 heavens, the players simply appeared to be extraordinary geniuses. Even if some sensed that something was unusual, the Celestial Emperor's curse worked its magic, making the players' presence and achievements seem completely normal. As for the participants present at the tournament, they ranged in age significantly. There were competitors as young as 10 years old and others as old as 27, just barely hitting the upper age limit for participation. That said, none of the younger participants expected to win. They were only there for the experience and to show off their talents so others could pay attention to them in the future. This is also why there was typically only a single reward for the tournament, and it was usually not as grand as the innate miracle pill. This made Emperor Ning's announcement all the more shocking to the participants, as such a valuable prize far exceeded their expectations. Winner, Xing Chen. One of the judges there suddenly announced. Once a match ended, the winner was granted a recovery pill to help them recover their exhausted cultivation for the next fight, but they wouldn't fight immediately. Whenever a stage is available, the next pair would immediately be called to it. Since the platforms were protected by restoration formations, any damage done to them would repair itself. An hour later, Shimurong was the first member of the demon sealing faction to be called onto the stage. "I'll be right back," he said to them before walking to the stage in calm steps. Shimurong's opponent had arrived on the stage before him. 7th level Spirit Emperor, huh? Shimurong smiled inwardly. "I'll give you a chance to forfeit," Shimurong said to his opponent as he released his cultivation at the 3rd level of Spirit Enlightenment. In just 3 short years, Shimurong had progressed all the way to Spirit Enlightenment. It wasn't just Shimurong, however. Every member of the demon sealing faction had managed to enter spirit enlightenment. As a matter of fact, it didn't even take them 3 years. They'd spent the first 2 years improving their foundations and the last year increasing their cultivation. Naturally, this wasn't solely due to the system. Kellen had also provided them with numerous treasures that, while priceless in the fourth heaven, were abundant in his realm. This is one of the many reasons people seek favor with those from the upper heavens, as what is considered trash in the higher realms is often regarded as treasure in the lower heavens. Spirit enlightenment. Who could have anticipated such a genius would show up in this tournament? That senior from the upper heavens must be kicking himself now. There's no way he could bridge the gap between Spirit Grandmaster and Spirit Enlightenment, regardless of where he's from. The spectators were shocked by the presence of a Spirit Enlightenment cultivator since the majority of the other participants were below Spirit King, with a few at Spirit Sovereign. Spirit Enlightenment, huh? They're grown. Yuan muttered with a smile behind his mask. The demon sealing faction had not only caught up to his cultivation but even surpassed him. Naturally, whether they could hold a candle against him in prowess was an entirely different story. Shimurong's opponent swallowed nervously after realizing he was at Spirit Enlightenment. However, the young man didn't forfeit and stepped forward. So what if you're at Spirit Enlightenment? I'd never forfeit. Is that so? Shimurong muttered as he retrieved a spirit-grade dagger. One of the rules in the tournament forbade the participants from using treasures above spirit grade, as that would defeat the purpose of the tournament. They were supposed to show off their talents, not their wealth, after all. The only reason there was no restriction on their cultivation was simply because one's cultivation was considered a talent. Shimurong's opponent retrieved a spirit-grade sword, and they started fighting shortly after. The spectators expected Shimurong to completely dominate his opponent right as the fight began, but he diverted their expectations when he started messing around with his opponent. However, that is not to say he was playing around. Instead, he was purposefully matching his opponent's speed and strength. Who is that young man at the Spirit Enlightenment? I don't recognize him. Emperor Ning asked Guard Cao, who was guarding their area with several other powerful guards. Guard Cao retrieved a jade slip that had the information on all participants and said, "His name is Shimurong. We don't have much information on him, but he's been training with a high-ranking member of the Celestial Overlords at the Grand Mystic Sect for the past few years." What? Someone from the Celestial Overlords is in the fourth heaven? Are they here right now? Emperor Ning stood up in shock after hearing this information. The Celestial Overlords are big shots in the upper heavens, much less the fourth heaven. Even royalty like Emperor Ning have to lower their head when speaking to them. Yes, he came here with the sect leader of the Grand Mystic Sect. You idiot. Why didn't anyone notify me? We should have invited them to sit with us the moment we learned of their presence. Do you have any idea how bad this looks on us? Emperor Ning shouted angrily, causing heads to turn in their direction. I also wasn't aware until I saw the information just now. I'll go invite him right now. Guard Cao lowered his head and left the next moment. Once Guard Cao left, Emperor Ning looked at Yuan and sighed, "I apologize for that, Senior Xiao. Do you know of the Celestial Overlords?" "Of course, I do." "Who hasn't heard of them in the upper heavens?" he calmly replied. "Ah, I just realized how foolish my question was." Emperor Ning rubbed his chin in an embarrassed manner. Meanwhile, Guard Cao approached the sect leader of the Grand Mystic Sect and asked him, "Senior Du, we've just received news that a member of the Celestial Overlords came to the tournament with your Grand Mystic Sect. Do you know where this esteemed guest is right now?" Without uttering a word, Du Daomi shifted his gaze to look at Kellen, who was standing right beside him. Seeing this, Guard Cao immediately understood the situation and recognized Kellen as someone from the Celestial Overlords. While Kellen's presence was suppressed, there was no way to conceal the immense aura his body naturally exuded. Even an ignorant child could tell he was a powerful expert at a glance. Esteemed guest from the Celestial Overlords. His Majesty, Emperor Ning, respectfully requested your presence at his humble booth with his family, if you don't mind. Kellen looked at the location where the Ning family was spectating from, but his gaze wasn't directed at Emperor Ning. Instead, they were staring at Yuan. Sure, he said with an excited smile. Thank you. Please follow me. Kellen looked at the others and said, I'll be gone for a bit. He followed guard Cao to the Ning family's booth. When Kellen arrived, Emperor Ning got back on his feet and immediately apologized. I would like to extend my deepest apology for the late invitation, esteemed guest. I wasn't notified of your presence until just now. It's fine. How should we address you, esteemed guest? Kellen. Kellen. Commander Kellen. The god of physiques. Emperor Ning almost couldn't believe his ears after hearing Kellen's name and recognizing it. That's right. There's no need to act so formally. Although I accepted your invitation, it wasn't because of the Ning family, Kellen said as his gaze shifted to Yuan, who was calmly viewing the matches, completely ignoring Kellen. Not a single reaction even after learning of my identity, huh? Kellen smiled inwardly. Emperor Ning instantly realized what Kellen was trying to tell him and didn't try to prolong the conversation, fearing it might annoy Kellen. I understand. Then I won't bother you. If you need anything, just let me know. Kellen grabbed the chair that had just been placed beside Emperor Ning's seat and moved it directly beside Yuan. Kellen sat down with a loud thud, and his aura immediately began clashing with Yuan's intensely. The air between them grew thick with tension, and the atmosphere in the booth turned chilling. Emperor Ning and his family instinctively moved their seats away from Kellen and Yuan. They feared for their lives, but none of them dared to utter any complaints. The two of them remained silent for several minutes until Kellen broke the silence. So, where are you from? A place far away from here, Yuan responded nonchalantly. Do you really qualify for this tournament? Of course. Do you think I am lying? Kellen turned his head to look at Yuan. Yuan did the same. Although his eyes were hidden by his mask, their gaze confronted each other with intensity that matched their auras. Feeling Yuan's gaze through his mask, Kellen smiled and said, You wanna spar later? I'll match your cultivation. Do you always ask strangers to spar with you? Yuan asked. Only if they make the hair on my skin tingle. Yuan chuckled, I'll think about it. What's there to think about? I can tell you're someone who craves a good battle just as much as I do. Moreover, your physique. Kellen's gaze lowered to look at Yuan's physique. His clothes and boots are both celestial-grade treasures. Either his family or sect spoiled him, understandably so. This young man is not even 28 years old, and his aura is already this overwhelming. His cultivation is also deceptively low. There's no doubt he can fight someone several realms above his own. Yuan may be a monster, but this guy is on a whole different level. Kellen compared Yuan to the mysterious monster before him. Although Yuan was wearing clothes that covered most of his skin, Kellen could still tell that he had a powerful physique. You're a body refiner like me, aren't you? Kellen asked. I do temper my body whenever I get the chance, but I cannot say that I am strictly a body refiner. Yuan shook his head. That's absolute nonsense. Even gifted and hardcore body refiners in the ninth heaven will have difficulties achieving your level at your age. Kellen did not believe Yuan in the slightest. My level? What do you think my level is? I can't say for certain without exchanging a few punches with you, but it's definitely as extraordinary as that ominous energy inside your body. Oh. He can sense my chaotic essence even though I hit it to the best of my abilities. Yuan was slightly surprised. Although Kellen could sense something ominous inside Yuan, it was just a feeling, and he had no idea what it was. Yuan's gaze suddenly turned to look at the members of the Demon Sealing faction and asked, Those children are yours? Kellen shook his head and said, No, not really. I am just training them. They're not really my disciple. They're not your disciples, but you're still willing to train them? I didn't know the celestial overlords were this generous. It's complicated, and I don't know about the others, but I don't mind training strangers as long as they show promise and determination. Are you confident they'll be able to reach the top 20? Yuan asked. Of course. I have confidence that they'll dominate the whole tournament and reach the top 20, unless they start fighting each other. However, one of them will definitely win the tournament. Kellen spoke in a proud manner, as if he was speaking of his own children. I see. Then how about this? If one of them manages to defeat me, I'll spar with you. Kellen didn't immediately respond because even he wasn't confident they could beat him while his cultivation was suppressed to Spirit Grandmaster. No. I need to have some trust in them, especially that little monster who might one day rival Yuan. I don't believe they won't be able to defeat a Spirit Grandmaster, even if their opponent is a prodigy from the upper heavens. Kellen thought to himself, shaking away his doubt. All right, he said a moment later. Very well. Yuan didn't say anything else and returned to watching the tournament. I'll be back, Kellen said before flying back to the others directly from the booth. What did you talk to him about? Li Jinsi asked, her face filled with curiosity. That man is much more powerful than I'd anticipated, but that doesn't mean you have no chance of winning. He'll be suppressed to Spirit Grandmaster. If you guys, who are also able to defeat those above your own realm, cannot defeat someone at his level. Forget it. Anyway, you need to defeat him no matter what, you hear me? Otherwise, I'll force all of you to endure a whole year of hell that would make even the disciples of my sect wish for death, regardless if Yuan has returned or not. The members of the Demon Sealing faction swallowed nervously upon seeing Kellen's serious expression. Although Kellen hadn't mentioned anything about his spar with Yuan, they could instinctively sense that something significant was on the line. If you compare him to Yuan, how would you? Shi Mei suddenly asked. Kellen interrupted before she could even finish her sentence. Yuan is very talented, probably one of the most talented individuals I know, but this man is on another level. I don't want to pat my own butt, but I am very confident in my ability to assess people's abilities with a glance. How big is their disparity, in your opinion? Li Jinsi asked. Kellen pondered for a moment before responding. If Yuan was at the Spirit Sovereign realm, he'd probably be able to defeat someone at the Divine Emperor realm, even the Divine Sovereign realm with some difficulty. However, that man will be able to defeat someone in the Immortal Ascension realm. The difference between Divine Sovereign, Divine Ancestor, and Immortal Ascension is unfathomably vast. Of course, this is just an estimate since I haven't fought him. For all we know, he could be weaker, or even stronger. Man, it's really hard to believe that someone out there could outclass Yuan to such an extent. Is this what it feels like to be a frog in a well? I never thought I'd see the day, but alas. Hong Xiuchuan sighed. Hey. Why are you suddenly acting like Yuan is no longer relevant? We're still talking about Yuan in the past. Who knows how much he's improved in the last 3 years? Chu Liuxiang suddenly spoke up with a frown on her face. Calm down, Sister Chu. We're not looking down on Yuan. He's still a monster. We're just surprised that someone is even more monstrous than him. Wu Zhao said. However, what Sister Chu said has merit. We haven't seen Yuan in 3 years, so we cannot compare them in a fair manner. However, we can all agree that the Yuan 3 years ago would lose to this powerhouse, right? I'll withhold my opinion until I fight that man. Li Jinsi said. Me too. Wang Xiuying agreed. At the same time, Feng Yuxiang asked Yuan about Kellen, who was that man? And why is he training Meishio and the others? Yuan smiled and said, let me explain. It's a long story, though. Fortunately, we have plenty of time. Heavens, a lot has happened since I went to sleep. Feng Yuxiang couldn't believe how much had happened in such a short amount of time. Thank the heavens I woke up this soon. If I had slept any longer. Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously. She could imagine sleeping for a decade and waking up to Yuan already achieving immortality. Just the thought of missing Yuan's growth gave Feng Yuxiang a sense of dread. So, when do you plan on letting them know your true identity? Feng Yuxiang asked Yuan a few moments later. I don't, Yuan said with a smile. Huh? Feng Yuxiang muttered in a surprised voice. Now that I am hunted by the Celestial Emperor, I need to keep Yuan away from them. I could be endangering them just by being near them. Of course, that's not to say I'll keep my identity a secret forever. Once the tournament is finished, I'll find a way to tell them. Then why stay here at all? Wouldn't it be better if you just left and never interact with them? Feng Yuxiang asked. I thought of that, but with so many people from the upper heavens coming down to the lower heavens, my identity won't raise any suspicions. There'll also be many witnesses who will have seen us acting like strangers to each other. I see what you're trying to do. Fooling your own allies to fool your enemy, huh? Yes, but I will also admit that I want to see how much they've grown, even if it's a little risky. They wouldn't fight me with the same intensity if they knew my identity, after all. Sometime later, Kellen returned to the booth. By the way, I never got your name. Surname Shao. Surname? You can't tell me your full name? Kellen raised an eyebrow. My background is a bit unique. I am not allowed to disclose my true identity carelessly. Ah, so you're from one of those families, huh? Kellen nodded his head as if he understood. Hidden families were not uncommon in the 9 heavens, particularly in the upper heavens. These families were known for keeping their backgrounds, techniques, and talents as secretive as possible, rarely revealing their true strength or lineage to the outside world. Their reasons for doing so also varied from family to family, so they were typically shrouded in mystery. So he's from a hidden family. No wonder why I have never heard of him. Kellen thought to himself, and he wondered how many more monsters like Yuan were hidden from the rest of the world, growing in secrecy. Sometime later, Shimurong finally defeated his opponent after messing around for many minutes. As time passed, more and more members of the Demon Sealing faction entered the stage. Their unusual background and high cultivation base attracted a lot of attention from the other sects. Heavens! They have another at the Spirit Enlightenment, and he's even at the 5th level. They are standing with the Grand Mystic sect. Are they disciples? How come I don't recognize any of them? Just where in heaven's name are they finding so many monstrous talents? Finding a single one of them every 1,000 years would already be considered a miracle, yet there's a dozen of them together at this moment. Ah, I know about them. I heard this from a disciple of the Grand Mystic sect, and they're apparently being trained by someone from the Celestial Overlords. They're also not disciples of the Grand Mystic sect. What? Someone from the Celestial Overlords is here in the 4th heavens? My God! No wonder. This explains everything. Information of the Demon Sealing faction being related to the Celestial Overlords quickly spread throughout the spectators' area, shocking everyone. Several hours later, 2 members of the Demon Sealing faction had been matched against each other. What a coincidence, Sister Wang, Hong Xiuqian said, pressing his fists together, the steel gauntlets on his hands gleaming as he stared intently at his opponent, Wang Bingbing. Do you remember the last time we fought each other in an official competition? He asked. Yes, I do. Wang Bingbing calmly responded, recalling their fight during the spirit competition at the Jaded Garden. Then you also remember being defeated by me, right? Yes, I remember barely losing to you. However, things are different now. Are they, really? We both trained under the same teacher. Humph. Enough talking. I will show you the difference right now. Wang Bingbing raised her sword, enveloping it with a sharp aura. Sword aura. That young lady knows sword aura at such a young age. The audience gasped in shock. Hong Xiuqian remained unfazed by her sword aura, knowing it wasn't a secret. He calmly bashed his gauntlets together, and a silver aura appeared around them a moment later, emitting a destructive aura. That young man also achieved divine fist manifestation. While masters of sharp weapons could achieve an aura, such as sword aura or spear aura, those who rely on their fists can achieve divine fist manifestation. This concept is similar to sword aura, but instead of enhancing sharpness, its power lies in its overwhelming destructive force, amplifying the raw strength of every blow. Not only can divine fist manifestation block weapon auras, but they are also just as difficult to cultivate and train as weapon auras. Wang Bingbing and Hong Xiuqian clashed with each other a moment later. When their sword aura and divine fist manifestation collided, a powerful ripple swept the arena, disturbing the nearby fights. While every platform had formations in place to prevent projectiles and debris from flying outside and harming the spectators or other participants, these formations did not block the ripples of energy created when two powerful forces clashed. Wang Bingbing went on the offensive while Hong Xiuqian played defense, repeating their match during the spirit competition, almost as if they were trying to prove something to each other. But compared to their fight previously, they were both incomparably stronger with much more fighting experience. What a fierce battle. It's like they're really trying to kill each other. The spectators were shocked by how intensely Hong Xiuqian and Wang Bingbing were going at each other's throats, almost as if they were before their archenemies. As for the match itself, Hong Xiuqian was successfully blocking all of Wang Bingbing's sword strikes. Moreover, his fists were still in great condition, unlike their previous match, where his fists would be bruised by the end. As for Wang Bingbing, each of her sword strikes struck exactly where she wanted with deadly precision, and she had almost no wasteful movement. They're incomparably stronger than before, and they are still hiding their true strength. Yuan smiled inwardly, wondering if they were hiding their true strength because of him. Sister Wang, I have a better chance of defeating that man. Stop this pointless struggle, and just let me win. Are you seriously saying that? Wang Bingbing suddenly became even more aggressive, and her aura soared, clearly angry at Hong Xiuqian's words. Hong Xiuqian was slightly taken aback and started getting pushed back. Damn, she's starting to use her real strength. Hong Xiuqian clenched his jaw and started fighting more seriously, too. While they continued fighting, another member of the demon ceiling faction was called to the stage. A beautiful woman with a stern expression walked onto the stage. Her opponent, who was only a spirit king, began trembling in fear after sensing her cultivation. Peak of spirit enlightenment. Li Jinxi's overwhelming presence on the stage affected not just her opponent but even those around her, including those in the audience. Are you ready to fight? The judge for their match asked. Li Jinxi silently nodded. It took a moment for her opponent to respond. After swallowing nervously, he said, "Are ready. Then let the fight begin." The instant the match began, Li Jinxi's figure disappeared from her spot. Ack! Her opponent cried out in pain and was sent flying outside the stage a split second later. Li Jinxi had defeated her opponent in a single move not even a second after the match began, and she used nothing but her own fists. Winner, Li Jinxi. Once the match ended, the judge offered Li Jinxi a recovery pill, but she outright refused it and left the stage. Heavens! What a domineering beauty! To be at the peak of the spirit enlightenment at her age, her potential is massive. Ha ha ha! That young man from the upper heavens must be sweating by now. I cannot imagine a spirit grandmaster defeating someone at the peak of spirit enlightenment, regardless of their background. Sometime later, Meishio entered the stage with a spirit-grade bow. However, she didn't have any arrows on her, and her bow also lacked the bowstring that traditional bows have, resembling that of an incomplete bow. Her opponent was a young woman at the third level of the spirit sovereign realm who belonged to one of the three grand sects, the Grand Spring sect. Please go easy on me, said her opponent. Meishio silently nodded. Once the match began, the Grand Spring sect disciple raised her sword in a defensive manner while Meishio's aura skyrocketed, wrapping itself around the bow in her grasp and creating a bowstring. By the time Meishio raised her bow, an arrow made entirely of her aura was already prepared to launch from the bow. The Grand Spring sect disciple instinctively knew that she was incapable of blocking Meishio's attack and immediately switched from defensive to trying to avoid the attack entirely. The arrow flew from the bow a moment later and barely missed the Grand Spring sect. However, right as the disciple sighed in relief inwardly, she felt something strike her from the back. What? The arrow that had missed her initially had suddenly turned around, and in that instant, she felt as though a massive hole had been torn through her stomach. However, when she looked down, she saw no injury on her body. The formation had activated, sparing her life. It's my loss. The disciple sighed in a disappointed manner as she placed a hand on where Meishio had struck her. As a core disciple of the Grand Spring sect, she thought she would, at the very least, achieve the top 10. However, she had gotten incredibly unlucky and got matched with someone an entire realm above her for her first match. I couldn't even show off a single technique before I was defeated. This is so embarrassing. The disciple left the stage with her head lowered. Chu Liuxiang was next, and she also defeated her opponent in a single attack by blasting them away with an unavoidable ice technique that covered the entire stage. Sometime later, Wang Bingbing and Hong Xiuqian's match finally concluded. Winner, Wang Bingbing. The judge announced. Wang Bingbing had managed to defeat Hong Xiuqian after a long and arduous battle where neither of them was able to overpower the other for hours until Hong Xiuqian made a mistake from exhaustion, one that Wang Bingbing took advantage of and came out on top. The spectators cheered madly, causing the whole place to rumble with excitement. This year's tournament is really exciting. One of Emperor Ning's children said as he clapped. Father, do you think it's possible to meet them after the tournament? I would love to have a word with that beauty with the bow. One of the older children asked, his gaze filled with adoration. Before Emperor Ning could even speak, Kellen responded, she already has a partner. That doesn't mean any. Kellen looked at him and interrupted, I wouldn't continue that sentence if I were you, unless you wish the downfall of your family. Emperor Ning hastily went to slap his own son in the face and shouted, apologize to Senior Kellen right now. I am sorry, Senior. I didn't realize you were her partner. Kellen frowned and said, hey, that's a crazy misunderstanding. I am not her partner, and don't you dare utter such words again. If her real partner was here to hear that, he'd probably go on a rampage and kill everyone here. Yuan turned to look at Kellen with raised eyebrows. What kind of nonsense is that? Is this how he sees me? He shook his head inwardly. He'd kill everyone here over something like that? He sounds like a villain. Yuan said, joining the conversation. Well. I'm not saying he'll definitely do it, but he is very much capable. That man is a crazed bastard who'd aim his sword at the heavens without any hesitation if needed. Kellen said, completely unaware that he was talking to Yuan. Sounds like you're scared of him. Is he more powerful than you? Kellen rubbed his nose and said, he may be a little monster with more potential than I, but he is still 100,000 years too early to defeat me. And who said I am scared of him? His unpredictability does make me nervous at times, but that is different from fear. Is that so? Yuan smiled inwardly. Suddenly, another of Emperor Ning's older sons spoke, then what about that beauty who used that ice technique? Ah, she's also taken, by the same man. That nonchalant fairy at the peak of spirit enlightenment is probably single, right? Kellen merely shook his head in silence. Seriously. Kellen sighed and said, you can forget about coveting any of the women in that group. They all belong to the same guy. What? The Ning family was surprised to hear this. Even Emperor Ning couldn't help but swallow nervously, his gaze filled with envy. Is this man, also an emperor? Emperor Ning had to ask. How can a single man have so many talented partners if they weren't in a position of high power and authority? No, but he's also from the celestial overlords, and he is one of the youngest generals in our faction's history. He'd also qualify to participate in this tournament if he were here. Anyway, he's one hell of a womanizer who is always surrounded by women. Kellen continued. Yuan had a strong urge to smack Kellen in the back of the head for his earlier statement about all of the girls in the group belonging to him, but he held back. However, he decided to punish Kellen in the future for spreading misunderstanding when there is a chance. Sometime later, once all of the participants had their match, they immediately started the second round. With half of the participants eliminated, the age gap began widening, but it was only by a year or two at most. During the second round, Wang Ming and Shi Lang were matched against each other, and Wang Ming ended up barely winning. For the third round, Wu Zhao fought Wang Xiuying, with Wu Zhao emerging victorious by a landslide. Although Wang Xiuying also trained with Kellen, she'd only spent half as much time as everyone else since she still had to focus on her alchemy, which was her primary path. For the seventh round, Li Jinxi ended up matching with Mei Xiu. Li Jinxi obviously won by a landslide, but she was unable to instantly defeat Mei Xiu unlike her previous matches. In the end, their match ended up lasting a whole minute. Wang Ming and Wang Bingbing also fought each other during the seventh round, with Wang Ming winning. In the ninth round, Wu Zhao got matched against Shi Murong and lost within half a minute. By the time there were about 20 or so participants left, only Chu Liuxiang, Li Jinxi, Shi Murong, and Wang Ming were left. Yuan then spoke, "Congratulations to those of you who have made it this far. Now, you have all acquired the qualifications to challenge me. Of course, you don't need to challenge me right now. You can challenge me after the tournament ends, or you can challenge." Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, one of the people there stepped forward and shouted, "I want to challenge you." Good. Without saying another word, Yuan leaped from the booth to one of the empty stages there. The one who challenged Yuan also entered the stage a moment later. "What happens if more than one of us defeats you? Will you give out the reward twice?" The young man, number 1 disciple of the Burning Lotus Sword sect, asked as he faced Yuan. Yuan calmly nodded, "Naturally." The spectators gasped in shock after learning the reward wasn't for a single person. Xing Chen sucked his teeth after realizing he had jumped the gun. He thought the reward was only for the first one to defeat him, hence why he was so eager to fight first. However, after learning the truth, he regretted not waiting a bit more to study Yuan's prowess first. He turned to look at the other participants, and most of them were smiling, almost as if laughing at him. "Whatever. It doesn't matter if I am first or last since I will defeat him regardless." Xing Chen readied his sword. At this moment, every single pair of eyes were on Yuan, their gaze filled with anticipation. "I will let you have the first 3 strikes. By the way, I have sealed all of my treasure's abilities, so you don't have to worry about that," Yuan said. "Then I won't be humble." Xing Chen roared as his sword became engulfed in flames. Burning Lotus Raging Sword Strike. Yuan merely stood there as Xing Chen swung his fiery sword at Yuan's neck. Seeing his opponent aiming for his neck, Yuan willingly tilted his head the other way, giving Xing Chen full access to his neck. "Your neck is mine." The moment the flaming sword touched Yuan's neck, its movement halted abruptly, and the flames were instantly and forcefully absorbed into Yuan's body. Kellen stood up from his seat and exclaimed, "Fire harmony? What?" Emperor Ning looked at him with a startled and puzzled expression. "A level that is even higher than flame immunity. Not only is he impervious to flames but he could also absorb them and turn it into his own energy. The peak of fire mastery." Kellen clenched his fists as his body trembled in excitement. Even he has only achieved super fire immunity after tens of thousands of years of rigorous training. No. There's simply no way he could have achieved fire harmony at that age. It must have been one of his techniques at work. Kellen quickly shook his head, almost as if he couldn't believe that he had been fooled by such an obvious fact, even if it was only for a brief moment. "Fuck, that surprised me," he mumbled a moment later. "That was your first strike," Yuan said to Xing Chen after tanking his attack without a single scratch on his neck. "And no way." Xing Chen hastily jumped back. There's no way he actually defended against such a powerful strike with his naked neck. He must have used an illusion or something to make it look like that. Xing Chen refused to believe that a spirit grandmaster had managed to eat one of his most powerful strikes and come out unscathed. "What are you waiting for? You have 2 more strikes." I'm not trying to spend a whole day on a single match. Yuan beckoned him in a provocative manner. Xing Chen immediately became infuriated, as he had never been mocked in such a fashion before. He began gathering his spiritual energy for several moments before pointing his sword at Yuan. Burning Lotus Heavenly Sword. A massive blade made of pure fire materialized in the sky directly above Yuan. Once it fully materialized and the blade almost appeared real, it fell on Yuan's head. Wash! Flames spewed in every direction like a tsunami, engulfing the arena in a sea of flames. There's no way he could have avoided that. Xing Chen became incredibly weakened after releasing the technique, which exhausted nearly all of his spiritual energy. Yuan's figure was engulfed in flames, but his silhouette could still be seen by the spectators and Xing Chen. However, before Xing Chen could celebrate, a powerful gust appeared, swallowing up all of the flames. The flames gathered like bugs to a lantern around Yuan, who began taking a deep breath, as if he was preparing to blow a straw house down. As for the flames, they were simply consumed by Yuan. How? Xing Chen fell to his knees with a loud thud that resounded throughout the stadium. The spectators could only gasp in shock at what they just witnessed. There's no mistaking it. Kellen muttered in a dazed voice. He actually achieved the state of fire harmony before the age of 30. This level of talent is almost unheard of, even in the supreme heaven. He must have been born with a physique blessed by the fire gods. Kellen's desire to fight Yuan skyrocketed after learning this. You kids better defeat him so I can fight him. Kellen clenched his fists in anticipation. Yuan casually patted his clothes after swallowing the flames and said, "If that was your best, then I'll consider this fight concluded, as you will not be able to damage me, much less defeat me." Xing Chen did not even have the energy to respond anymore and directly collapsed onto the ground. One of the workers there swiftly entered the stage to retrieve Xing Chen, bringing him away. Yuan looked at the rest of the participants and said, "So, who's next?" The participants subconsciously stepped back when they felt Yuan's overwhelming gaze through his mask. After a few moments of silence, a beautiful girl entered the stage with a graceful leap. Once the beauty introduced herself, Yuan nodded and said, "The match will begin the moment you raise your weapon." The beauty quickly raised the sword in her grasp and prepared to attack. However, before she could even act, Yuan's figure flickered and disappeared. When he appeared again a split second later, his fist was already digging into the beauty's stomach. Ah! The beauty let out a dramatic cry of pain, and her face contorted in an exaggerated expression as she was sent flying off the stage. Why? What happened to 3 free strikes? She complained after struggling to get back on her feet. It'd take too long if I let everyone have 3 free strikes, he shrugged. No way. The beauty muttered in disbelief before falling unconscious and getting carried off the stage. Next. Yuan ignored her and turned to look at the remaining participants, who swallowed nervously and subconsciously avoided his gaze. Since nobody is going next, I will do it. A familiar face entered the stage. I'm Chu Liuxiang. What's your name? Lulu. Yuan showed a gentle smile on his face after Chu Liuxiang challenged him. My surname is Shao. You can't tell me your full name? Unfortunately, I am unable to because of reasons beyond my control. Chu Liuxiang narrowed her eyes at him and asked, Have we met before? Why do you ask? Just a feeling. Well, unless you've been to the upper heavens, I highly doubt we've met, as this is my first time coming to the lower heavens. I see. You're not going to ask why I came down here? Yuan asked. Well, I don't really care, so I have no reason to ask. I understand. Then let's start the match. I'll make my move after you make your first move. Yuan said a moment later. Chu Liuxiang nodded, and after several moments of stillness, she suddenly brought her arms parallel to the ground and swiftly activated a technique. Ice Shield. A beautiful and thick shield made of ice and enforced by spiritual energy appeared in front of Chu Liuxiang, capable of blocking any frontal attacks. She thought Yuan was going to attack her the moment she used her technique like the last match. However, Yuan merely stood there in silence, almost as if he were analyzing her technique. Seeing this, Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't end this match too fast since I ended my last one a bit too fast, so we have some spare time to enjoy ourselves." "Sorry, but I'm not interested." Chu Liuxiang suddenly placed her palms on the ground. Frozen Garden of Impalement. Thousands of ice spikes erupted from the ground and reached a dozen meters tall, covering the entire arena and leaving no room for Yuan to escape. She had used this technique in several matches before, and not a single one of her opponents had been able to block or avoid it. However, Yuan didn't even try to avoid it and allowed the ice spikes to land on him. Wow! Chu Liuxiang showed a nervous smile after seeing Yuan tank such a powerful technique with ease. Cold resistance has improved. A simple notification appeared when Yuan took Chu Liuxiang's ice technique with his bare body. "Oh! I can temper my body like this." He smiled inwardly. Yuan looked at Chu Liuxiang. "Is that all you've got? Show me some more of your ice techniques since they're quite rare even in the upper heavens." Chu Liuxiang snapped out of her daze and gritted her teeth. 1,000 ice lotus blooms on the battlefield. Hundreds of beautiful frozen lotuses materialized around Yuan, completely surrounding him. Yuan curiously touched one of them, causing it to burst and sending ice shrapnels in every direction. Almost instantaneously, a chain reaction occurred, and in the blink of an eye, all of the ice lotuses exploded. Cold resistance has improved. Cold resistance has improved. Cold resistance has improved. Although the system did not specify, Yuan could feel that his cold resistance was only increasing slightly. Yuan wanted to get at least weak cold resistance by the end of the match, but he didn't want to prolong their match for too long without any reason, as it would raise eyebrows. "You're that tall man's disciple, right? Show me what he taught you. I promise to fight him if one of you manages to defeat me, after all." No wonder why he appeared a little desperate for us to win. Chu Liuxiang sighed. "Forget it. I know I can't win, and I don't feel like fighting you for some reason." Chu Liuxiang shook her head. "You don't? Why not? You fell for me or something?" Yuan teased her, hoping it'd get her riled up. Chu Liuxiang sneered and said, "I am already with the love of my life, so I have no reason to look at another man. Anyway, I..." Just as Chu Liuxiang prepared to forfeit, Yuan casually swung his arm, sending a sword light made of pure sword aura at her. Chu Lixiang hastily created a shield of ice before her, but it lasted only a split second before it was sliced in half. If she hadn't dodged at the same time she created the shield, the sword light would have struck her. "Were you going to forfeit because you couldn't harm me with your techniques? I didn't know Kellen raised such a coward, or did you learn that from your partner?" Chu Liuxiang's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Seeing this, Yuan clapped, "So you finally feel like fighting me? Damn, you're annoying as hell. I will make you regret provoking me." Chu Liuxiang began writing in the air, swiftly creating array symbols. "Oh. You're an array master." Yuan was pleasantly surprised that Chu Liuxiang had started using array symbols. A few seconds later, the array symbols that gathered above the arena came together, creating a massive cloud. Soon, it began snowing in the arena. When the snowflakes touched Yuan's body, some of his spiritual energy was eaten away. A formation that gradually weakens your opponents, huh? This is at least a level 3 formation. Not bad. Just like Wang Xiuying, Chu Liuxiang didn't spend all of her time training under Kellen. She also studied array symbols under one of the Grand Mystic Sect's sect elders. I can't believe it's only been a year since I started teaching her about array symbols. An old lady sighed in admiration and regret as she stared at Chu Liuxiang's figure from the spectators' area. In just a short year, she went from barely knowing anything about array symbols to becoming a level 3 array master. If she had a better teacher than this useless one, she would have definitely reached higher. Her talents are simply incomprehensible. Chu Liuxiang wasn't finished with just one formation and continued creating more array symbols. Yuan wanted to see what she had planned and purposely allowed her to finish. However, Chu Liuxiang remained alert the entire time, anticipating him to attack at any moment. A few moments later, Chu Liuxiang completed her second formation, one that weakened the strength and those within it. The third one affected Yuan's movements, making him move slower. By the time Chu Liuxiang was finished, she'd used up a third of her spiritual energy, but she felt that it was worth it as long as it weakened Yuan enough. To cast 3 formations in just a few moments, what a talented array master, not to mention her young age. The spectators were in awe. "You done?" Yuan asked her. "No, but you are." Chu Liuxiang began bombarding Yuan with ice techniques with her remaining spiritual energy. However, Yuan would not block any of them, allowing them to bombard his body. Seeing this, Kellen subconsciously began tapping his foot. He doesn't have any cold resistance. He's blocking all of her spirit enlightenment attacks with his body. Not only does he have fire harmony, but his physique has also been tempered to a ridiculous degree. How in heaven's name does he have the time to achieve all of this? Did he train inside a time chamber or something? Kellen couldn't fathom how Yuan was able to attain his physique and fire harmony in less than 30 years. While there are time chambers in the upper heavens where time flows differently inside, they are all incredibly rare and scarce, and the time one could spend inside is severely limited. Just what is his background? Is there really such a powerful and resourceful family hidden away somewhere in this world? Weak cold resistance has been attained. Before Yuan acquired weak cold resistance, Chu Liuxiang's ice techniques would tickle him. However, after acquiring cold resistance, he wouldn't even feel it touching his body if it weren't for his clothes. Kellen's eyes widened after noticing this. He'd gained cold resistance. Just like that. "It's only been a few minutes," he exclaimed in a shocked tone. If one could acquire resistance from being struck by another's techniques, then everyone in the world would possess some form of resistance. However, reality didn't work that way. Yet, Yuan had somehow managed to achieve this feat, which explained Kellen's shock and disbelief. No, let's think about this properly. There's no way anyone could achieve resistance after just a few minutes from that level of attack. He must have already been on the verge of attaining cold resistance before fighting her. Yup. This has to be the explanation. Kellen suddenly convinced himself that this must be the explanation, as he found it impossible to believe that Yuan had started from nothing and attained cold resistance in just a few minutes. In other words, he was in denial, unable to accept the reality of Yuan's rapid progress. Meanwhile, on the stage, Chu Liuxiang was sweating buckets after exhausting all of her spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to her, her efforts ended up benefiting Yuan greatly. "Thank you for the training. It helped me a lot," Yuan said to her afterward. "As a thank you, I'll face you seriously." Yuan thought about going easy on Chu Liuxiang because she was his partner. However, after thinking about it, he decided to do the opposite. Although we've sparred with each other plenty of times, she never really experienced fighting me. Yuan smiled inwardly. No matter how intense their sparring became, it was still just a spar in the end. Even if they fought with full seriousness, Chu Liuxiang never felt threatened because, deep down, she knew Yuan would never hurt her. This made it impossible for Chu Liuxiang and the others close to Yuan understand what it's truly like fighting a monster like Yuan. Facing someone unfathomably stronger than her. This will be a good experience for her, even if it might scare her a bit. Yuan believed that Chu Liuxiang needed this valuable experience since most people tend to freeze from fear, which could be the difference between life and death. A moment later, Yuan's aura surged dramatically, shifting from a suppressed state to one that was outright tyrannical and terrifying. However, it wasn't killing intent, instead, it was a destructive and ominous aura that radiated immense power. His aura was so overwhelming that Chu Liuxiang instinctively let out a terrified scream as she fell backward onto her buttocks, even raising her arms to shield her face. Li Jinxi and the other demon sealing faction members instinctively retrieved their weapons and tiptoed as they tried to jump on the stage to protect Chu Liuxiang, but they managed to control themselves at the last second. As a matter of fact, pretty much everyone at the tournament became defensive after sensing Yuan's aura, participants or not. What's wrong? I only revealed some of my aura, and you're already shaking on the ground. Yuan spoke as he slowly approached her with small and steady steps. Get up and show me some more of the ice techniques that you're so proud of. Yuan retrieved his weapon, a spirit-grade spear. Why is he using a spear when he knows sword aura? Kellen frowned, being more intrigued by his weapon of choice than his aura. Suddenly, the tip of Yuan's spear began emitting a sharp aura, that one resembled sword aura. Spear aura. Shi Lang exclaimed after seeing his aura. He knows sword aura and spear aura. This was not only Yuan's first time using spear aura. It was actually his first attempt using spear aura. Despite this, he didn't feel unfamiliar with it. After all, the god of war, who had mastered all sorts of weapons, also achieved weapon auras for many of them. Spear aura achieved. The system only recognized his achievement once he used it, even though he had the capability to do so for a long time now. Where did your bravery a minute ago disappear to? Stand and fight me. Yuan provoked her. However, Chu Liuxiang didn't respond, almost as if she couldn't hear him. Seeing the petrified expression on Chu Liuxiang's face and how much she was shaking, Yuan began to wonder if he'd scared her a little too much. She won't hate me when I reveal my identity to her later, right? He swallowed nervously at that thought. Suddenly, a loud voice resounded, stand up and face your opponent properly. Have you forgotten about what I told you? Kellen could be seen shouting from the Ning family's booth. Hearing Kellen's voice and recalling about the conversation he had with everyone some time ago, Chu Liuxiang gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand up to face Yuan. If I'm going to stand beside Yuan, who will face many powerful figures in the future, I need to get used to this feeling of overwhelming difference. Chu Liuxiang muttered as she faced her opponent. Seeing this, Yuan smiled behind his mask and said in a genuinely proud voice, not bad. Then here's your reward. Yuan's spear flickered the next moment. Chu Liuxiang suddenly felt a sharp pain in the area between her eyebrows. Despite being aware of the formation that protected her life, Chu Liuxiang was not in the situation to remember such things, and her life flashed before her eyes. Yuan. The last image that appeared in Chu Liuxiang's flashback was Yuan's childish face when they were still back at the orphanage before she lost consciousness. Li Jinxi suddenly appeared on the stage to catch Chu Liuxiang's falling body, her gaze staring intently at Yuan, almost as if she wanted to tear him apart. Are you going to fight me next? Yuan asked in a provoking tone. No, I will. Shi Murong said as he entered the stage with a dagger in his grasp. Sure. Yuan calmly nodded. Li Jinxi carried Chu Liuxiang off the stage while Shi Murong approached Yuan. You can't scare me with your aura, he said. Oh, really? I swear I saw you flinch when I first emitted it. Yuan laughed. Shi Murong gritted his teeth and eagerly said, can we start already? You're itching to fight me, huh? Are you her boyfriend, by chance? Anyway, whenever you're REA. Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, Shi Murong's figure disappeared like a ghost. A movement technique, huh? Although Yuan couldn't see Shi Murong, he didn't need to, as he could sense Shi Murong's position very clearly with his powerful soul strength and divine sense. There you are, Yuan muttered as he suddenly thrust his spear at a specific spot. Che! Shi Murong sucked his teeth when Yuan could see through his movement technique, but he wasn't too surprised, considering his opponent was a genius from the upper heavens. Right as Yuan's spear reached him, Shi Murong's speed abruptly increased, and his figure disappeared again. A split second later, Shi Murong appeared behind Yuan with his dagger diving toward his neck. Absolute penetration. No matter how sturdy your body is, this technique will allow me to bypass all of your defenses. Sure enough, Shi Murong managed to cut Yuan's skin, but only the tip of his blade managed to penetrate his flesh. Still, he'd managed to make Yuan bleed, an astonishing feat that most wouldn't be able to accomplish. Yet, Shimurong wasn't finished. After drawing Yuan's blood, he activated another skill that injected poison directly into Yuan's body through the dagger and his wound. Shimurong quickly distanced himself afterward. Realizing that Shimurong had poisoned him, Yuan decided to play along and pretended to be affected. What did you do to my body? I just poisoned you with a deadly poison that will melt your internal organs. You'll experience excruciating pain for a bit, but you won't die because of the formation. Shimurong announced proudly. Ah! Yuan fell to his knees and began trembling and screaming in pain. Ha ha ha! This is what happens when you underestimate us. Know your place. Shimurong laughed loudly. The spectators were in shock, and they began to believe that Shimurong had won the fight. However, Kellen suddenly shouted, "You fool! You're the one who is underestimating him. Check his body with divine sense." What? Shimurong frowned and probed Yuan with his divine sense. My poison is gone. Where did it go? At this point, Yuan stopped pretending to claw at his body from the pain and calmly stood back up. Your poison. My poison immunity dealt with it the second it entered my body. Yuan casually explained. Poison immunity? Shimurong and the others exclaimed in shock. Poison immunity was one of the most tedious and painful immunities to attain, so it came as a great shock that someone so young had managed to attain such immunity. He has not only fire harmony but also poison immunity at that age. Kellen's expression turned solemn, looking like he was pondering something. Unbeknownst to Kellen, Yuan's poison immunity had reached the maximum level, just like his fire immunity. Otherwise, his reaction would have been a lot more exaggerated. Why you? Shimurong was speechless, but above all, he felt embarrassed. He instinctively pounced at Yuan, as if to combat his embarrassment. You were so composed just moments ago, but all it took was a little act to completely break you. You still have lots to work on. Yuan commented as he casually dodged Shimurong before thrusting his spear at him. Ack! Shimurong made a funny expression when Yuan's spear dug into his neck. However, Yuan wasn't done and infused a tiny amount of his chaotic essence into his spear. The moment Shimurong sensed Yuan's chaotic essence, it felt as if he's suddenly standing before death's door. Ah! I'm dead. This was all Shimurong could think of before falling unconscious. You're not going to take him away this time. Yuan looked at Li Jinsi, who wore a deep frown on her face. Too scared to approach me? Fine. Let me help you. Yuan used his foot to pick up Shimurong's body before gently tossing him at Li Jinsi. What was that energy? It's so chaotic. It resembles killing intent, but it also feels different. It's like a mortal standing before a godlike beast. Is this due to his unique cultivation technique? The spectators speculated the origin of Yuan's chaotic essence, but none of them had ever sensed something so foreign. Only Kellen could somewhat identify his chaotic essence. It's similar to the chaotic energy typically found in the primordial chaos and other places inhabitable by humans. Don't tell me his family has managed to create a cultivation technique that allows them to cultivate that chaotic energy. The shock Kellen was experiencing right now was far more than when he realized Yuan had fire harmony. If a cultivation technique that allowed one to cultivate chaotic energy was truly out there, it would change the entire landscape of the cultivation world. It could even usher in a new age of cultivation. This man. I must get him to join the celestial overlords at all costs. Kellen secretly contacted Senior Bai through a communication jade slip meant for emergencies. When Senior Bai answered, Kellen explained the whole situation to him. We must acquire this man at all costs. He will definitely play a massive role in the cultivation world in the future. His potential is even higher than that of Yuan's. Potential higher than Yuan? That is very hard to believe, but I will take your word and notify Lady Su. Unbeknownst to Kellen, his actions would end up sparking a war within the celestial overlords. After their conversation ended, Senior Bai revealed the details of their conversation to the individuals with unfathomably deep cultivation before him. Senior Bai was coincidentally in the middle of a meeting with most of the upper echelons of the celestial overlords when Kellen called, and everyone there was at least within the rank of overlord, meaning several celestial overlords were present as well. Knowing Kellen would only use the emergency contact when it involved Yuan or his friends, Su Jiechi allowed Senior Bai to accept the call. A monster from a hidden family who, while not even at the age of 30, has cultivated fire harmony, poison immunity, and an extreme physique. He might also have a cultivation technique that allows him to cultivate chaos chi. Does Kellen really expect us to believe such a mythical being exists? Talk about being delusional. Ahahaha. A bulky man laughed out loud after hearing the information. Regardless of its believability, we should still send someone to verify this information and check out the individual. If this individual turns out to be as formidable as Kellen claimed, we might have another celestial overlord in the future. Another individual spoke. Who should we send? The overlords there turned to look at the three celestial overlords before them. A heaven-defying talent that would make even the most talented individuals in the 9 heavens look ordinary. I don't believe such a being exists, nor am I going to waste my time finding out, said a handsome man with long black hair tied into a ponytail. The second celestial overlord looked at Su Jiechi and said, "Why don't you go and check him out, senior sister Su? It's been a while since you last recruited someone with significant talents in the faction." Su Jiechi remained silent, as did Senior Bai. The information that a monster like Yuan existed in the celestial overlords was strictly restricted due to Su Jiechi's efforts to keep his existence hidden until he was powerful enough to walk amongst them properly with his head held high. If the members of the celestial overlords realized that someone not even in the divine realm was among their elite ranks, some might find issues with it and cause trouble for Yuan. While celestial overlords like Su Jiechi hold immense authority in the faction, they were not in complete command over every member in the faction due to the existence of more than one celestial overlord, each having their own group or sub-faction. For example, the faction had 4 members at the rank of celestial overlords, and each would hold a certain percentage of control over the faction. That percentage varied based on how many members each of the celestial overlords or their members had recruited. The members' loyalty toward each celestial overlord also varied. As of this moment, Su Jiechi had the lowest percentage, but those within her group could be considered the elite of elites, consisting of the most powerful members in the faction. As for the other celestial overlords, they had Su Jiechi beat in quantity. Moreover, while numbers play a big role, it wasn't as if the members of the faction could recruit anybody they saw to inflate their numbers. "I'll pass," Su Jiechi said. Why not? I thought you loved gathering those with extreme talents. This guy sounds like he's right up your alley. Su Jiechi feared that if she recruited this mysterious monster and the others found out about Yuan's existence later on, things might get messy due to her monopoly of 2 monsters. While she wasn't afraid of the other celestial overlords or their complaining, she feared that it might cause strife and affect the entire faction. I only need Yuan. They can have this guy. Su Jiechi thought to herself. She was also aware of how powerful Yuan's heaven-refining physique could become, so she wasn't worried about his potential being surpassed by some nobody. I have enough talented individuals by my side already. If I get another one, you'll all be complaining, especially if his talent is as amazing as Kellen claims, anyway. Su Jiechi sneered. Are you sure? Kellen is from your group, so you have priority over this man, regardless of our feelings. Yes, I am sure. Su Jiechi's decision really surprised and puzzled many individuals there. She would typically be the first to jump at the opportunity to recruit someone highly talented, but she didn't seem interested this time for some reason. Unbeknownst to them, Su Jiechi had already secretly recruited a monster and thought this new monster wasn't worth unnecessary drama. Only Senior Bai understood Su Jiechi's thoughts. In that case, I'll go take a look at this young man, said the third celestial overlord. She was sitting beside Su Jiaqi and was the one who addressed her as senior sister. Don't come complaining to me if he turns out to be the real deal, okay? Celestial Overlord Qing, are you going to go down yourself, or should one of us go in your stead? One of the overlords there asked. There's a reason Kellen didn't outright recruit him but contacted Overlord Bai instead. Would you send your servant to invite an emperor to your banquet? No, you'd show up yourself to show your sincerity. Celestial Overlord Qing explained her reasoning. Sometime later, Senior Bai notified Kellen that Celestial Overlord Qing would be the one to recruit Yuan. Naturally, Kellen was incredibly upset by this decision. Why would she be the one coming? I notified you because I wanted Celestial Overlord Su to recruit him. Senior Bai explained the skepticism the others had about his information and Su Jiaqi's reason for not recruiting another monster. They think I am misunderstanding something. That's outrageous and slanderous. When have I ever made a bad judgment of talents? I'm telling you that Celestial Overlord Su will immensely regret not having this guy in her group. He's even more monstrous than Yuan. What's done has been done. Unless you are willing to risk offending Celestial Overlord Qing and recruit him before she arrives, go ahead. Kellen swallowed nervously at the thought of offending another Celestial Overlord, one that was not in his group. He'd essentially make an enemy out of everyone under Celestial Overlord Qing. Why did the Celestial Overlords split up in such a fashion? I heard it wasn't like this when the founder was still alive. Kellen sighed. The Celestial Overlords were in complete unity when the founder of the Celestial Overlords was still in control. There were even more Celestial Overlords at that time than currently. Yet, nobody tried to fight for authority or acquire more control, and they were all loyal to the founder. Lady Su is currently working to return the Celestial Overlords to its former glory. However, these things take a tremendous amount of time and energy. Senior Bai said. Also, she believes in Yuan more, even if he may be a little behind now. I also believe in Yuan, but there's truly something unfathomable about this man's surname Xiao. Whatever. If Celestial Overlord Su refuses to recruit him, there's nothing else I can do. I also don't want to offend Celestial Overlord Qing, as she's also very scary in her own right. Meanwhile, Yuan faced his next moment, a young man wielding a sword. Wang Ming, and I'll be your next opponent. A sword, huh? Let me change my weapon real quick. Yuan swapped his spear for a sword. Their fight began shortly later. Neither of them really spoke to each other. Instead, they used their swords to do the talking. Wang Ming's sword gushed with powerful sword aura, but it was still behind Yuan's ordinary sword aura. Realizing this, Wang Ming used his cultivation to make up for the difference. Only being weaker than Li Jinsi, Wang Ming was the second strongest member of the Demon Sealing faction, and his performance only further solidified his position. His movements were perfectly executed, and his sword techniques were on the verge of perfection. His sword aura was also impressive for someone his age, something only seen in the upper heavens. Yet, despite his excellence, he was still several steps behind Yuan, in every aspect. Damn it! This is exactly like fighting Yuan. Wang Ming gritted his teeth when he realized he couldn't gain any advantage or overpower his opponent, and he was having flashbacks of his first encounter with Yuan. You're not bad, but in my eyes, you're only slightly better than my last opponent. Yuan provoked him. Wang Ming's eyes flickered with fighting spirit, and his aura abruptly soared. Sword energy. Wang Ming swung his sword at Yuan, releasing a powerful beam of energy that resembled Yuan's heaven-splitting sword strike. Humph. Yuan also swung his sword, but instead of using sword aura, his sword displayed enhanced sword aura, cutting right through Wang Ming's technique. Enhanced sword aura. Kellen cried out loud as he witnessed Wang Ming being struck. Enhanced sword aura. Wang Ming muttered in disbelief as he felt the sensation of his body being sliced in half. Not just sword aura and spear aura, but he also knows enhanced sword aura. There's no way he's less than 30 years old. Kellen started to question Yuan's true age, as his achievements seemed far too extraordinary for someone so young. No way. He defeated another spirit enlightenment cultivator while only being spirit grandmaster. How is this making any sense? That must be enhanced sword aura just now. It's my first time witnessing it, but it's so distinct from sword aura. While the spectators were in an uproar, Yuan looked at Li Jinsi and inquired, "Are you next?" After a moment of silence, she said, "I want to, but I will deal with you once I finish this tournament." "If you say so." Yuan looked at the other participants, who all appeared to be stricken with immense fear. "I guess there will be no more challengers for now." Yuan returned to the Ning family's booth the next moment. The tournament resumed shortly after, but most of the top 20 participants had lost their desire to fight. In the end, Li Jinsi swept away the rest of the tournament without any effort and became the champion. The champion of this year's Tournament of Rising Stars is Li Jinsi, a rogue cultivator. The judge announced. The crowd cheered for her, but the celebration was short-lived since everyone knew there was still one more fight left to be fought. After winning the tournament, Li Jinsi stepped onto one of the stages and beckoned Yuan with a finger. Once Yuan entered the stage, he said, "Since this is the last fight, and I can tell you're different from the others, let's make use of this entire stadium instead of just a single stage." "I am fine with that," she calmly said. Since not just the arenas but the entire stadium was protected by formations, Li Jinsi and Yuan's fight would not be deadly, as long as they didn't go overboard. "Whenever you are ready." Yuan stood before Li Jinsi with a calm demeanor, almost as if she was no different than the others. "Before we fight, how about we make another rule? To allow the usage of treasures above spirit grade? I don't think we'll be able to have a proper fight with so many limitations." Yuan didn't immediately respond to her suggestion. While lowering the restrictions will definitely make the fight much more entertaining, it will also make the fight much more dangerous. "I don't think I like that idea. I am doing this for fun, not because I want to kill you." Yuan eventually shook his head, rejecting the idea. He was also worried that he might accidentally reveal his true identity by fighting seriously. "You think you can kill me?" Li Jinsi's aura suddenly soared towards the heavens, and her peak of spirit enlightenment cultivation began inching toward the next realm. In the blink of an eye, Li Jinsi's cultivation reached the first level of Divine Warrior. However, that wasn't the end, and her cultivation continued to soar. The audience all wore expressions of awe and shock on their faces as they watched Li Jinsi's cultivation through the levels of Divine Warrior and enter Divine Master. Yet, Li Jinsi did not appear to be finished yet. By the end, Li Jinsi's cultivation stopped at the 4th level of Divine Grandmaster. Heavens! A Divine Grandmaster before even reaching the age of 30? Her potential rivals those geniuses in the upper heavens. No. Maybe she came from the upper heavens. If she had managed to reach that level in the lower heavens, I cannot even imagine how much she'd grow in the upper heavens. Divine Grandmaster, huh? What a surprise. Yuan said in a surprised voice. I will warn you now that I can fight someone 3, even 4 realms above my own cultivation. If you don't want to lose miserably, you should lower some of those limitations to increase your own cultivation. Li Jinsi spoke in a scornful tone, almost as if she was looking down on Yuan from a place far above him. 3 to 4 realms, huh? I see. Yuan chuckled. He pointed at her and continued, all right, I'll lower some of the limitations, but not for me. What? Li Jinsi frowned. You can use treasures above spirit grade, up to celestial grade treasures. However, I will continue to use my spirit grade treasure. Li Jinsi wasn't too happy about being looked down upon. What kind of nonsense is? Hey! Yuan suddenly interrupted, and his aura skyrocketed. However, his cultivation remained only at Spirit Grandmaster. Who do you think you are? Under this heaven, only I am allowed to look down on others. Yuan used True Dragon Awakening, causing his aura to explode. The entire stadium suddenly felt suffocating, and everyone struggled to breathe as a crushing pressure filled the air. Mei's body trembled violently, her very bloodline resonating with an overwhelming sense of fear. Due to the stark difference between Dragon Awakening and True Dragon Awakening, Mei was unable to recognize Yuan, not to mention she was overwhelmed by intense fear. What kind of bloodline does he have? Mei fell to her knees as she stared at Yuan's silhouette with trembling eyes, her teeth clattering as if she were freezing to death. The blood within her responded to the dragon god's blood essence inside Yuan, filling her with an instinctive sense of reverence. It was as though she were standing before her own god, her very being compelled to admire his presence. Kellen stood up again. This presence. He's not human but a dragon. This explains a lot, he almost couldn't believe it. You. Li Jinsi gritted her teeth as she struggled to remain standing before Yuan's oppressive aura. However, Yuan's aura suddenly vanished. Although it was only active for a few seconds, and it wasn't all of his aura, he'd knocked out the majority of the audience with his aura alone. So, are you still underestimating me, Miss 3 to 4 Realms? Li Jinsi clenched her fists in frustration, but she couldn't respond. After a moment of silence, she silently tossed the spirit-grade sword in her grasp away before using her own treasure. That's more like it. Yuan laughed out loud. This son of a bitch is even crazier than Yuan, she cried inwardly. With the Golden Empress in her grasp, Li Jinsi flew at Yuan. As she swung the Golden Empress, it suddenly became engulfed with a golden flame-like aura. Seeing this golden flame, Yuan instinctively dodged it despite having fire immunity. So he doesn't just block anything and everything with his body, huh? Li Jinsi sneered inwardly. The Golden Empress had a special ability that directly ignored all fire resistance, so it would have gone through Yuan's fire resistance and damaged him. Naturally, the damage would have only been superficial even if the attack landed, and Yuan could have easily healed from the damage afterward, but he didn't want to reveal his regenerative ability, as it could expose his true identity. Is dodging all you can do? You were barking so damn loud just now, too. Li Jinsi provoked when Yuan continued dodging her attacks without striking back. Was that pressure you displayed also just for show? Yuan blocked her next strike with enhanced sword aura and said, I just didn't want to end the fight so soon, but if you insist. Yuan began striking back without using any techniques, as it'd easily reveal his identity. Li Jinsi noticed this detail and wondered if Yuan didn't know any proper techniques at all since he'd spent all of his time improving other aspects. His overall prowess is ridiculously high, but he lacks techniques. This is why his attacks thus far have been incredibly simple. This is his disadvantage. Realizing this, Li Jinsi became more confident in her chances of winning. With his True Dragon Awakening, Yuan was able to withstand Li Jinsi's cultivation at the 4th level of Divine Grandmaster whilst only being a Spirit Grandmaster himself. His Chaotic Dragon Core also assisted him even though he didn't utilize any of his chaotic essence. Li Jinsi's swordsmanship was perfect, but in terms of combat experience, she was still far behind Yuan, even if her past experience was taken into account. Li Jinsi was a formidable immortal in her previous life, but Yuan specialized in fighting immortals more than ordinary cultivators. Li Jinsi, having fought many immortals before, could tell that the man before her was as formidable as one, if not even more powerful. There was no opening in Yuan's defense, and every time he strikes, he leaves her no room to counterattack. Li Jinsi would normally risk attacking him, but knowing that a single mistake could end their match, she didn't dare to risk it. After several hundred exchanges, Yuan purposefully gave Li Jinsi the opportunity to attack, but he made sure not to make it too obvious. Li Jinsi saw the chance and took it. Her sword shone brightly as it unleashed one of its unique abilities. Golden Goddess. A golden silhouette suddenly emerged from the Golden Empress, taking the form of a beautiful female avatar who greatly resembled Li Jinsi. This golden avatar was a manifestation of the Golden Empress memories of Jin Shi. This meant that the golden avatar had her fighting experience, techniques, and even habits. Its cultivation was even higher than Li Jinsi, being at the peak of Divine Grandmaster. 1 verses 2, huh? Yuan muttered with a slight smile on his face. Once Jin Shi's avatar began fighting alongside Li Jinsi, they were able to push Yuan back by constantly throwing powerful techniques at him. Golden Empress Sword Dance. Li Jinsi began executing a series of swift and powerful sword techniques, each faster and more threatening than the last. Jin Shi's avatar used her own technique at the same time, supporting Li Jinsi from the rear with long-distance sword techniques. Heavens! What a fight! This isn't something you'd expect to witness in the fourth heaven. The audience watched with their mouths agape. Li Jinsi displayed techniques and combat prowess meant for immortals, and Yuan could somehow withstand them while only being at the peak of Spirit Grandmaster. Although that man from the upper heavens is a monster, that beauty is also a monster. Two monsters fighting each other. I cannot imagine what sort of beings they'll become in the future. Their names will definitely spread throughout the 9 heavens. The audience cheered louder and louder as the fight progressed. And this isn't even all he can do. Kellen's body trembled with anticipation as he imagined fighting Yuan at his full prowess. However, he then realized that if Li Jinsi failed to defeat Yuan, he would also lose his own chance to face Yuan in battle. Li Jinsi. You better defeat him, or I will not forgive you. Kellen cried out in a desperate voice. As their fight reached its climax, Yuan said to her through voice transmission, "You don't fight like an ordinary genius. Are you, by any chance, a reincarnator?" Wah! Yuan's sudden remarks took Li Jinsi by surprise, causing her to misstep, nearly falling on her face. "Judging by your reaction, I guess I'd hit the mark." Yuan continued to tease her. You are also a reincarnator?" Li Jinsi glared at him with a serious frown. "Yes, and if I said that I have reincarnated more than once, would you believe me?" Li Jinsi swallowed nervously. Reincarnated more than once? That's just like Yuan, but it explains his abnormal prowess, she thought inwardly. Li Jinsi had suspected there would be more reincarnators like Yuan and herself after realizing it was possible, but she never had any solid proof. As for Meishio and Chu Liuxiang, they would only speak about their past lives with Yuan, so Li Jinsi was unaware of their background. What happened? Why did they suddenly stop fighting? The spectators were puzzled when the two of them abruptly stopped their match. They appeared to be talking with each other through voice transmission. I wonder what they are talking about. Nobody there dared to eavesdrop on their conversation, Kellen included, as it would be incredibly rude and offensive if caught. If Li Jinsi has such a serious expression, it must be a fairly important subject. Kellen wanted to eavesdrop, but he feared it would mess with their chances to recruit him. What do you know about reincarnations? Yuan asked Li Jinsi. Clearly not as much as you, she said. If you defeat me, I'll tell you. I can keep this up forever, but you are starting to run low on spiritual energy, right? How about unleashing your most powerful technique for your next strike? Otherwise, you'd suffer a boring defeat. Li Jinsi could tell that he was telling the truth just by his calm and relaxed composure. Meanwhile, she was sweating bullets and breathing heavily. Summoning Jin Shi's avatar had exhausted a third of her reserve, and it needed a constant supply of spiritual energy to continue functioning. At this rate, I'll run out of spiritual energy in a few hours and lose by default. Li Jinsi gritted her teeth. I refuse to lose in such a manner to someone who isn't Yuan. Her eyes burned with determination. Seeing Li Jinsi begin gathering her spiritual energy, Yuan smiled and spoke with enthusiasm, don't disappoint me now. A few moments later, Li Jinsi finished gathering every drop of her remaining spiritual energy and unleashed it at Yuan. Golden Empress Absolute Decree. Li Jinsi raised the Golden Empress above her head as it grew until it became even larger than the stadium itself. Heavens! Is she trying to destroy the entire stadium? Emperor Ning cried out loud. Don't worry, I will ensure the safety of everyone, including the stadium, Kellen assured him. The next moment, Li Jinsi swung the massive sword at Yuan. As the golden sword began descending, Yuan's eyes flickered with a vicious glint. Sword God's Apex Sword Art. Wait, that's... Li Jinxi's eyes widened after seeing Yuan's unique sword stance, but before she could say anything, her vision blanked, followed by a certain notification. You have died. The entire stadium became dead silent after Yuan killed Li Jinxi, most of it due to the system's interference, as Li Jinxi was a player. Sword God's Apex Sword Art learned. Despite the notification, Yuan didn't budge an inch, almost as if he'd become a stone statue. However, if one were to look underneath his clothes, one would see his entire body covered in sweat. I accidentally killed her. Yuan cried inwardly after his mind slowly comprehended the situation. The Sword God's Apex Sword Art was a celestial rank technique, but Yuan figured Li Jinxi would be able to survive it even without the formation. Moreover, he'd only used a fraction of its power. Yet, the sword technique was much stronger than he'd anticipated, destroying the formation and killing Li Jinxi instantaneously. He wanted to log off immediately and see if Li Jinxi was okay, but he was unable to do so. After snapping out of his daze, Yuan turned to look at Kellen and hastily shouted, It was an accident. I swear I didn't kill her on purpose. However, Kellen didn't react, almost as if he couldn't hear Yuan's voice, seemingly shocked about something. That sword technique contained the power of the void. He's managed to comprehend the power of the void before reaching the age of 30. There's simply no way. Kellen cried inwardly. The power of the void was something humans have been trying to master since its existence was revealed to the cultivation world. However, not a single human has ever fully mastered the power of the void to this very day. Although Yuan only displayed a slight understanding of such power, it was still more than what Kellen and many immortals could comprehend. As for Yuan, he'd accidentally used the power of the void when using Sword God's Apex Sword Art because it felt natural, almost as if the technique was created to be used with the power of the void. Meanwhile, after dying to Yuan in Cultivation Online, Li Jinxi sat up on her bed with a dazed look on her face. I died, she subconsciously checked her body. A few seconds later, she sighed in relief. I didn't lose my ability to cultivate. Once she confirmed that the death didn't affect her cultivation, Li Jinxi immediately began thinking about the technique that killed her. That sword stance looked very familiar. I think her death had happened too fast, and she wasn't able to get a good look at Yuan's sword technique before she blacked out. A few moments later, Li Jinxi could hear several pairs of footsteps running in the hallway, and they were all getting closer to her room. Soon, her door was being knocked on. Sister Jinxi, are you okay? Wang Bingbing's voice resounded. Li Jinxi went to open the door to find Wang Bingbing, Wang Xiuying, and Mei Xiu standing outside her room. Yes, I am fine. The death didn't affect my cultivation, Li Jinxi nodded. I can't believe that man actually killed you. Wait until Yuan hears about this. Wang Xiuying said. He said it was an accident, but who knows if he's telling the truth or not. Mei Xiu sighed. At least you didn't lose your ability to cultivate, or that would have been disastrous. Wang Bingbing said. Li Jinxi clenched her hands tightly into fists, and she muttered, I didn't think I'd lose so miserably. I'm sorry for letting you all down. Why are you the one apologizing when everyone lost to him? That man could give even a monster like Yuan a run for his money. Wang Bingbing said. Speaking of Yuan, any news from him? Mei Xiu shook her head and said, he was still asleep when I left the room just now. I see. Sometime later, everyone but Li Jinxi returned to Cultivation Online to see Yuan being confronted by Kellen. I boastfully claimed that nobody would die under my watch just a second before you killed Li Jinxi. I am both angry and ashamed, not for you but for myself. However, even if I was aware of your intentions, I would not have been able to stop that attack unless my understanding of the power of the void surpasses your understanding, which it does not. I didn't intend to kill her. Truly. Yuan sighed. I know, but since you're from the upper heavens, you should already know that you didn't really kill her. Still, it could affect her cultivation. Even if that's the case, there are methods to restore her ability to cultivate. What? Really? Yuan was pleasantly surprised to hear this and inquired for more information. Just like how a crippled Dantian could be healed with treasures, there are methods to heal someone with a damaged soul. It'll be costly, but it's possible. In the case she lost her ability to cultivate due to a damaged soul, we, the celestial overlords, have the capability to heal her. I see. The celestial overlords are truly capable, Yuan said, relieved to learn that a player losing their ability to cultivate after death wasn't necessarily permanent. By the way, do you belong to a faction? Kellen suddenly asked. Are you trying to recruit me now? Kellen scratched his head in a somewhat awkward manner. Well, I do, but I won't, because there will be someone even more amazing than me coming to recruit you soon. What? Can you elaborate? Yuan asked in a puzzled tone. Kellen scratched his head a little harder, seemingly perplexed about something. Ah. Forget it. Since we're already at this point, I might as well tell you now. One of the celestial overlords, the highest authority in our faction, will be coming down to personally recruit you soon. What? Yuan muttered in a dazed voice after hearing this. This person, is it Celestial Overlord Su? He couldn't help but ask. No, it's someone else. Why did you mention Celestial Overlord Su? Do you know her? Kellen asked with raised eyebrows. Yuan sighed after realizing the trouble coming their way and said to him through voice transmission, Hey, let's go somewhere private. I need to speak with you. Ah, bring the children you brought with you. Huh. Sure. Kellen casually nodded, not thinking much of Yuan's request. Sometime later, Yuan and Kellen went over to Emperor Ning to say goodbye. Before you leave, can you give this reward to that young lady who won the tournament? Emperor Ning handed the innate miracle pill to Kellen. Kellen brought the demon sealing faction and Yuan to a nearby area afterward. How much time do we have before the Celestial Overlord arrives to recruit me? Yuan inquired. We have a few more days. Why? Alright. Let's go to the myriad of techniques, then. Why the myriad of techniques? Kellen raised an eyebrow, feeling like Yuan was being oddly specific and familiar with their background. That's Overlord Bai's territory, no. What I have to tell you guys is incredibly important and cannot be leaked. I need a safe place to reveal this information to you. Kellen's eyes widened. This was their first time meeting, so why does he have something so important to tell them? Does this have something to do with Yuan? Meishio suddenly asked with an observant face. He silently nodded. Huh? Yuan. You know Yuan. Everyone there looked at him with wide eyes. So you've known about us this entire time. I cannot reveal any more here. Alright, I'll bring us to the myriad of techniques right now. Kellen retrieved a talisman and burned it with spiritual energy. The next moment, everyone around him was enveloped by a golden light before they vanished into thin air. The scenery flickered before Yuan and the others, and before they realized it, they were suddenly in front of the myriad of techniques. The talisman worked similarly to the teleport stones in the primal expanse, but they were incredibly valuable and limited in travel distance due to humans' lack of understanding of the power of the void. They entered the myriad of techniques and went straight into Senior Bai's world, as Kellen had been given permission by Senior Bai to do so without his presence in case of emergencies. Once they were inside Senior Bai's world and protected from eavesdrops and the Celestial Emperor's interference, Yuan said to them, Before I begin, I would like to apologize for messing with you all. I kept my identity hidden because I couldn't let the public know that I am still in Cultivation Online, and I wanted you all to experience what fighting me without knowing it's me was like. Wait, that voice. Chu Liuxiang muttered in a dazed voice after recognizing Yuan's voice, as he'd stopped disguising his voice after entering Senior Bai's world. Yuan removed his mask, revealing his handsome face to them. Sorry, it was me this entire time, he said with an apologetic smile. Yuan. Kellen screamed, sounding like he'd just witnessed his ancestors crawling out of their graves. It was you this entire time? Shi Lang exclaimed. Fucking fuck. I knew it. I knew something was off. Wang Ming cried out loud. Damn. I really thought there was someone more monstrous than you for a moment there. Shi Murong sighed loudly. Wah. You really scared me during the fight, Yuan. Chu Liuxiang went to embrace him. She merely rubbed her eyes and sighed. I knew your dragon scent was familiar, but there was something very different about it, and it threw me off. Yuan, when did you return? Meishiu asked him. A few days before the tournament started. When I left the primal expanse, I found myself at the Ning family's residence, and upon hearing about the Grand Mystic sect participating in the tournament, I figured I'd wait to see if you guys would show up. After confirming that you guys were also participating, I wanted to see how much you guys have grown firsthand, hence my interference. About Sister Jinxi. Wang Bingbing looked at him with a puzzled expression on her face. Yeah. I accidentally killed her. I'd like to personally apologize to her, but I cannot do that. Yuan shook his head. What do you mean by that? Meishiu asked with a slightly worried tone, sensing something was off. Before I say anything, Meili, Yingying, you're still affected by the Celestial Emperor's curse, so let's have that removed first. Yuan retrieved the sacred chalice of purification. What kind of treasure is that? Kellen finally snapped out of his daze and asked him. A treasure I acquired in the primal expanse. It has the ability to remove curses, including the one the Celestial Emperor placed on every being below the seventh heaven. This will allow her to understand our existence as players. Such a powerful treasure exists. The Celestial Emperor's curse isn't an ordinary curse. Shi Meili and Lan Yingying fed the chalice some of their blood, and a few moments later, they were no longer forced to ignore the existence of players. Yuan explained their existence to them shortly after. Heavens! To think my way of thinking had been controlled by someone without my knowledge this entire time, how terrifying. Shi Meili shivered from fear after realizing the truth. What a horrible thing to do to someone, and they didn't even warn us. Lan Yingying sighed. Alright, now that we're all on the same page. The Celestial Emperor is targeting me for some reason, and my access to the system has been blocked. Basically, I've been banned from Cultivation Online. Yuan revealed. What the hell? Something like that can happen. Wang Xiuying muttered. Yuan nodded and continued, once someone has their access to the system blocked, they will no longer be able to access Cultivation Online. In other words, they won't be able to enter the 9 heavens. Wait. If that's the case, how are you still here? Kellen asked. Don't ask me how or why, but I've been given access to another system, allowing me to stay inside Cultivation Online. However, there are a few issues, one of them being that I am no longer allowed to log off and return to Earth. What? Chu Liuxiang and the others cried out loud. This is why I didn't notify any of you of my return and why I cannot apologize to Li Jinxi until she returns to Cultivation Online after her death cooldown. If you cannot log out, what are you going to do now? Meishiu asked once everyone comprehended the situation. I will need to re-establish the connection between Earth and the 9 heavens through the Dragon Spiral Mountain as soon as possible, allowing me to travel to the 9 heavens with my real body, and I have to do so without alerting the Celestial Emperor, he said. So your destination is the Dragon Spiral Mountain in the 7th heaven, huh? Do you intend on going straight there? Kellen asked after hearing his plans. That. I am not sure yet. I am afraid that I might reveal my presence if I ascend normally, Yuan shook his head. When a player successfully ascends to the next realm, there will always be an announcement, and it paves the way for the other players, allowing everyone to ascend. However, if I wait for the other players to ascend for me, it'd take way too long. Kellen then asked, why do you have to evade the Celestial Emperor, anyway? Did you do something to offend him? I don't know. Yuan shook his head. In reality, he had an idea why the Celestial Emperor was hunting him, but he didn't want to reveal information about his past lives if he didn't need to. Besides the demon sealing faction and those following him, nobody else was aware of his past lives. The Celestial Overlords could help you, you know. I don't know about the rest of the faction, but Celestial Overlord Su wouldn't hesitate to confront the Celestial Emperor for you. If you reveal your talents to the others, I'm sure they'd also be willing to assist you. Kellen said. Being one of the most powerful factions in the 9 heavens, the Celestial Overlords had more than just fame to their name. If they truly wanted, they could force even someone as powerful as the Celestial Emperor to act. However, Yuan immediately rejected that idea and said, "No, I cannot involve the faction, especially when the Celestial Emperor is clearly hostile toward me. I don't want to cause you guys trouble." Kellen frowned and said, "Wrong. As you're already a member of the Celestial Overlords, we are obligated to protect you, unless you committed treason or did something we cannot defend, such as murdering innocent mortals or being a demon worshipper. Did you do anything that would harm our reputation?" Kellen asked him with raised eyebrows, his tone somewhat nervous. He truly wouldn't be surprised if Yuan had done something he wasn't supposed to do. "What? Of course not. I did no such thing in this life," Yuan said. Kellen found Yuan's phrasing a little weird and oddly specific, but he didn't think too much about it. Then there should be no problem with the Celestial Overlords helping you. If the Celestial Emperor is truly hunting you down, we will have to get involved sooner or later. Yuan fell silent. He wasn't sure if he should get the Celestial Overlords involved. No. Now that I think about it, the Celestial Overlords clashing with the Celestial Emperor might be inevitable since the Celestial Overlords was founded by one of my past lives. After a moment of silence, Yuan nodded, "Okay. However, don't let the Celestial Emperor know that I am still in Cultivation Online, the 9 heavens, just in case." Kellen nodded, "I will let Celestial Overlord Su know." "Hell, you can tell her yourself. I don't know if I will be able to convince her not to kick down the Celestial Emperor's door in anger. I can tell her myself. When can I speak with her?" "Since you're here, we can ask Overlord Bai to bring her to this world. We also need to resolve the situation with Celestial Overlord Qing, who will be coming to recruit you. You can deal with her. You were the one who caused this mess, after all," Yuan quickly said. "What? How can you put all the blame on me? If you hadn't hidden your identity, I wouldn't have contacted them. We can talk about that later. Right now, let's focus on how I can ascend to the 7th heaven without alerting the Celestial Emperor," Yuan then said. Wang Xiuying suddenly spoke, "What if you have someone bring you to the 7th heaven, like how I was brought to the 2nd heaven after the mystic realm?" Kellen then said, "No, that won't work. We cannot bring anyone without restriction. There are rules and guidelines we have to follow. Bringing someone to the 2nd heaven from the lower heaven may have fewer restrictions, but the upper heavens are different. At the end of the day, we won't be able to bring him to the upper heavens while hiding his identity. Can't you just sneak him there?" Wu Zhao asked. "There is a barrier that separates every realm in the 9 heavens, and it will prevent unauthorized beings from passing. We can force our way through it, but it'd instantly alert the Celestial Emperor," Kellen explained. "How about we climb the stairway to heaven for you?" Meishio suddenly suggested. "I think we have a good chance of ascending at our current level." Kellen looked at her and said, "You'll probably have no issue ascending to the 5th heaven and even the 6th heaven, but the 7th heaven is a different beast. Besides Yuan and Li Jinsi, I don't think anyone here will be able to pass it any time soon." However, Yuan shook his head and said, "It's fine. I think I have another method to ascend without alerting the Celestial Emperor." "Oh. What method?" Kellen looked at him with genuine intrigue. "I don't know, but I know someone who might," he said. Yuan continued, "Anyway, now that we understand my situation, let's talk about you guys." "Us?" Wang Ming and the others pointed at themselves. Yes, you guys. To avoid the Celestial Emperor coming after you guys for being associated with me, I will have to limit our contact for now. And since you've done so well training with Kellen for the last 3 years, I figured it'd be fine if you continue to follow and train under him. Yuan looked at Kellen and asked, you wouldn't mind taking care of them for a little longer, right? I can ask Senior Bai if you're too busy. No, I don't mind. In fact, I already have plans for them since none of them were able to defeat you during the tournament. Kellen responded with a cold smile. The Demon Sealing faction members trembled after seeing his smile. However, it won't be for free. In exchange for my assistance, I want you to spar with me right here and now. Kellen looked at Yuan with an excited smile. What's with you in sparring? Yuan sighed. How about this? Instead of sparring with a suppressed cultivation, we will have a real fight when I catch up to your cultivation. You'll also have more fun that way. What? That'll take forever. I want to fight you right now. Kellen said, sounding like a spoiled brat. Yuan rubbed his eyes and said in a defeated voice, fine, I'll spar with you, but it'll only be for a little. That's more like it. Kellen immediately suppressed his cultivation to match Yuan. Are you sure? You can increase your cultivation a little more if you want. Yuan said. Yes, I'll be fine. I won't complain even if you defeat me in an instant, Kellen nodded. Yuan turned to look at the others and said, can you give us some space? The further, the better. Once Meishio and the others were far enough, Yuan said to Kellen. I will come at you with my full strength. Don't blame me if I kill you by accident. Yuan activated True Dragon Awakening and unleashed his aura in the next instant. An overwhelming pressure, several times more intense than what he had displayed during the tournament, permeated throughout Senior Bai's world, causing those who sensed it to tremble uncontrollably. Heavens! What he showed us during the tournament was only a fraction of his true power. Shi Murong cried out loud. Kellen wore a nervous smile on his face after sensing Yuan's aura, and he began regretting not taking Yuan's offer moments ago. Seeing his expression, Yuan smiled and said, it's not too late to increase your cultivation. No. I am fine. Kellen responded, stuttering at the beginning. Suit yourself. Yuan retrieved number 1 under heaven and activated God of War's astral arts next. Boom. Yuan's aura continued to skyrocket, and just his presence alone was enough to cause instability in Senior Bai's world. Wait a second. This is just a spar. Are you really trying to kill me? Kellen exclaimed after sensing real killing intent from Yuan's gaze. What are you talking about? You're the one who asked for this. Yuan further strengthened his aura with his chaotic essence, causing cracks to appear in the world. Fuck. He'll kill all of us at this rate. Kellen cried inwardly. He raised his hand and sighed the next moment, alright, you win. We can postpone our match until we have a proper stage to fight on. Since Overlord Bai isn't here, the world is much weaker, and it will definitely collapse if we fight here. Yuan smiled and said, if you say so. His overwhelming presence instantly vanished, and the world began repairing itself shortly after. Once everything returned to normal, Kellen said, I plan on bringing your friends to the upper heavens, to my sect, where I will be able to train them properly. Can you bring so many people with you at once? Yuan inquired. Of course. It's going to be a little expensive, but I can manage. I can even bring you along, if you don't mind your identity being revealed, that is. Thanks for the offer, but I should be fine. Where are you going to take us, exactly? Chu Liuxiang asked. The 7th heaven. So we won't be able to see each other until Yuan reaches the 7th heaven. I don't know if I like the sound of that. Chu Liuxiang muttered with a perplexed expression on her face. She wouldn't have minded if Yuan could log off, as they would still be able to meet on Earth. However, with Yuan unable to log off, they were essentially separated for an unknown period of time. It could be years before we see each other again. Meishio and the others also became dejected after realizing this. It's just a few years. I promise I will try to reach the seventh heaven as soon as possible. Also, it's not like we won't be able to see each other. Look at where we are now. We can still meet in the myriad of techniques since it can be accessed from every realm. Yuan said. Now that you mention it. Chu Liuxiang couldn't believe that she'd forgotten about the myriad of techniques despite being there currently. If we can still see each other here, I guess I won't mind going to the seventh heaven. Yuan nodded with a smile. However, someone there suddenly said, sorry, but I won't be going to the seventh heaven with you guys. Me too. Another voice followed. Everyone there turned to look at the two individuals who had just spoken. It was Lan Yingying and Shi Meili. As Yuan's servant, I am obligated to follow him. Lan Yingying said. Shi Meili then spoke, I left the ancient dragon city to explore the world with Yuan. Although my prowess has improved significantly during the last 3 years, and I would surely become even stronger if I continue training in the seventh heaven, that is not my priority right now. Thank you for training me, but I will be staying with Yuan. Lan Yingying and Shi Meili bowed to Kellen, who nodded with an understanding smile. Since you're both divine beasts, what I can teach you is very limited, and you're probably better off traversing the world with Yuan, he said. Kellen turned to look at the other and said, we'll set off to the seventh heaven in a few weeks. I'll leave for a bit to contact Overlord Bai and Celestial Overlord Su now. Kellen disappeared shortly after. Once they were alone, Yuan said to them, by the way, I have one more surprise for you guys. Feng, you can come out now. What? Shi Meili's eyes widened after hearing her name. Feng Yuxiang appeared the next moment with a bright smile on her face. It's been a while, everyone. Feng. You're back. Shi Meili almost cried tears of happiness after seeing that Feng Yuxiang had managed to survive. Feng Yuxiang noticed Shi Meili staring at her and smiled, I'm glad to see that you're also fine. Sorry if I made you guys worry. As you can see, I am perfectly alive and healthy. Moreover, I've come back even stronger. Feng Yuxiang spoke with a prideful manner, her nose pointed toward the sky. Now that you mention it, your appearance and presence is different from before. How did you grow stronger while in such a state? Shi Meili asked with raised eyebrows. While most beings experience exponential growth after near-death experiences, Feng Yuxiang's situation was different. A lot has happened, but I learned about my past life as a primordial phoenix, and now that my curse has been lifted, my sealed cultivation, bloodline, and talents will gradually return to me, especially once I remember my past life's experience. I will essentially become stronger without needing to do anything. What? Growing stronger without doing anything? How envious. Chu Liuxiang sighed. Feng Yuxiang cleared her throat and said, in case you forgot, I was already a powerful phoenix before my bloodline was sealed, so it's not like my strength appears from thin air. By the way, where's Xiaohua? Lan Yingying asked when she noticed her absence. Oh, she's... Yuan began explaining Xiaohua's situation to them. 2 souls, in a single soul. Such a thing is possible. Everyone was shocked by the information and the perplexing situation. At least she's not in any immediate danger, Meishio said. Yuan nodded, yes, she's doing fine now, but we cannot be certain she'll remain like this forever. So what are you going to do now? Wang Xiuying asked him. Once you guys leave for the 7th heaven, I will figure out how to ascend without alerting the Celestial Emperor. I also need to ask Tian'er some questions, so I'll visit the stairway to heaven. There's also Dongyi. He can traverse between the 9 heavens without alerting anyone, so there has to be a way. The first person that came to mind when he thought about ascending the 9 heavens in secrecy was Dongyi, who has been successfully evading the Celestial Emperor since the evil god's era. Forget about that for now. I have an even more important question, Chu Liuxiang suddenly said. How often should we meet each other? That's hard to say and probably not something we can make a schedule around. However, I will try to meet with you guys whenever I can, said Yuan. Oh, right, I have another surprise for all of you. Another one? How many surprises do you have? Wang Ming exclaimed. Yuan cleared his throat and said, you can show yourself now, Ingzi. What? Ingzi? The demon sealing faction instantly recognized this familiar name. The next moment, a shadowy silhouette appeared from Yuan's shadow. That's Ingzi. She looks so different. Wang Bingbing said. Ah, she changed her appearance right before we returned to the primal expanse, Yuan explained. Hello, everyone. I didn't think I would be able to see you all again. Ingzi greeted them with a slight head nod. What a striking appearance. You could easily be mistaken as a ghost in the dark. Chu Liuxian commented. Wait, so you're following Yuan now? Shi Lang asked. She nodded, for now, because he plans on returning to the primal expanse in the future, and I have the ability to take him back. I am also interested in your world. How do you feel now? Will you be fine without chaotic essence? Yuan asked her. Ingzi nodded and said, just like when I visited your world, I don't have any issues living here. However, if I use my powers, I won't be able to replenish them, so I will only grow weaker as I use my powers. What kind of beast are you? She merely asked in a curious voice. I'm a shadow dweller, she said. Shadow dweller. She merely found this name familiar for some reason. Then she recalled the chronicles of the immortal monarch, mentioning that one of the 9 divine supremes was a shadow dweller. A shadow dweller, Feng Yuxiang, who is a phoenix, Lan Yingying, who is a serpent, and myself, who is a dragon. What a terrifying coincidence, or is this fate? She merely swallowed nervously after noticing that Yuan had a following that was nearly identical to the immortal monarch's 9 divine supremes. After chatting for a little, Ingzi returned to Yuan's shadow. Feng Yuxiang also returned to Yuan's dantian after saying, perhaps it's due to my body trying to adapt to my bloodline's awakening, but I feel more exhausted than usual despite not doing anything. I'll go take a nap. See you guys later. Lan Yingying stepped forward next and said, it's been a while since I have done this. She proceeded to turn into a snake before wrapping herself around Yuan's wrist, turning into a bracelet. How envious. I also want to rest inside his body. She merely sighed inwardly, and she started contemplating forming a contract with Yuan just so she could rest inside him like the others. We have some time before Kellen returns, so why don't I tell you guys about my adventure inside the primal expanse? Yuan said. Please do. They exclaimed excitedly. They found a nearby floating pavilion and sat around Yuan like a group of children during story time. Yuan recalled his experience inside the primal expanse from the moment of his arrival. Meanwhile, Kellen met with Senior Bai and Su Jiechi inside the Celestial Overlord's headquarters. Since the place was located inside a secluded world within its own dimension, members of the Celestial Overlords were able to access it from anywhere in the 9 heavens. What's going on, Kellen? Why did you summon us? Celestial Overlord Qing should be arriving in the 4th heaven soon. Senior Bai inquired. Kellen scratched his head, looking perplexed as he pondered how he should reveal the news to them. Just spit it out already. Su Jiechi urged him with a slight frown. Kellen's body trembled, and he hastily responded, Yuan has returned from the primal expanse, and he turned out to be the mysterious man from the upper heavens. What? Their eyes widened with disbelief. Wait a second. Repeat that, and speak slower this time. Senior Bai said, doubting his hearing just now. Kellen cleared his throat and repeated in a slow and clear voice, Yuan has returned from the primal expanse, and the mysterious monster surnamed Shao I wanted you to recruit turned out to be Yuan in disguise. I just found this out. Yuan is back from the primal expanse. Su Jiechi muttered in a dazed voice. You fool. How could you put Yuan's existence in the spotlight when we've been trying to keep him hidden for as long as possible? Senior Bai began lecturing him after comprehending the situation. Now, the majority of the upper ranks and even 2 celestial overlords are aware of him. But you were the one who revealed this information to them. I only wanted you to speak with Celestial Overlord Su. Kellen said. Senior Bai fell silent. He wanted to rebuke Kellen, but he found himself unable to do so, as he'd realized his own mistake. What should we do now, Lady Su? It'll only be a matter of time before the rest of the faction is aware of Yuan's existence. The other groups will definitely try to covet him. Senior Bai looked at Su Jiechi. I think we can still keep his existence hidden. After all, nobody but the 3 of us are aware of the truth. We can just have Yuan continue his disguise for the time being. Kellen said. Su Jiechi nodded, that's a good idea. However, he's still part of our faction, which poses some risks and problems. In fact, Kellen could have figured out Yuan's identity if he tried to locate Yuan, since he has access to the location of all members with a lower rank. However, since he didn't know Yuan had left the primal expanse, he had no reason to try to locate Yuan or suspect his disguise, something that had to be done manually. Another way of exposing Yuan would be to use an identifying talisman, which will automatically glow if they are near a member of the faction. Commanders like Kellen and those of higher rank possess the ability to forcefully reveal a member's rank. However, since no one would suspect that Yuan is already part of the Celestial Overlords, the likelihood of this happening remains low. What if we temporarily remove him from the faction? Kellen suddenly suggested. Senior Bai and Su Jiechi frowned at his outrageous suggestion. Why are you looking at me like that? You trust him, right? In that case, you don't really have to worry about him going off to another faction. Kellen's suggestion was logical and would definitely work. However, Su Jiechi didn't like the idea of removing Yuan from the faction, as it'd reset his progress and contributions to the faction. In other words, Yuan would have to start from the lowest rank when he rejoins the faction in the future. If you're worried about his rank, well, there's not much we can really do about that. However, it's probably still better than exposing his existence to the faction, which will definitely stir the already unstable hornet's nest. Su Jiechi clenched her fists. She wanted to keep Yuan a secret from the rest of the faction until he was strong enough or she had enough control of the faction. If the others find out about Yuan, they will definitely fight over him, especially that madman. I have to avoid this at all costs, since it will, without a doubt, give the Celestial Overlords a good reason to divide the faction finally. The Celestial Overlords may seem perfect in the eyes of outsiders, but there was a serious power struggle within the upper ranks, with each Celestial Overlord trying to gain more authority and control over the other. While he may lose his progress, we can still give him special promotions. Senior Bai suddenly said. He's only a general right now, and Kellen has the authority to promote an apprentice to a warrior, even captain. I can promote him to general, and if needed, Lady Su could promote him even further. I thought we cannot give out special promotions willy-nilly. Kellen said. No, but there are ways around that. We can discuss that in the future. Senior Bai said. Alright. Let's remove Yuan from the faction temporarily for his safety and the stability of our faction. Su Jiechi eventually made a decision. There's another issue, but you will have to hear it from Yuan. Kellen then said. Why can't you tell us here? Su Jiechi frowned. Because you probably won't believe me, and Yuan requested this himself. Kellen shrugged. Fine. He's in the myriad of techniques right now, right? Indeed. You can return first. Senior Bai said. Yes. Kellen bowed to them before leaving. I hope he won't hold a grudge for removing him, even if it's only temporary. Su Jiechi sighed. Yuan isn't that kind of person. He'll surely understand why it must be done. Senior Bai said. Kellen returned to the myriad of techniques sometime later. Where's Senior Bai and Miss Su? Yuan asked Kellen when he returned. They'll be coming later. While we wait for them, I need to talk to you for a moment. Kellen looked at him with a serious expression. What happened? Kellen proceeded to explain the situation and that they had decided to temporarily remove him from the faction. Miss Sue is worried that my existence might start a war in the faction and divide them, so she's been keeping my existence a secret this entire time. Yuan was dumbfounded after hearing this information. Kellen sighed and explained, you will eventually learn about this, so I might as well tell you now. Our situation isn't as good as it appears from the outside. Due to the other celestial overlords' ambitions, the faction has been split into 4 different groups, and we have internal fights almost daily. For the record, I am on Celestial Overlord Sue's side, and you're technically also on our side since she personally recruited you. Divided into 4 groups. Internal fights. Ambitions. What the hell is happening to my faction? Yuan muttered in a dazed voice. Your faction. Kellen raised an eyebrow at his weird phrasing. Is that what I said? Yuan casually shrugged it off and continued, anyway, I understand the situation, and I don't blame Miss Sue for her decision. You can tell her that yourself when she arrives in a bit. Also, you have to tell her about your situation with the Celestial Emperor, said Kellen. Yuan nodded, I will. Sometime later, a rift appeared in the world, and 2 individuals emerged from it. It was Senior Bai and Su Jiechi. Senior Bai and Su Jiechi's eyebrows twitched when they sensed Yuan's powerful presence despite his efforts to suppress it. Just what did he experience in the primal expanse to grow so much in just 3 years? Senior Bai swallowed nervously. Meanwhile, Su Jiechi was fixated on Yuan's face the moment she saw it. While she was surprised by his growth, she was even more shocked by something else. In the 3 years since Su Jiechi had last seen Yuan, he had grown noticeably more mature and handsome. Most striking, however, was that he now bore an uncanny resemblance to the founder of the Celestial Overlords, a similarity that was impossible to ignore. Although Su Jiechi had also noticed this before, she subconsciously ignored it, pretended like it was only her imagination. However, she could no longer ignore their resemblance. Father. Su Jiechi muttered in a low voice, her eyes trembling with emotion. What? Senior Bai turned to look at her with raised eyebrows after hearing her mumbling. Sorry for making you guys worry, but as you can see, I have returned, Yuan said to them. However, Su Jiechi acted like she didn't hear Yuan and approached him in a dazed manner. She placed a hand on his face and stared at it with intense concentration. Celestial Overlord Su. Kellen tried calling out to her, but she ignored him. Heaven-refining physique, your uncanny resemblance to him. Su Jiechi mumbled inwardly with a profound expression on her face, almost as if she'd realized something. Without looking away from Yuan, she suddenly said, leave us alone for a moment. Yes. Noticing her serious tone, Senior Bai and Kellen didn't question her request and immediately left them alone. Even after they left, Su Jiechi proceeded to envelop Yuan and herself in a concealment formation and a sound-blocking formation. What's the matter, Miss Su? Yuan asked her after seeing her actions. Do you believe in reincarnation? Su Jiechi suddenly asked with a solemn face. Yes, I do. What do you know about reincarnation? She then asked. As long as their soul is preserved, everyone who dies will eventually reincarnate, but they won't retain the memories of their past life. Yuan gave a brief explanation. That is the basics of reincarnation, but did you know that those with a powerful fate could reincarnate into someone who closely resembles their previous life? Some even regain fragments of memories and talents from those lives. Su Jiechi revealed. For example, once a sword immortal with a powerful fate for the sword perishes, there is a good chance their second life is also fated to walk the path of the sword, becoming a sword immortal again. We call this phenomenon fateful reincarnation, and the people who have experienced this fateful reincarnation are called true reincarnators. Fateful reincarnation. Yuan mumbled. Don't be surprised to hear what I am about to say, but I believe you are a true reincarnator who has experienced fateful reincarnation, and you were the founder of the Celestial Overlords in your previous life. Su Jiechi suddenly said, unaware that she'd perfectly struck the nail on its head. Before Yuan could even say anything, she continued, the founder of the celestial overlords also had the heaven-refining physique, and your resemblance is uncanny. I'd be willing to wager my life that you're the founder's reincarnation. Yuan couldn't say anything, as he was absolutely bewildered that someone had actually managed to come to this conclusion. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke, even if what you say is true. What should I do? Su Jiechi pondered for a moment before responding, just continue doing what you normally do. Since you are a true reincarnator, your future has already been prophesied, and your path has already been determined. While there is a chance that your future might change, it can only be affected by those who are aware of your identity as a true reincarnator, hence why you must not reveal this information to anyone, not even to Kellen or Overlord Bai. Do you understand me? I understand. Yuan nodded in a dazed manner. True reincarnators are an exceptionally rare existence, and they typically only appear in the ninth heaven, where some of the most powerful individuals with powerful fates exist, hence why almost nobody is aware of their existence in the lower heavens. Thank the heavens you've returned to us in our time of need. I can finally breathe properly for once. Su Jiechi released a deep and profound sigh. Nobody but Su Jiechi herself could understand the waves of emotions affecting her heart at this moment, but she'd managed to control herself and maintain her dignified demeanor. Yet, she was unable to prevent tears from forming in her eyes, causing her sight to become blurry. Yuan wondered if he should just tell Su Jiechi that he'd already begun recalling Tianjing's memories but decided to wait until he had enough memories before doing so. She's already convinced that I am Tianjing's reincarnation, so there's no point telling her. Once I regain enough of Tianjing's memories, I'll have a proper conversation with her. Sometime later, once Su Jiechi had full control again, she spoke, I assume Kellen had told you about our situation before we showed up. Yuan nodded, yes, he told me about the Celestial Overlord's internal strife and how the faction is essentially divided into 4 different factions. Indeed. Now that I've confirmed you to be our founder's reincarnation, we definitely cannot allow the others to realize your existence, or things will get messy really fast, and they will definitely hunt you down before you can regain your memories or affect the faction. Su Jiechi spoke in a solemn voice. But worry not. I will protect you even at the cost of my life, just as you've done for me in the past. A slight smile appeared on Su Jiechi's face. And once you've become a true immortal, I will help you regain your previous position in the Celestial Overlords. Su Jiechi said. Originally, she planned on uniting the Celestial Overlords by herself, but with Yuan's fateful reincarnation, she tossed all of her initial plans down the drain to help Yuan ascend the Celestial Overlords. She was confident that Yuan had reincarnated to help the Celestial Overlords. Sometime later, Su Jiechi retrieved Yuan's Celestial Overlord's symbol and rank, essentially removing him from the faction. Don't worry, the ranks are meaningless to you, who will ascend beyond the Celestial Overlords in the future. Su Jiechi said to him. I am not worried, nor do I blame you for making this decision. As a matter of fact, I was going to ask you to temporarily remove me from the faction because of a certain incident. What incident? Is this related to why Kellen asked me to speak with you? Su Jiechi frowned. Yuan nodded and said, you understand the existence of people like me, players, right? She nodded, of course. Then are you aware that we require the system to visit the 9 heavens? I don't have a full understanding of the system since we natives of the 9 heavens don't have anything like that, but I know it's something that assists the people from your world, these players in the 9 heavens. Yes, that's the gist of it. Anyway, without the system, we players cannot travel to the 9 heavens with our souls, and the Celestial Emperor has control of that system. After a slight pause, he continued, the Celestial Emperor has blocked my access to the system, meaning I can no longer enter the 9 heavens. He what? Su Jiechi roared as killing intent exploded from her being. Let me finish. Yuan hastily continued, however, due to a miracle, I was able to remain in the 9 heavens, but I am no longer able to log off, return to my world. I am basically stuck in the 9 heavens as a piece of my soul until I reach the 7th heaven and visit the Dragon Spiral Mountain there. Do you know why the Celestial Emperor acted against you? Su Jiechi asked. If not, I will go to the Celestial Emperor and demand an answer even if I must be forceful. Please don't. And it most likely has something to do with my fateful reincarnation. Wait. Su Jiechi's face suddenly became contemplative. Now that I think about it, while Father would occasionally assist the Celestial Emperor with the faction, he never personally assisted the Celestial Emperor. He even refused to be associated with the Celestial Emperor to remain a neutral faction. Su Jiechi began recalling the finer details of her memories with Tianjia, who would never smile while in the presence of the Celestial Emperor despite always smiling everywhere else. Did Father have some sort of grievance with the Celestial Emperor? Su Jiechi wondered inwardly. Did the Celestial Emperor have something to do with Father's disappearance, death? If you speak to the Celestial Emperor, he would realize that I am still in the 9 heavens, and there is also the possibility that he has people in the Celestial Overlords working for him, Yuan said. If you put it like that, I agree we shouldn't let the Celestial Emperor know. But will you be fine? He nodded with a calm smile, I will be fine. I just need to reach the 7th heaven without alerting the Celestial Emperor. In any case, the Celestial Overlord situation isn't good, so you should avoid confronting the Celestial Emperor for the time being. Alright, I will try my best to not affect your fate since I am now aware of your fateful reincarnation, but if I sense that you are in danger, I will act, regardless of our opponent's identity or the costs. Su Jiechi said with a stern look on her face. Thank you. Yuan nodded with a warm smile. By the way, how should I deal with the Celestial Overlord coming to recruit me? Do as you wish, but try to refuse without offending her. While she may belong to a different group, her group and my group are quite friendly toward each other, unlike the other 2 Celestial Overlords. Su Jiechi explained. If possible, I would like to get her on our side, which will help us in taking care of the rats. Yuan nodded, I understand. I will try my best. Su Jiechi suddenly lunged forward and embraced Yuan, pressing her soft breasts against his chest. They were so close that Yuan could feel her heartbeat. Miss Su. Call me Jiechi when we are alone, she said firmly, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Alright, Jiechi. Yuan returned her embrace. He could feel her body trembling slightly at his touch. After remaining in that position for several moments, Su Jiechi released him and deactivated the formations. You guys can come back, she said out loud. Kellen and Senior Bai instantly appeared before them. I have temporarily removed Yuan from the faction, so nobody in the faction, excluding the 3 of us, knows of his relationship with us. I shouldn't need to say this, but if this information is leaked. Su Jiechi glared at Kellen as a warning to him. While she didn't think Kellen would betray them, she knew he had a big mouth and would occasionally say things he shouldn't or didn't mean to. Don't worry, Celestial Overlord Su. You can rest assured that I won't utter about Yuan to anyone. I am really sorry things have escalated to this point, Yuan. I know you don't blame us, but I still want to offer my sincere apology. Senior Bai said to him. We will definitely help you regain your rank once you return. Yuan chuckled and joked, my rank will mean nothing if the faction goes to shit because of me. What are you going to do now that you're back in the 9 heavens? Senior Bai then asked. I will ascend, he responded with determination. Celestial Overlord Su, I am going to bring his friends to my sect in the 7th heaven, and I am going to train them until Yuan makes his way there, Kellen said to Su Jiechi after Yuan's matter was settled. She nodded, I understand. I will help you with the arrangements. Kellen bowed to her, thank you. With someone powerful like Su Jiechi helping him, their process would speed up greatly. You will have about a week left with them, Kellen said to Yuan afterward. Senior Bai made a gesture with his hands. Moments later, a floating island with a large house approached them from a distance at the speed of sound, stopping right before them. You can use this place as you wish until then, he said. Thank you. Yuan nodded. Upon closer inspection, there was a beautiful still pond and even a training ground on the island. Then I will leave now to deal with your friend's matters. Don't forget about what we talked about. Su Jiaqi said to Yuan. He nodded, I won't. Once Su Jiaqi and the others left, the demon sealing faction gathered on the island. There, each member recalled their training experience with Kellen. Li Jinsi appeared at the myriad of techniques once her death cooldown ended. You're really cruel, you know that. Li Jinsi greeted Yuan with a frown on her face. Li Jinsi had been told of Yuan's situation by Meishio earlier. When she first learned that the man from the upper heavens she'd lost to was actually Yuan, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I am truly sorry for killing you. It was an accident. Yuan apologized to her with a sincere bow. Li Jinsi sighed, I know, but that also means I was below your expectations, right? Li Jinsi clenched her fist in anger. The thing that frustrated her the most wasn't her defeat but realizing that despite all of her hard work, she was still miles behind Yuan, and there was a good chance the gap between them had even widened. And to think I thought that I was actually catching up. How laughable, she sighed inwardly, feeling dejected. Seeing her expression, Yuan smiled and said, You have surpassed my expectations in terms of growth, and you will become stronger at an even faster rate once you train in the upper heavens, where the resources are much more abundant. Let's postpone our real match with each other until then. Li Jinsi nodded with a resolute face. A few days later, Kellen returned to the myriad of techniques and said to Yuan, Celestial Overlord Qing will arrive in the fourth heaven in a few hours. I have prepared a place for the two of you. All right. Take me there. Yuan retrieved his mask and wore it before leaving the myriad of techniques with Kellen. Sometime later, as they arrived at their destination, Yuan raised an eyebrow at the unexpected location. This is, a wine restaurant? Yuan muttered as he saw the store. Celestial Overlord Qing is a wine enthusiast. She will be able to cope with your rejection much better here, said Kellen. I see. Yuan didn't say much and entered the restaurant with Kellen. It was completely empty inside, as Kellen had reserved the entire place for the entire day. Once inside, they sat at the lone table in the middle of the empty room. There were 2 chairs, indicating that Kellen had no plans of being there for the recruitment. I'll be waiting outside, Kellen said. So you really have no plan on participating? Yuan asked. He shook his head and sighed, I have no place to participate. Not only am I a mere commander, but Celestial Overlord Chang is from a different group. My only job was to make sure you would be present before her arrival. Good luck, and don't mess it up. How could I mess it up? Yuan raised an eyebrow. How would I know? You're as unpredictable as fate. Kellen shrugged before walking outside to wait for Celestial Overlord Chang's arrival. Half an hour later, Kellen noticed a figure descending from the sky, landing before him. Commander Kellen greets Celestial Overlord Chang. Kellen respectfully bowed to the beautiful young lady standing before him. Celestial Overlord Chang was a graceful young lady who appeared to be at the end of her adolescent years. She had an elegant presence, as if brought up in a prestigious and noble family. She was someone who could easily be mistaken as an innocent young lady who had been spoiled her entire life. Celestial Overlord Chang acknowledged Kellen with a slight nod before turning to look inside the restaurant. An excited smile appeared on her face as she spoke, even though I am still outside, I can feel his tyrannical presence. Looks like you weren't exaggerating about his existence. If anything, I think you underestimated him. Unable to contain her excitement, Celestial Overlord Chang walked inside the restaurant. Kellen remained standing outside, acting like a guard. The moment Yuan laid eyes on Celestial Overlord Chang, he instinctively wondered if she was lost, as she lacked any noticeable presence. Celestial Overlord Chang walked to the table and gave him an elegant bow. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Chang Qin-yun, one of 4 Celestial Overlords. Yuan stood up and bowed back. The pleasure is mine, Senior Chang. My surname is Shao. Forgive me for not revealing my face or full name due to family circumstances. Chang Qingyun calmly dismissed his worries with a slow head shake. It's okay. I am aware of your situation. Please, sit. She gestured at the chairs. Yuan nodded and sat back down. So she is Celestial Overlord Chang, huh? She's completely different from Su Jieqi. If anything, she's the complete opposite. Yuan thought to himself as Chang Qingyun sat down before him. I'm sure Kellen already mentioned this to you, but I would like to personally invite you to join the Celestial Overlords. Chang Qingyun went straight to the topic after sitting down, leaving no room for small talk. This is a little sudden. Why do you wish to recruit me when you don't even know anything about me? Yuan asked. He didn't want to outright reject Chang Qingyun's invitation without having a conversation, as it would be incredibly rude and somewhat suspicious. Moreover, he wanted to befriend her if possible, as it would benefit Su Jieqi and the Celestial Overlords. We can get to know you better as a member. The most important thing to me right now is your potential, and from what I have heard, you're very gifted, enough to shock Kellen, who has seen all sorts of geniuses. As for myself, I can tell from a glance that you hold extraordinary prowess inside your body, even though you are trying to hide it. If I don't hide it, I won't be able to go outside without terrifying those around me. Yuan shrugged. I know how you feel. Anyway, what is your answer? Chang Qingyun asked, seemingly impatient for an answer. Honestly, while I have heard of the Celestial Overlords, I don't know much about them. Moreover, due to my family's circumstances, I will need special permission before I can associate myself with any organization. In that case, do you think I can have a word with your family? I will do my best to convince them to allow you to join our faction. Sorry, but my family prohibits sharing any information about them to outsiders, and that will continue even when I join the faction. If that is a deal-breaker, I'm afraid I will have to reject your invitation. No, that is perfectly fine. As a matter of fact, we have plenty of members who come from hidden families, so we are very familiar with your boundaries. Then what do you expect from me once I join? Yuan asked. Not much, honestly. You are pretty much free to do as you please, and we only ask that you prioritize the faction when we need your help for something. Though, you are required to earn a certain amount of good karma every year. It's not much and won't take much of your time unless you wish to ascend the ranks. Furthermore, given your potential, I could even personally train you if you want. If I don't have what it takes, I know people who do. That's quite a generous offer, Senior Chang. I thought it was difficult to get into the Celestial Overlords. Chang Qingyun chuckled and said, It is. I am only giving you special attention because of your potential. I also need your power in the future. Oh. Can you elaborate on that? Yuan's interest was piqued. I shouldn't say this since you're not a member yet, but I also don't want you to feel like I tricked you. In any case, the Celestial Overlords are in a tough situation right now due to internal struggle between members, mostly those at the top of the ranking. Every Celestial Overlord has their own factions and are trying to take control of the entire faction. I need your power to defeat the others. I see. I appreciate you telling such sensitive information to a stranger like me, and I would like to ask, what do you plan on doing if you win? Yuan asked. You won't be a stranger if you join the faction, she chuckled before continuing, anyway, to answer your question. After a slight pause, she spoke with an awkward smile, honestly, I haven't thought that far yet. Yuan was speechless. You probably think I am unreliable or irresponsible, but I can assure you that I am not like that. Right now, I am merely entirely focused on ensuring the other Celestial Overlords don't win, as that could spell the end for the faction. The other Celestial Overlords? Why would the faction collapse if they win? They only care about power and authority. People like them will run any organization to the ground when given uncontested authority. I joined the Celestial Overlords because they saved my life in the past, and I will do anything to protect the faction. Is that so? Are the other Celestial Overlords that bad? I never knew. Yuan went along with her to see if she was telling the truth or just wanted his assistance. Besides Celestial Overlord Su, the other two are definitely bad apples. One is hungry for power, and the other is desperate for authority. As for Celestial Overlord Su, I don't know about her. She's a very distant and cold individual. She won't speak unless necessary. However, that doesn't necessarily mean she's a bad person. I don't get a bad vibe from her. Perhaps that's why I don't dislike her. Chang Qing-yun appeared sincere when discussing her feelings for the celestial overlords, and her perspective on Su Jieqi aligned perfectly with what Su Jieqi herself had mentioned. Realizing this, Yuan's initial decision to reject her invitation suddenly began to change. If I join her group, I will not only be able to determine whether her feelings are real or fake, but I can even make moves within the celestial overlords without affecting Su Jieqi and her faction. Moreover, if Chang Qing-yun turns out to be genuinely concerned for the faction, I can bring her to our side. Yuan decided to accept Chang Qing-yun's invitation, but he didn't hastily accept it just yet. I understand the celestial overlord situation, as well as Senior Chang's goals, but what can I do to help? He asked. Well, you just need to focus on growing stronger for now since you are still too weak to do anything. If you need help, I, as well as those from my group, will do everything in our power to assist you. After all, it's been a very long time since we've had someone as talented as you join us, and whenever someone highly talented joins, it's typically Celestial Overlord Su who recruited them. Chang Qing-yun sighed towards the end. All right. Can you give me a few days to contact my family before I give you an answer? Yuan said. Of course. Take as much time as you need. Chang Qing-yun's face brightened after hearing his positive response. I shall wait for your response here. Chang Qing-yun said a moment later. All right. Yuan nodded. Their conversation ended there, and Chang Qing-yun waved goodbye as Yuan walked out of the restaurant. When Yuan left the restaurant, Kellen immediately looked at him with a questioning gaze. He wasn't aware of Yuan's plans or his conversation with Chang Qing-yun. However, the conversation ended a little too early for his comfort. Despite understanding Kellen's feelings, Yuan ignored him and left. Commander Kellen. Chang Qing-yun's voice resounded from inside the restaurant shortly after Yuan left. Kellen hastily entered to see Chang Qing-yun smiling from ear to ear. This caused Kellen's eyebrows to involuntarily raise. Why is she so happy when he rejected her invitation? He wondered inwardly. You've done an excellent job scouting such a talented individual. Although I wish to reward you, I don't want to create any misunderstandings since you belong to Celestial Overlord Su's group. It's fine. And honestly, I intended for Celestial Overlord Su to recruit him, but she refused, so there's nothing else I can do. You could have recruited him before I arrived. Why didn't you? Chang Qing-yun asked. Kellen sneered, and offend you, who has the second largest group in the faction? I'd rather not. There are plenty of talents out there, anyway. We can miss one or two. I wouldn't be so sure about that. There may be many talented individuals out there, but there are rarely any monsters like him. Even 1,000 geniuses wouldn't be able to compare to him. You think so highly of him despite this being your first meeting with him. Why? Chang Qing-yun smiled and said, You're not the only one in the world who recognizes talent when they see it. That man. I have never seen anything like that before. I must get my hands on him no matter what. She clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. While Chang Qing-yun waited for Yuan's return, she purchased and drank nearly the entire wine restaurant stock. Yuan pretended to contact his family when, in reality, he was spending his time at the myriad of techniques with the others. Brother. A familiar figure greeted Yuan when he returned to the myriad of techniques. Yu-ro. A warm smile appeared on Yuan's face after seeing his little sister. Meishio had revealed Yuan's situation to Yu-ro. When Yu-ro learned of this, she cried like a baby. Fortunately, there were still ways for them to meet inside Cultivation Online. Sorry, but I won't be able to visit you for a while. Yuan apologized to her. It's okay. It's not like you have a choice. Yuro shook her head as she embraced him. However, I am worried about your body. I should be fine. With my cultivation, I can survive with just spiritual energy alone, and my body naturally absorbs them. Don't worry. Yuro. I will check on Yuan's condition every week just to make sure his body is healthy. Wang Xiuying assured her. Thank you, Sister Xiuying. A few days later, it was time for the demon sealing faction to ascend. However, since Kellen was busy accompanying Chang Qingyun, Senior Bai went to the 4th heaven to escort them to the 7th heaven. Until next time, Yuan. Good luck, and don't slack on your training, Yuan said to them. Before they left, Yuan revealed his plan to accept Chang Qingyun's invitation. Senior Bai was baffled at first, but after hearing Yuan's reasoning, he agreed with Yuan's decision. Acting within the celestial overlords without affecting Lady Su, huh? That's a great idea. I will let her know later. Senior Bai said. Once the demon sealing members left with Senior Bai, only Yuan and Yuro remained in the myriad of techniques. Soon, announcements began appearing for all of the players to see. Congratulations! Players Healer Wang, Li Jinxi, Chu Liuxiang, Mei Xiu, Sword Immortal Ming, Sword Fairy Wang, Spear God Lang, Shadow Murong, Fluttering Zao, and God of Fists Xiuqian have become the first players to ascend to 5th heaven. Congratulations! Players Healer Wang, Li Jinxi, Chu Liuxiang, Mei Xiu, Sword Immortal Ming, Sword Fairy Wang, Spear God Lang, Shadow Murong, Fluttering Zao, and God of Fists Xiuqian have become the first players to ascend to 6th heaven. Congratulations! Players Healer Wang, Li Jinxi, Chu Liuxiang, Mei Xiu, Sword Immortal Ming, Sword Fairy Wang, Spear God Lang, Shadow Murong, Fluttering Zao, and God of Fists Xiuqian have become the first players to ascend to 7th heaven. These consecutive announcements left the entire world shocked and speechless. Wait a minute. I recognize their names. They belong to the demon sealing faction. Some of the players quickly noticed this detail. They must have found a method to ascend quickly. Does this mean we also get to ascend up to the 7th heaven now? No. They didn't ascend through the stairway to heaven. Instead, they were escorted to the upper heavens by experts who already live there, just like when Thunder Emperor and Healer Wang became the first players to ascend to the spirit heaven after the mystic realm a few years ago. That's strange. How come player Yuan didn't ascend with them? Surely, he wouldn't want to miss such an opportunity. The players were quick to notice Yuan's name was missing from the announcement. Didn't he also refuse to ascend the last time? He's probably going to challenge the stairway to heaven soon. The sooner the better. I want to see what's in the 5th heaven. Yuro left shortly after, returning to her own faction. As for Yuan, he made his way back to Kellen and Chang Qingyun. Wow, what a smell! Even before Yuan stepped into the restaurant, a strong aroma of wine filled the air, assaulting his nose and eyes. Oh, welcome back. Have you spoken with your family? Chang Qingyun placed the bottle of wine in her hand on the table and gestured for him to sit down. Yuan nodded and responded, yes, and they have given me permission to join the Celestial Overlords. Really? You'll join the Celestial Overlords? Chang Qingyun immediately became ecstatic, feeling like she was floating in the heavens from bliss. She had prepared to fight tooth and nail for Yuan, and she'd even prepared some treasures just in case. However, the recruitment had gone unexpectedly smoothly and without any hiccups. Before you celebrate, I have some conditions. Yuan suddenly said, halting her celebration. Chang Qingyun became serious again and responded, what is it? As long as it's not unreasonable, we can definitely make it work. First of all, I do not want anyone investigating my background. I can assure you that nobody from my group will investigate your background, but I cannot guarantee you the other groups won't, as my control over them is limited. As a matter of fact, I can say for sure that they'll try to investigate you, especially as your reputation increases within the faction. However, I will still try my best to stop them if I find out. Yuan nodded. That is good enough for me. I understand that it's impossible to stop people from being nosy, and being investigated is inevitable. My second condition is that you have to restrict access to my location. I am aware that high-ranking members have access to the location of other members. Chang Qin-yun then responded, I can definitely restrict certain ranks from accessing your location, but I cannot block everyone, such as other celestial overlords. As for my final condition. Well, this isn't really a condition but a request. If other members from opposing groups were to cause trouble for me, I would like the authority to deal with them in an appropriate manner, regardless of their rank. Chang Qin-yun narrowed her eyes with a pondering face. Can you elaborate on what you deem as appropriate? She inquired a few seconds later. For example, if someone plots or has the intent to harm or kill me, I will be able to harm or kill them depending on the situation. In other words, an eye for an eye. Yuan gave a brief but straightforward explanation. I see. If a member attacks you without justification, you are already allowed to retaliate without needing my authority. However, please refrain from killing anyone if possible, as that would make things more complicated. That's good. If that's all your conditions, I will give you the Celestial Overlord symbol now. Yuan nodded and extended his arm. Not wanting to give Yuan another second to contemplate, Chang Qin-yun swiftly gave Yuan the symbol. You are now an official member of the Celestial Overlords. Welcome aboard. Chang Qin-yun showed him a bright and satisfied smile. Yuan looked at the apprentice symbol on his hand and smiled, thank you for having me. To celebrate your acceptance, do you have any request? It's a rare opportunity to receive a Celestial Overlord's help, especially when they just joined the faction. Can I save it for later? Yuan asked. Of course. Chang Qin-yun continued, by the way, why did you come down to the lower heavens? I was sent down by my family to hunt down some fugitive as a trial of sorts. Honestly, I don't really get it. I see. So you're also here for that individual. But didn't you hear? The Celestial Emperor has called off the search. Apparently that individual has been dealt with. What? Seriously? When did this happen? Yuan asked with wide eyes. A few days ago. Most have already returned to the upper heavens. Yuan laughed inwardly at this information, as this would make it easier for him to traverse the lower heavens without being noticed. In that case, I'll roam around the lower heavens for a bit before returning home. It's a rare opportunity for me to venture into the outside world, much less the lower heavens. Sometime later, Chang Qin-yun said, if you don't have anything for me, I will leave you alone now. Oh, here is a special present from me. Chang Qin-yun stepped forward and tapped Yuan on the forehead. Absolute concealment learned. This technique will help you hide your presence better, she said. Sure enough, the moment Yuan activated the technique, the rest of the presence he couldn't hide disappeared magically. Although it wasn't as perfect as Ingzi's complete lack of presence, Yuan could easily be mistaken as an ordinary cultivator. If he hid his presence even further, one could even mistaken him as a mortal. Thank you very much, Celestial Overlord Chang. You can call me Senior Sister Chang. I'll give you special permission. I understand, Senior Sister Chang. Good. Then I will return to the upper heavens now. If you ever need me, you can contact me using this communication jade slip. Chang Qin-yun handed Yuan a jade slip. Under normal circumstances, only overlords and those closely connected to her would be given a communication jade slip that allows one to contact her directly. As of this moment, Yuan had direct access to 2 celestial overlords. This was something only a select few overlords could brag about. Before leaving, Chang Qin-yun made sure to grab a few more bottles of wine from the restaurant. Once Chang Qin-yun had completely left and her presence could no longer be sensed, Kellen approached Yuan with a deep frown on his face. What is the meaning of this? Do you intend on betraying Celestial Overlord Su? He inquired. Yuan sighed, are you being serious? He proceeded to explain his reasoning for accepting her invitation. I have already spoken to Senior Bai about this, and he also agreed to it. I would have told you sooner, but you were busy. You're essentially using Celestial Overlord Chang as a cover, and you're acting like a spy. If she realizes this. Kellen swallowed nervously when he couldn't even imagine her reaction. Then we better make sure she doesn't find out. Yuan calmly shrugged, leaving Kellen speechless. Fuck, you're really something else. Kellen sighed in defeat. Anyway, now that your friends have ascended and your situation with Celestial Overlord Chang is over, it's time for me to leave as well. Don't forget your promise. Kellen said as he stared at Yuan. What promise? Yuan teased. Our fight. We'll fight once you reach the 7th heaven and travel to the 9 heavens with your real body. Ah, I remember now. I'll fight you as much as you want if you take care of my friends. If I find out that they had been mistreated in any way, I'll hold you accountable, understand? Kellen swallowed nervously after sensing Yuan's serious gaze through his mask. Relax. They have protection not only from me but also from Overlord Bai and Celestial Overlord Su. Nobody would be foolish to touch them, especially when they will be spending most of their time inside my sect. Yuan nodded, then I'll leave them in your care. Kellen left shortly after, returning to the 7th heaven. Meanwhile, Yuan made his way to a secluded location. Dong Yi. Yuan summoned him. However, there was no response. After waiting around and trying again a few more times, Yuan decided to give up speaking with Dong Yi and made his way to the stairway to heaven instead. At the stairway to heaven, Yuan noticed many players attempting to ascend. I shall be the first player besides player Yuan to ascend. A player boldly announced as he took his first step on the stairway leading to the gates. Yet, 4 steps later, this player was forced to forfeit when he couldn't even lift his legs under the immense pressure. There were hundreds of players there, and most of them failed at the 6th step. A few managed to reach the 9th step, with a dozen players managing to reach the door. However, all of these players were tossed out a few minutes after entering the stairway to heaven. Eventually, Yuan decided to participate. Once it was his turn, he jumped onto the staircase and, without stopping, jumped to the next step until he reached all the way to the end. Who is that masked person? Is he a player? The players were shocked by how effortlessly Yuan had climbed the steps. There's no way he's a player unless he's player Yuan. No, he doesn't feel like a player at all. The players were quick to dismiss Yuan as a player, as there was something inherently different about him. Perhaps it was due to Shura's system, but the players subconsciously saw him in a negative light, almost as if they were natural enemies. Upon reaching the door, Yuan opened it and entered it. Once inside, a small figure emerged from the darkness and lowered their head before Yuan. Welcome back, Master. It's been a while, Tiana. How have you been? The same as usual. I see. Anyway, I am here to ask you some questions. Is there any way for me to ascend the stairway to heaven without alerting the Celestial Emperor? For example, every time I successfully ascend, a notification will be sent throughout the 9 heavens, and the other players will be able to ascend as well. Is there a way to avoid this? Tianer swiftly responded, the Celestial Emperor made it so that only players with the Rashra's system will trigger an announcement when they clear the stairway to heaven. As for Master, since Tianer cannot sense the system within you, there shouldn't be any announcements when you clear it. You know about the Rashra's system? Yuan didn't expect this. Of course. Such information is necessary for Tianer to work with it, she nodded. Then do you know about the Shura's system? Tianer calmly shook her head. Then am I still considered a player? Yuan then asked. Tianer stared at Yuan for a moment before nodding her head. Master is still a player in Tianer's eyes. Thanks a lot for the information, Tiana. Yuan was relieved to learn that he would be able to ascend without worrying about alerting the Celestial Emperor. Then I will be right back. Yuan exited the stairway to heaven. What? He got kicked out already? Ha ha ha. He lasted even less time than the players. As the players laughed at him, Yuan spoke in a loud and clear voice, I am willing to carry 9 players through the stairway to heaven. Raise your hand if you wish to come. In order to acquire the best rewards in the stairway to heaven, Yuan decided to increase the difficulty to the max by bringing as many people as he could. The entire place fell silent as the players stared at Yuan with wide eyes. We can do that? Being carried by an NPC, that is. One of the players suddenly asked out loud. I have never heard of this before. Despite their suspicions, many players there raised their hands. Seeing this, Yuan smiled and said, there are too many people here, so let's do it like this, the 9 highest paying players will get to ascend with me. What? The players began exchanging looks with each other. It didn't take long before the players started shouting their offers. However, even if every single one of these players handed their entire fortune to Yuan, it would still only be pocket change at best. In the end, Yuan ended up choosing 9 random players who hadn't made fun of him to mess with these players. Fuck. Are you messing with us? Come down here, and let's fight. Yuan jumped from the door to the ground, where the players were gathered. I'm here, now what? Yuan released a tiny fraction of his aura, which was more than enough to terrify these players. When nobody dared to move a moment later, Yuan said, to those 9 of you who were chosen, grab a badge and follow me. These players hastily went to grab a badge from the dumbfounded individual working there and proceeded to follow Yuan up the staircase. Once all of the holes were filled, Yuan entered the stairway to heaven with the random players. Shortly before Yuan arrived at the stairway to heaven, he was stopped by Shimeli. Hey, do you think I can challenge the stairway to heaven by myself? Shimeli asked him. If that's what you want, go ahead. I have no real reason to stop you. Yuan responded. Great. I have been wanting to challenge it ever since I heard about it. Hopefully, it won't be too difficult. With your talents and training with Kellen, I'm sure you'll be able to pass it with flying colors. After hearing that Shimeli wanted to challenge the stairway to heaven, Lan Yingying added, I would also like to challenge the stairway to heaven. Since I chose to stay behind instead of training under Kellen with the others, I need to make the most of every opportunity to train myself. Alright. Then I'll go first. See you 2 later. Wait. Shimeli hastily stopped him. What if one of us fails to ascend? Yuan smiled and said, neither of you will fail. However, if you somehow fail to ascend, I still have a method to let you ascend. Shimeli nodded, feeling a little more relieved, knowing they wouldn't be stuck in the 4th heaven. Now that I think about it, what about Yingzi? Since Yingzi didn't originate from the 9 heavens, would their laws affect her? Yuan decided to figure it out later. Once Yuan was inside the stairway to heaven with the 9 random players, the players were teleported to the spectators' room. Tianer, I have a question. I have someone who came from another world, a place outside of the 9 heavens. How will stairway to heaven work for her? Tianer then spoke, if you mean that being hidden within your shadow, she can ascend without needing to pass the trials. After all, the stairway to heaven is only meant for those born within the 9 heavens. Moreover, she is already powerful enough to exist within the supreme heaven. It'd be pointless to make someone like her take the trials. Oh. You can sense Yingzi despite her lack of presence? Yuan commented in a somewhat surprised tone. Presence or not, Tianer can sense anything and everything that exists within the stairway to heaven. Nothing can hide from Tianer, she calmly stated. For example, Tianer can sense the 3, technically 4 souls resting within Masters Dan Tian, as well as the 3 souls resting within your 3 soul weapons. Yuan stared at Tianer with wide eyes. I know I created her, but damn. How terrifying. Yuan swallowed nervously as he thought to himself. All right, I will begin the trial now. Also, I have 2 companions who will be challenging the stairway to heaven later. Just in case. If they fail, I can still bring them to the 5th heaven, right? Tian'er nodded. As the master of the stairway to heaven, you ultimately decide who can and cannot ascend. Tian'er has said this before, but master can also ascend without needing to take the trials. Yuan nodded, thanks. That's all I needed to know. We can begin the trial. Make sure to prevent those players in the spectators' room from seeing my trials. As you wish, master. Tian'er disappeared into the void shortly later, and a staircase appeared before Yuan. Meanwhile, inside the spectators' room, the players were puzzled by their situation. Where are we? What happened to that NPC who promised to carry us? Due to the inherent difficulty of the trials, very few players even attempted to carry others through the stairway to heaven, as doing so only increased the challenge. Those who did try never reached the door, much less enter the stairway to heaven. In other words, aside from those previously carried by Yuan, no players were aware of the existence of the spectators' room. Did we get fooled by that NPC? What if we're trapped in here forever? One of the players made this assumption, his face filled with fear. What? If that's true, how the hell do we get out of here? This is an enclosed room with no exits. What if we have to kill ourselves to leave? Fuck. I shouldn't have trusted that damn NPC. Right as the players began panicking, a voice resounded, calm down. You will all remain here until the one challenging the stairway to heaven is finished with their trial. Oh. Wait. Whose voice was that? When the players looked around and saw nobody, their bodies shivered in fear. A ghost. They all gathered in one corner of the room and cowered in fear. Meanwhile, Yuan began his first trial. When his location transformed, Yuan found himself inside a workshop with a hammer in his grasp. You have started your first trial in the stairway to heaven. Craft a mythic-grade treasure. You have 24 hours to finish the trial. Finish the trial in less than 12 hours an hour to receive a reward. I need to craft a treasure, huh? But with what materials? He couldn't see any materials around, so he used divine sense to broaden his view. Outside his cave, Yuan noticed several powerful magical beasts roaming a vast wilderness, and they had a cultivation at the peak of divine grandmaster. I see. Yuan wasted no time and immediately went to hunt down these magical beasts. With his current prowess, Yuan could easily kill them with less than half his strength. After defeating his first magical beast, its corpse turned into a material. Yuan grabbed the material before hunting the next target. In less than half an hour, Yuan hunted 50 magical beasts and returned to the cave. He spent a few minutes looking through the materials and several more minutes doing mental simulations. Once he was prepared, Yuan began crafting the treasure. Sometime later. You have crafted a mystic-grade treasure and successfully cleared the first trial. You have cleared the trial in less than 12 hours. A golden orb of light appeared from the treasure Yuan crafted and entered his body. The very next moment, Yuan regained a specific memory that once belonged to Tian Qiuan, and it was a piece of memory that he hadn't recovered yet. The location of Tian Qiuan's treasure vault. I remember now. Yuan smiled after recalling this memory. Long before he was recognized as the god of creation, Tian Qiuan maintained a secret vault to store all his most precious materials and completed creations. Within this vault lay countless celestial-grade treasures that he had never revealed to the public, along with priceless materials so rare they could easily spark a bloody war. During Tian Qiuan's era, many speculated about the existence of such a treasure vault, though none could prove it. However, just before his mysterious disappearance, Tian Qiuan shocked the world by announcing that he had hidden his vault somewhere in the 9 heavens. He declared that whoever found it could claim every treasure within for themselves, sparking an uproar that rippled through the entire world, igniting a fevered hunt that continued to this very day. Countless blacksmiths and cultivators scoured every corner of the world in search of Tian Qiyuan's treasure vault, yet none succeeded in uncovering its location. Tian Qiyuan's treasure vault had become such a coveted legend that top organizations in the nine heavens, including the Celestial Emperor, offered generous rewards for any credible hints about its location. Unbeknownst to all who sought it, the location of Tian Qiyuan's treasure vault had finally been uncovered, by none other than Tian Qiyuan himself. I am still quite far away from reaching it, but I'll definitely reclaim my treasures as soon as possible, Yuan mumbled to himself as he proceeded to the second trial. For the second trial, Yuan found himself standing beneath a clear night sky in the middle of what appeared to be a city. The streets were quiet, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, with shadows stretching across the empty buildings. You have started your second trial in the stairway to heaven. Assassinate the lord of this city within an hour. Assassinate the lord of this city, as well as all guards, within an hour to receive a reward. Assassination? This is a new type of trial. Yuan thought to himself as he used his divine sense to scout the entire city. He immediately noticed many mortals living inside the buildings, but they were all trembling in a corner for some reason. Seeing this phenomenon happening throughout the entire city caused Yuan to raise an eyebrow. Sometime later, Yuan turned his attention to the tall pagoda that stood out like a sore thumb. Even without needing to use divine sense, he could tell that his target was living inside the pagoda. This place feels very nostalgic, but whose memories does it belong to? Yuan wondered as he approached the pagoda. He had an hour to complete his trial, which was plenty of time. After all, his opponents were only at the peak of Divine Grandmaster, and none of them would be able to endure a single strike from him. Instead of completing the trial as fast as possible, Yuan decided to investigate the situation instead. He knocked on one of the doors, hoping to speak with the residents. However, there was no answer. Inside, the occupants began trembling even more at the sound of his knock, as if death itself were waiting outside their door. After trying a few more buildings without new results, Yuan decided to become more forceful. This may be an illusion, but it still feels bad to do this. Yuan sighed inwardly as he kicked down the doors. Sorry to bother you, but I need. Aha! Please. Don't kill me. I have a sick mother who needs to be taken care of. She'd die without me. A young boy shouted after realizing an intruder had entered their home. Yuan looked at this young boy with raised eyebrows and said, Relax, kid. I am not here to claim your life. Really? The boy slowly turned to look at him with a fearful expression. Yes. What would I gain from killing you? Okay, I'll believe you. Then, can you tell me why everyone is hiding inside their home? I'm not from around here. The boy trembled just thinking about it. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke with great difficulty. The Phantom Assassin, Silent Reaper, has declared that he will take the life of our Lord, and anyone who dares to stand in his way will be killed as well. Phantom Assassin? I have never heard of him. Yuan shook his head. What? There's no way. The Phantom Assassin is renowned throughout the nine heavens. You should have heard of him no matter where you're from. The boy exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. I've come from a really far away place, and I lived most of my life in seclusion, so I am not privy to such information. Yuan shrugged. After a moment of silence, the boy explained, the Phantom Assassin is both a judge and an executioner. Once he sentences someone to death, nobody could stop him, not even the Celestial Emperor. I see. Then why did this Phantom Assassin sentence the lord of this city to death? I am not too sure. They say the Phantom Assassin only executes those who deserve it, but who really knows? The boy sighed. Anyway, big brother, you should leave this place as soon as possible. It'd be disastrous if you encounter the Phantom Assassin and he mistakes you as an enemy. Yuan scrambled his hair and teased, Are you sure you have the luxury to worry about me? You were just shivering in a corner not too long ago. That's. The boy began blushing. Alright, I'll stop bothering you now. And don't worry. The phantom assassin won't target you if you don't block his path. After saying goodbye to the boy, Yuan left the house and turned to look at the pagoda in the distance. Phantom assassin, huh? What a nickname. Yuan chuckled as he stomped the ground, shooting himself off the ground and soaring toward the pagoda. Bang! Yuan flew directly to the top floor, smashing through the wall as he entered the pagoda. Inside, a fat, middle-aged man stood surrounded by a dozen guards, their expressions filled with shock and terror. You must be the phantom assassin. Why are you trying to kill me? What did I do wrong? The middle-aged man began shouting at him. Yuan looked at him and responded, good question. Why don't you tell me what you're thinking? How did you get into this situation? I really don't know. You're the one who sentenced me to death. How could I possibly know what you're thinking? The man exclaimed. Is that so? Yuan's arms suddenly began gushing with chaotic enhanced sword aura, and before the guards could even act, his arm flickered, disappearing for a split second. In the very next instance, half of the guards in the room fell to the ground after being decapitated, their heads spinning in the air. Heavens! The middle-aged man fell to his buttocks and soiled his pants in the process. One last chance. Tell me what you know, and I just might spare you. The middle-aged man hastily got to his knees and began begging, I took advantage of my position as the lord of this city and abused the citizens. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I swear I will change. Shah. Yuan's arms suddenly flickered again, and the rest of the guards were killed before they even realized what had happened. Do you take me for a fool? Yuan narrowed his gaze at the man as he revealed his immense killing intent. Ah! The man cried out loud. Oh okay. I am a demon worshipper. A demon worshipper, huh? Is this life related to the divine paragon, or? Yuan wondered inwardly. Tell me more, Yuan said to him. Thanks to the demon cult's teachings, I have acquired a technique that greatly boosts my cultivation speed and overall prowess, allowing me to fight those above my own cultivation. However, this technique requires a tremendous number of sacrifices. What a vile being. While worshipping demons itself isn't a crime, the moment you lay a finger on innocent people. Please. I was tricked and brainwashed by the demon cult. You have to believe. Before the man could even finish his sentence, Yuan swung his arm. You have killed the Lord within an hour and successfully cleared the second trial. You have killed the Lord and all of his guards within an hour. A golden orb of light appeared from the fat man's corpse, entering Yuan's body. As Yuan absorbed the orb of light, memories began flowing into him. These memories belonged to Tian Kai, the god of music. Yuan was surprised after seeing who these memories belonged to. He couldn't fathom how Tian Kai, initially thought to be the god of music and the mentor to the zither goddess, could also be the infamous phantom assassin, a figure whose very name sent shockwaves of terror throughout the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, he'd only regained a small portion of Tian Kai's memories as the phantom assassin, so he still lacked the information to finish the puzzle. Tian Kai, just what kind of life did he live? You have started your last trial in the stairway to heaven. As the scenery shifted, Yuan found himself standing under a clear blue sky on a vast, empty, circular platform that resembled a stage. The area was expansive and open, with no obstacles in sight, as if it were designed specifically for a performance or a duel. Survive for an hour. Survive your opponent for an hour and kill it to receive a reward. A red-skinned figure materialized several hundred meters away from Yuan. With a height of at least 9 feet, the figure had 6 black horns atop its head and 4 muscular arms, each gripping a weapon seemingly forged from solidified blood. Its presence radiated a fierce, ominous energy that would terrify even immortals. This entity was obviously a demon, most likely at the rank of demon general since Yuan couldn't see its demon crystal, and it had the impressive cultivation of divine lord. A human, the demon roared, its voice so powerful that it made the very air tremble. A demon, huh? Perfect. I have been wanting to test out my demon sealing aura while enhanced by chaotic essence. Yuan smiled at the sight of this demon. However, he had to survive, keep it alive for an hour before he could kill it. Allow me to consume your flesh and blood. The demon laughed out loud as it pounced at Yuan like a tiger. Yuan didn't even bother moving and stood in place as the demon began slashing at him with its weapons. Are you so terrified that you cannot even move? Pathetic. The demon mocked with a devious smile, but its expression abruptly stiffened when it realized it could not scratch Yuan's skin, let alone damage him. We've got an hour, so do your best, Yuan said as he lay on the ground and closed his eyes to sleep. Although its skin was already red, the demon's face seemed to flush an even deeper shade as it erupted in fury, its eyes blazing with rage. The demon proceeded to throw its weapons away and bombarded Yuan with techniques instead. Yet, Yuan remained still and undisturbed. The demon could even hear Yuan snoring a bit, almost as if he were in a deep and comfortable sleep. This caused the demon to snap, forcing it to use its own life to enhance its prowess. Yuan opened his eyes to look at the demon, whose aura suddenly changed drastically. Although demons are essentially immortal and can live for millions of years without any external energy source due to their demon crystal, they could sacrifice the power of their demon crystal for a tremendous boost in power. Once a demon uses this forbidden technique, death is inevitable shortly afterward, which is why demons rarely resort to it, even when facing death. Additionally, the act is considered shameful, something only the lowest of low demons would even consider doing. After destroying its own demon crystal, the demon's cultivation soared to the peak of Divine Emperor, and its attack became capable of damaging Yuan. However, even with its enhanced power and increased strength, the demon's attacks could only manage to scratch the outer layer of Yuan's skin. That's not good. At this rate, you'll die before an hour passes. Seeing this, Yuan stood up and extended a single finger, channeling his demon sealing aura into the tip. As he touched the demon and poured demon sealing aura into it, the red creature instantly turned to stone. However, since the demon was only sealed and technically still alive, the trial remained uncleared. The demon, even in its sealed state, would still perish due to the forbidden technique it had invoked. However, the sealing slightly prolonged its inevitable death, delaying its final moments just enough for Yuan to clear the trial. An hour later, Yuan unsealed the demon. He then infused his chaotic essence with his demon sealing aura. What is that demon sealing aura? I've never seen or heard of anything like it. The demon sensed a profound feeling of dread from Yuan's upgraded demon sealing aura, which sent chills through its entire being. A terrified expression appeared on the demon's face, and without thinking, it instinctively turned around and ran away. However, before it could get far, its body began to disintegrate, breaking apart bit by bit as the effects of the forbidden technique took their final toll. You have survived an hour and successfully passed the trial. You have survived an hour and killed the demon. What a pity. I didn't even get to test out my chaotic demon sealing aura. Yuan shook his head as he acquired some more of the Divine Paragon's memories. Congratulations on clearing the stairway to heaven, Master. Tian'er appeared shortly after. Yuan then inquired, since I no longer have access to Rashra's system, the other players won't be able to ascend to the fifth heaven even after I cleared it, correct? Tian'er nodded and said, Master is a player, but also not a player simultaneously. The stairway to heaven will only open to the other players if someone with Rashra's system clears it. Since there's Rashra's system and Shura's system, can I assume there are other systems out there? Do you know anything about that? No, Tian'er is only aware of Rashra's system, she said. I see. Thanks. Then I'll see you later. Sometime later, Yuan and the 9 players he carried were transported to the fifth heaven. After emerging from the stairway to heaven, Yuan looked at the sky to see if there were any announcements. A few moments later, when he didn't see anything, Yuan smiled behind his mask, turned to the 9 dazed players, and said, Good luck. He left before any of the players could ask questions, but he didn't go too far, as he still had to wait for Shimeli and Lan Yingying. We actually got carried by an NPC and made it to the fifth heaven. Since there's no announcement, it's safe to assume he wasn't a player. Ha ha ha. That means we're the only players in the fifth heaven at this moment. This is huge. These players logged off shortly after to share their experience on the internet with the rest of the world. I was carried to the fifth heaven by an NPC. We somehow reached the fifth heaven. 9 players were carried to the fifth heaven by a mysterious NPC. Such titles quickly reached the first page of the biggest forum on all Cultivation Online things related, shocking the players who saw them. I didn't know we could use NPCs in such a fashion. How can we be certain that individual was an NPC and not a player? If it had been a player, the fifth heaven would have been accessible to the rest of the player base once cleared. Given how difficult the trials are, there's no way a player could have carried 9 people through the stairway to heaven. Player Yuan might have the capability to do so. The 9 players who had been carried by Yuan quickly became the center of attention, attracting a flurry of interviews and offers from top factions and influential families eager to purchase information about the fifth heaven. Looks like he successfully reached the fifth heaven. Wang Xiuying smiled after seeing the news. Meanwhile, Shimeli was the next to challenge the stairway to heaven. After training with Kellen for 3 years, she increased her cultivation to the peak of Divine Warrior, allowing her to breeze through the stairway to heaven. Defeat 100 opponents. A nonchalant voice resounded as Shimeli entered her final trial. Soon, 100 peak spirit enlightenment cultivators appeared to hunt her together. Is this what it felt like being hunted by humans back in the day? Shimeli wondered inwardly as she swiftly defeated the cultivators one by one. After defeating all 100 cultivators, Shimeli passed the trial and ascended to the fifth heaven. Congratulations! Yuan appeared before her with a smile on his face shortly after she entered the fifth heaven. It was really fun and not too difficult, she said with a prideful look on her face. In that case, I assume you'll also want to climb to the other realms by yourself. Shimeli nodded, yes, it's a great method of training. They proceeded to wait for Lan Yingying. Defeat your opponent within 30 minutes. Lan Yingying had to face an opponent at the peak of spirit enlightenment while being at the same cultivation herself. Not even 5 minutes later, Lan Yingying proceeded to the second trial. Survive for 15 minutes. The sky started raining down swords a moment later. Sometime later, Lan Yingying also passed all of her trials and entered the fifth heaven. Shimeli and Yuan appeared to congratulate her shortly afterward. My trials were quite simple when compared to your trials. My expectations were affected by your experience. Lan Yingying said to Yuan. Unlike Yuan, who receives detailed and unique trials, everyone else faces straightforward tests that primarily assess their combat prowess and other skills relevant to the cultivation world. What are your plans now? Shimeli asked. Straight to the sixth heaven. We can give it a try. Yuan nodded. However, just as Yuan made this decision, he noticed a shift in the space around them. Dongyi. Yuan muttered. Oh. You actually noticed me. Dongyi appeared the next moment with a surprised expression on his face. After acquiring an understanding of the power of the void, Yuan could instinctively sense someone using it around him, and Dongyi just happened to be an expert in the power of the void. Is this how you get around without people noticing you? Because of the power of the void? Yuan inquired. He nodded, yes, and not to brag, but not many can match my understanding of the power of the void in the 9 heavens. Is that so? Anyway, did something happen? I tried calling you before, but you didn't respond. Now, you appear out of nowhere. Yuan then asked. Dongyi rubbed his eyes and sighed, let's just say that the Celestial Emperor has increased his efforts to find me. I think something has happened, but I am not sure of the details just yet. Hearing this, Yuan revealed, it might have something to do with me. The Celestial Emperor is now aware of my identity. What? How did that happen? Are you aware of the system used by the players? Dong Yi nodded. I am aware of its existence and abilities to some extent. Good, then you should grasp the situation easily. Yuan proceeded to explain his situation, about how the Celestial Emperor removed his access to Cultivation Online to prevent him from entering the 9 heavens. I see. In that case, we should also begin our arrangements. Dong Yi muttered in a low voice after learning of the situation. What arrangements? Yuan asked. It's something prepared by your incarnations. I won't go into specifics since it might affect your fate. Yuan had never fully understood Dong Ye's reluctance to share details about his past lives, despite his loyalty and the fact that it had been a direct order from his incarnations. However, after learning about fateful reincarnations from Su Jieqi, everything finally made sense. Knowing Yuan's identity as a true reincarnator, Dong Yi had to be exceptionally cautious with the information and assistance he provided so that he would not interfere with Yuan's fate in unintended ways. Because of that, I will have to leave for a bit, so I won't be able to watch over your friends for the time being. Dong Yi continued. Yuan nodded and said, Don't worry, my friends are currently training with someone trustworthy in the 7th heaven. But there will be someone to assist you while I am away. They were hand-picked by me after a rigorous screening, said Dong Yi. Are they aware of my identity? Yuan asked. They are aware of your identity as the evil god's reincarnation, but that's the extent of their knowledge. Don't worry. They're very reliable and trustworthy. I'll take your word for it. Yuan nodded. One more thing before I leave. I have found the identity of the 2nd ancient seal holder. They are currently in the 5th heaven, and he is the Dragon King of the Shen family. Dragon King of the Shen family? Yuan raised an eyebrow after hearing this familiar name. Yes, it is exactly that Dragon King. Dong Yi confirmed, almost as if he could read Yuan's mind. In order to protect your identity from the Celestial Emperor, I had his memories, as well as everyone else involved with you, erased, he explained. Yuan's eyes widened. So they don't remember our interactions during my previous visit? Yuan asked for confirmation. No, they still remember. However, they won't be able to remember your face and the conversations you had, much like how people only have vague memories of their dreams after waking up. Dong Yi explained. However, if they see you again, there's a chance for them to recall everything. I see. In any case, I won't be going there as Yuan, so they won't remember. Dong Yi nodded. Then until next time, my liege. Dong Yi bowed to Yuan before disappearing into thin air. Shortly after Dong Yi disappeared, Yuan noticed 2 unfamiliar presences appearing near him. Are you the one sent by Dong Yi? Yuan muttered out loud. The next moment, 2 figures appeared before Yuan, one knee touching the ground and their heads already lowered. We greet the Lord. Introduce yourselves. The first individual, a handsome young man with a tall, robust frame, tan skin, and striking red eyes, spoke respectfully. This loyal subject is called Yang. Although I am only a shadow reaper, I will do my utmost to support the Lord's every need. Then, the other individual, a beautiful young woman with a tall, slender frame, similarly tan skin, and red eyes, spoke with a tone of reverence. This loyal subject is called Yin, also a shadow reaper. I exist solely to serve the Lord and support his ambitions. Yin and Yang, huh? Are you siblings? Yuan then asked. Yes, we are twins. They responded simultaneously. Then, can you tell me about the Shadow Army? What does it mean to be a Shadow Reaper? Yang responded first. There exists 5 ranks within the Shadow Army, each with a unique purpose. The first and lowest rank is Shadow Scout. They specialize in scouting and information gathering. The majority of the Shadow Army are Shadow Scouts. Yin continued, the second rank is Shadow Reaper. We specialize in tracking and assassination, but we are just as well versed in information gathering as Shadow Scouts, if not better. Yang spoke again. Shadow Enforcer is the next rank. They are a special unit that specializes in completing high-risk missions. Yin then said, shadow commanders are in charge of training and overseeing the shadows. There are only 3 shadow commanders in the shadow army. The last rank is shadow sovereign, reserved for a single person, Master Dong, finished Yang. How many members does the shadow army have? Yuan asked a moment later. We apologize, but we cannot answer that question. However, it's not because you lack the authority. We just don't know the answer. Only shadow commanders and Master Dong know the exact number, so you'll have to ask one of them. Yin and Yang spoke perfectly in sync, almost as if they shared the same mind. All right. In any case, I don't really need any assistance for now. Yuan said a moment later. If you ever need us, summon us with this. Yang handed him a black and white jade slip shaped like a yin-yang symbol. We'll always be nearby waiting for your orders, Yin added. Please excuse us. They disappeared at the same time shortly after. That was something. She merely muttered with a somewhat dumbfounded look on her face. As a princess who grew up with a small army, she couldn't help but admire just how faithful and loyal the shadow army appeared. Even the most loyal soldier in our family wouldn't look at father the way those 2 looked at Yuan, and they just met today, she sighed inwardly. Now then, before we head to the Shen family to receive the second ancient seal, I should fill you in on the situation and my plan. Yuan proceeded to explain the purpose of the ancient seal and his reason for gathering them, detailing its importance. He then shared his plan to acquire the seal. Fortunately, the Shen family are dragons, so we should have an easier time acquiring their ancient seal with your identity. My identity? Wouldn't it be better to use your identity? When you transform, you emit a presence stronger than even my father, she inquired with a puzzled face. Yes, but there exists a dragon family in the supreme heaven with the same surname as your Shi family, and they have quite the authority. Who knows? There's even a chance you're related to them. What? That's not possible. I mean, my father had never mentioned anything about a family outside the ancient dragon city before. As far as I am aware, we're the only remaining Shi family left. I guess we'll find out once we reach the 9th heaven. Anyway, let me tell you how we'll go about it. Sometime later, they began making their way toward the Shen family. Meanwhile, at the fairy paradise, where Yuan once spent some time imprisoned, a beautiful woman stood before the fairy empress. How long has it been since you visited us? You should visit more often. We all miss you very much, Sister Songyun. The fairy empress showed a warm smile to Tan Songyun, who had spent the last 3 years chasing after Yuan. Sorry, but I've been very busy in the 6th heaven, Tan Songyun said. Are you still trying to find the bastard who broke your heart? Have you found any leads yet? Tan Songyun nodded and spoke with a serious expression. Yes, I found a lead, and I believe he visited this place about 3 years ago. What? The fairy empress' eyes widened with shock after hearing this. I learned that he visited my immortal cave in the lower heavens and came here by accident after triggering my teleport formation. 3 years ago. Fairy Empress wore a perplexed expression on her face after realizing who Tan Songyun was talking about. I remember the man who entered the fairy paradise a little over 3 years ago. However, I don't think he's the person you're looking for. Fairy Empress shook her head. What? Why do you say that? Tan Songyun asked with a puzzled frown on her face. The man you're looking for is a human, right? Fairy Empress asked for confirmation. Tan Songyun nodded with raised eyebrows. He is, as far as I am aware. Then it's impossible for the man who visited the fairy paradise 3 years ago to be that man. After all, the man who visited us was a dragon emperor, said Fairy Empress. A dragon emperor? Impossible. Tan Songyun exclaimed, outright refusing to believe this information. He must have somehow tricked you. There's no way he's a dragon emperor. I am willing to bet my life on this claim. But can you describe his appearance to me, just in case? Fairy Empress shook her head and sighed. Unfortunately, I don't remember. I had my memories stolen by some fugitive, so my memories of that dragon emperor are gone. I only remember that he had showed up at the fairy paradise. What? Why would anyone want to steal your memories? And how many memories did you lose? Tan Songyun was baffled by this news. That's the strange part. That fugitive only stole memories of that dragon emperor, such as his appearance and our conversations. Besides that, I have all of my memories. I was even interrogated by Heaven's mandate because of that incident. Heaven's mandate. They only deal with the most dangerous and wanted fugitives in the 9 heavens. I'm surprised you managed to survive an encounter with someone like that. In any case, you don't remember anything about this dragon emperor, right? Fairy Empress sighed, sorry. However, the royal dragon family may know something about him since that's where he went after leaving the fairy paradise. The royal dragon family. The only royal dragon family in the 5th heaven should be the Shen family. Tan Songyun muttered. It's exactly that Shen family. Fairy Empress confirmed. Okay, I will give them a visit. Sister Songyun, before you leave, do you think you can play a song on your zither? I have been longing to hear it again for years now. Fairy Empress suddenly asked. That's. Tan Songyun wore a hesitant expression on her face. Sorry, but I am still reminded of him when I play the zither. Tan Songyun shook her head. Sometime later, Tan Songyun left the fairy paradise to make her way toward the Shen family. At the same time, Yuan and Shimeli had just arrived at the Shen family, both of them wearing masks to hide their identity. When the guard at the gate noticed their suspicious appearance, they were immediately told to halt. Stop right there and identify yourselves. They stopped moving, and after a moment of silence, Shimeli unleashed her aura, causing her dragon scent to spread quickly. I am from the Shi family, and I am here with my mentor, who is a dragon emperor. We'd need to speak with the Dragon King as soon as possible. The Shi family and the Dragon Emperor. The guard fell on his buttocks after hearing this. Please wait a moment. The guard hastily rushed inside to notify the Dragon King. What? The Shi family and the Dragon Emperor? Together? That's impossible. Just as the Dragon King uttered these words, an overwhelming presence suddenly enveloped the entire Shen family, causing everyone to tremble in fear and awe. What an unfathomable presence. My bloodline is screaming for me to bow down. This must be the Dragon Emperor's presence. Realizing this, the Dragon King wasted no time rushing outside, with the rest of the Shen family following suit. The Shen family greets the Shi family and the Dragon Emperor. Shimeli stepped forward and said, My surname is Shi. Are you the Dragon King? She asked. Yes. This humble one is the 5th heaven's Dragon King, Shen Guang Yao. Shimeli nodded and spoke, We apologize for the sudden intrusion, but we have an urgent matter that requires your attention and cooperation. Please. You're more than welcome to intrude on us whenever you wish, the Dragon King said, his tone with apparent reverence. Moreover, we could never be bothered by your presence, in fact, we are humbled to be graced by such a noble presence. He spoke as though he were nothing more than a lowly servant. Shimeli then said, We would also like to apologize for not revealing our faces, as we do not wish to reveal our identity. However, we're more than willing to prove our identities if you need. No, that won't be necessary. We already have more than enough proof. Dragon King's eyes shifted to Yuan as he spoke. Even though Yuan had already withdrawn his presence, revealing it only for a split second, the Dragon King could still feel it as vividly as if it were still active and enveloping the entire place. Please follow me. Dragon King said to them a moment later. As Yuan and Shimeli followed the Dragon King inside, Yuan subconsciously glanced at a beautiful young lady in the crowd. She was Shenshi, who had brought him out of the fairy paradise during his previous visit. Shenshi noticed Yuan's gaze, but she didn't dare to say anything and merely acknowledged him with a silent nod. Once inside the building, the Dragon King brought Yuan and Shimeli to a private room. Please wait a moment for the tea. It's fine. Shi Meili interrupted. If you say so. The Dragon King closed the doors and sat across from them. So, what brought Lady Shi and His Majesty to the fifth heaven? I will get straight to the point. It's about the ancient seal in your possession. Shi Meili said in a solemn tone. Ancient seal? The Dragon King's eyes widened. You don't need to pretend. We know it's in your possession. Shi Meili quickly said. No. I am not pretending. I was just surprised. I see, so this is about the ancient seal. He muttered in a low voice. What's going on? Why are the ancient seals an issue? The Dragon King inquired. Shi Meili responded, we have credible intel of a traitor amongst the ancient seal holders. What? A traitor? The Dragon King's eyes widened with shock and disbelief. Shi Meili continued, this traitor is trying to open the primordial realm for some reason. We don't know the reason for now, but we are trying to stop it from happening. Don't tell me. You are here today because the Shi family thinks the Shen family are traitors? The Dragon King stood up with a terrified look on his face. For most dragon families in the 9 heavens, the Shi family's status was as high as the heavens, owing to their direct lineage to the dragon ancestor. The Shi family wielded enough power to completely erase the Shen family from existence in the 9 heavens, and no one would be able to stop them or hold them accountable. Please. There must have been a misunderstanding. Our Shen family would never engage in such blasphemy. The Dragon King looked as if his entire bloodline had just been sentenced to death. Calm down, we are not suspecting your family, yet. We came here to investigate. That's all. The Dragon King released a deep sigh of relief before sitting back down. I apologize for that just now. However, I can confidently say that our Shen family would never betray the Shi family or abandon our duty to protect the ancient seal. Words are, in the end, just words, Yuan spoke in a calm voice, but it sounded as loud and powerful as thunder. How can we prove our innocence? The Dragon King inquired with a worried frown. There's really nothing for you to prove at the moment. However, we will need to confiscate your ancient seal until we figure out the traitor, said Shi Meili. Unless, you no longer have it with you. I have it. I don't have it on hand since I stored it in a secret vault, but I can get it for you within 2 days. All right. If you run away or do anything suspicious during this time, we will immediately consider you the traitor and sentence the Shen family to execution. Shi Meili spoke. I would never dare. The Dragon King trembled in fear. Then I will immediately bring it back right now. If you need anything while I am away, you can speak to the elders. The Dragon King bowed to them before leaving the room. Before he left the Shen family to acquire the ancient seal, he had to notify the entire family of the situation. Nobody is to leave the family's premises until I return. If you cause any misunderstandings or offend our esteemed guests, our entire Shen family could be executed. The Dragon King gave his family a grim warning before leaving. Your presence is really effective. Even I was affected by it when you revealed it. Shi Meili chuckled once they were alone. Yuan sighed, I feel bad doing this to the Shen family, but it's better than threatening them or causing them unnecessary harm. This also makes me wonder if the other 2 ancient seal holders are dragons. The last 2 ancient seal holders were both of dragon bloodlines. I guess we'll find out when we visit the next holder. Shi Meili commented. Sometime later, someone knocked on the door to Yuan and Shi Meili's room. Enter. Shi Meili said. The door opened, and a beautiful young lady walked inside. My name is Shen Shi, the Dragon King's daughter. I was just wondering if there's anything I could do to assist you, she said as she respectfully bowed to them. We don't. Why don't you tell us a little about the Shen family? Yuan suddenly interrupted Shi Meili. Shen Shi nodded, approached the couch before them, and asked, May I? Go ahead. Make yourself comfortable. Yuan nodded. Once she was seated, Shenshi asked, "What would you like to know about our Shen family? You can tell us a little about your background. For example, how long have you lived in the fifth heaven?" "Our family's been living in the fifth heaven for as long as its history, but we're only a branch family. The main Shen family lives in the supreme heavens, but I'm sure you already know that." Yuan shook his head and said, "I may be the Dragon Emperor, but I don't know every single family out there. If you don't mind me asking, what's it like being a Dragon Emperor?" "I met one before, but I don't remember our conversations." Shenshi then said. You met a Dragon Emperor before? Why wouldn't you remember such a significant event?" Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner, pretending to know nothing. "It's a bit complicated, but my memories, as well as several other family members, had been stolen by a fugitive. I think that Dragon Emperor had something to do with it, but I cannot be sure." "A fugitive who steals memories, huh? I only know of one individual who is famous for that, and he's a real nasty individual." Yuan chuckled inwardly as he said these words. "Anyway, life as a Dragon Emperor is pretty simple, at least for me. If I am not managing my people, I go around dealing with issues such as this one. The ancient seals, right? I cannot fathom why anyone would want to open the primordial realm. There's a good reason why it's sealed in the first place. If the criminals inside were to be set loose, the 9 heavens would quickly go to hell. Don't worry, we will ensure that such a thing won't happen." Shi Meili said. "Thank you for your hard work, Lady Shi. I know I should be the one entertaining you, but would you mind if I asked you a few questions? I'm very interested in the Shi family, which is said to be the closest to the dragon ancestor in terms of bloodline." Shenshi looked at her with passionate eyes. "You want to know about the Shi family? It'll have to depend on your questions since some information cannot be disclosed." Shi Meili said. Shenshi nodded and asked, "Then can you tell me what life is like in the Shi family for you?" "Life is boring." Shi Meili sighed. "As a princess from a royal family yourself, you should know what I mean. We spend most of our time studying and cultivating long before we even learn to run, and there's always a certain level of expectations for our every action. There are a lot of things that I wish to do but cannot do solely because of my background. It's a little suffocating at times if I have to be honest." Shenshi's eyes flickered with emotion after hearing her own experience and feelings from Shi Meili's mouth. "I understand," she said, "and I'm sure it's a lot worse for you, who is from the supreme heaven. I cannot even begin to fathom your hardships." "Well, I am used to it by now." "Then what do you typically do when you're not studying or cultivating?" "I go out to do missions such as this one for my family, which might be the only thing keeping me sane. Every time I leave home, it's like visiting a new world." "Do you have any hobbies that you do when you're free?" Shenshi continued to ask. Don't make fun of me for saying this, but I enjoy making things, such as sewing or embroidery." "Wow! You know embroidery? That's amazing." Shi Meili chuckled, "I can make something simple for you while we wait for your father's return. We have plenty of time, after all." "Really? Please do." Shenshi nodded enthusiastically. Shi Meili proceeded to retrieve a piece of white cloth, a thread, and multiple colorful yarns. Once prepared, she began working with swift and precise movements. Not only was Shenshi amazed, but Yuan was also surprised by her unexpected talent. "I didn't know she had such a hobby." Yuan smiled inwardly. He thought she was a princess who only knew how to fight, so something so delicate was truly unexpected. Several hours later, Shi Meili handed the finished piece to Shenshi, whose eyes flickered excitedly. "Here you go." The embroidery had Shenshi's name, as well as Shenshi's beautiful face on it. "Wow! This looks just like a painting. How did you achieve such fine details in this small piece of cloth? I watched from the beginning to end and still cannot figure it out." "The secret lies in the materials, the yarn, specifically. See how thin they are. It will take much longer to complete the work, but it's definitely worth it." She merely showed her the yarns. Want to learn? I can teach you. She merely then asked Shenshi. Shenshi nodded enthusiastically, and she merely began teaching Shenshi the art of embroidery. Sometime later, the guard outside the Shen family noticed a lone figure wearing a veil approaching their residence. Halt and identity yourself. The guard shouted at her. Tan Songyun from the fairy paradise. I would like to speak with the Dragon King. What does the fairy paradise want from the Dragon King? This is a private matter, she said. Regardless, you'll have to come back later since the Dragon King left yesterday. When will he come back? Tan Songyun asked. He should be back sometime today, tomorrow at the latest. However, you should return next week since we have important guests at the Shen family, and we don't know when they'll be leaving. Important guests? Tan Songyun raised her eyebrows. Fine, I'll be back next week. Notify the Dragon King of my presence the moment he returns. Tan Songyun didn't argue with the guard and turned around. However, just as she began leaving, her footsteps halted. What's that noise? The guard raised an eyebrow after hearing a beautiful sound coming from inside the Shen family. Hearing this noise, Tan Songyun turned around and approached the guard once again. Change of plans. I need to speak with the individual playing the zither right now, she said. Not only was the sound played from a zither, but Tan Songyun could sense the soul ensnaring zither's aura from those music notes. The soul ensnaring zither. That means that bastard is currently at the Shen family. I have finally found you, Tian Kai. Tan Songyun clenched her fists in anger. I'm sorry, but that's not possible. The Shen family is not accepting any visitors right now, even if that individual is the fairy empress herself. I don't care. I will speak with the man playing that zither today, whether you let me or not. Tan Songyun ignored the guard and approached the gates. If you take another step forward, I will have to stop you forcefully. The guard raised his sword at her. You can try. Tan Songyun retrieved her sword and swung it at the gate, destroying it in the blink of an eye. The guard rushed to stop her, but he was sent flying the next moment. Intruder. We have an intruder. The guard shouted, his voice resounding throughout the Shen family's premises. Noticing the commotion outside, the Shen family's guards and elders quickly moved to assess the situation. Typically, only the guards would intervene, but with the Shi family and the Dragon Emperor visiting, the elders felt compelled to take action as well. Who dares to invade the Shen family? Are you looking for an early death? Elders. That woman claims to be from the fairy paradise. The guard said. What? The fairy paradise? Are you trying to start a war with the royal dragon family? The guards and elders surrounded Tan Songyun. I have no business with the Shen family. I only have business with whoever is playing the zither right now. Tan Songyun said, releasing her cultivation base. An immortal. The elders were shocked once they realized she was emitting immortal qi. Shortly before Tan Songyun arrived at the Shen family, as Shenshi became more comfortable with the art of embroidery, she turned to Yuan and asked, Your Majesty, may I ask about your hobbies? I enjoy playing music, he said. The zither, especially. Wow. Does that mean you also know the art of sound cultivation? Somewhat. I can play a song if you'd like, said Yuan. Please do. Shenshi nodded with excitement. Yuan pulled out the soul ensnaring zither without thinking too much about it and began playing a moment later. What a beautiful sound. However, shortly after Yuan began playing the zither, a sudden commotion erupted as someone outside unleashed their immortal qi, startling everyone in the Shen family. Sensing the immortal qi, Yuan swiftly used his divine sense to observe the situation outside. A woman? Yuan wondered what she was doing with the Shen family. Due to the veil blocking her facial features, Yuan had no idea she was Tan Songyun, the zither goddess. Naturally, since he was a professional, Yuan didn't stop playing the zither despite the commotion. Don't worry, Lady Shi, your majesty, our Shen family will take care of it as soon as possible. Shen Shi spoke, but she didn't look confident at all. After all, their opponent was an immortal, and there was not a single immortal in the fifth heaven, much less the Shen family. If you need any help, we're more than willing to help, said Yuan. If the Dragon King, my father finds out that we failed to protect you, our heads will roll. Shen Shi politely refused their help. In that case, we won't intervene, Yuan said as he returned to focusing on his zither. However, he was still paying attention to the situation outside in case this immortal threatened their plan. Senior Immortal, please retrieve your cultivation immediately. We have 2 guests from the Supreme Heaven in our family right now. They're not someone even an immortal such as yourself could afford to offend. What? Supreme Heaven? Hearing this, Tan Songyun became even more convinced that Tian Kai was inside the Shen family. What are their names? She asked a moment later. One is a young lady from the Shi family. The other is a dragon emperor. They're not human. Tan Songyun frowned. Of course not. Are you sure their identities are real? Tan Songyun inquired. How rude. Of course, they are real. Why would they fake their identities? Then let me confirm it, said Tan Songyun. Who the hell are you to make such a demand, anyway? Tan Songyun raised her arm and flipped her palm toward the sky, revealing a floating symbol. You're a member of the Vengeful Fairies. The elders of the Shen family recognized her faction. Though not as powerful or prestigious as the Celestial Overlords, the Vengeful Fairies are a very influential faction with countless connections throughout the 9 heavens. This faction only accepts female members, and to join, a woman must have been wronged by a man in the past. This rule not only gives the faction a unique identity but also creates a strong bond among its members. Furthermore, members of the Vengeful Fairies often track down the man who wronged them to exact their revenge as a ritual of sorts. This tradition is so widely known that even if a member attacked the Celestial Emperor himself, the people would only question what the Celestial Emperor had done to wrong that member, not the attack itself. I believe the man who wronged me is currently within the Shen family. If you prevent me from confronting him, I will return with my fellow sisters, Tan Songyun declared. However, if I am mistaken, I will offer a proper apology and compensate you all for the trouble I've caused here. The elders of the Shen family were caught in a dilemma. Members of the Vengeful Fairies were notoriously stubborn and often unreasonable when pursuing those who had wronged them. If the Shen family prevented Tan Songyun from seeking her revenge, they would risk retaliation from the Vengeful Fairies and their powerful allies. Yet, if they allowed Tan Songyun to trouble a member of the Shi family and the Dragon Emperor, their entire family would be in grave danger. No matter what path the Shen family chooses, they'd end up in danger. Damn it! Why did the Dragon King have to be absent at times like this? The elders cried inwardly. I promise that I just want to confirm the identity of the individual playing the zither. If he's not the one I am looking for, I will quietly withdraw and never bother the Shen family again. Tan Songyun added a moment later. Meanwhile, inside the building, Yuan raised an eyebrow after realizing that the immortal was there for him. She's here for me. Could she be? The image of a certain beauty suddenly appeared inside Yuan's head. The zither goddess? But why would she be here? And who is she looking for? Tian Kai. As Yuan pieced the puzzle together, the Shen family elders were deep in their own deliberations, struggling to make a decision. I think we should just let her meet our guests. She said that she only wanted to confirm their identities, and the Vengeful Fairies are a righteous faction. They wouldn't cause trouble for no reason. Since she's from the Vengeful Fairies, she's probably here for the Dragon Emperor. If the Dragon Emperor turns out to be the one she's looking for, what then? I have a feeling this is just one big misunderstanding. Right? There's no way the Dragon Emperor would wrong a human woman. However, before the Shen family could reach a decision, they sensed a familiar presence approaching. When they turned, they saw Shen Shi walking toward them with their 2 esteemed guests. Tan Songyan instantly focused her attention on Yuan, who was holding the zither in his grasp, almost as if he wanted her to see it. Your Majesty. Lady Shi. We apologize for the commotion. The members of the Shen family quickly lowered their heads to bow. Yuan responded, It's fine. I don't blame any of you for it. While Shi Meili and Shenshi halted before reaching the destroyed gates, Yuan continued forward. Noticing his approach, the guards surrounding Tan Songyan quickly stepped aside to clear a path for him. A few moments later, Yuan stopped just a few steps short of reaching Tan Songyan. Do you mind giving us some space? Yuan asked the guards surrounding them. But what if she attacks you? I'll be fine. She won't be able to hurt me, said Yuan, his voice filled with confidence. The guards exchanged looks with each other before backing away. You're looking for me, right? How can I help you? Yuan started the conversation. I would like to verify your identity. Can you remove your mask for me? Tan Songyan said after a moment of silence. Sorry, but I cannot reveal my face to a stranger. Can you introduce yourself first? Yuan said. Tan Songyan clenched her fists, but she played along and introduced herself. My name is Tan Songyan, member of the Vengeful Fairies, once known as the Zither Goddess. So it really is her. Yuan thought to himself. He never thought he'd meet the Zither Goddess in the fifth heaven, and in such a weird fashion, no less. I see, but Lady Tan, what is my identity to you? Why do you need to confirm my identity? Tan Songyan suddenly removed the veil covering her beautiful features, revealing her ethereal face. I am looking for a man, someone who tossed me aside like trash after using me like a toy, she declared in a cold voice. Yuan's eyes widened with shock after hearing this. She was obviously looking for Tian Kai, but why would she say such awful things about Tian Kai, who clearly loved her? I see, so you're looking for someone who wronged you, but what does that have to do with me? Was the one who wronged you a dragon emperor? I can confidently say that I have never wronged anyone like you in my life. No, the one who wronged me was a human. Then. However, he also has many fake identities, and I wouldn't be surprised if a dragon emperor is one of those identities. Tan Songyan lifted her arm to point at the zither in Yuan's grasp and continued, there are only two individuals in this world who can play that soul-ensnaring zither. Me and that man. This zither. Yuan caressed his fingers across the zither, playing beautiful notes. It's just an instrument. How can there only be two people in the world who can play it? It requires a special technique. Otherwise, it won't make any sounds, she explained. Ah, it was like that when I first found it, but after tinkering with it for a while, I managed to develop a technique for it, Yuan chuckled. Tan Songyan's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably, her patience running thin. I left that soul-ensnaring zither in the lower heavens. Why did a dragon emperor from the upper heavens like yourself visit such a place? Really? I found it in the upper heavens, though. By the way, I never got your name, Tan Songyan suddenly said. My surname is Shao. Yuan was a little worried that giving a random surname might give his identity away, but when he saw no reaction from the Shen family, he sighed in relief inwardly. Although there are only a few dragon emperors in the 9 heavens, they rarely make public appearances, and little is known about them. Even families in the upper heavens are often unaware of their true identities, much less a family in the 5th heaven. Are you sure your surname isn't Tian? Tan Songyan frowned. Tian. The members of the Shen family raised their eyebrows after hearing this familiar surname. They recalled a certain incident that happened over 3 years ago when a dragon emperor visited their place. However, the dragon emperor disappeared like a ghost, and the Shen family's memories of him were stolen by a fugitive. I'm positive my surname isn't Tian. That's a weird assumption to make, Lady Tan. Is that so? For some reason, I am having a hard time believing you. Whether you believe me or not is not my issue. Yuan lifted his mask just enough for Tan Songyan to glimpse his face. Since the Shen family was behind him, they couldn't see his face unless they used divine sense, and naturally, none of them dared risk offending a dragon emperor merely to satisfy their curiosity. "Are you satisfied now, Lady Tan?" Yuan asked after wearing the mask again. "No, not really." Tan Songyun retrieved a pill from her spatial ring and showed it to him. "This pill will remove all disguises. If you consume this pill and show me your face again, I'll be satisfied." Yuan looked at the pill with a stiff smile behind the mask. "Lady Tan, I have already given you plenty of face and entertained you enough. I would appreciate it if you could stop coming after me as if I were the bad guy here. However, since you are with the vengeful fairies, I'll give you some face and pretend nothing happened here. I am sorry that you had been mistreated by this man you're looking for, but it has nothing to do with me." Yuan turned around and began walking away. However, Tan Songyun stopped him again. "Wait. What is it now?" Yuan asked without turning around. "If you're really not the person I am looking for, I apologize for everything. However, I will need that soul-ensnaring zither back. It was mine to begin with. Of course, if you can prove that it belongs to you." Yuan turned to face her and said, "You said only 2 people in this world, excluding me, can play this zither. Well, play a song for me. I'll also consider it as your apology." "I quit playing the zither long ago," she said. "That sounds like an excuse. I was expecting more since you were once called the zither goddess. Anyway, unless you play a song, I cannot give you this zither." Tan Songyun gritted her teeth. After a moment of silence, she approached Yuan and grabbed the soul-ensnaring zither out of his grasp. Yuan didn't resist and allowed her to take it. With the object in her grasp, Tan Songyun placed it on her lap, hovering in the air in a seated position. Soon, her slender fingers began dancing on the zither, and beautiful musical notes filled the air, quickly mesmerizing the audience. As Tan Songyun's fingers touched the zither, the melodies that flowed captivated everyone who heard them, drawing them into a trance. When Yuan recognized the song Tan Songyun had specifically chosen, a slight smile appeared on his face. However, the song was traditionally accompanied by a voice, and since Tan Songyun played only the zither, it felt incomplete. A minute later, Tan Songyun stopped playing the zither to look at Yuan. "Is that enough proof?" she asked. Yuan nodded. "Yes, that's enough proof. Since the zither belonged to you, it's only right to return it to its rightful owner." Without saying another word, Tan Songyun stored the zither inside her spatial ring. "Can I ask you a question, Lady Tan?" Yuan suddenly spoke. "What?" "This man who wronged you. What are you going to do once you find him?" "I'm going to kill him, then I am going to kill myself," she calmly responded. Yuan's eyes widened after hearing this disturbing response, and he quickly said, "Don't you think that's a bit too much? I don't know what he did to you, but to take your own life over it." Tan Songyun gritted her teeth and said, "What do you know about my life? I pursued the zither for most of my life because of that man, only to find out that it had been a waste. Although I don't know the details, I am willing to listen to your story," said Yuan. Tan Songyun narrowed her eyes at him and sneered in disdain, "Since when were dragon emperors so kind and compassionate? As far as I am aware, they're all arrogant bastards who only care about themselves and their authority. You speak as if you know them personally. I have never met any of them, but my fellow sisters in the faction have. If you knew how many women have been wronged by these so-called dragon emperors, your view of them would instantly shatter." "Oh, right. You're also one, aren't you?" "I may be a dragon emperor, but that doesn't automatically mean I am affiliated or friends with the other dragon emperors. As a matter of fact, I only stay within my territory and don't interact with them." "Sorry, but I am not buying it." Tan Songyun sneered. Yuan shrugged. "You are free to believe what you want. In any case, are you satisfied with your investigation? Am I free to leave now?" "Yes, go ahead. I won't stop you." Yuan nodded, turned around, and walked back inside the Shen family. However, Tan Songyun remained standing outside for some reason. Lady Tan, what are you still doing here? One of the elders approached her and asked. What? I can't be here, she glared at him. No, but. Don't mind me. I won't cause any more trouble for the Shen family. If you say so. Tan Songyun retrieved several spirit stones and handed them to the elder. This is for the gate I damaged. The elder accepted the spirit stones and went back inside the building while the guards remained outside to fix the damaged gate. However, Tan Songyun remained standing outside the Shen family's household even long after Yuan and the others left. I can't believe she mistook you for someone else, even taking away your zither, she merely commented out loud as they returned to their room. Yuan merely shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. He didn't want to act like a stranger to Tan Songyun, but he had no choice. Not only would revealing his identity endanger them, but it could also endanger Tan Songyun. Since she's staying outside and refusing to leave, I can safely assume that she's not done with me yet. Instead of being annoyed by Tan Songyun's persistence, Yuan was relieved, as this gave him another opportunity to speak with her later. I'll have a proper talk with her later, when I acquire the ancient seal and leave the Shen family. Lady Su, Your Majesty, we want to apologize for what? Save it. Yuan stopped Shen Shi and the elders from apologizing to him. This wasn't your fault. Even if you wanted to chase her away, you didn't have the capability since you don't have any immortals in your family, he elaborated. Still, we won't be able to relax properly if we don't apologize. Said Shen Shi. If you insist on apologizing, I won't stop you, but let me warn you that it might offend me more than what transpired today. Shen Shi and the elders trembled after hearing such words, and they quickly gave up on trying to apologize. A few hours later, the Dragon King returned to the Shen family, and the first thing he noticed upon his return was the veiled individual standing outside their destroyed gates. He landed before the guards and inquired about the situation. What the hell happened to my gates? They were destroyed by a guest. What? Who dares to damage our precious gates? Not even the Fairy Empress would do something so bold, the Dragon King exclaimed. The guards there didn't say anything, but their eyes were all pointing at Tan Songyun. What about the Dragon Emperor and Lady Shi? He then asked. The guards proceeded to explain the whole ordeal to him. The Dragon King became livid after learning of the situation, and he approached Tan Songyun with heavy steps. Did you destroy my gates? He questioned her. Yes, and I have already paid the compensation. Clearly not, because you are still breathing, the Dragon King growled, his eyes flickering with killing intent. Normally, he wouldn't get so agitated over such an issue, but with the Dragon Emperor and the Shi family present, things were different. Seeing this, Tan Songyun released her immortal qi again. An immortal, the Dragon King was startled by her immense aura and took steps back. Those idiots forgot to mention that she was an immortal, he cried inwardly. Although I said I won't trouble the Shen family again, it's a different story if you provoke me, she said a moment later. I have already spoken and settled things with the Dragon Emperor, so why are you trying to start something you cannot end properly, Dragon King? Tan Songyun removed her veil again, revealing her face to him. Why you are, the Dragon King swiftly recognized her beautiful face, you're the Zither goddess, the one who was always beside the Fairy Empress. You left the fairy paradise and ascended to the sixth heaven just a few hundred years ago, and you've already managed to become an immortal. Not only was Dragon King familiar with her, he'd seen her on multiple occasions with the Fairy Empress. Although they were not friends, they were somewhat acquaintances. What in heaven's name are you doing at my Shen family, harassing the Dragon Emperor and the Shi family? Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you're stirring up? Not even the Fairy Empress could save you if you offend a Dragon Emperor, much less the Shi family, the Dragon King exclaimed, becoming even more aggravated after learning of her identity. It's none of your business, and even if the Dragon Emperor comes for my life, I won't ask for any help, said Tan Songyun. The Dragon King sucked his teeth and sneered, I see that you're still the same resentful individual as before, even after hundreds of years and becoming an immortal. Anyway, even if you don't ask for help, your actions can still affect those around you. Don't drag my Shen family into your mess because if anything happens to us, I'll haunt you after my death. Tan Songyun sneered and said, thanks for the warning. As a thank you, let me give you some good information. That Dragon Emperor with your Shen family, is a fake. What the fuck are you saying? How can the Dragon Emperor be fake? His presence alone caused my bloodline to tremble, and I am a Dragon King. Besides a Dragon Emperor, what could possibly cause such a reaction? The Dragon King refused to believe Tan Songyun. Tan Songyun then asked, first and foremost, why would a Dragon Emperor come down to the fifth heaven? He's on an important mission, and don't even bother asking me about it. I can't tell you. And what do you even know about Dragon Emperors? Although you are considered royalty in the fifth heaven, you're not even worth being servants of the royal families in the upper heavens. Dragon Emperors are beings who spend most of their time seated on their thrones, delegating their every command to their servants. They almost never involve themselves personally unless their status is at stake. Aside from the dragon ancestor, not even the royal dragon families can compel them to act. You make it sound like you know them personally, the Dragon King sneered, still refusing to believe Tan Songyun. You're right. I don't know any dragon emperors, but I know many who do. I joined a faction called the Vengeful Fairies in the upper heavens. Perhaps you have heard of them? Vengeful Fairies, the Dragon King exclaimed. Naturally, he'd heard of them. Tan Songyun showed the Dragon King her faction symbol to back up her claim and continued, many of my sisters were wronged by these dragon emperors. However, they are unable to get their revenge because touching a dragon emperor is akin to touching a dragon's reverse scale and would spark a war between the vengeful fairies and the dragon families throughout the 9 heavens, something nobody wants to see happen. A dragon emperor's status is equivalent to heaven to the dragon race. To harm or kill a dragon emperor would be tantamount to declaring war against their entire race. The vengeful fairies may be powerful, but they certainly are not powerful enough to fight the entire dragon race, hence why they are unable to touch these dragon emperors. It wasn't just the vengeful fairies, even someone as powerful as the celestial emperor couldn't lay a hand on a dragon emperor without a justified reason. Such an action could ignite a war between 2 major races. Also, you may not know this, but there are no dragon emperors with the surname Shao in the 9 heavens. Yet, that dragon emperor said his name was Shao. How do you explain this? Tan Songyun said. That's impossible. No one would dare to steal a dragon emperor's identity, that would provoke the wrath of the entire dragon race. And what about Lady Shi? She's from the Shi family, the Dragon King said, his tone laced with growing doubt. I don't know much about the Shi family, but there's no doubt she's a fake too, unless she showed you undeniable proof of her identity, Tan Songyun said firmly. Now that I think about it, we don't have any proof of their identity, and we're just blindly trusting them. The Dragon King began sweating inwardly. Although Shi Mei was ready to provide proof of their identity, the Dragon King lacked the courage to request it, fearing it might be perceived as a sign of disrespect. Naturally, Shi Mei and Yuan had anticipated this reaction and counted on it. I'll let you in on another secret, Dragon King. That man who claims to be a dragon emperor is actually a fraud, a thief, and a liar. He tricked my inexperienced self, used my body, and promised we'd be together. However, he turned out to be a known playboy who targets maidens for their essence to cultivate his evil cultivation technique. I also learned that he was an assassin who has stolen countless lives. Yuan, who was hearing all of this from inside his room, was shocked speechless. Although Tan Songyun couldn't detect Yuan's divine sense, she was confident that he was watching her. Despite that, she still revealed all of this information to the Dragon King. A fraud? Evil cultivation techniques? Yuan muttered to himself in a low voice. As unbelievable as these claims sounded, Yuan couldn't completely dismiss them, as he lacked Tian Kai's memories to confirm or deny their validity. There's no way, right? He had lived many lives before his current one, and the possibility that one of them might have been evil couldn't be entirely ruled out. Of course, Yuan didn't want to believe this, but he had no choice but to take Tan Songyun's words as it is until he regained Tian Kai's memories. Zither goddess, I am going to ask you a question, and you'll need to answer me as if your life depends on it. The Dragon King spoke with a grim expression shortly after Tan Songyun exposed the Dragon Emperor. Tan Songyun didn't wait for the question and responded, that Dragon Emperor is a fake, and I am willing to stake my life on this claim. The Dragon King stared at her in silence for a long moment before nodding his head, all right. I believe you. Honestly, I have been a little suspicious of their identity since the very beginning, but it wasn't enough to make me call them out. After all, there's a slight chance that they were the real deal. However, after hearing your words, it has become clear to me that they are likely imposters. Tan Songyun nodded, thank you for believing me. That begs the question, what is their objective? She asked the next moment. The Dragon King hesitated for a moment before responding, they're here for my ancient seal. What is that? Tan Songyun raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. The existence of ancient seals was a highly sensitive and closely guarded secret, with the Celestial Emperor actively suppressing their spread to minimize the risk of anyone attempting to obtain them. Aware of how sensitive the information was, the Dragon King said, I cannot tell you. All I can say is that it is an extremely dangerous object that must not fall into the wrong hands, or it could bring disaster to the 9 heavens. Being disaster to the 9 heavens. Why would he want something dangerous like that? Tan Songyun pondered inwardly. Anyway, what are you going to do now that you know they're imposters? The Dragon King fell silent again. Sometime later, he said, I cannot outright call them frauds. It's not that I don't trust you, but there is still a tiny chance they could be the real deal. Tan Songyun couldn't fault the Dragon King for being cautious. After all, a single mistake or offense toward a Dragon Emperor could lead to the execution of his entire Shen family. Moreover, although Tan Songyun was 99% confident that the Dragon Emperor was Tian Kai in disguise, she was not absolutely certain herself. The possibility that the Dragon Emperor was a real Dragon Emperor had crossed her mind, but she simply couldn't believe it. I am going to go after the Dragon Emperor's identity since it'd be difficult to expose the one who claims to be from the Shi family, as I know nothing about the Shi family myself, said the Dragon King. Sometime later, the Dragon King summoned everyone from the Shen family, excluding Yuan and Shi Mei, before revealing the truth to them. What? They're imposters? That's ridiculous. Father, why would you believe that woman who almost ruined us? Shen Shi exclaimed. The Dragon King sighed, I have known the Zither goddess for much longer than everyone here. She may be difficult at times, but she is someone trustworthy. She also has no reason to screw us over. I don't believe they are imposters. Shen Shi declared. Father. Don't do this. If you're wrong and offend the Dragon Emperor, our entire Shen family will be executed. The rest of the Shen family agreed with Shen Shi. Nobody there wanted to confront the Dragon Emperor, even if there was a chance he could be an impostor. The risks were simply too high. Seeing their response, Tan Songyun said, so you're going to continue treating him like a real Dragon Emperor despite knowing he's an impostor? If the real Dragon Emperors from the upper heavens were to learn of this, you'd still be facing execution. Are you threatening us, you bitch? Shen Shi roared as she pointed at Tan Songyun. That's quite harsh. I am merely stating the facts and possibilities. I have no intention of snitching, especially not to those Dragon Emperors, Tan Songyun sneered. Meanwhile, inside their room, Yuan said to Shi Mei, they're doubting our identity because of the Zither goddess. There's a good chance they'll confront us. What? What should we do? Shi Mei panicked after hearing this. From what I'm hearing, they won't come after you but me. I don't know how they'll ask me to prove my identity, but I'll go along with it. This will be a good learning experience for the future if we need to prove our identities again, he said. What if you fail to prove your identity? Shi Mei then asked. Well, then we run. Yuan shrugged, leaving her speechless. Sometime later, as the Shen family continued to argue back and forth about whether they should confront Yuan, their meeting was abruptly interrupted by Yuan himself. "So you doubt my identity?" Yuan had appeared in the meeting room without alerting anyone, as they were too absorbed in their conversation. Dragon Emperor. His sudden appearance shocked everyone but Tan Songyun. Shenshi quickly approached him and said, "That's not true. I believe you, Your Majesty." Yuan ignored her, looked straight at the Dragon King, and said, "We offered to prove our identities when we first arrived, but you declined our offer. Now, you doubt our identities? How do you explain this, Dragon King?" "That's..." The Dragon King was speechless. He couldn't come up with an excuse, no matter how hard he tried. Tan Songyun then spoke, "If you're the real deal, then you wouldn't mind proving your identity to us, right? Of course, we won't be relying on any of your methods since we can't trust you. What do you have in mind?" Yuan played along. Tan Songyun turned to look at the Dragon King, who quickly responded, "I am a Dragon King. Regardless of my achievements and background in the fifth heaven, my bloodline is powerful enough to make me a Dragon King. Therefore, we will test your bloodline against mine. Do you have an issue with this, Dragon Emperor?" Yuan shook his head and calmly responded, "Fine by me." With Yuan's approval, the Dragon King said, "In that case, follow me." The Dragon King led Yuan to an area within the Shen family's territory. At first glance, it appeared to be a serene garden, but scattered among the greenery were several unusual objects that seemed out of place in such a setting. One of these objects was a stone statue carved into the shape of a dragon's head, resting majestically atop a stone pedestal. This dragon's head had its mouth open and tongue slightly sticking out. This statue can determine whether someone is a dragon or not by assessing their blood. "Before we begin the real assessment, we need to make sure you are a real dragon," said the Dragon King. If Tan Songyun was correct, there was a strong possibility that Yuan wasn't even a dragon. In that case, this simple test could expose Yuan's identity. If he turns out to be a dragon, it won't prove he's a Dragon Emperor. However, if he isn't a dragon, we won't even need to assess his bloodline anymore. The Dragon King dripped his blood onto the statue's tongue, feeding it. The moment his blood made contact, the statue's tongue absorbed it instantly. He then turned to look at Tan Songyun and spoke, "Can you feed it some of your blood?" Tan Songyun nodded and approached the statue, feeding it her blood. However, when her blood touched the statue, instead of being absorbed, it evaporated. "Dragon Emperor, it's your turn." The Dragon King looked at Yuan, who calmly fed his blood to the statue. Before feeding his blood, Yuan activated his dragon transformation just in case. Everyone watched in anticipation as Yuan's blood touched the statue. In the end, his blood is absorbed by the statue, confirming that he is a dragon. Shenshi sighed in relief after seeing this. "Father, it's not too late to stop this farce and apologize to the Dragon Emperor," she said to him. "He's only managed to prove that he's a dragon, that's all," said the Dragon King, ignoring Shenshi's advice. Meanwhile, Tan Songyun was greatly surprised by the result. In fact, she was the most shocked out of everyone there. "He's a dragon? That's not possible. Unless Tian Kai was a dragon this entire time, this doesn't make any sense." Tan Songyun clenched her fists anxiously. She had always believed Tian Kai to be human, and the possibility that she might have been wrong all along left her feeling deeply perplexed. After all, if she was wrong about such a crucial detail, it raised the unsettling possibility that she might be wrong about other things as well. What if he's actually not Tian Kai but a real Dragon Emperor? Tan Songyun swallowed nervously at this thought. Unfortunately, it was too late for her to do anything about it, as she'd already accused him of being an impostor. "Follow me." The Dragon King brought Yuan to the real assessment shortly later. Although the Dragon King seemed fine outside, he was also panicking a little inwardly. Damn it! What if he really is a Dragon Emperor? The Dragon King felt himself on the verge of a breakdown at the mere thought of this possibility. A few minutes later, they arrived at a large pond. Yuan used his divine sense to inspect it and discovered a single living entity within, a large red-colored fish with a fierce, almost menacing appearance. "This is a unique creature our Shen family has nurtured for thousands of years," the Dragon King explained. "We call it the dragon blood carp because it only consumes the blood of dragons as its food. We started by feeding it low-quality blood, but once it gets a taste of higher-quality blood, it refuses to go back to the inferior kind, even if it means starving to death," the Dragon King added. "One day, I accidentally let the dragon blood carp taste my blood. Ever since then, I've had to feed it my blood to keep it alive. No matter what kind of blood we offer it now, it will only accept mine," the Dragon King continued with a resigned tone. "Here, let me show you." The Dragon King glanced at Shenshi and gestured toward her. She nodded in acknowledgement and allowed a drop of her blood to fall into the pond. The moment the dragon blood carp sensed the presence of blood in its territory, it darted toward it with eager anticipation. However, as soon as it realized the blood wasn't the Dragon King's, its interest vanished, and it swam away indifferently. The Dragon King repeated Shenshi's actions a moment later. This time, the dragon blood carp eagerly consumed his blood until nothing was left. "This is a unique test that's impossible to rig," said the Dragon King a moment later. Yuan looked at the dragon blood carp and said, "Are you sure you want to use this method to prove my identity? Once the dragon blood carp tastes my blood and I leave this place, it will inevitably starve to death, you know." The Dragon King nodded and said, "Yes, and I am prepared for it." The dragon blood carp was a treasured creature of the Shen family, but if sacrificing it could confirm the Dragon Emperor's identity, the Dragon King was willing to make that trade. In his eyes, it would also serve as a fitting punishment for the Shen family's audacity in doubting the Dragon Emperor. Before Yuan fed his blood to the dragon blood carp, the Dragon King had several other members of the Shen family offer their blood to the creature. Each time, the fish swam toward the blood out of instinct but quickly rejected it, proving that it would only consume the Dragon King's blood. "It's your turn now, Dragon Emperor," the Dragon King said with a solemn expression. Yuan nodded, extending his arm over the pond before letting a single drop of his blood fall into the water. The moment the dragon blood carp sensed the blood, it darted toward it with remarkable speed. The Shen family members watched intently, holding their breath, their faces etched with anxiety and worry, as if the very survival of their family hinged on the outcome. The instant the dragon blood carp sensed Yuan's blood entering the pond, it rushed over with the desperation of a starving creature. However, instead of consuming the blood immediately, it paused and stared at it intently, almost as if it couldn't believe it was being offered such precious blood. Naturally, the Dragon King wasn't aware of this, and in his eyes, the dragon blood carp had refused Yuan's blood. "I knew it. Dragon Emperor, my ass. I knew you were a phony this entire time." The Dragon King pointed at Yuan and started cursing out loud. Shenshi and the others only stared in shock. "Fuck. I can't believe I almost fell for your scam." Tan Songyun merely shook her head in relief. "I knew it." "Apprehend this fraud," the Dragon King demanded. Nearly everyone there surrounded Yuan, who remained calm despite the outcome. He glanced at the pond and calmly said, "You might want to take another look at the dragon blood carp." "What?" the Dragon King muttered in confusion. Despite their skepticism, everyone instinctively followed his suggestion and turned their gaze toward the pond. The drop of blood Yuan had dropped into the pond was gone, leaving only the dragon blood carp. However, the creature was behaving strangely, its body twitching and jerking erratically for reasons unknown. "What's happening to my dragon blood carp?" Just as the Dragon King voiced his question aloud, the dragon blood carp suddenly leaped out of the water, releasing a deafening roar, a sound unmistakably that of a dragon's cry. Instead of falling back into the water, the dragon blood carp remained hovering in the air. Moments later, its body began to transform, expanding in size and length. Within moments, the dragon blood carp transformed beyond recognition. It no longer resembled a fish but had become a serpent-like entity, its body covered in shimmering, crimson scales. "What in heaven's name?" The Dragon King fell on his butt, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. A common legend tells of a carp that, by swimming upstream and leaping over the dragon gate, transforms into a dragon. While this tale has endured for billions of years, very few have ever witnessed a fish truly transform into a dragon. After its transformation, the dragon blood carp fixed its gaze on Yuan and lowered its head in reverence. "Thank you for blessing this unworthy being with your precious blood. Because of your blood, I was finally able to evolve," the dragon blood carp communicated through voice transmission, its mouth remaining still. "It wasn't my intention, but I'm happy for you," said Yuan. The dragon blood carp turned its gaze to the Dragon King and continued, "Though it was largely your blood that allowed me to reach this point, and I am grateful for your care in nurturing me, I am truly disappointed in you, who fails to recognize true greatness even when he stands before you." "What? How are you even?" The Dragon King remained seated on the ground with a dumbfounded face. "Are you surprised by my ability to speak? Believe it or not, I have lived for much longer than any of you can imagine, and before being brought to the Shen family, I have been to all kinds of places in the 9 heavens," said the dragon blood carp. "My consciousness and intelligence have solidified through tens of thousands of years, but without completing my evolution, I remained as a mere fish." The dragon blood carp, who was no different than a unique-looking fish before his transformation, had suddenly become a divine beast with a cultivation that almost rivaled Tan Songyun, who was an immortal. "With all that said, it's about time for me to leave," the dragon blood carp continued, "Benefactor, I will remember you. If we ever meet again, I will definitely repay you for your assistance today." Although Yuan was a little puzzled by the situation, he nodded. "Ah, before you go, can you answer a simple question?" "Of course. My blood, how does it compare to the Dragon King? Do I qualify to be a Dragon Emperor?" The Dragon King trembled after being reminded of their situation. "Although I have never tasted the blood of a Dragon Emperor, I can assure everyone here that the benefactor's blood is incomparably superior to the Dragon King's blood," the dragon blood carp replied confidently. "Even if the Dragon King were to cultivate his bloodline for 1,000,000 years, it'd never compare to the benefactor's bloodline." Yuan, satisfied with the answer, nodded with a smile, "Thank you for your honesty, dragon blood carp. Then until we meet next time." The dragon blood carp proceeded to swim toward the sky, disappearing into the clouds within seconds. Once the dragon blood carp departed, an eerie silence enveloped the area, so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping miles away would have been audible. "So?" Yuan suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Moreover, he activated true dragon transformation and removed the suppression on his aura, causing his presence to envelope the entire place. "Am I still a fraud in your eyes, Dragon King?" After experiencing Yuan's unrestricted presence for the first time, Tan Songyun began sweating profusely. The Dragon King dropped to his knees and kowtowed before Yuan, his voice trembling with desperation. "Please have mercy, your majesty. I was foolish to doubt your identity. If you must unleash your anger, do so upon me, but I beg you to spare my family." Seeing this, the rest of the Shen family also fell to their knees and began begging for mercy. Yuan ignored their pleas and instead turned his attention to Tan Songyun, whose complexion had turned as pale as a ghost. "This all started because of you, Lady Tan. What do you suggest I do?" Tan Songyun clenched her fists and jaw, struggling to maintain her composure. After a moment of silence, she lowered her head and said, "You're right. This is entirely my fault. I humbly ask that you punish me alone and spare the Shen family. Despite your earlier disrespectful behavior, I forgave you and allowed you to walk away," Yuan said to Tan Songyun, his tone cold and unyielding. "But you chose to persist in slandering me. While I am forgiving, my patience has its limits. This time, Lady Tan, you haven't just slandered me, you've also involved the Shen family in your reckless actions." "I have no excuses," Tan Songyun said, her voice weak and apologetic. "My hatred and desire for revenge clouded my judgment. If you wish to take my life for offending you, I will not protest. However, I humbly plead with you to spare the Shen family. At least you can admit when you are wrong." Unfortunately, you are not in a position to make any request at this moment. The Shen family trembled at these ominous words. I will deal with you later. Yuan turned to look at the Dragon King and the rest of the Shen family. Dragon King, I will give you a chance to talk before I give you my judgment. The Dragon King quickly responded, I have no excuses, Your Majesty. I deserve death for doubting your identity, not to mention my unruly behavior. I know that I am in no position to request anything, but I just hope Your Majesty can forgive my family. They were against testing your identity from the very beginning, but I forced them to go along with my foolishness. The Dragon King did not lie. The rest of the Shen family were still reluctant to confront Yuan despite knowing there was a good chance he was a fake. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke, I don't blame any of you for doubting my identity. As a matter of fact, I am a newly appointed Dragon Emperor. A new Dragon Emperor. The Dragon King muttered. There could only be 5 Dragon Emperors in existence, so the only way for another Dragon Emperor to be appointed was through the death or retirement of an existing Dragon Emperor. If Yuan had been recently appointed to his position, it meant that he was replacing one who passed away. The last time a Dragon Emperor passed away, we were notified even while in the 5th heaven, and I was ordered to personally travel to the upper heavens to attend their funeral. Why didn't we hear anything this time? The Dragon King wondered, his mind racing with confusion over the lack of communication. However, the Dragon King did not doubt Yuan's identity despite this. He figured it was due to other issues. Yuan continued, his tone unwavering. I have a rule, if I am going to punish someone, I must punish everyone involved. However, there is one individual who truly does not deserve any punishment. Out of consideration for that person, I will spare the Shen family this time. The Dragon King and the others felt as if a mountain had been lifted off their shoulders after hearing Yuan's words. Thank you for showing us mercy, Your Majesty, the Dragon King banged his head on the ground as he kowtowed. Although Yuan didn't specify who this individual was, everyone knew he was talking about Shenshi. However, in reality, Yuan never intended to punish them. After all, they were correct, and he was a fraud. Yuan cleared his throat and said, Dragon King, stand up. The Dragon King immediately stood up, not even bothering to wipe the blood off his forehead unless he was ordered to do so. Yuan made a beckoning gesture, almost as if he was asking for something. The Dragon King quickly understood what Yuan wanted and retrieved the ancient seal. I will leave this in your hands, said the Dragon King, and he handed the ancient seal to Yuan. Yuan smiled inwardly after collecting the second of 4 ancient seals out there. I will let the Shi family know of your cooperation when I return. There's no need for that, Your Majesty. The Dragon King swiftly rejected. Are you sure? I am certain. Okay. Anyway, now that my business is done here, I won't linger any longer. Yuan proceeded to let Shi Mei know of the outcome through voice transmission. The next moment, Shi Mei appeared before them. That took longer than anticipated. Was there an issue? Shi Mei asked, pretending to have seen nothing. Yuan shook his head and calmly said, there's no issue at all. We can leave now. However, before they left, Yuan turned to look at Tan Songyun and said, Lady Tan, you and I are not done yet. Follow me. Tan Songyun silently nodded and followed. Good luck, Zither Goddess. The Dragon King prayed for her inwardly. As much as he wanted to help her, she was on her own. After traveling for several days, Yuan finally stopped somewhere in a secluded area. Yuning, can you create a concealment formation around us? Yuan asked her. Of course. Yuning took control of Yuan's body for a moment, creating a powerful concealment formation in the blink of an eye. He's an array master as well. The Zither Goddess swallowed nervously. Once the formation was set up and Yuan regained control over his body, he asked Shi Mei to leave them alone for a moment. Lady Tan, I would like to ask you a few questions. You must answer them truthfully no matter what. Consider this your punishment for slandering me. Tan Songyun was a little bewildered by such a punishment, but she still nodded her head in acknowledgement. First and foremost, can you tell me about the person you're looking for? Tan Songyun answered after a moment of silence. His name was Tian Kai, my music teacher and lover, or so I thought. How long have you known this Tian Kai? About a year before he left me. What did you two do during that time? He taught me the zither during the day and showed me love during the night, she replied, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Despite her attempt to mask her feelings, the anguish and hatred in her tone were unmistakable. What went wrong? Yuan then asked. Hearing this question, Tan Songyun's body trembled. Everything. She sighed. Can you elaborate? Yuan asked a moment later. Tan Songyun frowned and said, I don't mean to be rude, but why are you so interested in my business, Dragon Emperor? I thought dragons couldn't care less about species that don't have dragon blood flowing through their veins. Where did you hear that? I'm actually very interested in humans, especially those who are willing to offend a dragon emperor for their revenge. Tan Songyun narrowed her eyes and said, You want to know? Very well, I'll tell you. After all, this might be my last time telling this story. After Tian Kai disappeared, I joined a music sect to improve my zither skills and cultivation further. Once I was prepared, I ascended the 9 heavens because Tian Kai said he was waiting for me in the upper heavens. However, as I ascended and gained access to more information, I began uncovering the truth about Tian Kai, Tan Songyun said, her voice heavy with bitterness. According to numerous sources, including the Celestial Emperor himself, Tian Kai is none other than the infamous killer known as the Phantom Assassin, a wanted fugitive responsible for countless deaths and the destruction of many families. As soon as Yuan heard the name Celestial Emperor come out of Tan Songyun's mouth, he knew that she had been misled by false rumors. However, he didn't say anything and allowed her to talk without interruption. Not only is he an assassin, but he's also an evil dual cultivator who targets maidens for their Yin essence. He's tricked thousands of maidens, promising them eternal love. I was one of these foolish maidens. Tan Songyun continued to recall everything she'd heard about Tian Kai, which was enough to write an entire novel, leaving Yuan speechless. Celestial Emperor, that son of a bitch. How dare he spread so many false rumors? This much slander is enough to anger even Buddha, he cried inwardly. I've heard from another woman that Tian Kai had locked her in his basement for 10 years, and he... Okay, I have heard enough and get the gist of it, Yuan eventually interrupted her. After hearing so many things, I have only one more question for you. Lady Tan, is your faith in this Tian Kai that little? What? Tan Songyun's eyes widened, almost as if she wasn't expecting such a question. Yuan decided to remove his mask, revealing his handsome face to her. You are. Tan Songyun stammered in shock, stumbling backward before collapsing onto the ground and landing on her buttocks. Before you say anything, I am not Tian Kai, Yuan said. After a moment of silence, Tan Songyun stood up and roared, as if I'd believe you after fooling me and the Shen family, you trickery bastard. I knew it was you all along, Tian Kai. Yuan shook his head and sighed, once again, I am not Tian Kai. The Tian Kai you know and love is dead. What? Tan Songyun almost fell down again after hearing this shocking information. Do you really take me for a fool? No, even someone without a brain can tell that's a lie. How much longer are you going to mock me, Tian Kai? I should slay you right now. Tan Songyun's eyes began tearing up. It had been tens of thousands of years since Tan Songyun last saw Tian Kai's face. And despite the deep hatred she harbored for him, the moment she saw his face again, tears welled up in her eyes and began to fall uncontrollably. Please, calm down for a moment and listen to me, Lady Tan, Zither Goddess, Yuan said gently. Tian Kai is dead, and I am his reincarnation. While I don't yet have all of Tian Kai's memories, I do remember how we met and the year we spent together, he explained, his tone steady but laced with sincerity. Reincarnation. Tan Songyun's jaw dropped. I know this will be hard to believe, but I need you to trust me, Yuan said, his voice calm yet earnest. As for why Tian Kai had to leave, it was most likely because of the Celestial Emperor, who likely spread all those nasty and false rumors about him. Why would the Celestial Emperor slander Tian Kai? Tan Songyun asked with a doubtful frown. We are enemies. Although I don't know why the Celestial Emperor decided to use such tactics, I can say with confidence that none of the rumors are true. Tian Kai truly loved you, Zither Goddess. Why? Why were you pretending to be a dragon emperor? She asked a moment later. I needed to acquire their ancient seal. He didn't hide the truth since she already knew it. I know, but why? According to the Dragon King, it's a dangerous object that could endanger the 9 heavens. Why do you need something so dangerous? I need it to open the primordial realm to help a friend. That's all. The primordial realm? Are you insane? Tan Songyun exclaimed, her voice rising with disbelief. And you expect me to believe you're not a wanted fugitive when you're trying to open a prison that holds some of the most infamous criminals in the entire 9 heavens? Like I said, it's to help a friend. I have no intention of releasing the criminals inside either, Yuan said. Sorry, but everything you've told me so far is incredibly far-fetched and impossible to believe, Tan Songyun sneered, her tone laced with skepticism. Zither Goddess, if I intended to deceive you, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to reveal my identity after all the effort I put into convincing you that I am a dragon emperor, let alone bring up Tian Kai. What could I possibly gain from doing this? That's... Tan Songyun couldn't refute his logic. As a matter of fact, I am currently targeted by the Celestial Emperor, so it's incredibly risky for me to reveal myself. However, I couldn't bear seeing you suffer because of some false rumors. Zither Goddess, I will ask you again. Is your faith in Tian Kai, in me, that little? Tan Songyun trembled before falling silent, her expression reflecting the turmoil of an existential crisis. Tan Songyun recalled every moment of the year she had spent with Tian Kai, the emotions that had consumed her, the warmth of his presence, and the touch of his fingers on her body. Then, she remembered the countless rumors she had heard about Tian Kai over tens of thousands of years, along with the hatred and anger that had festered within her. While the years she had spent with Tian Kai had been filled with joy, she couldn't simply cast aside the anguish and betrayal that had consumed her for thousands of years, as if it had never existed. Even if the rumors were untrue and Tian Kai was innocent, the anguish Tan Songyun had endured was undeniably real and couldn't simply be dismissed. Tian Kai was innocent. Then what have I been doing all these years? What am I doing with my life now? After a very long moment of silence, Tan Songyun suddenly smacked herself in the face and shook it off. Even after tens of thousands of years of feeling betrayed, it is undeniable that I still love Tian Kai to a certain extent, and if it turns out that all of the rumors I've heard about him are false, I will atone for my crimes. However, there's no way for me to confirm your words as of this moment, and I am no longer foolish enough to believe everything I hear. Therefore, I am going to follow and watch you to confirm it. You're going to follow me? Yuan's eyes widened at her words. What's with that look? You don't want me to? Are you afraid I might expose the real you? Tan Songyun frowned. No, that's not it. Didn't you hear me? I am currently being hunted by the Celestial Emperor. I also have many enemies. If you stay with me, I cannot guarantee your safety. So what? Even if I die in the process, I will not have any regrets, except that I won't be able to find out the truth. Yuan rubbed his eyes and sighed, I will also be traversing dangerous places. This won't be my first time visiting someplace dangerous. Seeing how stubborn Tan Songyun was acting, Yuan said, Fine, you can follow me, but the moment I deem you as a burden, I'll immediately leave you behind. Like you did back then. Tan Songyun sneered. Even if you follow me, how will you determine what I said is true or false? Yuan then asked. That's not something you need to know, she said. Yuan removed the formation shortly after and called Shimeli back. Well, since you're going to be following us, we might as well do an introduction, said Yuan. You may know me as Tian Kai, but my name now is Yuan. Are you aware of the existence of players? Players, you mean the outsiders? Yuan nodded and said, I am one of them, as I was reborn in that world. You claim to have reincarnated, but why would you still retain Tian Kai's memories? As far as I know, those who reincarnate lose all memories of their past lives, Tan Songyun asked, her tone filled with doubt. My case is a little special. Also, not everyone forgets their memories. There are special techniques out there that help people regain their lost memories, Yuan explained. Shimeli introduced herself next. My name is Shimeli, and I am a real dragon. My bloodline is also royalty. Tan Songyun's eyes widened, and she asked, how are you related to the Shi family in the upper heavens? I don't know since I came from the ancient dragon city. Ancient dragon city. Never heard of that place. Anyway, I am Tan Songyun, and my relationship with Tian Kai here is. Tan Songyun gave Shimeli a brief explanation of the situation, leaving her bewildered by the sheer strangeness of the events that unfolded. Me saying this probably won't mean anything at this point, but there is simply no way these rumors about Yuan are true. If you spend even a little time with him, you'd understand what I mean, said Shimeli. Tan Songyun narrowed her eyes at Shimeli for a moment before asking, what is your relationship with Tian Kai, anyway? Once again, Tian Kai is dead. I am now Yuan. We're traveling companions, said Shimeli. Just traveling companions? For now, yes. For now. Tan Songyun raised an eyebrow. Anyway, now that we've acquired the second ancient seal, what are we going to do next? Shimeli turned to look at Yuan, clearly trying to change the subject. Yuan pondered for a moment before summoning Yin and Yang. Can you two figure out where the other two seals are? Yuan asked them. We'll try, they responded simultaneously before disappearing into thin air. Tan Songyun then asked, why didn't you ask the Dragon King where the other holders are? Because even the holders themselves are unaware of the identities of the other holders, Yuan explained. By the way, how far have you managed to ascend, Zither Goddess? Yuan then asked her. Can you stop calling me by that nickname? I don't like it. If you stop calling me Tian Kai. Ah, I almost forgot. Yuan is my real name. I currently go by Xiao Yang. Also, how should I address you if not Zither Goddess? Anything but Zither Goddess. I no longer qualify for such a title. Then how about I continue addressing you as Lady Tan? Do as you please. And I've reached all the way to the supreme heaven. The ninth heaven. That's impressive. Well, since we're trying to reach the seventh heaven as soon as possible, we might as well ascend to the sixth heaven now, said Yuan. Already? This will be your quickest back-to-back ascension yet. Shimeli said, her voice filled with excitement. He nodded, I want to regain my body as soon as possible, after all. Your body? Tan Songyun inquired. It's a little complicated, but this body is merely constructed from a part of my soul, he explained. In order to come to the 9 heavens with my real body, I need to reach the 7th heaven. Sometime after explaining the situation to Tan Songyun, Yuan made his way to the stairway to heaven. However, upon arriving at the stairway to heaven, Yuan noticed that there were only a few individuals present, and most of them weren't participants, but spectators gathered to see the participants off. Since Yuan had entered the 5th heaven alone, the rest of the player base was still stuck in the 4th heaven. As a result, it was essentially impossible for him to carry 9 individuals through the stairway to heaven by himself. Of course, Yuan could attempt to fill the required number with people from the 5th heaven, but he would need to find individuals willing to ascend to the 6th heaven. Unlike players, who could traverse between realms with ease, ascending was a significant and life-altering decision for residents of the 9 heavens, not something they could decide on a whim. Do I even need to carry people with me? I can just alter the difficulty accordingly. Yuan just realized this, but he wasn't sure it'd work. "I'll see you on the other side," she merely said to Yuan. "Lady Tan, do you want to come with me? Although you have already passed all trials and reached the 9th heaven, you can still spectate me. I'm sure you'll learn a thing or two about Tian Kai if you do." Tan Songyun nodded, "That's only natural. I was going to follow you even if you didn't ask." Lan Yingying emerged shortly after to follow Shimeli, as she also wanted to challenge the stairway to heaven. "Who is this?" Tan Songyun asked with raised eyebrows. "And where did she come from?" "My name is Lan Yingying, and I am a divine beast currently following Yuan." "Another divine beast?" Tan Songyun muttered with a surprised look on her face. Having one divine beast as a follower was already rare enough, much less two. "Why are they following you, anyways?" she then asked out of curiosity. "They have their own reasons," Yuan shrugged. Yuan climbed the staircase and entered the stairway to heaven shortly after, followed by Tan Songyun. "Welcome back, Master. I don't have 9 people with me this time, but is it possible for me to increase the difficulty to the max?" Yuan asked her. "If that is what you wish, Master." "Great. Let's do that, then. I would also like to challenge the stairway to heaven now." Tian'er nodded and disappeared shortly later. Meanwhile, Tan Songyun was examining the spectators' room with great interest. "I didn't know there was a place like this inside the stairway to heaven." Since she did everything solo, there was simply no way for her to have known about it. In the center of the room was a small well filled with water, and reflected on that water was Yuan, who had just begun his first trial. "You have started your first trial in the stairway to heaven. Investigate the 5 breakthrough towers and figure out the one who needs to be punished. You have 365 days to complete the trial. Figure out the truth and punish the perpetrator within 6 months to receive a reward." As Yuan stood in the middle of the bustling street, his eyes widened in surprise as he read the details of the trial's challenge. "I have a whole year to complete this challenge," he wondered inwardly. This officially made it his longest trial yet. Moreover, it appeared more complicated than the previous trials. However, he wasn't familiar with the 5 breakthrough towers. After standing around for a bit, Yuan decided to gather information first. He approached someone working behind a food stall and asked, "Excuse me, can you tell me a little about the 5 breakthrough towers?" The middle-aged woman looked at him with raised eyebrows and spoke, "You don't know about the 5 breakthrough towers? You're the first person I've met in the 7th heaven who doesn't know them." "Well, I'm not from around here. I just ascended to this realm." "I see. I don't mind telling you, but..." The woman extended her hand and gestured for something. Seeing this, Yuan retrieved some money and handed it to her. "Thank you, young master." Satisfied by the amount of money, the woman began explaining, "The 5 breakthrough towers are the most important organizations in the 7th heaven." "Organizations?" Yuan inquired about the specific word. She nodded. "Yes, they are neither a family, sect, nor faction. They are an organization supported by these groups, each contributing its own unique specialty and purpose. The first of the 5 breakthrough towers is called the Alchemy Tower. They specialize in the study of alchemy and hold the vital role of developing new recipes and refining alchemy techniques," she continued. The second tower is called the Array Tower. They specialize in developing new formations and enhancing existing ones. The third tower is the Martial Tower. Their primary focus is on creating new martial techniques and refining older ones. The fourth tower is the Cultivation Tower. They're similar to the Martial Tower, but they only deal with cultivation techniques. The final tower is called the Metal Tower. They not only create treasures, but they study smithing techniques and whatnot. If you haven't noticed yet, each of these towers was established with the purpose of advancing a specific path. However, they are entirely separate organizations with no direct association with one another. And because they are all striving for progress in their respective fields, there's a great deal of competition among them. Yuan was quite amazed by this concept, and he asked, what are their reputations like? As far as I am aware, they are all very respectable and trustworthy. I don't think I have ever heard anything bad about them, she said. Not even rumors. There are always rumors. The woman pondered for a moment and spoke in a genuine tone. They say the workers are overly passionate about their job, no matter which tower they belong to, but I wouldn't consider that a bad thing. Yuan pointed to a tall tower-like building in the distance and asked, "Is that one of these breakthrough towers?" The woman nodded, "Yes, that would be the metal tower." "Where can I find the other towers?" "They are scattered throughout the seventh heaven." "Unfortunately, I don't know the exact location of the other towers." "Is that so? Thank you for the information." Yuan ended their conversation and made his way toward the metal tower. As he approached, he noticed that the entire structure was constructed from shiny black metal, its surface gleaming under the light. Meanwhile, Tan Songyun wore a pondering expression on her face. The 5 breakthrough towers. Why are they in the stairway to heaven? More importantly, what the hell is going on? Did the stairway to heaven create such an elaborate world for his trial? I have never heard of anything like this before. Suddenly, she sensed a presence behind her. Turning around, she was startled to see a cute child standing there, having appeared silently, almost like a ghost. "Who are you? And where did you come from?" Tan Songyun asked, as she was certain that nobody else had followed them into the stairway to heaven. "My name is Tiana, and I have been here since the very beginning, as I am the stairway to heaven's spirit," she responded calmly. "What? The stairway to heaven has a spirit?" Tan Songyun's eyes widened at this shocking information. Tiana nodded in confirmation and continued, "Master ordered me to help clear up any uncertainty you may have, so here I am." "Master. The individual partaking in the trial right now is my master. He is also the creator of the stairway to heaven." "Wait a second. Tian Kai created the stairway to heaven? That's impossible. The stairway to heaven existed long before he even came into existence." Tan Songyun refuted her claim, using this obvious fact as proof. "I am not talking about Tian Kai, but an even older reincarnation. Tian Kai is merely one of Master's multiple lives, after all." "What in heaven's name?" Tan Songyun was speechless. However, after some pondering, Tan Songyun realized it wasn't strange for an individual to have reincarnated multiple times. After all, humans naturally reincarnate each time they die, provided the soul remains intact. Wait a minute. Can I even trust what she's saying? Tian Kai, Yuan is her master, so he could easily make her lie. Tan Songyun thought to herself. I heard that it was the god of creation who created the stairway to heaven. Are you telling me that your master was the god of creation in one of his previous lives? Tan Songyun asked. Tiana nodded. It's not just the stairway to heaven. Master has created many things throughout his life, with many of them still undiscovered to this very day. Tan Songyun swallowed nervously at such implications. Then, can you tell me what's going on with his trial? How come it's so different? I know everyone has their own trials, but the disparity isn't this massive. Tan Songyun then inquired. For Master, the stairway to heaven is not merely a way to travel through the 9 heavens, Tiana explained. It also holds memories of Master's past lives, and the trials help him recover those memories. Huh. So what I am looking at right now is actually memories. Tan Songyun looked at the vast world Yuan was in. You're half right, she clarified. The trials are created from his memories, but they are only fragments pieced together, like parts of a puzzle. They don't directly mirror his actual memories. After taking a long moment to digest the information given, Tan Songyun asked, whose memories am I looking at right now? However, Tiana shook her head and said, unfortunately, I cannot answer that. Why not? Are you afraid that I might know too much? Tiana shook her head once again and clarified, no. There are just some things I am not allowed to say. If you really wish to know, you can ask Master later. Meanwhile, Yuan continued asking several pedestrians about the metal tower as he approached his destination. He was particularly curious to know if there were any negative rumors about the place. However, everyone he spoke to praised the metal tower, describing its reputation as sparkling clean. While that might seem reassuring on the surface, Yuan couldn't help but become suspicious. After all, it could all be a facade, a carefully crafted mask to conceal the true evil lurking within. Yet, Yuan had no way to know for sure without visiting the metal tower himself. The metal tower appeared close at first glance, but it was actually several days away. Now, standing before it several days later, Yuan realized just how massive it truly was. Not only was the tower so tall that it pierced the clouds, but its interior was vast enough to house a large community of tens of thousands of people simultaneously. The massive entrance, notably without doors, bustled with a steady stream of people entering and leaving. After stepping inside the tower, Yuan quickly noticed that the entire first floor resembled a bustling shopping mall, filled with hundreds of stores and even personal stalls offering a wide variety of treasures. After looking around for some time, Yuan approached one of the merchants and asked, "Excuse me, I am trying to join the metal tower. Where can I go to sign up?" The best way to gain information about a place was to join them, after all. However, the merchant merely sneered in disguise at Yuan and said, "Who do you think you are? The metal tower doesn't just accept anybody. I am a blacksmith, and I am very confident in my skills." "Ha ha ha. You're truly an ignorant one, aren't you? To make me laugh, I'll tell you something. Talent alone won't get you into the metal tower. Unless you know someone on the inside, you'll need to increase your reputation, enough to get the metal tower to notice you." The man gestured at the weapons he'd personally crafted before him. "The fastest way to gain reputation is to showcase your weapons here, just like many of us are doing. To capture the metal tower's attention, most blacksmiths showcase their creations on the tower's first floor, which also serves as an open marketplace. However, despite the abundance of talented blacksmiths, only about 10 individuals gain the metal tower's recognition every few hundred years. I've been selling my creations here for about 100 years now," the man said. "In all that time, I've only seen 3 people be recognized by the metal tower. But let me tell you, being recognized doesn't mean you'll be accepted. That's an entirely different matter." "I see. Thank you for the information," Yuan said to the man. He left shortly after and began roaming the first floor, examining all of the stores available. Now that Yuan understood how to attract the metal tower's attention, he knew he needed to craft treasures that would quickly build his reputation. The simplest and most effective way to achieve this was to create something far superior to anything else being showcased around him. After exploring every store on the first floor, Yuan observed that most of the treasures on display were only ancient grade, with a few mythic grade items scattered among them. However, even the mythic grade treasures were of noticeably low quality. A few P-quality mythic grade and Empyrean grade treasures should be more than enough to attract the metal tower's attention. Yuan thought to himself as he left the metal tower. Thanks to the metal tower's influence, the area surrounding it was teeming with smithies and smithing-related stores, including shops selling various materials and tools essential for crafting. Yuan entered a nearby smithy and requested to use their workshop. "Hello, I would like to borrow the workshop to create some treasures." The bulky man standing behind the counter looked at Yuan like he was crazy. "You got any identification?" "A blacksmith identification, to be more specific." "Sorry, but I don't have anything like that." "Then we cannot lend you our workshop, no matter how much you offer. If you wish to use our workshop, you need to be an official blacksmith." "How do I become an official blacksmith?" Yuan asked. "Ha ha ha. You want to become an official blacksmith, but you don't even know how. You're an amusing one." The bulky man laughed out loud. He continued, 10 blocks down, there is a place called the Blacksmith Association. In order to be recognized as an official blacksmith, you must pass several tests." "Thank you. Then I will be back after I acquire my identification," Yuan said to the man. "Ha ha ha. If a scrawny kid like you can pass the assessment, I'll gladly let you use my workshop for free. Scrawny? Yuan raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had ever been referred to with such a term. Yuan's physique might appear scrawny compared to the bulky man standing before him, but in reality, it was perfectly balanced and refined to an unparalleled degree of perfection, being neither too skinny nor too bulky. Yuan left the store shortly after, but he didn't immediately head to the Blacksmith Association. Instead, he decided to try his luck at a few more smithies. Unfortunately, all of them required him to be an official blacksmith. I guess this is a process I must go through to progress the trial. Yuan thought to himself as he visited the Blacksmith Association. The Blacksmith Association was an enormous building spanning several streets, its reflective surface and metallic structure giving it the appearance of a solid block of steel at first glance. Yuan walked inside the building and approached the nearest worker. I'd like to take the assessment to become an official blacksmith. The worker, a young man, nodded, sure thing. May I ask how experienced you are with the art? I'd say that I'm quite experienced. Then what is the highest grade of treasure you've created? Celestial grade. Yuan calmly responded. The young man's eyes immediately widened with disbelief. He didn't respond for several moments due to being speechless. Eventually, he said, that's a good joke, but I need a serious answer. Yuan's expression remained calm as he responded, I am dead serious. Seeing Yuan's solemn gaze, the young man swallowed nervously and spoke in a stiff voice, then will you be fine with accepting the most difficult assessment? If you pass, we'll grant you the highest blacksmith rank we can possibly give you. Even if you fail, you can try again with a lower difficulty. Yuan nodded, sure, give me your most difficult assessment. The young man nodded and said, please give me a moment to notify my superiors. Sometime later, an old man with long, short white hair and a curly mustache approached Yuan and asked, are you the one who requested our most difficult assessment? Yuan nodded. Follow me. Yuan followed the old man to the basement, where a large workshop was available. Since you claim to be able to craft celestial-grade treasures, we'll have you craft an Empyrean-grade treasure for your assessment. If you are able to do so, the Blacksmith Association will immediately promote you to our highest blacksmith rank, said the old man. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, does the Blacksmith Association have any connections with the metal tower? The old man quickly understood what Yuan was trying to ask and said, while we do have some connections and can recommend you to the metal tower, it is up to them whether they are willing to accept you. Moreover, divine blacksmiths are not rare in the metal tower, so even if you are capable of crafting celestial-grade treasures, it won't guarantee you a spot in the metal tower. I see. Thanks for the explanation. The old man retrieved a pile of materials a moment later and said, you have 3 months to craft the treasure using the materials we provide you. Are you ready to begin? I am ready. Yuan spent a couple of minutes examining the materials. Once he was prepared, he immediately began to work. Less than a day later, Yuan presented his finished creation to the old man, who was utterly gobsmacked, not only by the masterpiece itself but also by the sheer brilliance of the process that had brought it to life. What do you think? Did I pass the assessment? Yuan asked the dumbfounded old man, who was staring at the finished treasure with wide eyes filled with disbelief. Although smithing had advanced significantly since Tian Qiyuan's era, with the emergence of many more divine blacksmiths, Tian Qiyuan's smithing skills remained unparalleled. Can I examine the treasure? The old man asked. Yuan nodded and handed the sword to him. The old man held the sword in his trembling hands, feeling as though he were cradling a priceless treasure of unimaginable value. I have never seen an Empyrean-grade treasure of this quality before, he muttered. Pass. You pass. Congratulations, you are now officially an obsidian-rank blacksmith. The old man handed Yuan a black badge, its surface gleaming with understated elegance. This badge held immense significance in the world of blacksmiths, representing the pinnacle of achievement. Within the Blacksmith Association, there were 6 ranks that could be obtained, with obsidian, the rank represented by this badge, being the highest and most revered. Normally, becoming an obsidian-ranked blacksmith required passing multiple rigorous assessments. However, Yuan's flawless performance in his first trial was so extraordinary that the remaining tests were deemed redundant and unnecessary by the old man, who was also a divine blacksmith. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am the head of the Blacksmith Association, Lai Yen. If you ever need any assistance from the Blacksmith Association, we will always be there to help you, said the old man. Yuan nodded and asked, do you think I can borrow some materials? I would like to craft a few more treasures. Of course. All official blacksmiths under the Blacksmith Association are entitled to a specific allotment of materials every 10 years as a privilege, Lai Yen explained. As an obsidian-ranked blacksmith, you have near unlimited access to most of our materials, provided the amount you request is reasonable. I don't need much. Just enough to craft several mythic-grade treasures. Also, do I get to keep that sword? Yuan pointed at the treasure he'd crafted for the assessment. Lai Yen, seemingly reluctant to let the treasure go, said, of course. Sometime later, Lai Yen left to acquire the materials Yuan had requested. Once Lai Yen returned with the materials, he hesitated for a moment before asking, may I boldly request to watch you work? Even as a divine blacksmith, I feel my skills improve simply by observing your craftsmanship. Do as you wish, Yuan said. Yuan proceeded to use almost all of his materials to craft 5 P-quality mythic-grade treasures. Thank you for the experience. Lai Yen bowed to Yuan. Then I'll take my leave now. One more thing before you leave. Although I cannot help you join the Metal Tower, I know some people there. I'll mention your name the next time I visit them. Hopefully, that will help you a little, said Lai Yen. Thanks. Yuan left the Blacksmith Association shortly afterward. However, instead of heading directly back to the Metal Tower, he made his way to the shop with the bulky man. Once there, Yuan casually revealed his obsidian badge. The man's jaw practically hit the floor, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the badge in stunned silence. Do I qualify to use your workshop? He asked. After snapping out of his daze, the man said, of course. You can even have my whole shop if you want. Yuan merely shook his head with a slight smile on his face. The man led Yuan to his workshop at the back of the shop a moment later. Once inside, Yuan set to work, using the materials he had purposely saved for this occasion. Within a few hours, he had crafted a flawless mythic-grade treasure, leaving the bulky man utterly speechless as he stared in awe at the masterpiece before him. Thanks for lending me the place. You can come back here to borrow my workshop whenever you want, Senior. It will always be available for you. With his 6 finished treasures, Yuan returned to the Metal Tower to set up his showcase. Oh. You're back already? The man who called Yuan ignorant was surprised to see Yuan return so soon. It had only been a day since their conversation, after all. Yes. I took your advice and went to craft some treasures. Do you mind if I set up my showcase next to yours? Yuan said. Ha ha ha. You've only been gone for a little over a day, the man laughed, shaking his head. There's no way whatever you created in such a short time would attract the Metal Tower's attention. Each of my treasures required months, if not years, of hard work. Maybe that's why you haven't gotten the tower's attention. Yuan shrugged. The man frowned and cursed, you cheeky bastard. Yuan said nothing more and began setting up his spot. He spread a simple blanket on the floor and casually placed the 6 treasures he had crafted onto it, treating them as if they were mere toys rather than extraordinary creations. The man's eyes widened with shock after seeing the 5 mythic grade and 1 Empyrean grade treasure. You crafted that in one day? That's impossible. You clearly purchased these treasures, the man screamed out loud, attracting the attention of those nearby. That's quite the accusation, Yuan said. Anyone with a working brain knows that isn't possible. Even a divine blacksmith wouldn't be able to craft 6 treasures of such quality in a day. Guess I am just different. Yuan casually shrugged. The man gritted his teeth in frustration. This is blasphemy. You're a disgrace. I bet you're not even a blacksmith. Now you're just slandering me. Do you have proof that I didn't craft these treasures? How do you know that I didn't craft them prior to our last conversation? That's right. If you had these treasures from the start, you would have shown them during that day. Why did you leave for a day? I was hungry, so I went to eat some food, Yuan said, leaving the man speechless. Noticing the commotion between Yuan and the man, the nearby blacksmiths eventually approached them and asked, "What's going on here? This bastard here is mocking us, blacksmiths." Listen to this, the man proceeded to explain the whole situation to the others. Naturally, he spoke from his point of view, labeling Yuan as the bad guy. He most likely purchased those treasures from somewhere. The blacksmiths frowned deeply as they learned of Yuan's actions. Most of them were platinum-ranked blacksmiths, seasoned and proud of their craft. Yuan's actions were enough to provoke any blacksmith, let alone ones of their caliber, if they were true. Seeing this, Yuan retrieved his obsidian rank badge and shoved it before them. "That's an obsidian badge," the man stammered, his voice shaking with disbelief. "Only divine blacksmiths can qualify for that rank." "You're a divine blacksmith. Why didn't you say so?" His face, which had been full of scorn just moments ago, now bore a mix of shock and awe as he gazed at the badge that symbolized the rank he had long dreamed of achieving. "Why didn't I say so? Why must I disclose such information to you when I'm trying to attract the metal tower's attention? Who do you think you are?" Yuan sneered. The man's jaw dropped, speechless. "Now that I have cleared up the misunderstanding, why don't we all return to our objective, acquiring the metal tower's attention?" Yuan sat behind his display and closed his eyes, seemingly entering cultivation. The blacksmiths there looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they turned around and returned to their own spots. The man beside Yuan quietly sat down and lowered his head, doing his best to avoid drawing any attention from Yuan, as if trying to make himself invisible. Yuan's display quickly drew the attention of not only the shoppers but also the other blacksmiths on the first floor of the tower. In no time, a curious and growing crowd had gathered around his setup, intrigued by the treasures he had laid out. "Do these beautiful treasures have names?" one curious shopper asked. "No, they do not have a name." "How long did it take you to craft such masterpieces?" one blacksmith asked. "The Empyrean-grade treasure took about half a day, and the others only took several hours, in total." "What?" the blacksmiths exclaimed, looking like they'd just witnessed a ghost. The crowd found it hard to believe that someone could craft 6 flawless treasures in a single day. However, the blacksmiths had already heard about Yuan's status as an obsidian-ranked blacksmith, so they didn't dare to voice any doubts. Are any of these treasures for sale?" someone suddenly asked. While most blacksmiths came to the tower not only to showcase their treasures but also to sell them, Yuan had no such intention. He had no need to sell his creations. His sole purpose was to use them as a means to attract the metal tower's attention. After several days of sitting idly with no noticeable change, a sudden commotion erupted on the first floor, breaking the monotony and drawing everyone's attention. "Someone from the metal tower is here, looking around. This is our chance." Upon hearing that someone from the tower had arrived, the blacksmiths immediately began tidying up their showcases, frantically trying to make their displays more presentable and impressive. Meanwhile, Yuan remained seated, his eyes closed and his demeanor calm, as though the news held no significance to him. At the same time, a handsome young man strolled through the first floor, dressed in an elegant black outfit adorned with a golden badge on his chest that read "Metal." Everywhere he walked, people around him offered respectful stares, their admiration evident. The blacksmiths, in particular, had eyes that gleamed with hope and desperation, eager to catch even a moment of his attention. Yet, not a single blacksmith dared to approach him, almost as if he was out of their reach. The handsome man didn't stop walking until he was standing right before Yuan's display. "Are you the one who recently became an obsidian-rank blacksmith?" the young man asked. And you must be Lai Yan's friend. The handsome man's eyebrows twitched slightly at Yuan's casual response, a hint of offense flashing across his face. He glanced at the weapons on display, his gaze lingering only briefly, just a fraction longer than a passing look, before sneering, "What a waste of time. I can't believe I came all the way down here for something so mediocre." The handsome man's words shocked everyone there. Even Yuan raised an eyebrow at the man's abrupt aggression. "Is that what you truly think?" Yuan asked the handsome man. "Did you even look at my treasures?" The handsome man sneered, "Who are you to question my judgment? You're just a nobody who recently achieved the rank of obsidian. Even the worst blacksmith in the tower can craft something 100 times better than this crap." Hearing this, Yuan sighed and said calmly, "It seems I've wasted my time here. If the metal tower is run by childish individuals who lack the discernment to recognize true craftsmanship, I'd rather invest my time at another tower." As he spoke, Yuan packed up his treasures and prepared to leave. The handsome man frowned, his eyes flickering with fury. "Hold it right there. Where do you think you're going? Do you really think you can mock me and just walk away like nothing happened?" he snapped, his voice sharp with indignation. Yuan stopped and looked at the handsome man. "Of course, unless you plan on stopping me." Yuan retrieved number 1 under heaven. "That's..." The blacksmiths gasped in shock upon seeing number 1 under heaven, Yuan's masterpiece. Even the handsome man, despite his earlier attitude, couldn't help but fix his gaze on it. Unbeknownst to him, his expression shifted, his face now filled with awe and admiration. "I guess you're not going to stop me, after all." A moment later, Yuan casually stowed away number 1 under heaven, leaving the blacksmiths around him in visible despair. It was as if a cherished toy had been snatched away from a child, their excitement instantly replaced with disappointment and longing. After putting away number 1 under heaven, Yuan continued walking toward the exit. Seeing this, the handsome man snapped out of his daze and shouted, "Halt!" However, Yuan kept on walking, and he spoke as he walked, "Who do you think you are to stop me from leaving? You already said my treasures are not worth the metal tower's attention, so why would I continue wasting time here? Let's not waste each other's time." The handsome man trembled with anger, but he couldn't bring himself to utter another word. Saying anything further would be tantamount to admitting his own fault and misjudgment. Therefore, the handsome man and the others could only watch as Yuan nonchalantly left the metal tower. He actually left. The man who had been stationed next to Yuan muttered in a dazed tone, his face frozen in a dumbfounded expression. A few moments after Yuan departed from the metal tower, before the handsome man and the others could fully process what had just occurred, another figure appeared. It was an old man with a bald head, dressed in an outfit similar to the one worn by the handsome man. "That presence just now. Where is it? Where did it go?" the old man bellowed, his voice commanding and urgent, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. "Senior Liao. What brings you down here?" the handsome man exclaimed, a look of genuine surprise spreading across his face as he caught sight of the old man. However, the old man, Senior Liao, ignored his question and asked again, "The presence that appeared just now. Where did it go? Where is the treasure that emitted such presence?" "That's..." The handsome man stammered, swallowing nervously as he hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth. "What are you hiding from me, apprentice Yuan?" Senior Liao frowned. The handsome man sighed and said, "I wouldn't dare, Senior Liao. This is what happened." He recounted the events to Senior Liao, detailing everything that had occurred. However, he carefully omitted certain details, most notably, the reason Yuan had decided to leave. Unfortunately for him, Senior Liao was not something easily fooled. He narrowed his eyes at Apprentice Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Apprentice Yuan, I accepted you because of your potential, but I am beginning to doubt my own judgment. I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Bring that person you chased away back to the metal tower. If you cannot do even that, you no longer need to return to the metal tower." Senior Liao. Apprentice Yuan's face contorted in despair, his expression twisting into something almost unrecognizable. Having only joined the metal tower a decade ago, if he were kicked out over something as seemingly trivial as this, he'd become a laughingstock among his peers and ruin his reputation entirely. I will not repeat myself. You have 1 month to bring him back. Senior Liao turned around and walked away, leaving apprentice Yuan and the others speechless. Snapping out of his daze a moment later, apprentice Yuan turned toward the exit of the tower. Without hesitation, he rushed outside, determined to find Yuan and convince him to return to the metal tower. Although it hadn't been long since Yuan left the metal tower, his figure was nowhere to be seen. Fuck. Where did he go? Did he really leave to another tower? Apprentice Yuan stomped his feet in frustration. He didn't want to travel to the other towers, but there was nothing he could do, as his future and reputation depended on it. Meanwhile, after leaving the metal tower, Yuan immediately went to the nearest teleport formation. I'd like to visit the other breakthrough towers, he said to the individual managing the teleportation formation. Which one? I will let you pick. Okay. Sometime later, Yuan stepped into the teleportation formation. When he emerged on the other side, he found himself in a different city. Turning his gaze toward the skyline, he saw a massive tower in the distance. While it was just as majestic as the metal tower, its design and structure were distinctly different. This tower resembled a towering pagoda, exuding an air of elegance and tradition. Yuan looked at the man managing the teleport formation and asked, "Which breakthrough tower is that?" Huh. Although the man was puzzled by such a weird question, he answered regardless, "That would be the Martial Tower." Is that so? Yuan approached the tower. Unlike the bustling and open atmosphere of the metal tower, the Martial Tower exuded a sense of exclusivity and focus. Its entrance was closed, yet thousands of people had gathered outside, their attention fixed on 5 large jade tablets prominently displayed near the tower. The crowd buzzed with intensity, their gazes locked on the tablets as though they held immense significance. Yuan picked a jade tablet at random and looked at the contents written on it. It's a martial technique. It didn't take long for Yuan to realize what he was looking at. Each jade tablet showcased a martial technique of a different rank engraved onto its surface. The first tablet displayed a mortal rank technique, the second an earth rank technique, and so on, progressing through the ranks until the highest, an ancient rank technique, was reached. After looking through all 5 martial techniques, Yuan looked around until he found someone who wasn't completely focused on the techniques and approached them. Excuse me, but what is the purpose of these jade tablets? The woman he approached looked at him with raised eyebrows and said, if you can improve any of the martial techniques on the jade tablet and achieve a satisfactory result, the Martial Tower will accept you into their organization. Yuan understood the situation immediately, but he continued asking, why are they all of different ranks? There's even a mortal rank technique, which is obviously going to be the easiest to improve. Wouldn't it be fairer if all of the techniques were of the same rank? That's simple, she explained. The more difficult the challenge you take on, the higher your position within the organization will be if you succeed. That makes sense. Thank you for your time and explanation. Yuan returned to focusing on the martial techniques shortly after. To improve a martial technique, one must first learn and master it. For Yuan, who had lived multiple lives as powerful immortals, each reigning supreme in their respective eras, this process came naturally. His vast experience with countless techniques made him exceptionally adept in this domain. After spending a few hours carefully studying the jade tablet with the ancient rank technique, Yuan fully grasped it. He then spent the rest of the day with his eyes closed, mentally practicing the martial technique as if he were crafting a treasure within his mind, refining every detail and perfecting it in his imagination. If it weren't for a disturbance, he would have spent some more time inside his mind. I've finally found you. Apprentice Yuan shouted when he noticed Yuan amongst the crowd. Due to Yuan's handsome features, he stuck out like a sore thumb no matter how big the crowd around him was. After leaving the metal tower, Apprentice Yuan spent several hours scouring the city in search of Yuan. Eventually, he decided to check the teleportation formation, hoping for a lead. Sure enough, the attendant working the formation remembered Yuan and confirmed that he had used it recently. Yuan frowned after seeing Apprentice Yuan and said, "Don't tell me you followed me all the way here." "I had no choice. You must return to the metal tower with me as soon as possible. Senior Liao wants to see you." Apprentice Yuan said, not even bothering to apologize. "Senior who?" Yuan raised an eyebrow at this unfamiliar name. "You don't even know the master of the metal tower, Liao Tian. He once held the title of God of Creation before retiring." Apprentice Yuan exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, "Thanks for the introduction. I definitely didn't know him before it." "You disrespectful son," Apprentice Yuan forcefully stopped himself from finishing the sentence. "Now you know who summoned you, follow me back to the metal tower." However, Yuan sneered, "So what if he was once the god of creation? Even if he were the current god of creation, I don't care. If he wants me to return to the metal tower, he better invite me in person." "You're going too far, bastard." Apprentice Yuan roared. "I'm going too far. You were the one who drove me away, and instead of apologizing, you're still looking down on me. Unless this Liao Tian visits me personally, I won't return to the metal tower until I visit the other 4 breakthrough towers," Yuan declared, leaving Apprentice Yuan speechless. After a moment of silence, he trembled in anger and screamed, "Either you follow me back willingly, or I will force you to go back." "Oh. I'd love to see you try." Yuan beckoned Apprentice Yuan. This was the perfect time for him to improve the ancient rank technique through practical use. Apprentice Yuan sneered in disdain and released his cultivation base, which was at the first level of Divine Ancestor. Senior Liao only mentioned bringing him back to the metal tower. He didn't say in what condition. "I'll drag him back even if it's only his corpse." Apprentice Yuan laughed inwardly, showing a menacing expression on his face. Seeing that 2 experts were about to clash, the people there immediately scrambled to safety. Yuan retrieved his baneful abyss, as the ancient rank technique was a dagger technique. "Since this is the stairway to heaven's trial, I don't have to worry about killing innocent people with its powerful poison." Apprentice Yuan trembled in fear after sensing the baneful abyss' ominous aura. "Did you create that monstrosity?" Apprentice Yuan asked with a deep frown. "Where are your morals?" "Morals? I'm surprised you can even utter such a word." Yuan laughed out loud. He then shouted out loud, "Martial Tower, are you watching this right now? I will now display my improvements for the ancient rank martial technique." Yuan pointed the baneful abyss at Apprentice Yuan and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, how else will you tell Liao Tian to come find me? Arrogant son of a bitch." Just as Apprentice Yuan leaped forward, Yuan's aura exploded after activating True Dragon Awakening. The abrupt appearance of such powerful pressure startled Apprentice Yuan, causing him to hesitate for a split second. Yuan used this opportunity to attack. A black streak of light appeared, piercing Apprentice Yuan's left arm faster than one could blink their eyes. "What?" Before Apprentice Yuan could even process what was happening, an intense pain suddenly engulfed his entire body. It felt as though his insides were melting, the agony so overwhelming that it left him gasping for breath and unable to think clearly. If Apprentice Yuan's cultivation weren't at the Divine Ancestor realm, he would have perished the second baneful abyss touched him. As Apprentice Yuan rolled on the ground, screaming in pain, Yuan approached him. Right before Apprentice Yuan succumbed to the poison, Yuan removed the poison. "Go back to Liao Tian and tell him to see me personally if he wants me to return to the metal tower," he said a moment later. A deafening silence enveloped the area as the onlookers stood frozen in disbelief. They couldn't fathom how easily Yuan had defeated someone several cultivation realms stronger than himself, executing the feat with such effortless grace. "Ha ha ha." An amused laugh suddenly shattered the silence. When Yuan and the others turned toward the source of the laughter, they saw a wise-looking old man standing before them, his presence so sudden and silent it was as if he had materialized like a ghost. "You are." Apprentice Yuan instantly recognized this old man, as did the other onlookers. "Lord Z." Everyone except Yuan immediately lowered their heads in respect toward the old man, whose aura and demeanor made it clear that he was a figure of immense significance. Without even looking at Apprentice Yuan, the old man faced Yuan and spoke with a smile on his face. "That was magnificent, your improvement to that martial technique. How long did it take you to come up with something like that?" "A little under a day. If I hadn't been interrupted by someone, I could have improved it even further," he replied. The old man's eyes widened. "I see, so it only took you a day to improve an ancient rank technique. Your wisdom and talent is very impressive. How about joining our martial tower? Let us usher martial techniques into a new era together," said Lord Z. Yuan then said, "I can join the martial tower, but will I be allowed to visit the other breakthrough towers afterward?" Lord Z nodded, "Of course. While we are very competitive with each other, we all have similar goals and ambitions. We won't bar you from joining other towers just because you are associated with another tower. In that case, I'll join the martial tower." "Ha ha ha. Great choice, my young friend. Follow me. I'll give you a tour around the place." Yuan nodded and followed Lord Z into the tower. Meanwhile, Apprentice Yuan remained standing outside the martial tower with a perplexed expression on his face. On one hand, he couldn't return to the metal tower without Yuan. On the other, he couldn't approach Yuan with Lord Z beside him. Lord Z was not just a member of the martial tower. His status was akin to Liao Tian in the metal tower, with a significant amount of achievements under his belt. Upon stepping onto the first floor of the martial tower, Yuan was greeted by a scene reminiscent of a bustling training ground. Numerous individuals were scattered throughout, diligently practicing martial techniques and honing their skills. "The first 10 floors of the tower are essentially the same," Lord Z explained. "The martial tower isn't just about improving martial techniques, we also create and record them. Of course, we only have access to techniques that are entrusted to us. When we started, our resources were scarce, with barely any techniques to work with. But over time, as we proved ourselves by refining and enhancing techniques, more and more people began trusting us with their precious techniques." At the end of the room was a teleportation formation that provided access to the upper floors. Since the first 10 floors were essentially identical, they proceeded directly to the 11th floor. Unlike the bustling training ground on the first floor, the 11th floor resembled a vast library. Shelves lined the walls, filled with scrolls and books, and many individuals were seated, deeply engrossed in studying martial techniques. "The next 10 floors are like this," Lord Z said as they walked around the place. "We house martial techniques ranging from mortal rank to celestial rank. However, only a select few individuals are permitted to study techniques above supreme rank. All of the techniques on this floor are merely mortal rank. Everyone starts from mortal rank techniques. In order to study the next rank, they must increase their contribution, which can be gained through improving or creating martial techniques. For example, improving a mortal rank technique will gain 1 contribution point, while creating a mortal rank technique will grant 10 points. Since you've already improved an ancient rank technique, you'll automatically be allowed to study martial techniques up to ancient rank techniques." Next, they proceeded directly to the 21st floor. Unlike the previous floors, this one featured only a few rooms, each with a closed door. "These are seclusion chambers," Lord Z explained. "They're reserved for individuals working on creating new martial techniques. Let me show you how they work." They entered an unoccupied room, and to Yuan's surprise, the interior was completely bare, devoid of any furniture or decorations. The emptiness was stark and unexpected. However, upon closer inspection, Yuan noticed the room was actually filled with powerful formations. "I know what you're thinking. How can someone create martial techniques in such a boring environment?" Creating martial techniques was a challenging and intricate process. There were several approaches to it, with the most common being drawing inspiration from one's surroundings or observing others in combat. Some even derived martial techniques from nature, studying the movements of an insect walking, a bird flying, or the flow of water in a stream could spark the creation of a new technique. There are multiple formations inside this room, which can be used to do this. Lord Z closed his eyes, and moments later, the empty room began to shift and change. The surroundings transformed, and they found themselves standing at the edge of a towering cliff overlooking a vast, endless ocean. The sound of crashing waves and the scent of salty air filled the space, making the illusion feel incredibly real. The scenery shifted once more a few moments later, and they now found themselves witnessing a breathtaking battle between two powerful cultivators in the starry sky. The clash of their techniques lit up the cosmos, each strike rippling through the heavens with unimaginable force. "The only limitation is your imagination," said Lord Z. Once they left the room, Lord Z said, "This is the furthest I can take you inside the Martial Tower. Here is your Martial Tower badge, which can be used as a storage ring and a communication jade slip. You can also see which floors you have access to inside. In order to gain more access, I need to contribute to the Martial Tower, correct?" Yuan asked. Lord Z nodded. "What gives the most contribution points?" Lord Z chuckled and said, "I like your enthusiasm, but it takes time to reach the top. However, if you can create a mythic rank technique, I'll consider giving you a quick promotion to the top." "A mythic rank technique, huh?" Yuan mumbled. Even with his vast experience throughout multiple lifetimes, it wasn't easy to create a mythic rank technique on the spot. The martial techniques he had made before all required hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Of course, they were all top martial techniques amongst their ranks. "Alright, then I will immediately start," Yuan said a moment later. "Sure thing. Now that you are a member of the Martial Tower, you're free to do as you please. If you ever need help with anything, you can speak with the others." Lord Z said to him before leaving him alone. Yuan returned to the room shortly after. After returning to the seclusion chamber, Yuan sat down and closed his eyes, entering a state of deep contemplation about the martial technique he intended to create. Unlike crafting treasures of specific ranks, creating a martial technique was far more unpredictable and perplexing. Even if Yuan aimed to create a mythic rank technique, there was no guarantee it would achieve that rank. It could just as easily result in an ancient rank technique or even something of lower rank, depending on the execution and refinement of his concept. However, there was a method to increase the likelihood of creating martial techniques of a specific rank, by combining two or more techniques of that rank. By merging their principles and mechanics, one could craft a new, often more powerful, technique that retained the essence of its predecessors while pushing beyond its original limitations. For instance, Yuan could attempt to merge two mythic rank techniques together to create a superior technique. However, while the concept sounded simple, it was far more difficult to achieve in practice, as the techniques needed to be compatible with each other. Even a minor incompatibility could cause the fusion to fail or result in a broken technique. After several hours of deep contemplation, Yuan decided to attempt creating a combination technique using 9 supreme swords and Azura's blade of execution, two exceptionally powerful mythic rank techniques. Not only did Yuan possess complete mastery and understanding of both techniques, but their foundations were remarkably similar, making them ideal candidates for fusion. 9 supreme swords focused on overwhelming and dominating its target through relentless and precise strikes, whereas Azura's blade of execution was designed purely for lethal efficiency, delivering swift and decisive killing blows. If he successfully combined the two techniques, Yuan would create a martial technique capable of unleashing immense destruction, one that could dominate and annihilate targets with unparalleled precision and lethal force. Using his imagination and the unique capabilities of the seclusion chamber, Yuan began visualizing the combination of the two techniques. The formations within the chamber responded to his thoughts, creating an illusion that vividly demonstrated the potential outcome of combining 9 supreme swords and Azura's blade of execution. However, Yuan didn't stop there and tried several variations of the technique until he was satisfied with the results. As Yuan became deeply engrossed in the process of creating his new technique, time seemed to blur, and before he realized it, nearly an entire month had passed in the blink of an eye. After using the formation to demonstrate the technique one last time, Yuan left the seclusion chamber with a satisfied smile on his face. Then, he used the Martial Tower's badge to contact Lord Z. Unfortunately, due to a lack of authority, Yuan could only send a message to Lord Z and wait for a response. While he waited for Lord Z to respond, Yuan visited the lower floors, specifically the 27th floor, which contained mostly ancient rank techniques. When Yuan arrived at the 27th floor, he noticed a stark contrast in the number of people present. Unlike the bustling 21st floor, which was crowded with hundreds of individuals, this floor had only about a dozen people scattered throughout. The number of available techniques on the 27th floor was also significantly lower. While the 21st floor boasted tens of thousands of techniques filling tall shelves, the 27th floor had only about 100 ancient rank techniques carefully arranged. Yuan proceeded to take a look at these techniques. Naturally, he had no plans of improving them and only wanted to learn some new techniques. Since this place was created by the stairway to heaven, these techniques are mine to begin with. After looking through several techniques, Yuan realized that most of them were martial techniques meant for daggers, almost as if it was implying something. This trial must be related to Tian Kai. Although he already had such suspicions, he wasn't certain until he saw these techniques. Several hours later, Yuan's Martial Tower badge trembled, indicating that someone was trying to contact him. "Come to the 10th floor. I'll be there in 5 minutes, Lord Z's voice echoed. Hearing this, Yuan promptly made his way to the 10th floor. Expecting to find a few people training, he was surprised to discover the floor completely empty, with not a single soul present besides himself. Lord Z showed up a few minutes later, but there was a solemn expression on his face. "You better not be messing with me when you said that you have finished creating a new mythic rank martial technique. It hasn't even been a month since our last conversation, after all." Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I wouldn't dare to lie." Lord Z narrowed his eyes as he studied Yuan. Having spent tens of thousands of years with the Martial Tower and personally creating dozens of mythic rank techniques, he fully understood the immense difficulty and time required to achieve such a feat, yet, in all his centuries of experience, he had never encountered or even heard of anyone crafting a mythic rank technique in such an astoundingly short period of time. "I will give you one chance to double-check your creation," Lord Z said, his expression grim and his tone severe. "If it turns out that you've wasted my time, I will expel you from the Martial Tower immediately. I have no tolerance for those who carelessly create techniques." Hearing such words, Yuan merely nodded in silence. "Good. Then attack me with your new technique. Do not worry about hurting me." Lord Z unleashed his aura, revealing his cultivation to be in the golden immortal realm. Yuan immediately began demonstrating his newly created technique, and as he did so, his killing intent surged to an overwhelming level, catching Lord Z off guard. Suddenly, an avatar resembling God of War's astral arts appeared above Lord Z. It carried a massive sword in one hand and an equally imposing dagger in the other. The sword radiated a domineering aura, exuding an overwhelming power that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. At the same time, the dagger emanated an intense killing intent so profound it felt as though it could annihilate all life in an instant. The sheer presence of the technique was suffocating, leaving Lord Z in stunned silence. "What a terrifying technique!" Lord Z muttered, his voice trembling as he stared at the avatar. He could feel an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from it, his entire being shuddering in a mixture of fear and awe. Although Yuan had initially intended to combine only 9 supreme swords and Azura's blade of execution, he found himself incorporating elements of God of War's astral arts into the mix. "I call this technique God of War's final execution." Yuan made a subtle gesture, and in response, the avatar above Lord Z raised both its arms. Without hesitation, it began slashing with its sword and stabbing with its dagger in a relentless assault. Lord Z enveloped his body in immortal chi, bracing himself as he raised his arms to block the incoming strikes. While he initially managed to deflect the first few attacks with relative ease, he soon noticed that each successive strike grew more powerful and increasingly difficult to withstand. While the 9 supreme swords concluded with 9 devastating strikes, God of War's final execution followed an entirely different principle. The technique was relentless, continuing its assault until its target was utterly obliterated. What made it even more terrifying was its escalating power, each strike growing stronger than the last. However, this came at a significant cost, as every attack drained Yuan's spiritual energy. Moreover, the energy expenditure increased alongside the technique's growing strength, meaning the longer it lasted, the more difficult it became for Yuan to sustain. At Yuan's current cultivation level, even if he could recover his spiritual energy in the blink of an eye, it wouldn't matter if a single strike demanded more energy than he could supply. In the end, Yuan managed to execute God of War's final execution 20 times, cutting through approximately 60% of Lord Z's immortal chi before exhausting the limits of his current capabilities. However, this performance did not take into account Yuan's chaotic essence, a different source of energy that, if utilized, could elevate the technique to an entirely new and far more devastating level. Lord Z looked at his damaged immortal chi with a profound expression on his face. What a devastating technique. He's only a spirit sovereign, but he's managed to damage a golden immortal's immortal chi to this extent. He might actually have the capability to slay a bronze immortal with this technique if he increased his cultivation a little more. Lord Z thought to himself. What do you think? How would you rank this technique? Yuan suddenly asked, his back soaked in sweat. Lord Z pondered for a moment before finally responding, this technique is undeniably at least mythic rank. In fact, it rivals the strongest supreme rank martial techniques I've encountered, and I would rank it as such. Moreover, I believe there is potential to refine and elevate this technique to celestial rank in the future. Supreme rank, huh? I guess that means I qualify for a promotion, right? Yuan said with a smile. Lord Z fell silent for a moment before laughing out loud, you are correct. I will keep my word and promote you. Congratulations, you've become the highest-ranking member of our martial tower in a record-breaking time. Thank you. Now that you have full access to the martial tower, where would you like to go? Lord Z asked. What's on the highest floor? Yuan asked. That would be my private living quarters. Unfortunately, it is only accessible to me, said Lord Z. Ah, I see. Then I'll just take a look at the other floors. In that case, I will return to my own work. I can't wait to see how you'll contribute to the martial tower in the future. After Lord Z left, Yuan made his way to the 28th floor of the tower, where all the mythic rank techniques were stored. However, upon arriving at his destination, Yuan was surprised to see not a single mythic rank technique available. He went to the 29th floor next, and sure enough, there was not a single supreme rank technique available. However, Yuan wasn't too shocked, only slightly disappointed. I bet the real martial tower would be filled with martial techniques on these floors, he muttered to himself. Despite anticipating that the 30th floor would likely be empty, Yuan decided to investigate anyway. Upon arriving and spotting a single technique available on the otherwise vacant floor, he realized his effort had been well worth it. Yuan immediately approached the technique, which rested elegantly on a stand crafted from fine jade. With curiosity and anticipation, he began reading the technique. Sometime later. Shadow Veil learned. Shadow Veil. Rank, Celestial. Mastery level, 1. Description: envelope yourself in a veil of shadow, completely erasing your presence. While under the shadow's embrace, you become undetectable by divine sense and all detection techniques. Although Celestial Overlord Chang had given him a technique that concealed his presence, Shadow Veil was incomparably better and could rival even Ingzi's natural invisible presence as a shadow dweller. Actually, this technique was most likely inspired by shadow dwellers and their lack of presence. Yuan thought to himself. This technique is also perfect for this trial. With this technique, I will be able to spy on the breakthrough towers with more ease. The first thought that crossed Yuan's mind after acquiring the concealment technique was to use it to explore the highest floor of the Martial Tower, Lord Z's living quarters. However, after giving it more consideration, Yuan decided to hold off until he had visited the other breakthrough towers. Sneaking into Lord Z's quarters while he was still in the tower posed unnecessary risks. I should lure him out of the tower before I investigate his place, Yuan concluded, formulating a more cautious plan. With that in mind, Yuan decided to visit the next breakthrough tower. Meanwhile, Tan Songyun was utterly bewildered after witnessing Yuan create a supreme rank technique in just a single month. Adding to her astonishment were the numerous other achievements he had demonstrated during the trial. Not only can he craft Empyrean rank treasures with ease, but he's also capable of creating powerful martial techniques in such a short time. His talent is simply outrageous. She thought, swallowing nervously as she recalled Yuan mentioning his previous lives. After learning the martial technique Shadow Veil, Yuan left the Martial Tower to visit another breakthrough tower. However, upon leaving the tower, he noticed an individual standing right outside. This person was Apprentice Yuan, who had decided to remain outside the Martial Tower to wait for Yuan. After all, he couldn't return to the Metal Tower without Yuan. The moment Apprentice Yuan noticed Yuan coming out, he rushed over to block his path. "You're really persistent, I'll give you that," Yuan said. "I will not return to the Metal Tower without you. In that case, you can kill me if you want, but I will not budge," Apprentice Yuan said, his voice unexpectedly calm. "My life will be over if I return to the Metal Tower without you, anyway." His usual arrogant and haughty demeanor was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a quiet resignation. "I won't kill you, but I also won't return to the Metal Tower with you." Yuan walked around Apprentice Yuan and made his way to the teleportation formation. Apprentice Yuan didn't say anything and followed him behind in silence. Yuan pretended he wasn't even there and continued walking. Soon, he arrived at the teleportation formation. When the individual managing the formation noticed the badge on Yuan's chest, he immediately lowered his head and spoke in a respectful tone, "How can I assist you today, Senior?" "Bring me to the Cultivation Tower," Yuan responded. "Right away." Once Yuan entered the teleportation formation and disappeared, Apprentice Yuan stepped forward and said, "Take me to the Cultivation Tower as well." "Yes, Senior from the Metal Tower." Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the majestic Cultivation Tower, a structure similar in grandeur to the Martial Tower but exuding a vastly different atmosphere. The air around the Cultivation Tower felt serene and profound, filled with a sense of deep focus and spiritual energy. Moreover, the Cultivation Tower was a magnet for spiritual energy, drawing it in such immense quantities that the surrounding city was shrouded in a visible fog of dense spiritual energy. When spiritual energy gathers in one place and becomes highly concentrated, it condenses into a mist-like form, making it visible to the naked eye. Because of this immense concentration of spiritual energy, the area surrounding the Cultivation Tower became a prime location for cultivators. Only those with significant influence and power were permitted to reside close to the tower, enjoying the richer spiritual energy. Ordinary families and less influential individuals were relegated to the outer areas of the city, far from the tower's core benefits. As Yuan neared the Cultivation Tower, a guard noticed him and approached with a measured stride. However, the moment the guard's eyes landed on the badge displayed on Yuan's chest, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Without saying a word, the guard hastily turned around and walked away with even larger strides, almost as if running away from a ghost while trying not to look scared. Outside the Cultivation Tower's entrance, a group of cultivators stood gathered around a single tablet, their eyes fixed on its inscriptions. Curious, Yuan approached and read the tablet's contents. As expected, it displayed a cultivation technique. However, something about the technique felt off. Yuan couldn't immediately identify what was wrong, but he couldn't shake the strong sense that something wasn't right with it. After staring intently for a while, Yuan's eyes lit up with a spark of realization. He muttered to himself, "Oh, I see. There's an error in this cultivation technique. No wonder something about it felt off. When the other cultivators overheard Yuan's words, they instantly snapped their heads in his direction, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Do you know where the error is? One of them suddenly asked. Yes, I do. Ah, this must be the trial. Yuan said with a smile. While the martial tower required participants to improve a martial technique, the cultivation tower had a different challenge, identifying the faults or errors within a cultivation technique. This task demanded not only a deep understanding of cultivation principles but also keen eyes to see the flaws. He only just got here. How can he see through the flaws so quickly? Someone there exclaimed. Look at the badge on his chest. He's from the martial tower. Martial techniques and cultivation techniques are completely different from each other. Just because he's good at one does not mean he's good at the other. Most of the people there have been studying the tablet for months, if not years. Although they were aware the cultivation technique had a flaw, they didn't know where to find the error. I don't believe you. If you truly believe that you have found the error, then prove it and summon the examiner. This individual pointed at the bell located right beside the tablet. Without hesitation, Yuan approached the bell and rang it. Shortly after the sound of the bell ended, an individual appeared before Yuan like a ghost and asked, "Are you the one who summoned me?" "Yes," Yuan confirmed. "Then tell me, where is the error in this cultivation technique? If you fail, you will not have another chance in this lifetime. Understand?" Yuan nodded and said, "Allow me to demonstrate it." He sat down and began cultivating using the cultivation technique written on the tablet. A few minutes later, Yuan recited a specific line from the technique aloud and explained, "This part is the error." At a glance, it might seem fine, but over time, it causes long-term side effects that could damage and ultimately ruin one's spiritual veins. The examiner stared at Yuan in silence for a long moment before nodding his head. "Congratulations, you have managed to find the error in this cultivation technique. I see that you're already part of the martial tower, but we do no discriminate. Do you wish to join our cultivation tower, too?" "Yes, I would like to join the cultivation tower." "Very well. Follow me. I'll give you a tour." Yuan nodded and followed the examiner inside the tower. As Yuan followed the examiner inside the cultivation tower, the man said, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ming Wu, and I have been working at the cultivation tower for over 5,000 years. My name is Yuan. How long have you been with the martial tower?" "Not long. About a month." "I see. Then, how much do you know about the cultivation tower?" Ming Wu suddenly asked. "I know that they improve and create cultivation techniques, much like the martial tower." "You're not wrong, but we are much more important than the martial tower, no matter how they try to argue otherwise. We are the foundation of the cultivation world. Without cultivation techniques, there would be no cultivators," said Ming Wu. "Well, I can't argue with that logic. At least you're understanding. There are others from the martial tower who have joined our cultivation tower, but they are all too stubborn to admit that we are more important than them," Ming Wu sighed. "I won't argue with you over that subject, if that's what you're trying to make me do. Then let me ask you, why did you join us? To learn more about cultivation techniques. Is that a bad answer?" "Not necessarily. I joined the tower myself because I wanted a better cultivation technique. However, as I spent time in this place, I began to learn and understand the importance of cultivation techniques. Anyway, the first floor isn't used for anything, and the real tower begins on the second floor." When they arrived on the second floor, Yuan could see a single individual cultivating in the center of the room. "The cultivation tower has the lowest number of members because we are the hardest to qualify for. After all, we don't want anyone messing up cultivation techniques and potentially crippling people. More than half of our members are dedicated to checking cultivation techniques to ensure they are safe to use. The others focus on improving existing cultivation techniques, and very few of us actually create new cultivation techniques." "I see. And how does one increase their rank in the cultivation tower? Yuan asked a moment later. There are only 2 ranks in the cultivation tower, Mingwu explained. The first is the tower master, and the rest of us share the same rank, so there's no need to concern yourself too much with titles. What differentiates us are our jobs. Of course, seniority still plays a role in our hierarchy. So, I have full access to the cultivation tower? Yuan asked. You have full access to the resources needed for your specific role, Mingwu replied. What exactly do you wish to do at our tower? Am I restricted to one role? What if I wish to do everything? Mingwu's eyes widened at his words. While we are not restricted to a single role, Mingwu cautioned, you shouldn't bite off more than you can chew, especially since you've only just joined us. Here, you're expected to contribute in all roles simultaneously. I have more experience than I look, Yuan said with a calm smile. Mingwu scoffed, I believe you, but you still have no idea how much effort is required. Let me show you. Mingwu brought Yuan to an empty floor and handed him 2 different cultivation techniques. This one is a divine rank cultivation technique with an error, and this one is a divine rank that can be improved. I want you to do both of them. Let's see how long it'll take you to accomplish this task. Yuan accepted the 2 cultivation techniques and nodded, all right. Any time limit? No, take as long as you need. Here's your badge. Contact me once you're done. Mingwu left Yuan alone shortly after. It'll probably take him several months to finish. Mingwu thought to himself as he left. However, to Mingwu's shock, Yuan contacted him before the day was even over. What's wrong? Mingwu asked after answering Yuan's call through the badge. I'm done. What? Mingwu's face stiffened. Although he had a good idea of what Yuan meant, he didn't dare to believe it. I'm done with both techniques, Yuan elaborated. There's no way. Don't lie to me. Although they might have only been divine rank cultivation techniques, they're not something you can finish in less than a day. Mingwu said. I'll only waste my breath trying to convince you with words, so I'll show you. Come find me, said Yuan before hanging up on Mingwu. Hearing this, Mingwu dropped whatever he was doing and rushed back to Yuan's floor. Seeing Mingwu before him, Yuan began his demonstration. For the cultivation technique that had an error, Yuan not only pointed out the error but also found a solution for it, something the cultivation tower was still working on. As for the second cultivation technique, which had already been improved by the cultivation tower, Yuan managed to improve it with even better results, leaving Mingwu speechless. What do you think? Do I have what it takes to do multiple roles at once? Yuan asked him with a smile afterward. In response, Mingwu retrieved 2 more cultivation techniques and handed them to Yuan. Do the same thing with these 2 ancient rank cultivation techniques. If you can manage to do that, I'll speak with the tower master and allow you full access to the cultivation tower. Deal. Yuan nodded, and he immediately began working on the techniques. Mingwu didn't immediately leave this time, as he decided to stay behind for a few days to see Yuan's process. Since it had been a long time since Yuan last worked on improving techniques, he initially took some time to regain his footing. However, as he continued to work, his past life experiences began resurfacing with greater clarity. With each attempt, his ability to identify flaws and implement improvements grew significantly sharper and more profound. 2 days later, Yuan opened his eyes and turned to look at Mingwu, who immediately swallowed nervously. I'm done, he announced with a calm smile on his face. You're done. It's only been 2 days, you know. There's no way you finished 2 ancient rank techniques in 2 days, Mingwu shook his head, refusing to believe Yuan. Allow me to prove it. However, Mingwu raised his hand and said, wait. Let me contact someone first. Give me some time. I'll be back soon. Without offering any further explanation, Mingwu turned and left, disappearing to an unknown destination. A few hours later, Mingwu returned, but he wasn't alone. Walking beside him was a stunningly beautiful woman, her presence commanding attention with an air of elegance and grace. "This is the Tower Master," Ming Wu said. "My name is Meng Xian. Ming Wu told me that you have managed to improve an ancient rank technique and fix another in just 2 days. I never expected someone from the martial tower to have such talents with cultivation techniques. Can you show me how you improved the techniques?" she said. Yuan nodded and immediately began demonstrating the improved cultivation techniques. Meng Xian's eyes widened after seeing the improvements made to the techniques. Both techniques that Ming Wu had given Yuan as a test were cultivation techniques the cultivation tower had planned on working on next, so there was no way Yuan could have cheated. "Marvelous!" Meng Xian exclaimed after seeing the improvements. "Although they're only ancient rank techniques, you've managed to improve them so much that they qualify for a rank promotion. This rarely happens to cultivation techniques," she continued. "Unlike martial techniques, which can often be elevated to higher ranks through improvements due to their inherently adaptable nature, cultivation techniques are far more rigid and complex. They rarely undergo improvements so profound that they result in a promotion of the technique's rank, as their foundational principles are much harder to alter or refine. And it only took you 2 days to do so. Such talents are rarely seen nowadays. How about this? I have been looking for a successor for some time now, but nobody in the cultivation tower has managed to impress me. If you can pass one more trial, I can make you the next tower master." "What?" Ming Wu exclaimed in shock. "Tower master, he just joined us recently. If you make him your successor, the others will not be happy about this." "I know. That's why I want to give him a few more tests. Also, it's not like he'll immediately take my position. I still need to train him," said Meng Xian. "Still, that isn't fair to the others, who have been striving to be your successor for many decades," Ming Wu said. Hearing this, Meng Xian sneered, "I'm surprised you can utter such words without feeling ashamed. The only thing that matters to me is your talent and ability to improve cultivation techniques. I don't care how long you've been in the cultivation tower." That's. Ming Wu lowered his head after being lectured by Meng Xian. "I'll do it," Yuan responded a moment later. "Great." Meng Xian retrieved 10 techniques and said, "They are all mythic rank techniques, but one of them has an error. It took me nearly 100 years to find the technique with the error and correct it. If you can do so faster, I'll make you my successor." Yuan nodded, "All right." Although the trial seemed simple enough, it actually required Yuan to reach a profound understanding of all 10 mythic rank cultivation techniques and find the one with an error. Just learning a single mythic rank cultivation technique would take decades for even talented cultivators, much less understanding them enough to spot errors. "You can come directly to me at the top of the tower once you are done," said Meng Xian before leaving. Ming Wu didn't linger and followed Meng Xian. Once he was alone, Yuan laid out the cultivation techniques before him and began studying them. If Yuan had been an ordinary cultivator, having access to so many mythic rank cultivation techniques would have been a life-altering event. However, due to his unique physique, Yuan had little need for cultivation techniques anymore. His body naturally absorbed spiritual energy at a rate far beyond what even the most powerful cultivation techniques could achieve, and he could also gather spiritual energy by consuming monster cores. For him, a cultivation technique was almost redundant. While Yuan studied the techniques, Meng Xian focused on creating a cultivation technique at the top of the tower. She was confident that Yuan would be able to pass her trial, but she could have never anticipated how fast he'd be able to do it. 14 days after Meng Xian gave Yuan the trial, she noticed someone had entered her floor. When she opened the door and saw Yuan standing outside, her eyes widened with disbelief. "What are you doing here so soon? Don't tell me you've already finished the task." Yuan nodded and said, "Yes." Meng Xian narrowed her eyes and said, "Oh. Then tell me, which technique had the error?" Yuan replied with a smile on his face, "I must admit, you fooled me for a bit. After going through all 10 cultivation techniques, I couldn't find any errors in them. I doubted myself a little, so I went through them again, hence why it took this long. There are no errors in those cultivation techniques you gave me. Meng Xian silently stared at Yuan for a long moment before she burst out laughing. Amazing. Truly amazing. I cannot fathom how you've managed to complete this task so soon, but here you are. Alright, I'll make you my successor. No. I wouldn't mind even if you took my position as Tower Master right this moment. What do you even do as the Tower Master? Yuan asked. Everything, from correcting cultivation techniques to improving them. Of course, you also need to know how to create them. Have you ever created a cultivation technique before? Yuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I've created plenty of martial techniques before, but I've never created a cultivation technique before, at least, I don't have any memories of doing so. Well, there's no need to rush. Despite being at the cultivation tower for tens of thousands of years, I have only created a single cultivation technique. I am in the process of creating my second one. Yuan nodded. Now that you're my successor and apprentice, I'll have you call me master, said Meng Xian with a slight smile on her face. Yuan nodded and said, Master, before we start training, I would like to check out the other breakthrough towers. Why? Is the cultivation tower and martial tower not enough for you? Meng Xian asked with a slight frown on her face. You're right. I am not satisfied with just these options, Yuan admitted. As a cultivator, I want to ensure my future is as bright as possible, so I want to visit the other towers and see what I can learn from them as well. It was an excuse Meng Xian couldn't argue against. She understood his perspective. After all, striving for a better future was something most people, including herself, aspired to achieve. Blaming Yuan for such a mindset would have been unreasonable. Fine, but try not to stay there for too long, she said a moment later. Yuan nodded with a smile, of course. Thank you for being understanding, Master. However, Yuan didn't immediately leave the cultivation tower. He decided to explore other floors first to see if he could find anything suspicious about the tower. Unfortunately, even after searching through every floor he was permitted to visit as the Tower Master's successor, he couldn't find anything that could put the cultivation tower in a bad light. This trial might be harder than it appears. Yuan just came to this realization. Moreover, he still needed to visit the Alchemy Tower and Array Tower. While his experience in arrays and formations has improved significantly due to Yuning's occasional teachings, he wasn't sure it would be enough to satisfy the Array Tower's requirements. As for the Alchemy Tower, besides learning the basics, he barely touched alchemy, so there was a good chance he wouldn't qualify to join them. I guess I'll figure it out when I get there. With that in mind, Yuan left the cultivation tower to visit the other towers. The first thing Yuan noticed after exiting the cultivation tower was Apprentice Huan, who was standing outside. Although it had already been longer than a month, longer than the time limit Senior Liao had given him, Apprentice Huan hadn't given up on trying to bring Yuan back to the metal tower. What will it take for you to return to the metal tower with me? Apprentice Huan asked as he followed Yuan to the teleportation formation. I already told you. If you want me to return to the metal tower, you better get Liao Tian to invite me personally. That's... What? You still think I am not worth his time? Not only have I acquired Lord Zi's approval, but I've even managed to become the cultivation tower's successor, Yuan said. What? You became the cultivation tower's successor? Apprentice Huan exclaimed loudly, his face filled with shock. Yuan showed Apprentice Huan the badge Meng Xian gave him before he left. If you don't believe me, you can ask Meng Xian yourself. Apprentice Huan sighed, who am I to speak to the Tower Master? Senior Liao is the Metal Tower's Tower Master, too. I have said what I need to. It's up to you whether you listen to me or not. I visited the Metal Tower first, but you drove me away, so this is a grave you dug yourself. Yuan stepped onto the teleportation formation and said, bring me to the Array Tower. Once Yuan disappeared, Apprentice Huan remained standing outside the teleportation formation with a pondering look on his face. Sometime later, He stepped onto the formation and said, "The metal tower." Upon arriving at the metal tower, Apprentice Yuan made his way to the highest floor of the tower. "What are you doing here, Apprentice Yuan?" someone asked, standing outside Liao Tian's doors. His gaze was sharp, and his tone carried curiosity and suspicion as he inquired about Apprentice Yuan's reason for being there. "I have an urgent matter with Senior Liao," he said. "You're just a mere apprentice. What business could you possibly have with the tower master that's more important than mine?" sneered the man, who was several ranks above Apprentice Yuan. The door suddenly opened, and Liao Tian walked out, carrying a dignified aura around him. "Tower master." Just as the man opened his mouth to greet, Liao Tian interrupted, his gaze focused on Apprentice Yuan. "I was going to forgive your tardiness since you managed to bring that individual back," Liao Tian said, his voice cold and unyielding. "But what is going on here, Apprentice Yuan? Why are you alone?" As he spoke, killing intent began to emanate from his body, causing the air around him to grow heavy with pressure. Not just Apprentice Yuan, but the other guy there trembled in fear. "I thought I said not to return unless you have that individual with you. Are my words meaningless to you?" "That's not it," Apprentice Yuan exclaimed, his voice shaky as his legs trembled uncontrollably. "I found him and tried to convince him to return, but he wouldn't listen. He even dared to say that he'll only come back to the metal tower if you, Senior Liao, personally invite him back." His fear was evident as he struggled to steady himself under Liao Tian's intimidating presence. "Which bold bastards dare to utter such Shut the fuck up." Liao Tian roared at the man who tried to join the conversation. Apprentice Yuan continued, "That man not only managed to join the Martial Tower and received Lord Zi's approval but he's also managed to become the Cultivation Tower's successor." Liao Tian's eyes narrowed at this shocking information. "Martial Tower and Cultivation Tower, huh? Well, it doesn't really matter who he belongs to since I am only after the treasure in his possession," Liao Tian thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, Liao Tian said, "Where is he right now?" "He went to the Array Tower before we separated." "Very well. If he wants me to personally see him, I shall do just that." As Liao Tian walked past Apprentice Yuan to reach the exit, his arm flickered. The next second, Apprentice Yuan's body exploded into a bloody mess. "Clean up this mess, but don't throw away the materials," Liao Tian said to the other man without turning around. "As you wish, Tower Master." After arriving in the city home to the Array Tower, Yuan was immediately struck by the sheer number of formations that filled the area. The bustling streets were a showcase of intricate arrays and formations, seamlessly integrated into everyday life. From glowing defensive barriers that protected the buildings to automated market stalls and transportation platforms powered by arrays. Compared to all the other places Yuan had visited in the Nine Heavens, this city had an almost futuristic appearance. Moreover, the formations grew increasingly impressive as Yuan approached the Array Tower. The tower itself was a marvel of formation craftsmanship, its structure covered in profound Tier 7 and above formations that radiated an aura of power and complexity. Out of the 5 breakthrough towers, the Array Tower was undeniably the most protected and powerful. Attacking it would be akin to trying to breach a fortress where you could be attacked in every direction, regardless of your location. At the entrance of the Array Tower was a sign that read, "Only level 5 Array Masters and above qualify to take the entrance exam to join the Array Tower." Level 5 Array Master, huh? Yuan was currently a level 2 Array Master, though this was primarily because he hadn't yet taken the assessments for the higher levels. His true knowledge and capabilities surpassed his official rank. Occasionally, Yuning, with her extensive expertise, would lecture Yuan, helping to deepen his understanding of the art. While these lessons weren't frequent, they were more than enough to help him become a level 4 Array Master. "I need to somehow improve my array skills to level 5 before I can even attempt to join the Array Tower." Yuan left the Array Tower and began wandering the city in hopes of finding something, as he couldn't ask for Yuning's help since she was sent to the spectators' room. However, not wanting to stress out Tan Songyun, Yuan had them sent to a second spectators' room, so while Tan Songyun occupied a room herself, Xiaohua, Feng Yuxiang, Yuning, and Yingzi also occupied their own rooms. As for Zi Xian, Ji Ran, and Dragon Goddess Yao, they remained within Yuan's soul weapons. That said, Yuan wouldn't be able to contact them until the trial ended. Sometime later, Yuan stopped in front of a specific building. Array Masters Association. Such a sign was grandly displayed on this building. I should improve my rank first, he muttered to himself as he entered the building. When Yuan got close enough, the young man standing by the entrance asked, "How can we help you today?" Yuan retrieved his level 2 Array Master badge and showed it to the young man. "I'm here for a promotion." "Of course. Please, follow me." Yuan followed the young man into a spacious room, where 3 individuals were already seated behind desks. Their authoritative auras were palpable, radiating a sense of power and experience that immediately set the tone of the room. It was clear that these 3 were the judges responsible for overseeing his assessment. They studied Yuan with discerning eyes, their expressions neutral but their scrutiny evident. "State your name and current rank," said the old man sitting in the middle. "I am a level 2 Array Master, Yuan. Then you'll be partaking in a level 3 assessment. I want you to create 100 level 3 array symbols within 10 seconds. You have half a minute to prepare yourself." Yuan then said, "I can start now." Without any hesitation, he began writing in the air, creating 100 flawless level 3 array symbols in only a little over 2 seconds. The judge's eyes widened with awe and surprise after seeing his flawless array symbols. They couldn't believe how quickly Yuan had managed to create such beautiful symbols in such a short time. "You don't plan on stopping after passing the level 3 assessment, correct?" one of them suddenly asked. Yuan nodded. "I plan on taking the level 4 and level 5 assessment as well." Even if he wasn't confident in passing the level 5 assessment, he still wanted to try it and see how close he was to being one. Very well. They continued the assessment shortly after. The 3 judges began creating their own level 3 formations. Once they were done, they had Yuan try to replicate it to the best of his abilities. Familiar with this process, Yuan copied them flawlessly. "You pass." The judges nodded with satisfied looks on their faces. For the final test, Yuan had to create a level 3 formation that wasn't just used by the judges, and he had 3 minutes to do so. Yuan didn't spend much time pondering and randomly picked one, not that he knew many level 3 formations. Sometime later, Yuan finished the formation. "Congratulations, you have passed the assessment. Do you wish to take the level 4 assessment right away?" "Of course, you can return another day to take it." "I want to take the level 4 formation right now." The judges nodded. "Then, for your first test, you must create 40 level 4 and 300 level 3 array symbols within 30 seconds. You have a minute to prepare, or you can start before then." Yuan didn't immediately start. He took about 10 seconds to mentally prepare himself before he started writing in the air. It took him 7 seconds to finish all 300 level 3 array symbols, but the level 4 array symbols were much more complex and tricky. Although he only had to create 40 of them, it took him almost as long as it took him to create the level 3 array symbols. Next, he had to copy the judges' level 4 formations, most of them consisting of around 500 symbols. Several minutes later, Yuan easily passed the second test and moved on to the final one. Sure enough, he passed it with flying colors as well, becoming a level 4 array master in no time. "Are you going to take the level 5 assessment immediately, too?" one of the judges asked Yuan after he passed the level 4 assessment. "If I fail it, how long do I have to wait for a second chance?" Yuan asked, just in case. "You will need to wait 6 months before you can attempt another assessment if you fail." "Oh. In that case, I'll wait a little longer before I take the assessment. By the way, I can borrow manuals of level 5 array symbols from the Array Masters Association, correct?" The judge sitting in the middle nodded and said, "As long as you are part of our Array Masters Association, we will naturally help you reach the next rank." Since you show promise, I am willing to give you personal lessons. What do you think? I am a level 6 array master, so I definitely qualify to teach you. Yuan nodded and said, I will humbly accept your offer, Senior. My name's Hao Chen, but you can just call me Senior Hao. Yes, Senior Hao. Are you busy right now? Hao Chen then asked. No. Good, then we'll begin your lecture now. Follow me. Yuan nodded and followed the old man to a room located near the peak of the building. I can't believe Senior Hao took a liking to that young man so quickly, said one of the other two judges after they left. Senior Hao has a keen eye for talents. Did you not see how swiftly and perfectly that young man created the array symbols? He'll become a formidable array master in the near future. Meanwhile, inside Hao Chen's room, he handed Yuan several books, including one that had all level 5 array symbols. Honestly, there really isn't much to teach when it comes to array symbols, as it primarily depends on each individual's memorization ability, Hao Chen explained. Once you've memorized the symbols, the rest is just practice. This is why most array masters don't necessarily need a master, they only require the right resources to advance their skills. That said, if you have any questions, you can ask me. I'll be studying array symbols myself. Hao Chen sat in his seat and began studying level 7 array symbols. Yuan also began studying level 5 array symbols. Thanks to his experience as an immortal, his memorization ability was extraordinarily powerful, allowing him to memorize complex symbols with ease. Additionally, his formidable soul strength significantly enhanced his capacity to learn and comprehend details more quickly, hence why soul cultivation techniques are exceptionally rare and sought after. About a week later, Yuan memorized all level 5 array symbols, and he began practicing writing them. Hao Chen was greatly shocked by how swiftly Yuan had memorized the array symbols. There's no way he actually memorized everything from scratch in less than a week. He must have already memorized a portion of level 5 array symbols prior to coming here, Hao Chen thought to himself. Still, his array symbols are too beautiful. That level of mastery requires tens of thousands of years of experience to achieve, so how can someone seemingly so young achieve it? Hao Chen gave Yuan 3 level 5 formations to study, each requiring the combination of around 500 level 5 array symbols to complete. Alright, I am ready to take the level 5 assessment, Yuan said to Hao Chen a few days later. Hao Chen stared at him with wide eyes and said, just how strong is your soul strength? It's only been a little over a week, you know. I was expecting your company for at least a few months. Yuan shook his head with a smile, I don't have that much time. Why the rush? I need to join the array tower as soon as possible. The array tower, huh? I used to work with them, but due to my lack of talents, I was forced to leave after just 100 years. I didn't want to admit it back then, but alas, the array masters there are a different breed, sort of like you. Sometime later, Yuan went downstairs with Hao Chen to take the level 5 assessment. The other two judges showed up a little later. You're taking the level 5 assessment already? It's only been a week, one of them said to Yuan. I was already familiar with level 5 array symbols. I just needed a little more time to be confident in the assessment, said Yuan. I knew it. Hao Chen sighed inwardly after hearing this. Alright. Sometime later, Hao Chen said, the level 5 assessment will be a little different compared to your previous trials. For the first trial, you'll need to create a level 5 defensive formation, and it must withstand the strength of a cultivator at the Divine King realm. You have 5 minutes to create the formation. You have a minute to prepare. One of the level 5 formations that Hao Chen gave to Yuan to study happened to be a defensive formation, and Yuan decided to use it for the trial. 2 minutes later, Yuan created a defensive formation in front of him and said, it's done. Very well. I will now attack it with the strength of a divine king. Hao Chen attacked the formation with a simple attack, which bounced right off the defensive formation. You pass. For the second trial, you must create a level 5 offensive formation, and it must have a certain level of power. You have 10 minutes for this test and 1 minute to prepare. Another formation Hao Qin gave Yuan to study also happened to be an offensive formation, almost as if he was purposefully helping Yuan prepare for the level 5 assessment. After spending 6 minutes creating the formation, Yuan said, "I am finished." Hao Qin retrieved a white talisman and tossed it inside his formation. "Attack it." Yuan nodded and activated the formation. In an instant, swords composed entirely of concentrated spiritual energy materialized around the room, their edges gleaming with power. The swords moved with precision, launching toward the talisman. A barrier appeared around the talisman in an attempt to protect it, but the barrier was instantly shattered by the swords. "Good. Now, on to the final test," Hao Qin said. "For the final test, you must activate 2 level 5 formations, 1 defense and 1 offensive, simultaneously and keep them activated for an hour without any external assistance, such as spirit stones. You have 5 minutes to prepare," said Hao Qin. Any array master could easily activate a single formation and sustain it using spirit stones. However, activating and maintaining 2 formations simultaneously was far more challenging. It required significantly more spiritual energy and placed a substantial burden on one's soul strength. Yuan spent a few minutes mentally preparing himself. Once he was ready, he recreated the offensive formation and defensive formation he showcased during the last 2 tests. After activating them, he sat down and closed his eyes to focus on maintaining the formations. Normally, this test would push most array masters to their limits, but Yuan felt incredibly at ease. His spiritual energy recovery was so powerful that he could easily maintain a dozen formations simultaneously, much less 2 level 5 formations. As for his soul strength, it had reached the point where he couldn't even feel it depleting. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Yuan passed the final trial without breaking a single drop of sweat. "Congratulations, you are now officially a level 5 array master," Hao Qin said to him afterward. "It was only thanks to you, Senior Hao. In that case, don't forget about me when you make it big in the array tower," Hao Qin laughed merrily. Yuan left the Array Masters Association shortly after and made his way back to the Array Tower. Once he returned to the Array Tower, Yuan approached the closed entrance, where a powerful Tier 5 formation kept the doors sealed. Yuan noticed the formation before he became a Level 5 Array Master, but he did not have the means to unseal it. He proceeded to spend several hours trying to crack the formation. Despite the formation being a Level 5 formation, it could qualify as a Level 6 array solely due to its complexity. Eventually, Yuan cracked the formation, unsealing the doors. When Yuan stepped into the array tower, an ordinary-looking young woman greeted him just slightly beyond the entrance. "Congratulations, you have qualified to take the assessment to join our array tower. Would you like to take the assessment right now?" As the woman spoke, her gaze landed on Yuan's tower badges. Her eyes widened with surprise, as it was quite rare to see an individual associated with 2 towers simultaneously, especially the Martial Tower and Cultivation Tower. "I would," Yuan nodded in response. "Very well. If you could follow me, please." Yuan followed the young woman to an empty room, where another individual was waiting. This person was a middle-aged woman with dark green hair. "In order to join our array tower, you must defeat me using level 5 array formations only," said the green-haired woman. "We will both have 10 minutes to prepare a defensive formation around our body. Then, we will attack using attack formations. Whoever breaks their opponent's defensive formation wins. Any questions? Am I allowed to use formations lower than level 5? Yes, anything below level 5 formations are allowed." Yuan nodded. "Then we will begin right now." Both Yuan and the green-haired woman began working on their defensive formation. Yuan finished his level 5 defensive formation less than 3 minutes into the match. Seeing this, the green-haired woman sneered inwardly, "What a fool, rushing his defensive formation. Not only is he using one formation, but he didn't even bother to refine it." A formation can be strengthened in 2 primary ways. The first is through refinement, where the array master redraws or recreates the formation, layering it over the existing one to enhance its power. The second method involves using treasures and external resources to amplify the formation's effects. However, for an assessment like this, relying on external aids was clearly not an option, leaving Yuan to rely solely on his skills and endurance. The green-haired woman finished her defensive formation 9.5 minutes later. She was going to create more than one defensive formation, but seeing how Yuan was still a beginner, she didn't bother doing so, looking down on him. "We will begin now," said the green-haired woman. Yuan nodded and immediately started creating hundreds of level 1 array symbols every second. "This bastard, he's using level 1 array symbols." The green-haired woman raised her eyebrows and thought to herself as she worked on her level 5 array symbols. Due to how fast Yuan was creating his array symbols, he finished creating dozens of attack formations around the woman. Activate. The formations attacked the woman's defensive formation, leaving tiny cracks on the surface every time they struck. However, these cracks quickly recovered in the blink of an eye. "The power is quite lacking," Yuan muttered after seeing the results. Meanwhile, the woman was shocked that his level 1 attack formations could even damage her level 5 defensive formation. "His soul strength must be as high as the heavens," she cried inwardly, almost fumbling her attack formation from the shock. After his initial attack, Yuan didn't attack again, as he wanted to see how much his defensive formation could endure. Once the woman finished her level 5 offensive formation, she immediately activated it and attacked Yuan's defensive formation. A strong explosion consumed Yuan's figure and formation a moment later. Inside the cloud of dust and smoke, Yuan could see that his defensive formation had barely been affected by the attack, with only slight cracks that healed instantly. Seeing this, he continued his assault, using level 2 attack formations. By the time the smoke and dust settled a few moments later, Yuan had created over a dozen level 2 attack formations, using them to attack the woman, who was in disbelief and couldn't believe that Yuan's defensive formation had managed to survive her attack. How? His formation should have been heavily damaged if not outright destroyed by that attack just now, she cried inwardly, her eyes wide with disbelief as Yuan's attack stuck her formation. When Yuan's level 2 attack formation struck the woman's defensive formation, the impact was powerful enough to cause the entire thing to shake and large cracks to appear on its surface. The woman gritted her teeth as she poured her spiritual energy into the formation, quickly restoring it. However, the damage to her formation had also depleted some of her soul strength, something not easily recoverable. Not good. At this rate, his level 3 attack formations will be enough to destroy my defensive formation. The woman started casting level 3 array symbols just like Yuan since she would be able to attack much faster. Yuan completed his array symbols a full 2 seconds before the woman, and in the world of array masters, even a fraction of a second could determine the victor, much less 2 seconds. Seeing that Yuan launched his attacks before she could, the woman swiftly transferred half of her focus from offensive to defensive, strengthening her formation with a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. However, even with her defensive formation enhanced, Yuan's level 3 attack formation was still strong enough to penetrate her barrier. Yet, it wasn't enough to completely destroy the barrier, as the holes would heal faster than Yuan could damage it. The woman had managed to survive Yuan's onslaught, but it had cost her dearly, and more than half of her spiritual energy was exhausted in that brief moment. Moreover, focusing on 2 different things took a toll on her soul strength. Fortunately, she was able to finish creating her level 3 attack formations, and she bombarded Yuan's barrier the very next moment. Seeing this, Yuan decided to strengthen his own barrier with his spiritual energy. When the woman's attack struck Yuan's barrier, they bounced off effortlessly, leaving the barrier completely unscathed. Not even the faintest scratch appeared on its surface. The unexpected result left the woman utterly speechless, her disbelief evident as she stared at the barrier in stunned silence. At that moment, Yuan finished a level 4 attack formation, attacking her barrier with it. Clang! The woman's barrier was shattered like glass after being struck by a rock despite her swift reaction and attempt to exhaust the rest of her spiritual energy to enhance her barrier. Unfortunately, even with all of her spiritual energy, she was unable to defend herself against a single level 4 attack formation from Yuan. The woman fell to her knees and began gasping for air as her face dripped with sweat. Their battle had only lasted for a few minutes, but it was enough to completely exhaust her spiritual energy and soul strength. "You win," she announced sometime later after coming back from her shock. "That was my first battle as an array master. It was quite fun." "Thanks for the experience," Yuan bowed to her. "Your first time?" The woman stared at him with wide eyes. She eventually shook her head, dismissing his remark as a joke, and said, "Anyway, you've passed the test and officially qualify to join our array tower." Her tone was composed, but there was an undeniable hint of acknowledgement in her voice. "By the way, my name is Wan Qing." "Yuan. Here is your badge, Yuan." Wan Qing handed him a badge that had several powerful formations hidden within. Yuan subconsciously inspected the formations. Seeing his serious face, Wan Qing chuckled, "Relax, the formations inside that badge are there to protect you since the badge can also be used as a life-saving treasure." Sure enough, Yuan confirmed that the formations were all defensive formations, except one. "Why is there a tracker in here?" Yuan asked with raised eyebrows. "Unlike the other towers, our array tower frequently sends its array masters out to assist those in need of our expertise," she explained. "The tracker is an additional layer of safety. In case we're kidnapped or killed, it can detect if our life is in danger, as well as help locate us." "What a convenient thing," Yuan muttered. "By the way, what is the ranking structure like in the array tower?" Yuan then asked. "It's similar to that Array Masters Association, but we start from level 5, going all the way to level 9. If you want to increase your rank, you'll also need to improve your Array Master level." "I see." Yuan immediately began pondering. There was simply no way he could become a level 9 Array Master in a few months, before the time limit for his reward expires. "Looks like I will have to sneak around this place, just like the Alchemy Tower." "I understand. Thank you." Wan Qing handed him a scroll and said, "This is a list of things we expect you to do while part of the Array Tower. Make sure to read it because if you fail to do even a single thing on the list, you'll be kicked out of the tower." Yuan accepted the scroll and took a look at it. The Array Tower required its Array Masters to fulfill at least one mission a year. These missions are typically business requests sent to the Array Towers. For example, a sect would like to create a powerful formation around their territory, so they contact the Array Tower. Of course, whether the Array Tower accepted the request or not was a different story. The next thing on the list required Array Masters below level 7 to reach that level within 300 years. Failure to reach level 7 before the time limit would result in expulsion. Safe to say none of these rules matter to me. Yuan didn't even bother reading the rest of the list and tossed it inside his spatial ring. "What are you going to do now that you're part of the Array Tower?" Wan Qing suddenly asked with a curious face. "I'm going to the Alchemy Tower," he responded with a smile. Wan Qing stared at him with wide eyes and muttered, "Are you trying to join every single tower out there?" "Yes, I am." "Why? Why not?" Yuan shrugged, leaving her speechless. "Anyway, before you leave for the Alchemy Tower, let me show you around our Array Tower," said Wan Qing. "Sure." Thus, Wan Qing began showing Yuan around the tower. The Array Tower was much less restrictive than the other towers, so they were able to visit almost every floor. Like the other towers, the Array Masters in the Array Tower have different roles. Some focus on creating new formations, while others improve existing ones. Wan Qing, specifically, specialized in improving formations. "How long have you been studying arrays?" Wan Qing asked as they walked around. "Not long. I started learning the basics a few years ago, and I am currently learning from a level 7 Array Master." "A level 7 Array Master, huh? I wonder when I'll reach that level. I was just promoted to level 6, so it'll probably take some time." After the tour, Wan Qing led Yuan back to the first floor and said, "Well, good luck at the Alchemy Tower. They have the strictest requirements out of the 5 breakthrough towers, at least according to rumors. Thank you, Yuan nodded. After leaving the Array Tower, Yuan made his way to the Alchemy Tower. I have visited 4 breakthrough towers, but none of them gave me any bad vibes. No. I have only been to the first floor of the Metal Tower, so I cannot really judge them with my current knowledge. Moreover, he has yet to investigate the towers properly, including the 3 he'd already joined. Sometime later, Yuan arrived in the city housing the Alchemy Tower. The moment he stepped out of the teleportation formation, a potent aroma of medicinal herbs and concoctions filled the air, immediately assaulting his senses. Tier 5 pills. We have Tier 5 pills for sale. Come get your burning lotus pills here. Only available in this store. As Yuan made his way toward the Alchemy Tower, he noticed that nearly every street he passed featured at least one medicine store. Yuan ignored the bustling noise and shouting around him as he followed the path leading directly to the Alchemy Tower. However, when he was almost at his destination, he suddenly came to a halt when he felt a weak tug on his robes. Turning around, he saw a young boy with a homeless appearance clutching the lower part of his robes, his small, dirty hand holding on tightly as he looked up at Yuan. What's the matter? Big brother, have you seen my mother? No, I haven't. Are you sure? She left a week ago, heading toward the place you seem to be going right now, he said. I've only just arrived at this city today, so there's no way I could have seen her, who left a week ago. I see. Then she must be inside that tower. Are you heading to the tower now? Yuan nodded. In that case, can you tell her to return to me if you see her? I miss her. What does she look like? The little boy gave him a brief description. All right. I'll let your mother know if I see her inside the tower. Thank you. The little boy turned around and ran away. Yuan watched the little boy disappear into the alley, a strange feeling settling in his stomach. By now, he was too familiar with the workings of the stairway to heaven not to realize that the boy had something to do with the trial. However, since he lacked information, he decided to ignore it for now and continued making his way to the Alchemy Tower. When Yuan reached the entrance of the Alchemy Tower and took in the scene before him, he was immediately reminded of the Metal Tower. Much like its counterpart, the first floor appeared to function as a bustling marketplace, with stalls and shops dedicated to selling various medical products, from herbs and pills to rare ingredients. There was also a sign outside the entrance that read, "Pill Grandmasters must qualify to join the Alchemy Tower. Alchemy Emperors and above may join the Alchemy Tower without needing any assessment. Pill Grandmasters are Tier 5 alchemists, and Alchemy Emperors are Tier 6. Yuan muttered to himself. He had only managed to concoct a Tier 1 pill before, and the chances of him becoming a Tier 5 alchemist before the reward time limit were slim to none. I definitely won't have the time to become a Tier 5 alchemist and investigate the towers. Since I have no choice, let's just sneak around the Alchemy Tower. With that in mind, Yuan entered the Alchemy Tower to begin his snooping around. In order to even visit the other floors, I will need a badge from someone who works in the Alchemy Tower. There was a minor teleportation formation that connected every floor in the tower, and only those with a badge could access the formation. However, being a level 5 array master, Yuan had a feeling he could crack the formation. After activating Shadow Veil, Yuan's body became shrouded in a dark, ethereal veil, completely erasing his presence from the senses of those around him. Cloaked in this shadowy aura, he moved silently toward the teleportation formation on the other side of the building. Despite walking past thousands of people, not a single individual seemed aware of his presence. Even those who looked directly at him gazed past him as if he were invisible, completely oblivious to his existence. The area around the teleport formation was empty since it could only be accessed by the alchemists of the Alchemy Tower. Seeing this, Yuan took his time to analyze the formation. Thankfully, this formation is only level 5, even if it's slightly more complex than usual. After spending many minutes analyzing the formation, Yuan managed to crack it, gaining access to it without needing a badge. Yuan thought about going straight to the peak of the tower but decided to search from floor to floor, starting from the second floor. Once he was prepared, he stepped into the teleport formation. Upon entering the second floor, Yuan found himself in a vast research room with hundreds of alchemists bustling about with scrolls and medicine in their grasp. Yuan, still in his shadow veil, walked around like he owned the place. Due to how busy and focused everyone there was, Yuan was able to investigate the whole floor without any issues. Hell, he could even do jumping jacks in front of someone and they still wouldn't notice him. It was almost as if Shadow Veil's effect was similar to the Celestial Emperor's curse, where it naturally made everyone oblivious to Yuan's existence. This level of concealment was heaven-defying, and if the world knew of its existence, there would be wars to acquire it. Through his observations on the second floor, Yuan quickly realized that everyone there was engaged in the process of creating new pill recipes. He also noticed that the recipes being developed were relatively basic, ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 2. The next floor was the same as the second floor, but the pills being created were much more complex, ranging from Tier 3 to Tier 4. This went on for the next several floors until he reached the 11th floor, where there were many rooms with closed doors. Yuan used his divine sense to peek inside these rooms to find alchemists at work inside. Not wanting to risk detection, Yuan took only quick glances into each room as he moved steadily from floor to floor. The moment Yuan stepped onto the 30th floor, the atmosphere shifted drastically. The pristine environment of the lower levels was replaced by a grim, unsettling corridor lined with prison cells. The air felt heavy, and the dim lighting cast eerie shadows across the cold, grimy walls, starkly contrasting the clean and orderly nature of the floors below. As Yuan peered into the prison cells, he saw live magical beasts confined within them. Considering the crucial role magical beast materials played in alchemy, it wasn't surprising for the alchemy tower to house such a facility. From their skin to their nails, almost every part of a magical beast could be utilized in alchemy. Their blood, bones, fur, organs, and especially their monster core were valuable for crafting pills, elixirs, and other alchemical creations. Because of this, Yuan didn't find the magical beast prison to be anything out of the ordinary. They were simply no different from livestock. As Yuan continued climbing the tower, the magical beasts grew increasingly rare and powerful. Unfortunately for them, every prison cell was enforced with level 7 formations. They were so powerful that even Yuan would have difficulty dealing with them. A pungent stench of blood suddenly assaulted Yuan's nose when he reached the 45th floor, causing him to frown. This isn't the scent of magical beasts. Yuan thought to himself as he used his divine sense to check the prison cells. Sure enough, imprisoned on the 45th floor were not magical beasts but humans. Using humans as resources, huh? Why am I not surprised? Yuan shook his head after seeing the grim situation before him. The concept of using humans as resources for alchemy dates back to the primordial era, long before the emergence of demons in the world. Back then, human blood and other components were studied for their potential alchemical properties. However, this practice was deemed highly immoral and unethical, leading to its swift prohibition. Over time, it became a forbidden art, with strict penalties for anyone who dared to pursue it, most cases being the death penalty. Despite this, whispers of its use occasionally surfaced in dark corners of the world, often associated with the most desperate or depraved alchemists. As Yuan continued walking down the grim corridor, his attention was drawn to one of the cells. Inside, a woman lay on the floor, seemingly asleep. Her appearance caught his eye, as her features closely matched the description the homeless little boy had given him earlier. However, before he could even consider rescuing her, Yuan noticed another presence appearing on his floor, forcing him to hide. Although he needed to hide, there were no suitable places to do so in the narrow corridor. Left with no other choice, he relied entirely on his shadow veil and remained perfectly still. Fortunately for him, the darkness of the area enhanced the effectiveness of his skill, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the shadows and remain undetected. The other presence belonged to a middle-aged man with a hunched back. However, he didn't appear to be affiliated with the alchemy tower, as he wasn't wearing their distinctive uniform, which all the other individuals Yuan had encountered so far had worn. Moreover, his cultivation was pathetically low, being only a spirit warrior. Yuan observed silently as the hunched man unlocked the prison cell containing the little boy's mother and dragged her out. Then, Yuan followed closely behind the man as he made his way through the corridor and toward the teleport formation. Despite Yuan trailing directly behind him, the man remained completely unaware of his presence. The man was so oblivious to Yuan's presence that Yuan managed to step into the teleportation formation alongside him, completely undetected. Moments later, they emerged on the 60th floor, the tallest floor in the alchemy tower. As the hunched man approached the only door on the 60th floor and prepared to knock, Yuan quickly concealed himself behind one of the large pillars. Moments later, the door opened, revealing an old man dressed in the distinctive uniform of the alchemy tower. The old man glanced at the hunched man and spoke in a commanding tone. "Bring the material inside." "Yes, master." While the two men had their backs turned, Yuan seized the opportunity. Moving like a shadow, he slipped through the open doors and entered the room undetected. Once inside, he quickly found a dark corner to hide in, ensuring he remained out of sight as he observed the scene unfolding before him. The first thing that caught Yuan's attention inside the room was a large crimson cauldron filled nearly to the brim with blood. The pungent, metallic scent of human blood was so overpowering that Yuan had noticed it even before the door was opened. However, the most horrifying sight in the room was the corpses suspended above the crimson cauldron. Their lifeless bodies dangled ominously, blood dripping steadily into the cauldron below, resembling the process of drying out slaughtered chickens. The gruesome sight was enough to make Yuan's blood boil with anger, his fists clenching tightly. However, he forced himself to remain composed, swallowing his rage as he continued to silently observe the two men, determined to uncover the full extent of their sinister actions. Tan Songyan was covering her mouth from shock and disguise while watching this from the spectators' room. "I remember now. That incident at the alchemy tower. So this was the real cause of the Tower Master's death." Tan Songyan remembered that the alchemy tower's Tower Master had been assassinated once before, but not because of any accusations of being an evil cultivator. Instead, the rumors claimed he was killed over a precious pill recipe he had recently created, and naturally, Yuan, Tian Kai was blamed for the assassination. "Please spare me. I have a son. He won't survive alone." The woman suddenly muttered in a weak voice, "I swear I won't tell anyone about this." "Humph, someone as worthless as you should feel honored to finally have some value being part of Master's pill as its material," the hunchback man sneered, his tone dripping with contempt as he dragged the woman closer to the crimson cauldron. "A spirit warrior and a third-level divine emperor, huh?" After assessing the Tower Master's cultivation, Yuan was confident he could deal with them without too much effort. "Master, how should I bleed this one out?" the hunchback man asked. The Tower Master replied, 6-inch long cuts on the neck, wrists, and tendons." "As you wish, Master." The hunchback man eagerly retrieved his ceremonial dagger and prepared to cut the woman. Seeing this, Yuan decided to intervene. He walked out of his hiding spot and spoke in a cold voice, "To practice human concoction during this day and age, how are you not ashamed of yourselves? Who's there?" The Tower Master's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Yuan's unexpected voice echo through the room. Panic flashed across his face as he began looking around frantically, his eyes scanning every corner of the room. However, despite his efforts, he was unable to see or sense Yuan's presence. "Shadow Veil is more effective than I thought." Yuan was inwardly surprised by the results. He was essentially standing right before them, but they still couldn't see him. Wanting to test Shadow Veil's limits, Yuan decided to keep it active, and he continued speaking, "So, what kind of pill was enticing enough to turn you into an evil practitioner?" Yuan's calm yet disgusted voice filled the room, cutting through the tension like a blade. "Judging by the amount of blood and your methods, it must be the reserve heavenly pill, isn't it?" "You know about the reverse heavenly pill," the Tower Master shouted, his voice sharp with alarm as he scanned the room more frantically than before. "Who are you? Show yourself." "Honestly, I subconsciously muttered that name out loud," Yuan admitted calmly. As he observed the gruesome scene, fragments of Tian Kai's memories surfaced in his mind, and with them, the name of the pill. "Ah. I remember now. Master Tower Changheng," Yuan said, his tone carrying a faint trace of nostalgia. "You were a renowned Tier 7 alchemist, celebrated for your profound knowledge and vast experience in alchemy. You even created multiple powerful and groundbreaking recipes that helped you become the Alchemy Tower's Tower Master. Everything seemed fine for the first several centuries, but then the number of people disappearing in this city began to rise at an unnatural rate. It was alarming enough to attract my attention, so I had to investigate the cause. After a thorough investigation, I uncovered the gruesome truth," Yuan continued, his tone growing colder. "The Alchemy Tower was kidnapping homeless people and using them for experiments, and to concoct pills. The once righteous alchemist has somehow been corrupted and become an evil practitioner. And for your crimes, I executed every single alchemist who had even the slightest involvement. It caused quite the stir within the 9 heavens back then, but in the grand scheme of things, it was merely a small ripple in a much larger wave. I've finally found you, you sneaky little bastard," the Tower Master suddenly interrupted, his voice filled with fury. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful attack he had been secretly preparing this entire time, sending a wave of destructive energy hurtling toward Yuan's direction. "However. Sorry, but I am actually over here." Yuan's voice resounded behind the Tower Master. "Wah! Stab!" Just as the Tower Master turned his head around, Yuan stabbed him in the heart from the back with the baneful abyss, inflicting him with mark of the baneful. The poison, having entered the Tower Master's heart directly, worked swiftly and mercilessly. With no time to counteract or expel it, his body succumbed almost instantly. Within moments, the Tower Master collapsed, his life extinguished. After dealing with the Tower Master, Yuan turned his gaze toward the hunchback man. Without a word, he raised a finger and unleashed a concentrated burst of sword aura. The attack was swift and precise, striking the hunchback man between the eyes before he could even react, killing him instantly. Moments passed in complete silence, the oppressive air lingering in the room as if time had frozen in place. Yet, Yuan remained inside the Alchemy Tower. After another moment of stillness, Yuan sighed out loud, "I knew it. Although the Alchemy Tower is guilty of practicing forbidden alchemy, this trial hasn't ended yet. There are still others who need to be brought to justice." He looked at the Tower Master's melting corpse. "I should have probably asked him if he was working with someone before I killed him. Oh well. It's not like I have no clue." Yuan turned his gaze toward the woman, who had fainted from exhaustion and fear. He approached her silently, gently lifting her into his arms. After activating Shadow Veil again, Yuan was pleasantly surprised to see that its effects also extended to the woman, who was in physical contact with him. However, it consumed his spiritual energy twice as fast. Sometime later, Yuan slipped out of the Alchemy Tower as silently as he had entered. Thanks to Shadow Veil, he moved unnoticed, leaving no sign that he had ever been there. After leaving the Alchemy Tower, Yuan brought the woman back to the homeless boy, who was sitting by the street. "Mother." The boy's dispirited expression immediately brightened upon seeing his mother. He stood up and rushed over to Yuan. "Why is she sleeping? Is she okay?" he asked. "Yes, she'll be fine. She fell asleep from exhaustion, so she'll wake up after resting a little." Just as he finished saying that, the woman opened her eyes. "Where am I? Mother? Ah. Son. Am I in heaven?" "Of course not." Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, you're alive." "Huh? How?" "I swear I was inside the Alchemy Tower." "And who are you?" "I don't know what happened to you, but I found you outside the Alchemy Tower," said Yuan. "Outside the tower? Was that all a dream?" she muttered in a dazed voice. "Thank you, big brother. I knew I could count on you," said the little boy. "No problem. Here, take this." Yuan handed a few spirit stones to the boy despite knowing that it was a pointless gesture, as they were simply created by the stairway to heaven. "I will never forget you. Let's go, mother." The boy and his mother bowed to him before turning around and walking away. "So this is how it would have felt if I actually saved her in time before," Yuan muttered with a regretful expression on his face. In Tian Kai's life, he'd investigated the alchemy tower a little too late, and that woman had already been turned into a pill. As for the homeless boy, he was heartbroken to lose his mother, and he disappeared somewhere after Tian Kai gave him some money, never to be heard from again. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the array tower, Liao Tian was conversing with the tower master. "This is a rare occasion, Tower Master Liao. What brought you to my array tower?" "I am looking for someone who recently joined your tower," he said. "I see. You're looking for someone. But why are you looking for them?" "He has something that belongs to me," said Liao Tian. The array tower's tower master raised his eyebrows and said, "He stole something from you?" "Well, something like that." The array tower's tower master proceeded to look at the information inside his badge. "Indeed, we had a recent join, and he was recruited by array master Wan Qing." The array tower's tower master summoned Wan Qing to the top floor a moment later. Once she arrived, she greeted them, "Tower Master Gao, you summoned for me?" "Tower Master Liao here has a few questions about the array master who recently joined our tower," said Tower Master Gao. "Array Master Yuan. When you were with that person, did you see him wielding a large sword?" Liao Tian asked. "No, I did not." "Is that so? Then where is he right now? I need to speak with him as soon as possible." "Actually, he left the tower and went to the alchemy tower almost as soon as he joined us," she revealed, dumbfounding both tower masters. "The alchemy tower? What does he intend on doing there?" Liao Tian asked. "He's probably going to join them too, since he also has the Martial Tower and Cultivation Tower's badges. One individual joining 4 towers. But why would a thief even join the towers in the first place?" Tower Master Gao inquired as he looked at Liao Tian with a doubtful gaze. "It's complicated," Liao Tian shrugged, refusing to elaborate further. Seeing this, Tower Master Gao didn't pursue further. It was none of his business, anyway. "Since he's at the alchemy tower, I'll go ahead and take my leave now," said Liao Tian as he suddenly stood up. "He should be returning soon, though," said Wan Qing. "It's fine. I have some business with Alchemy Tower's tower master, anyway." Soon, Liao Tian left the array tower and made his way to the alchemy tower. When Liao Tian arrived at the alchemy tower, he was warmly welcomed by the people there, who were still completely oblivious to their tower master's death that had recently occurred. "I'm here to speak with Tower Master Su. Is he available?" "The tower master is currently in seclusion." "Perhaps I can be of help," said one of the higher-ranking alchemists there. Liao Tian nodded and explained the situation. "I am currently looking for a certain individual. I was told he was coming to the alchemy tower to join you guys." "A new recruit?" The alchemist looked at the log and said, "But we haven't had any new recruits for over 10 years. Then he must have failed to join the alchemy tower." "Did anyone named Yuan try to join recently?" "No, we haven't had anyone trying to join for the past month." "Perhaps he hasn't arrived yet." "There's no way that woman from the array tower would lie about something like this," Liao Tian thought to himself. "I understand. Then I will go speak with the tower master in the meantime." "But he's—" "I know, but so what? Is this the first time I visited unannounced while he's in seclusion?" Liao Tian sneered as he turned and made his way to the teleportation formation. The alchemist could only stand there and watch Liao Tian do as he pleased. After all, Liao Tian was a tower master and a good friend of their tower's tower master. Moreover, the Alchemy Tower's tower master was a very understanding individual, and he wouldn't blame them for Liao Tian's forceful behavior. Sometime later, Liao Tian arrived at the top of the tower. When he stepped out of the formation, Liao Tian was assaulted by a pungent stench of blood. However, he barely reacted and continued to approach the closed doors, almost as if he was used to the scent. He knocked on the door and shouted, "Hey, old man, it's me. Open up." Silence. Liao Tian didn't find it weird despite the lack of response. He simply knocked on the door again a few minutes later. "Open up before I take some of your materials for myself." Liao Tian shouted again after waiting a few minutes. Yet, there was still no response. Odd. He'd always fall for that threat, he muttered with a raised eyebrow. By now, Liao Tian began to sense that something might be amiss. He knocked again, this time with more force. "Open the damn door before I bust it open myself," he roared. No response. Liao Tian had a strong urge to destroy the door and force himself inside to see the situation, but there was one minor problem. The door was being protected by a level 7 defensive formation, and he did not have the capability to remove it. Fuck. With no other option, Liao Tian rushed back to the array tower to request Tower Master Gao's assistance. "What? Are you out of your mind? You want me to forcefully open Tower Master Ma's doors while he's in seclusion, the one with a level 7 formation? Do you have any idea how much effort that will take?" Tower Master Gao exclaimed after hearing Liao Tian's request. "I know it sounds bad, but I think something bad happened to Tower Master Ma. What could possibly happen to him while he's inside his room? You also said he was in seclusion, so there's a good chance he just couldn't hear you knock. Or what? Are you saying that he, a tier 7 pill ancestor, got into an accident while doing alchemy? Stop asking so many damn questions and just come with me. Something bad happened. I can feel it," said Liao Tian, clearly getting impatient. Tower Master Gao frowned, his expression stern as he said, "That's not the right attitude when asking for help. I may not know what you and Tower Master Ma have been working on behind the scenes, but I don't like it. Whatever. Let's go." "Wait. You think I am going to remove that level 7 formation alone? Didn't you create it?" "I did, with the help of several other level 7 array masters. Although I can still remove it myself, it'll take a long time." "How long?" "A few weeks. We don't have that much time. Then you'll have to wait for me to gather a few helpers." "I will wait for you at the Alchemy Tower," said Liao Tian. "Come as soon as possible." While Liao Tian returned to the Alchemy Tower and continued knocking on the door, Tower Master Gao went to gather several high-level array masters. Several hours later, Tower Master Gao visited the Alchemy Tower with these array masters. "How long will it take now?" Liao Tian asked. "A few hours at least." "But heavens, what is this stench?" "It smells like blood," Tower Master Gao exclaimed, his face contorting in shock as the pungent metallic odor filled his senses. "I wanted you to hurry for a reason," Liao Tian shrugged. "Fuck. Let's hurry up and get to work." Tower Master Gao and the other array masters began working on the formation. Meanwhile, Yuan saw Liao Tian, Tower Master Gao, and the array masters enter the Alchemy Tower in haste. After leaving the boy and his mother, Yuan actually returned to the Alchemy Tower and hid in plain sight. "Good thing I lingered for a little bit longer. 8 array masters and 1 blacksmith, huh?" Judging by their clothes and badges, one was the array tower's tower master, and the blacksmith was the metal tower's tower master. They must be trying to force their way inside the room. Now that they're outside their home and distracted by the situation at Alchemy Tower, it's a good time to check out their towers. With that in mind, Yuan swiftly left the Alchemy Tower and made his way to the Array Tower. Using Shadow Veil, Yuan traveled to the peak of the tower. However, the door was also sealed by a level 7 formation. Since he was just promoted to level 5 as an Array Master, there was simply no way for him to unlock the level 7 formation. Fortunately, he was not out of options and had other means of opening the door. Yuan retrieved number 1 under heaven and activated True Dragon Awakening without hesitation. With his full strength, he unleashed God of War's final execution, directing a relentless barrage of strikes against the heavily fortified door, relying purely on brute force to force his way through. Strike after strike echoed in the air, the sheer intensity of the attacks shaking the surroundings and the tower as a whole, bewildering everyone within it. Finally, as Yuan poured the last of his spiritual energy into one final, decisive blow, the formation protecting the door shattered under the overwhelming force. Yuan entered the room and quickly investigated the place. After finding no hints, Yuan left the place without a second thought. Soon after he left, the array masters in the array tower scrambled to the top floor to investigate the commotion, and the area quickly became flooded with frantic activity. Meanwhile, Yuan was already halfway to the metal tower. Someone broke into the tower master's floor. Contact the tower master. Quickly. The array masters tried contacting Tower Master Gao, but there was no response, as he was too busy to even notice it. He's not responding. What should we do? The Tower Master went to the Alchemy Tower with Tower Master Liao, and he brought along several array masters with him, someone suddenly said. I will go to the Alchemy Tower and meet with the Tower Master myself. In the meantime, try to figure out what had happened here and if anything had been stolen. Sometime later, at the metal tower, Yuan stood before its teleportation formation. This formation is virtually identical to the one at the Alchemy Tower and other towers. I guess they were all created by the Array Tower. This is great news since it saves me time trying to crack it. After spending just a few minutes, Yuan activated the formation and teleported himself to the top of the metal tower. Upon reaching the top floor of the metal tower, Yuan was met with yet another door, a heavily fortified door protected by a level 7 formation. However, unlike the one at Array Tower, this door wasn't only guarded by a formation, its very structure was crafted from rare and precious materials. Looks like I will need to put in a little more effort if I want to break inside, Yuan muttered. He retrieved number 1 under heaven the next moment. However, just as he was about to bombard the door, it suddenly opened, and a young man walked out. Tower Master, are you back? I have a question. Yuan had deactivated Shadow Veil to focus on offense, so he was not concealed at this moment. Who are you? The young man asked with raised eyebrows when he saw Yuan, but he quickly became distracted by the weapon in Yuan's grasp. Heavens! What a masterpiece! Where in heaven's name did you acquire it? The young man approached Yuan with sparkling eyes, completely ignoring his unknown identity. Sensing no ill intent from the young man, Yuan decided to play along and said, I was invited here by your tower master. He wanted to take a look at my weapon. No doubt about that. Any blacksmith would want to inspect such a beauty. Please, come inside. The young man invited Yuan inside the room. Yuan nodded and followed him inside. Surprisingly, the top floor wasn't a room but a massive smithy full of equipment and materials. By the way, where's the tower master? The young man suddenly asked, looking a little suspicious. He is still at the Alchemy Tower, but he said he'll return as soon as possible. Really? That isn't like him at all. In fact, I'm surprised he didn't ask for your sword on the spot. I don't know what happened at the Alchemy Tower, but it seemed very serious. Even the Array Tower's tower master was there. Then it must have been a really serious matter. Anyway, can I take a look at your sword? Of course, I just want to take a simple look. I don't dare to touch it before the tower master. He'd turn me into a sword if found out. Turning you into a sword? That's quite a weird thing to say, Yuan chuckled. I'm serious. It won't be the first time he's done it, either. Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, are you sure you can say that out loud to a stranger like me? What if I get the wrong idea? Like mistaking him for an evil practitioner. The young man laughed out loud, you must not be from around here. Practically everyone knows his obsession with the art of creation, so it's no secret. While he is a little crazy in the head and very eccentric, he's not evil. What about using human parts for creation? Alchemists who use humans to concoct pills are all considered evil, said Yuan. I know, but context is also important. For example, people donating their organs and people getting their organs forcefully harvested are two entirely different things, right? Well, most of our materials come from donations. While the process is still morally questionable, someone has to do it. Otherwise, we will never truly advance our crafts. Most of your materials? Then some of them were forcefully harvested? Yuan asked. The young man showed a stiff smile and said, "We have accidents at work." I see. Yuan looked around the smithy and asked, "Mind if I take a look?" You can look at this in the meantime. He placed number 1 under heaven on the table. The young man's eyes lit up with a flicker of intense emotion, and his expression transformed, brimming with excitement that bordered on something almost resembling lust. While the young man was completely engrossed in admiring his sword, Yuan took the opportunity to investigate the smithy. As he looked around, the young man's claims were confirmed. Human organs were openly displayed, from bones to blood, scattered across workbenches and shelves. On some of the shelves that stored weapons, it was apparent that some were crafted using human materials just solely from their grotesque appearance. Yuan gazed at the weapons with disappointment etched across his face. Tian Qiyuan's passion for creation had been immense, perhaps unparalleled in the world, a driving force that had propelled him to become the god of creation. Yet, despite his obsession with crafting, he had never once considered using humans as materials for his treasures. However, it wasn't as though Yuan didn't understand the metal tower. Sometimes, in the pursuit of innovation, experiments are deemed necessary, and certain moral boundaries are inevitably pushed. Since most of the materials were donated, I guess I can't really blame them. Of course, that is only if he's telling me the truth, Yuan thought as he glanced at the young man. Meanwhile, news of the array tower being broken into finally reached Tower Master Gao. What? Someone broke into my floor. What happened to the formation protecting it? Tower Master Gao had to temporarily stop working on the alchemy tower's formation to inquire. It was forcefully destroyed. You mean someone managed to destroy my level 7 formation with brute force? Why would such a monster want to break into my place? Was anything stolen? We can't say for certain yet, but at a glance, nothing appears to have been stolen, the array master explained, his tone laced with confusion. It's almost as if the culprit broke in, looked around, and left without taking anything. Of course, the area near the door is a complete mess. Liao Tian had a bad feeling after hearing about this news, but he shrugged it off for now. I'll return to the array tower once I deal with the situation here, said Tower Master Gao. They were halfway finished removing the formation, after all. Yes, Tower Master. First the alchemy tower, now my array tower. What the hell is going on recently? Tower Master Gao mumbled with a pondering expression on his face, but he didn't linger too much on the topic and continued focusing on the formation. News of the break-in at the array tower quickly spread throughout the city, shocking everyone. Yet, it almost became non-existent a few hours later when the incident at the alchemy tower began spreading a few hours later. After spending several hours working on the level 7 formation, Tower Master Gao and his array masters finally deactivated it, allowing them to open the door. However, when they finally managed to open the door and step inside, their expressions froze in shock at the gruesome scene before them. Moments later, the shock gave way to disgust as they began to grasp the horrifying reality of what had transpired in the room. The air grew heavy with a tense silence as they processed the grim sight. A crimson cauldron, nearly overflowing with blood, stood at the center of the room. Above it, lifeless corpses hung grotesquely, their presence casting long, morbid shadows. The unmistakable signs of evil practices were laid bare for all to see, leaving no doubt about the sinister activities that had taken place there. The room reeked of death and malice, making it impossible for anyone present to deny the truth. Tower Master Liao, what is the meaning of this? Tower Master Gao turned to look at Liao Tian with a grim expression on his face. Liao Tian frowned and said, "What are you trying to say? Are you telling me that you were not aware of this? Is this not why you urgently wanted us to access his room? Are you insane? How could I have possibly known about this? I came to you for help because I sensed something was amiss." Liao Tian sneered, denying all allegations. "Also, are you trying to say that I had killed him? Why would I bring so many witnesses with me if that was the case? No, I don't think you killed him. However, I think you knew of the Alchemy Tower's forbidden practices. There's even a good chance you were working together. After all, it's public knowledge that you use human remains to craft treasures. Spare me the allegations. While I work with human remains, they were all donations. What of those you personally killed? You think I don't know about that? They all made mistakes deserving of death. It's as simple as that," Liao Tian said, not denying it. "Anyway, why don't we stop this pointless talk and figure out who killed Tower Master Ma?" Tower Master Gao sneered, looked at his array masters, and said, "Go contact the other Tower Master and let them know of the situation here." "Yes, Tower Master." Soon, news of Tower Master Ma's assassination spread like wildfire throughout the Alchemy Tower, leaving everyone in shock and disbelief. However, the revelation of the tower's forbidden practices was deliberately kept under wraps for the time being. The matter was deemed too sensitive and required further investigation before being exposed, as its implications could have far-reaching consequences for the tower, which could affect not just the seventh heaven but the 9 heavens as a whole. Although Tower Master Ma was stabbed in the heart, what truly caused his death was poison, an extremely deadly one that surpasses my knowledge, revealed the alchemist who examined his body. Even if his guard was down, it shouldn't be easy to kill Tower Master Ma. Yet, all evidence shows that he was killed effortlessly, said Liao Tian. This seemingly flawless assassination reminds me of a certain individual, said Meng Xian. The entire floor suddenly turned dead silent. You mean the Phantom Assassin? The Grim Reaper? Why would he kill? Tower Master Gao halted his sentence midway. There was no doubt that Tower Master Ma was killed for his crimes. Realizing this, Tower Master Gao looked at Liao Tian and said, "You should probably watch your back. You're really begging for a beating, huh?" Liao Tian frowned. "Enough, you too," said Lord Z. "What should we do about the Alchemy Tower? What is there for us to do, anyway? We're not responsible for the Alchemy Tower. Even if it were to collapse overnight, it's none of our concern," Liao Tian remarked with a casual shrug. Tower Master Gao added, "I don't want to admit it, but he's right. We may be known as the 5 Breakthrough Towers, but we're unrelated. Moreover, I doubt the Alchemy Tower will collapse over this incident. They'll just have to figure things out themselves." Knowing there was a strong possibility that the infamous Phantom Assassin was involved, nobody present showed any inclination to involve themselves in the Alchemy Tower's affairs. The matter was far too dangerous and delicate to meddle with, and it was true that the towers were not obligated to take responsibility for one another, as they were all separate organizations. "Since there's nothing else for us to do here, I'll return to my tower now," Liao Tian said a moment later. "Why were you looking for Tower Master Ma, anyway?" Lord Z suddenly questioned. "I came to the Alchemy Tower for a different reason." "You mean the individual who stole your treasure?" Tower Master Gao said. "Someone stole your treasure?" Lord Z and Meng Xian raised their eyebrows. Liao Tian looked at them and suddenly smiled, "That's right. In fact, he joined the Martial Tower and Cultivation Tower recently." "Recently?" The two of them frowned, as there was only one individual who joined both towers recently. "You mean Yuan? You're saying he stole your treasure?" "I don't believe it," Lord Z was the first to doubt his claim. "Believe what you want," Liao Tian shrugged as he left. "I have to return to my tower as soon as possible." Someone broke into my place, said Tower Master Gao. Do you think it's related to this incident? Meng Xian asked. I hope not. What are you going to do? Tower Master Meng. Lord Zi asked her once they were alone. I'll stay here to assist the alchemy tower, she said. I understand. Good luck. Lord Zi left shortly after. Sometime later, Liao Tian returned to the metal tower. However, just as he approached the entrance, he stopped abruptly, his senses picking up on a powerful presence emanating from the peak of the tower. This presence. There's no doubt, it's that treasure. Liao Tian exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Without a second thought about the peculiar circumstances, Liao Tian hurried upstairs, driven by his excitement and curiosity, like a moth drawn to the flames. The treasure. Where is the treasure? Liao Tian bellowed as he flung open the large metal doors to his smithy with a resounding clang. Inside, the young man was still fixated on number 1 under heaven, his gaze locked onto the weapon as if bewitched. He had been inspecting it for hours, his expression a mixture of awe and obsession, utterly consumed by the masterpiece before him. When Liao Tian's eyes fell upon number 1 under heaven, his expression mirrored the young man's, filled with awe and fascination. He hurried over to the weapon, his hands trembling slightly as he hovered them above it, almost as if he yearned to touch it but didn't dare to. The sheer presence of the treasure commanded reverence, leaving him entranced. This is it. Liao Tian exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. This is what I've been searching for my entire life, the perfect weapon. The materials, the craftsmanship, it's beyond anything I've ever seen despite being a god of creation at one point. Just as Liao Tian reached to touch the sword, it suddenly moved on its own, flying away. What the fu? Liao Tian's gaze followed the sword until it landed in Yuan's grasp. Who are you? How dare you touch my treasure? Liao Tian roared after seeing the treasure being touched by someone who wasn't him. Your treasure. That's funny, considering I was the one who brought it here, Yuan responded with a smile. You must be Yuan. Liao Tian narrowed his eyes. And you must be Liao Tian. What happened to that man you sent after me? I killed him for failing to correct his mistake, he said. Is that so? At least he'll be more useful as a weapon. Hearing this, Yuan shrugged, I don't understand your obsession with human weapons. Not only do they lack elegance, but they're nothing special. Who the hell are you to question my creations? You're just a nobody who somehow acquired a masterpiece. I was once the god of creation. Yuan laughed out loud, the god of creation. With your level of skills? I doubt it. Liao Tian gritted his teeth and shouted, hand over the treasure. You do not even qualify to touch it. If I, its master and creator, do not qualify to touch this weapon, then nobody in this world would qualify, Yuan's voice echoed calmly through the room as he revealed this information. You created that treasure? That's a sick joke, Liao Tian sneered, not believing him even for a split second. Even if it was a joke, it's not as sick as your hobby and evil practices. Evil? Just because I use unorthodox materials does not make me evil. You think I am only talking about your methods? I was told that most of your human materials were donated, but after inspecting the materials myself, I confirmed that most of them are actually forcefully harvested. That's slander and a baseless accusation. Where is your evidence? My evidence, huh? Yuan said with a calm yet chilling tone. Well, I've killed enough people to know the difference between someone who died a peaceful, natural death and someone who met a forceful, violent end. Moreover, the weapons you created are all screaming in agony, though I doubt you can hear it. Liao Tian sneered, his expression filled with disdain. What kind of evidence is that? None of it is substantial or verifiable. Yuan smiled and said, You came from the alchemy tower, right? I'm sure you saw what happened to their tower master. Liao Tian instantly frowned. You Don't tell me you were responsible for Tower Master Ma's death. And what if I was? Are you going to avenge him? Liao Tian retrieved a large blade and brandished it with a cold expression. The weapon's appearance was grotesque and unsettling. Its surface was textured like raw flesh, clearly crafted from human remains. It also radiated a sinister aura that caused the temperature in the room to drop significantly. Why would I bother avenging him? I was going to kill you anyway, regardless of whether you killed Tower Master Ma or not. Are you even capable of doing such a thing? Yuan mocked. You'll find out soon enough. Liao Tian swung his blade with a fierce motion, and in an instant, the weapon expanded dramatically in size and length. Although slightly surprised by the blade's sudden transformation, Yuan blocked the attack with relative ease. As soon as it was deflected, the grotesque weapon retracted, shrinking back to its original size. Its movements were unnervingly fluid, almost as if the blade itself were alive. Unlike ordinary weapons, weapons made from humans can grow stronger without needing refinement, Liao Tian said with a sinister grin. Not only that, they're truly alive. I don't know if you can hear it, but my weapon has a heartbeat. If you're so satisfied with your weapon, why covet mine? Yuan asked. You think I want it because I want to replace my sword? No. I am going to feed it to my creation so it can become truly flawless. Liao Tian laughed out loud. Yuan shook his head. I knew it was going to be stupid, but I didn't think it would be this dumb. Say whatever you want. That sword will be mine, anyway. Having had enough of the farce, Yuan decided it was time to end things. Activating True Dragon Awakening, his aura surged, filling the room with an overwhelming presence. The battle afterward was swift and decisive, and within just a few minutes, Yuan completely overpowered Liao Tian. As Liao Tian lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, Yuan calmly approached the grotesque weapon. Looking down at it with a mixture of pity and disdain, he said, I'll release you all now. No. Liao Tian used what little strength he had left and uttered, but Yuan ignored him and destroyed the weapon. As Yuan destroyed the weapon, a faint, eerie noise echoed from the weapon, resembling a distant, anguished scream. The blade shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the floor. Liao Tian, witnessing the destruction of his prized creation, stared in disbelief. The shock was too much for his already weakened body, and with a final, shuddering breath, he succumbed to death.